After transcending into the apocalyptic dragon of annihilation, adopt a human girl. Little did one expect that this girl was the reincarnation of a human race empress. In her past life, she traversed the realms, rescuing her people from the brink of calamity. However, during her final battle against the foreign monarch, she was unexpectedly betrayed and ambushed by someone close to her. In the face of imminent peril, she unleashed her secret arts, unexpectedly reincarnated into this forbidden land teeming with diverse races. In an instant, you delivered a resounding strike that severed the neck of the golden lion, causing its head to roll upon the ground. It is time to indulge in the spoils of enjoyment. The thought of braised lion's head makes your saliva inadvertently trickle from the corner of your mouth. But in the next moment, your gaze inadvertently caught something, and suddenly, you found it hard to restrain yourself. Wait a moment, why is there a child here? In the desolate autumn, she is currently enduring the most despairing scene of her life. The confrontation between the black dragon and the golden lion fills her with trepidation. Even during her prime, she held little chance against these two monstrous beings. How much less so now, reduced to the stature of a child. All she could do was silently pray that she would not be caught in the aftermath of their fierce battle. In the chilling apprehension of a desolate autumn, the battle has finally drawn to a close. She has survived until the end, yet, before she could exhale in relief, her gaze met that of the black dragon. You gaze in astonishment at the solitary figure of the chilly autumn, lying on the ground, striving to diminish its presence. Look what I have stumbled upon here lies a human infant. The diversity of races within this forbidden realm is truly astounding. You have encountered avian creatures, beastly forms, and even entities resembling minerals, yet you have never laid eyes upon a single human. This, indeed, is the first living soul you have encountered since your traversal. Suddenly, it dawned upon you. If there are human offspring present, could there not also be others? With a powerful flap of your wings, your immense form soared into the sky, the sweeping gusts of wind nearly sweeping away the desolate autumn landscape beneath. Soaring through the skies, your crimson dragon eyes survey the surroundings, unabashedly revealing your curiosity towards the forbidden realm. Your audacious demeanor incites a wave of discontent among the formidable forces lurking in the shadows, who deem this black dragon to be an affront to the officials. Yet, in the end, no powerful entity chooses to intervene. Meanwhile, you reluctantly retract your gaze, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Is there no one else? Within your line of sight, the only other human presence is that solitary child on the ground. Where did this human infant emerge from? Could it have come from beyond the forbidden realm? Regardless of the origin of this little one, it certainly possesses an undeniable charm. Although you were initially reincarnated as a young dragon, it is essential to recognize that the physique of a young dragon far surpasses that of a human infant in strength. Moreover, their growth occurs at a significantly accelerated pace. This advantage has greatly contributed to your survival within this perilous and treacherous domain. However, this human infant is quite different. If nothing unforeseen occurs, it is likely that she would not survive even a single day in this forbidden realm. Yet, she is equally fortunate, for she has encountered herself. Having been drenched by the rain, you cannot bear to see this unfortunate little creature endure further suffering. With this thought in mind, you manipulate your wings and descend gracefully to the ground. As your immense body touches the earth, the moment your limbs make contact, the sheer weight causes the ground to tremble slightly, and your foreclaws sink gently into the surface. Once landed, you intend to observe this human infant up close, yet you forget that you are, in fact, a colossal dragon, especially after having just emerged from a fierce battle, your form still bearing traces of fresh snow and a menacing aura. The human infant gazed at you in a daze, utterly unresponsive, as if struck by a profound shock. Moments later, with a gentle closing of its eyes, it decisively succumbed to unconsciousness. Is this slumber, or have I been rendered unconscious by fright? You scratch your cheek with one claw, momentarily feeling a sense of bewilderment. However, one cannot deny that upon closer inspection, this little human infant possesses a certain charm. Its diminutive form is plump and fair, adorned with the characteristic chubbiness of infancy. The skin is a pristine and delicate white, reminiscent of egg whites, leaving a faint red imprint when gently pressed. Having reached this point, let us first partake in a meal. In this moment, you may not be entirely certain how to approach this little creature. Qian shifted his gaze towards the golden lion beside him, exhaling flames like a dragon, as a massive bonfire erupted before them. In the desolation of autumn, she felt as though she had succumbed to a nightmarish reverie, wherein she transformed into a mere 3-year-old child. Before me, a golden lion and a colossal dragon are engaged in a fierce battle. As the conflict reaches its climax, the dragon delivers a resounding blow, swiftly decapitating the golden lion. The severed head of the lion rolls across the ground, coming to a halt some distance away, resting before me. The most terrifying moment was when, at that very instant, the colossal dragon followed the trajectory of the lion's head, its crimson eyes gazing directly at me. The dream has come to an end. The desolate autumn awakens me, only to find that I'm still alive. Indeed, it was an absurd and terrifying dream. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. I find myself a tad hungry. As she relaxed, a sudden wave of hunger washed over her, accompanied by an alluring aroma wafting from her nostrils, reminiscent of someone grilling nearby. Tu Qingqiu awoke from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open. Before him blazed a cluster of crackling bonfire, its savory aroma wafting through the air. As he raised his gaze, the flickering tongues of flame danced like tiny figures in a joyful ballet, tantalizingly caressing the meat suspended above, teasingly coaxing the juices from the morsels, extracting the rich fat that transformed the fare into a more fragrant and succulent delight. The desolate autumn has left me feeling somewhat famished, momentarily causing me to forget the contemplation of my circumstances. Meanwhile, you notice that this human infant has awakened, gazing intently at the lion's head in your hand. You cannot help but chuckle, realizing that despite its small stature, this little creature is indeed quite the glutton. You observe that the lion's head appeared to be sufficiently roasted. Thus, you removed it from the fire and simultaneously offered it to the gluttonous cub, who eagerly took a couple of bites. In the tranquil autumn, she turned her gaze towards the direction from which the sound emanated. There, she beheld a colossal dragon, resembling a small mountain. Its enormous claws grasped a stout tree trunk, meticulously stripped of its branches. Atop this trunk, a roasted lion's head, golden and glistening, was extended towards her. The scene before me is truly astonishing. The desolate gaze of autumn momentarily leaves me in a state of bewilderment. Dreams are indeed real. I have genuinely transformed into a child. The colossal dragon and the golden lion are equally authentic. The golden lion has even been transformed into a roasted lion's head by the dragon. However, this colossal dragon appears to be somewhat lacking in intellect. Not only did it fail to devour itself, but it even brandished a grilled lion's head, inquiring if I wished to partake. It is utterly absurd. In the midst of autumn's clarity, one finds it utterly incomprehensible to grasp such a situation, leaving nothing but silence in response. Do you not enjoy eating? That shouldn't be the case. You believe your grilling skills are quite commendable. Lowering your head, you took a whiff, and it was rather fragrant. You waved the barbecued lion's head in front of the young human offspring. The swaying motion of the lion's head stirred a gentle breeze. This zephyr, imbued with a rich fragrance, wafted into the nostrils of Lung Qingqiu. She could not help but swallow hard, sensing her stomach begin to grumble once more. She undoubtedly delights in feasting. Yet, one must consider her current age. The eye of that lion's head is larger than her entire being. How could she possibly consume anything? One might wonder who the true predator is. Ha Qingqiu, in her helplessness, can only open her small mouth and outstretched hands, conveying through her actions to the formidable dragon before her that it is not a matter of appetite, but rather one of prohibition. Upon witnessing the scene, you extended a paw and deftly sliced a small piece of flesh from the lion's head, tossing it to the little creature across the way. Feast upon this, you beckoned. Although the desolate autumn leaves her perplexed regarding the thoughts swirling within the mind of the dragon, she acknowledges her profound hunger. She cannot afford to dwell on trivial matters any longer. Regardless of the dragon's intentions, she finds herself powerless to resist, constrained by her youthful form. Thus, given the circumstances, let us first partake in a meal. She clutches the small piece of meat you have carved away, and though it has been reduced in size, it still appears rather substantial for her petite frame. In the midst of autumn's trials, She clumsily grasped the meat and stuffed it in her mouth, indifferent to the way her small hands and face became slick with grease as she voraciously devoured it. Then, in the desolate autumn, she raised her head in silence, choosing not to make a move. In the realm of human despair, nothing is more profound than this. To be utterly famished, yet unable to indulge in the tantalizing barbecue that lies before her due to physical constraints. At that very moment, the colossal dragon seemed to perceive the predicament she was currently facing and, with a touch of concern, remarked, "Would you like me to assist you in pulverizing the meat? Your intention was to use my claws to render it more tender and palatable." Yet, in the ears of a desolate autumn, this conveys an entirely different sentiment. Some grandparents, upon witnessing their grandchildren struggle with difficult to swallow morsels, will first masticate the food themselves before offering it to them. At that moment, Lung Qingqiu found such behavior rather uncivilized. However, if a colossal dragon were to approach her with the intent to feed her, she would instantly feel a shiver run down her spine, uncertain if this creature had ever brushed its teeth. Suddenly, she became invigorated, embracing the meat with fervor, tearing at it with enthusiasm. In an instant, she devoured a substantial piece, chewing it with delight, while simultaneously raising her head to gesture to you, indicating that she was perfectly capable of managing without your assistance. Very well. This little creature exhibits quite a strong will. You shrugged your shoulders. It was evident that the little one was struggling somewhat with its meal. However, since she was determined, you found yourself pleased to save some effort. You began to eat as well. Neither you nor the dragon uttered a word, both immersed in your respective meals. She stuffed the last piece of meat into her mouth. The chilly autumn air embraced her as she cradled around, full belly. Unconcerned with appearances, she displayed a grand gesture of satisfaction. Never had she imagined that the grilling prowess of a colossal dragon could be so remarkable, truly rivaling that of the esteemed human barbecue masters. Certainly, if it were merely a matter of exquisite taste, it would not compel her to indulge to the point of excess. The primary allure lies in the formidable strength of the golden lion. Its body can indeed be regarded as a treasure, brimming with abundant nutrition and potent energy. For her, now transformed into a child and in urgent need of strength, it is indeed essential, and certainly not a result of gluttony. Beside you, the meal has also concluded. Lowering my gaze, I scrutinize this human offspring with my crimson dragon eyes. Little one, you can comprehend my words, can you not? Are you capable of speech? You are indeed a human, are you not? In response to your inquiry, I ponder in the stillness of autumn for a moment, ultimately opting for silence. Since this colossal dragon did not decisively reveal itself when it first became aware of its existence, at least for the time being, I can't consider myself safe in this current state of clarity. However, should her identity as the reincarnation of the Empress be revealed, the situation would undoubtedly change. One could not predict whether this colossal dragon might plunge her, the infant Empress, into the cradle of her future nemesis, the shark. Thus, Lung Qingqiu merely exhibited a look of bewilderment, her lips parting in silence, yet no sound escaped her mouth. Able to comprehend my thoughts, yet unable to articulate? You seem somewhat perplexed. This little one appears to be 2 or 3 years old. I did not expect that he would not be able to speak. It is because I have just witnessed the astonishing scene of myself battling the golden lion that my heart has raced 7 times in quick succession, rendering me momentarily speechless. I suppose you might not comprehend the phrase, it's quite troublesome. If you are willing to accompany me in my life from this point onward, please nod your head in agreement. If you disagree, simply shake your head. In the chill of autumn, the young head tilted slightly, bearing an expression of bewilderment. What had the dragon just uttered? That it desired to adopt him? Cold autumn felt certain that this world must have lost its sanity. Although she was aware that these formidable alien races and magical creatures possessed intellects comparable to that of humanity, Lung Qingqiu had never entertained the notion of coexisting peacefully with them. Because those alien races have never regarded humanity as their equals, but rather perceive them as an inferior species, this constitutes the fundamental conflict between the extraterrestrial beings and humankind. And now, astonishingly, a colossal dragon has expressed its desire to adopt her. Even as the Empress, unwavering in the face of calamity, she cannot help but reveal a countenance tinged with existential doubt, uttering a single syllable of bewilderment. Upon hearing this response, you raised a paw to scratch your head, momentarily perplexed by the meaning of this human offspring. Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. From now on, you shall accompany me. In the desolate autumn, Changtian intended to speak, yet suddenly realized that her current persona was one of silence. She could only swallow the remaining words back in her belly, her eyes wide open as she watched your dragon claws draw ever closer, ensnaring her within your grasp, before soaring into the sky. Having resolved to adopt this human infant, life henceforth could not remain as carefree as before. After a moment of contemplation, you ultimately chose a mountain range to serve as your future abode. Then, setting the little creature aside, under the astonished gaze of the human infant, it instantaneously transformed into an earthen dragon, and in the blink of an eye, a cave began to take shape. It turns out that the cave where the dragon resides was excavated in such a manner. The chill of autumn signifies yet another accumulation of useless knowledge. As she contemplates those wicked dragons transformed into earth dragons, greedily digging into the ground, the terrifying filter in her heart begins to shatter under the weight of the revelation. In the end, through your relentless efforts, a magnificent cave has been completed. Facing south, it boasts excellent lighting and a refreshing airflow. It can only be described as flawless. Suddenly, you feel that not studying civil engineering in your past life was an utter waste of potential. Subsequently, in order to prevent the delicate little feet of the young one from being harmed by the stones, you retrieved a carpet and laid it upon ground. One might wonder where this carpet originated. It is to the gratitude of the golden lion that we owe its presence. One can only assert that the golden lion is indeed a treasure in every aspect. When everything is finally tidied up, only then do you gently set down the chilly autumn. You softly nudge the little creature standing at the entrance, as if it were a timid and shy little being. This will be our home from now on. In the desolate autumn, her petite feet tread softly upon the lion's mane carpet. The plush sensation enveloped her, evoking a dreamlike reverie, momentarily rendering her lost in thought. In the desolate autumn, she is an orphan. Her parents had passed away before she could form any memories. She endures a solitary existence, never having experienced the warmth of a home. Subsequently, after ascending to the throne as Empress, despite possessing formidable power, the chasm between herself and others only widened. Humanity is invariably filled with reverence towards those who wield great strength, and the same holds true for the solitary autumn. They regard her with respect, yet simultaneously harbor a sense of fear towards this Empress. They follow in her wake, yet dare not draw too near. Thus, throughout the ages, Changtian has remained solitary, with no one ever venturing into the depths of her heart. She has always believed that, as an empress, she requires none of these trappings. An empress, by nature, embodies solitude and grandeur. Yet at this moment, gazing at the rugged cave before her, feeling the softness of the carpet beneath her feet, and noticing the great dragon beside her, still adorned with traces of dust, she reflects. In the heart of Changtian, an unexpected frailty took hold, as if she had suddenly become as slender as a mere 7. The warmth of home enveloped her, perhaps a consequence of enduring significant upheaval, leaving her spirit wounded. It could also be attributed to her transformation into a childlike state, marked by an overwhelming drowsiness. Before long, Changtian succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. You thoughtfully positioned yourself between her and the entrance, using your imposing frame to seal the opening, effectively blocking the cold winds that might sweep in from the night. You left only a slight gap for ventilation, yet feeling it insufficient, you meticulously cut a small piece from the pelt of the golden lion, crafting it into a diminutive quilt, just adequate to envelop the little creature. The onset of the desolate autumn evokes a profound sense of emotion. Despite its immense stature, the great dragon requires no blanket yet. It remains attentive to such minute details. Yet the temperature at night remains mild, with a great dragon shielding the gusts. The desolate autumn, wrapped in a quilt, feels not the slightest chill, and even exudes a hint of warmth. She yearns to lift the quilt for a breath of fresh air. Yet each time, she slightly unveils the cover, extending her tiny hands and feet for a touch of coolness. You have taken notice of her. You firmly pulled the blanket back over her. After several attempts to stretch again, one might assume that this human infant has a naturally poor sleeping posture. To prevent her from catching a chill, you even deliberately extended a claw to secure the blanket. The desolate autumn has rendered her utterly helpless. Enveloped in her warm cocoon, she gazes up at the ceiling, caught in a blend of laughter and tears. She understands that this dragon is merely concerned about her catching a chill. Yet the truth remains that she feels no coldness at all. In fact, she is rather warm. There exists a peculiar kind of cold, one that arises from father's worry for his child. The following morning, when Ling Qingqiu opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a colossal paw gently pressing down on the small blanket that covered her. The colossal dragon's body subtly undulates with each breath, yet that solitary claw remains utterly still, devoid of any movement. In the quiet autumn, she understood that it was to spare herself from hurt. Witnessing this scene, the resentment she harbored towards you for insistently covering her with a blanket last night dissipated in an instant. This dragon seems to be rather overly concerned for me. Cold autumn couldn't help but murmur inwardly, as if in complaint. Yet, a faint warmth blossomed within her heart. Just as she found herself momentarily lost in thought, her gaze slightly vacant, she suddenly noticed the colossal creature before her stirring to life. The immense stature of the colossal dragon, even with a mere lift of its head, evokes an overwhelming sensation akin to the earth-shattering collapse of a mountain. It feels as though a great peak is stirring right before one's eyes, delivering an extraordinarily potent visual impact. You tilt your head back, accustomed to the leisurely intention of stretching your body, releasing a growl akin to that of a fierce dragon. Yet, suddenly, you become aware, abruptly stifling your movements. Lowering your gaze, you realize that the little creature beside you is already awakened. Despite the considerable commotion, the little one remained utterly unfazed. Not a single cry escaped its lips, nor did it show any signs of distress. Instead, it widened its round, glistening eyes, gazing intently at itself. The delicate, rosy visage was simply enchanting. Witnessing such a scene upon arrival truly melted one's heart. You leaned in closer, striving to soften your voice. "How long have you been awake, little one? Are you hungry?" Initially, it was merely a casual remark, intended to bridge the gap between you and the little creature. You must realize that you are a dragon. Though to you, this dragon form appears majestic and imposing. To humanity, it is undeniably terrifying. The little one, not succumbing to tears and fear, is quite remarkable indeed. However, to one's surprise, this human infant actually responded to you. The little one, with its large, round, dark eyes, gazes intently at you. After a while, it nods its head slightly. You appear somewhat astonished, and then you promptly state, "If you are hungry, let us first rise and brush our teeth. Only after we have completed our dental hygiene shall we partake in breakfast." Good habits should be cultivated from a young age. The delightful little girl, Coco, should not have to face the prospect of her once pristine white teeth becoming yellowed and discolored in the future. For this purpose, you have thoughtfully prepared a toothbrush, one large and one small. The bristles, glimmering in a golden hue, gently sway under the sunlight, refracting beams of light that resemble a cascade of flowing golden sand. Here, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude once again to the Golden Lion. You bring the little one to a water source, handing her a small toothbrush while taking up a larger one for yourself. You gesture for her to follow your lead, instructing her to rinse her mouth with clean water before using the toothbrush. In the desolate autumn, Ling Qingqiu maintained a state of bewilderment throughout. With a perplexed expression, she accepted the toothbrush and gazed in astonishment at the dragon, which was standing upright, brushing its teeth with one of its forepaws while holding the toothbrush. She was momentarily taken aback, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be true? This dragon could actually brush its teeth. After brushing your teeth, you departed. You need to prepare breakfast for the little one. Previously, when you were solely responsible for yourself, you never adhered to a strict 3-meal routine. Your dietary habits were rather casual, only venturing out to hunt for food when hunger struck. However, now that you have a child to care for, such a laissez-faire approach can no longer suffice. Humans and dragons are distinctly different. They lack the formidable digestive system that dragons possess, which allows them to endure 3 years without sustenance. Conversely, humans, once they eat, can be overwhelmed for 3 years. This is particularly true for human offspring, whose gastrointestinal functions are notably delicate. Therefore, a regular regimen of 3 meals a day is essential. And at this moment, the quiet autumn has already completed her morning routine. She placed her toothbrush alongside your large toothbrush, evoking a unique sense of warmth. In the desolate autumn, she returned to her lair, still somewhat dazed. Her mind felt clouded, as if struggling to comprehend her surroundings. Could it be that this dragon had encountered others before, learning the art of tooth-brushing from them? If that were the case, it would imply the existence of other humans in this place. In the desolate autumn, a gaze sharpens. Yesterday, you brought her down from the heavens. At that moment, she took notice, realizing that the surroundings were utterly unfamiliar. Countless alien beings and creatures of magic filled the area, with not a single trace of human existence in sight. She had believed she had arrived in a realm inhabited solely by otherworldly beings. Yet, it now appeared that this notion might be flawed. Beyond her presence, there existed other humans in this place. Before she could ponder further, a sudden gust of wind wafted from outside the cave, rousing her from a reverie. "Little one, come to dine." The desolate autumn swiftly casts aside the speculations within her heart. Even if there are other humans present, what difference does it make? She is merely a child at this moment. Can she truly seek something more? Thus, it is prudent to first embrace the retreat of this colossal dragon. Recalling last night's sumptuous barbecue of lion's head meatballs, a chill autumn breeze evokes a salivary response, rendering my mouth awash with anticipation. In this vast universe, nothing surpasses the joy of a delightful meal. As Lung Qingqiu decisively emerged from the cave, a colossal dragon's silhouette loomed before her. With keen eyes, she discerned the shadow of food behind the dragon, resembling a whole roasted cow. The beef was roasted to perfection, its surface adorned with a resplendent golden hue, showcasing an exquisite glaze. Your body bears the marks of my artistry, etched in delicate lines. Through these intricate patterns, the cool autumn air reveals the interplay of sinew and fat, crafting a flawless tapestry. An alluring fragrance and the vibrant essence of snow-white flesh surge forth, as the elegance of your neck releases a captivating allure. The maple's embrace comforts the hunger that has lingered in the cool autumn night. Such a splendid diet. She possesses confidence. Her own abilities will undoubtedly improve swiftly. The little one immediately plans to rush over and embrace the cow to nibble on it. However, the chilly autumn tilts its head, revealing a syllable filled with curiosity. She could see the cow right before her eyes, yet she found herself unable to approach it. She stomped her little feet with all her might, only to realize that she was soaring into the air, helplessly watching as the cow drifted further away from her grasp. "Do not rush. First put this on, otherwise you might dirty your clothes again. Please return her to her original position." Then, I promptly retrieved a small golden-hued handkerchief, which I tied around the little one's neck. Yesterday, while the little creature was eating, it rendered its outfit utterly disheveled. In order to avert a repetition of past mistakes, I recall that in previous lives, children often donned a particular item during mealtime. It appears that this bib was fashioned from the luxurious fur of a golden lion. In the desolate autumn, you casually assist yourself in fastening the bib, even tugging at its edges with your claws to ensure a snug fit. This dragon truly perceives her as a mere 3-year-old. How absurd. She is, after all, an esteemed empress. How could she possibly be like those little children, getting messy all over while merely having a meal? In the desolate autumn, my heart remains unspoken. After fastening the bib, I yearn to seek the roasted whole cow. Yet I discover you have once again intercepted her. She cannot help but look up at the obstructing dragon, feeling somewhat exasperated. Her teeth have been brushed, the bib securely tied. What more does this dragon desire? Little one, this is not what you ought to consume. It is not appropriate for a child to indulge in barbecued fare so early in the morning. As you spoke, you made way, revealing the sustenance concealed on the other side. With a paw pointed, you declared, "This is mine. Your food is right here." In the serene autumn, a curious glance reveals a table hewn from a colossal tree, adorned with an array of delectable foods. The little one, perhaps too diminutive to reach it, finds a thoughtful chair provided for their comfort. However, why is everything here entirely vegetarian? The table is adorned with an abundance of food. clearly indicating the effort put forth by the preparer. Many dishes shimmer with a radiant glow, emitting an alluring aroma. Yet, without exception, all are devoid of meat, lacking any non-vegetarian options. Oh no, that's not right. Ling Xiao gazed at a cup nestled in the corner. If one were to consider this cup of hot milk as a savory dish, then it could be reluctantly deemed to possess a hint of richness. She turned her head to glance at the colossal dragon beside her, poised to indulge in a roasted whole cow. Her small face bore an expression devoid of emotion, as if silently questioning, if barbecuing in the morning is frowned upon, then why am I denied the pleasure while you partake? You miraculously comprehend the meaning conveyed through the gaze of the desolate autumn. Naturally, you respond because I am a dragon. The fragile stomachs of human infants are of no concern to an adult giant dragon. His appetite is insatiable. He could effortlessly digest even stones. Now, hasten to eat, lest the milk grows cold. The chilly autumn cast a fierce gaze upon the array of food laid out on the table, as if regarding a sworn enemy. With a countenance full of indignation, she began to eat with fervor. Her movements were bold yet somewhat unrefined, and her small mouth inadvertently caused a few drops of milk to spill during her drinking, leaving a ring of dairy residue beside her lips. The milk trickled down her chin, ultimately dripping on her bib. Look at you, so careless yet again. You shake your head disapprovingly from the sidelines. Just a moment ago, when you tied her bib, you wore an expression of discontent. In retrospect, it seems you indeed possessed foresight. Otherwise, you would have ended up with a mess all over your clothes, transforming into a patchwork of stains. Do refrain from moving about. Allow me to clean up. You delicately lift the bib with one paw, gently circling it around the little one's face, erasing the smudges that marred her visage. In the desolate autumn, she felt a sudden darkness envelop her vision. Her cheeks and features were distorted, as if being pulled in all directions. Her entire visage had become unrecognizable, and breathing became a struggle. In that moment, she emitted a heart-wrenching cry of despair. Her hands stretched forward, fingers outstretched, grasping at the emptiness around her. All 20 fingers, 10 from her hands and 10 from her feet, were elongated and rigid, reaching out in vain. After a prolonged period, the desolate autumn has finally regained its light. She breathes heavily, as if having endured a fierce battle for life. The air now feels remarkably fresh, and the sky is an exquisite shade of blue. It appears much cleaner this way. You gaze upon your masterpiece, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Do you intend to devour me? Does this dragon possess no tangible perception of the 9 quantities? The sudden force exerted was quite astonishing. Changtian's entire being was engulfed in terror. Her gaze towards the colossal dragon was filled with disbelief. She felt as though she was about to witness an extraordinary spectacle. She has suddenly come to realize a grave matter. Perhaps this dragon harbors no ill intentions towards her and genuinely wishes to adopt her, nurturing her as if she were its own child. However, the fundamental difference between their species remains. Caring for human offspring is inherently distinct from tending to a young dragon. This dragon evidently appears to be experiencing fatherhood for the very first time. Its various attributes are steeped in unreliability. To add to the complexity, it is solely responsible for nurturing its offspring, rather than sharing the burden with another dragon. One can only speculate that, at any moment, a careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Upon this realization, Lung Qingxiu was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of crisis. With this colossal dragon by her side, one might presume that other dangers could be disregarded. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this very dragon embodies an immense peril. No, this simply cannot be. She must urgently elevate her own strength. A grave expression settled upon Lung Qingxiu's face as she acutely recognized the significance of enhancing her abilities. It was not merely for the sake of confronting the dragon, but primarily for her own preservation. At the very least, she needed to ensure that she would not inadvertently fall victim to the whims of this erratic dragon parent. After finishing her meal, the solitary Chiu retreated into her den. Her heart was now brimming with an intense yearning for Shurjiu. Fortunately, although she no longer possessed the powers from her previous life, the Lionheart 9 Calamities visualization method required her to begin her cultivation anew. Yet, the experiences she had amassed were not forgotten. This time, As she practiced the Lionheart 9 Calamities visualization, she was determined to achieve swifter and greater strength than before. In the desolate autumn, she possesses this unwavering confidence, for it is a visualization technique she has meticulously crafted for herself, perfectly suited to her essence. Even if, in the future, all of humanity were to attain the ability to cultivate such skills, none would ever be able to match the harmony she has achieved. In the tranquil autumn, she gently closed her eyes, embarking on a journey of inner cultivation. She first allowed her consciousness to empty, then, within the vast sea of awareness, she sculpted a magnificent lion. The lion roared towards the heavens, its formidable presence undeniably commanding. The once serene expanse of consciousness surged with tumultuous waves, as if it sought to shatter the very firmament above. Simultaneously, the vital essence stored within her being began to stir rapidly, its energy coursing through her limbs and bones, fortifying her physique. In that moment, her body resonated with the fierce roar of the lion. She slowly opened her eyes, her large, distinctly dark orbs reflecting a hint of surprise intertwined with a touch of confusion. It was merely her first attempt at visualization, yet she had already successfully entered the realm of the 7th level. Such progress seemed astonishingly swift. Could it be attributed to the golden lion she consumed yesterday? If that were the case, it appeared that her cultivation speed might exceed her original expectations significantly. This unexpected discovery filled Lung Qingqiu's heart with immense delight, as if she could already envision herself achieving mastery in her cultivation and reclaiming her position as Empress. She imagined raising her hand to subdue that terrifying dragon. However, she was not one to forget her benefactor. She could never repay kindness with enmity. This dragon had nurtured her during her childhood, and after regaining her status as Empress, she would naturally fulfill her responsibilities by caring for it. Furthermore, she would ensure that all the deeds it had performed for her would be reciprocated in kind. Prepare for it a lavish vegan feast, while you indulge in a succulent roast beef, savoring each bite beside them, relishing the flavors that were once denied to you. Just at that moment, you walked in from outside, coincidentally witnessing the scene of a solitary autumn contemplation coming to an end. Instantly, a wave of familiarity washed over you. Why does this little one seem somewhat peculiar? You scrutinized the human infant with a hint of suspicion, sensing an unfamiliar aura emanating from them that felt distinct from before. Upon hearing these words, a sudden jolt coursed through Lung Qingqiu's heart. She had just envisioned the majestic lion master in her mind, and thus, her aura inevitably bore the influence of that imagery, infused with a trace of the Lion King's dominance, resembling a humanoid lion in its grandeur. Tu Qingqiu was filled with vexation. After her past life's diligent cultivation, she had attained the ability to freely control the influence of her visualization techniques. Such a situation, where her aura would leak uncontrollably, should not have occurred. Yet, she had forgotten that she had now reverted to the form of a child, lacking the mastery she once possessed. Could that colossal dragon have discovered us? Lung Qingqiu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the dragon might uncover her. Intense practice of a formidable visualization technique, and subsequently unveil her identity as the Empress. In truth, this is indeed an overestimation by the tranquil autumn. You do find this human infant's demeanor somewhat peculiar, yet you have not contemplated it in terms of perception, nor do you perceive it as akin to a majestic lion. It feels merely like a playful little kitten, devoid of any aura of majesty. Instead, it exudes a uniquely lively and endearing charm. Are you imitating that lion? In the desolate autumn, Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that this dragon had misconstrued the situation. However, the other party had conveniently provided her with a rationale. This, indeed, suited her intentions perfectly. Thus, she acquiesced with a nod. The little girl grasped the nearby quilt fashioned from the golden fur of a lion. With her limbs touching the ground, she enveloped her entire body within a luxurious covering. Occasionally, she tilted her head back, parting her small lips, attempting to produce a tender, melodious sound. Yet, as was often the case, no sound emerged. Remarkably, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a small lion. Indeed, it is so. You nodded in agreement. This is quite natural. Human infants possess an innate tendency to imitate. In his previous life, he too enjoyed draping himself in a blanket, wielding a stick as if it were a sword, emulating the heroes from television or other sources. The little girl, lacking a television to watch, could only mimic the golden lion from yesterday. In the tranquil autumn, I cast a discreet glance at the colossal dragon. A sigh of relief escapes my lips. Although a minor mishap has transpired, it can be deemed a blessing in disguise. At the very least, during my subsequent cultivation, I need not go to great lengths to conceal myself. After all, even if my presence were to be revealed, this dragon had already concocted a plausible explanation for me well in advance. After the crisis was averted, the composed and tranquil Chiu observed her current demeanor and attire, an inexplicable sense of shame washing over her. She, the illustrious Empress, though now reduced to the form of a child, still harbored the psyche of her imperial days mature and proud. Yet now she resembles a true child, draped in a blanket, crawling about like a lion on the floor. In her previous life, she never engaged in such childish antics during her early years. Changtian was born in the tumultuous aftermath of the cataclysm, during a period of profound societal upheaval. From a tender age, she navigated through various adversities, learning to fend for herself. Maturing unusually early, she was devoid of the carefree joys typically associated with childhood. Beiqinghan felt a slight flush on her cheeks, yet she simultaneously discovered that in this state, her practice of visualization was progressing at a pace remarkably swifter than before. Perhaps the method of visualization transcends mere thoughts within the mind. It also necessitates the body to engage in corresponding actions. Imitating the existence one envisions may yield far greater efficacy. In the solitude of autumn, a sense of contemplation envelopes her as she resolves to experiment once more. After all, apart from herself and the dragon, there are no other souls in this realm, leaving her untroubled by the prospect of being observed. Moreover, her current guise resembles that of a mere child of 2 or 3 years. In your gaze, the once rigid movements of the solitary autumn gradually find their rhythm. The actions become increasingly graceful, yet it is the subject of this imitation that leaves you somewhat dissatisfied. Clearly, you are right here. This human infant does not emulate you, but instead chooses to mimic the golden lion, the very creature he has vanquished and consumed. You shake your head, finding this truly to be a foolish human child, unable to discern between strength and weakness. In encountering oneself, one realizes that in a previous life, one was indeed a person. It is out of compassion that she was taken in otherwise. In this perilous forbidden realm, she would likely not survive for more than a few days. In the quiet of autumn, a sense of desolation echoed within, as if shaking its head in disbelief. It seemed rather unwise for this inexpensive dragon father to harbor no suspicion at all, casually adopting a daughter from a foreign race. For those not of one's own kind, their hearts are bound to differ, and one must understand the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. If it were someone else, encountering a treacherous wolf, it is likely that in their initial weakness, they would cling tightly to the retreat of this dragon. Once they have amassed a certain level of strength, they would then turn and strike at this dragon with ferocity. It is essential to understand that this is a magnificent dragon, adorned with materials of unparalleled rarity, capable of captivating the hearts of all. Each person and the dragon alike cannot help but shake their heads in disbelief, acknowledging that encountering one another is indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 8. Beiqinghan. The practice did not last long. Beiqinghan visualized for approximately an hour before concluding her meditation. Considering her body and mind were still in a phase of development, this was the most appropriate duration. She slowly opened her eyes, her large black and white irises reflecting a mix of surprise and confusion. It was astonishing that she had successfully entered the realm of meditation on her very first attempt. Such rapid progress seemed almost extraordinary. To ascend to the status of an empress, one must possess an indomitable will, but Beiqinghan's innate talent was also exceptional. According to her initial predictions, she believed she would require at least 3 attempts at the visualization technique to barely make any headway. This was, indeed, a remarkably frightening pace, especially considering that she had prior experience in cultivation and was the very creator of this visualization method, rendering her intimately familiar with it. It is worth noting that even as humanity has developed numerous visualization techniques, the complexity of this particular method undeniably ranks among the highest. Despite Beiqinghan openly sharing her cultivation insights, only a scant few have achieved success, and none have reached her level. Was it perhaps due to her consumption of the golden lion yesterday? Beiqinghan speculated. Visualization, after all, is not a mere exercise in fanciful thinking. Otherwise, those who indulge in daydreams would already be invincible. The more detailed and realistic the visualization, the more effective it becomes. If the essence of the visualization is perceived as being right before one's eyes, the results can be optimized. It is essential to remember that she had ingested the golden lion, and even the blankets she slept under and the garments she wore were crafted from its hide. Could there be a more vivid experience than this? In light of this, it appeared that her cultivation speed might exceed her original expectations significantly. This unexpected revelation filled Beiqinghan with delight. She could almost envision herself achieving mastery, reclaiming her position as Empress, and then raising her hand to subdue the fearsome dragon. However, she was not one to be ungrateful or to repay kindness with malice. The dragon had nurtured her during her youth, and once she ascended to her rightful place, she would dutifully care for it. Furthermore, she intended to reciprocate all that it had done for her. She would prepare a grand vegetarian feast, all the while savoring a roasted whole cow beside it, relishing the irony of having once been denied meat. At that moment, Changtian entered, catching sight of Beiqinghan concluding her visualization. Instantly, a familiar sensation washed over him. Why does this little one seem somewhat peculiar? Changtian scrutinized the human child, sensing a subtle difference in her aura. Awakened by his observation, Beiqinghan felt a jolt in her heart, having just visualized the lion. Her demeanor inevitably bore traces of its regal ferocity, resembling a humanoid lion. Beiqinghan felt a pang of frustration. After achieving considerable mastery in her previous life, she had gained the ability to freely control the influence of her visualization techniques, thus avoiding any leakage of her aura. However, she had forgotten that she was now in the form of a child, thus losing her prior control. Would that colossal dragon have detected her? Beiqinghan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the dragon might uncover her practice of a potent visualization technique, consequently revealing her identity as the Empress. In truth, Beiqinghan was overthinking. Changtian did indeed find the presence of this human cub somewhat peculiar, yet he did not associate it with the idea of visualization. Nor did he perceive it as a lion. Instead, he merely saw a little kitten, lively and endearing, devoid of any hint of regal authority. "Are you imitating that lion?" Changtian inquired. Beiqinghan was taken aback, only to realize that the dragon had misunderstood her intentions. However, since the dragon had already provided her with a justification, she found it to be quite fortuitous and nodded in agreement. The little girl picked up the blanket made from the golden lion's fur beside her, positioned herself on all fours, and enveloped her body within the blanket. Occasionally, she tilted her head back and attempted to emit a roar, though, as usual, no sound emerged. Strangely enough, she did resemble a small lion quite convincingly. Indeed, this was to be expected. Changtian nodded, recognizing the normalcy of the situation. Human cubs often have a tendency to imitate. In his own childhood, he too had enjoyed draping himself in blankets and wielding a stick as a sword, emulating the heroes he had seen on television. Yet, this little girl had no television to draw from, so she could only mimic the golden lion from yesterday. How fortunate it was that she had managed to deceive him. Beiqinghan, draped in the blanket and crawling on all fours like a small lion, stealthily glanced at the dragon, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Although an unexpected event had transpired, it could be seen as a blessing in disguise. At least now she would not need to deliberately hide during her training. After all, even if her true identity were to be exposed, the dragon had already concocted a plausible rationale for her. Once the crisis had passed, Beiqinghan, regaining her composure, surveyed her current actions and attire, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. As a dignified empress, despite her current form as a child, her mentality still reflected that of her imperial past, mature and proud. Yet here she was, resembling a genuine child, draped in a blanket and crawling on the ground like a lion. This was absurd. She had never engaged in such childish antics during her own childhood. Beiqinghan had been born in a time of great upheaval, when societal order was at its most chaotic, and she had navigated through various hardships from an early age. Having relied solely on herself, she had matured early and had never enjoyed the innocent joys of childhood. She felt a heat rising in her cheeks. Yet, she simultaneously discovered that in this state, her speed in practicing visualization techniques was significantly accelerated compared to before. Perhaps, the effectiveness of visualization lies not solely in mental contemplation but also in physically mimicking the entities being visualized. Beiqinghan pondered in her heart. She resolved to conduct another experiment. After all, apart from herself and the dragon, there was no one else present, and she had no fear of being observed. Furthermore, her current appearance was merely that of a 2- or 3-year-old child, regardless of how shameful the actions might seem for her original self. They appeared entirely reasonable for a 3-year-old. So she proceeded. Under Lu Changtian's watchful gaze, Beiqinghan, initially somewhat stiff in her movements, gradually became more engrossed in the act, her motions becoming increasingly fluid. However, the object of her imitation left Lu Changtian somewhat dissatisfied. He was right there. Why did this human cub choose to mimic him when she could just as easily imitate the golden lion he had vanquished and consumed? Chapter 9. The Name of the Little One. Ludi Giadana Gaya. Lu Changtian shook his head, deeming this human infant truly foolish, unable to discern strength from weakness. It was only due to encountering him that he, having once been human in a past life, could not bear to leave her to her fate. In this perilous forbidden land, she would likely not survive for long otherwise. Beiqinghan similarly shook her head inwardly, finding the dragon father's lack of caution rather alarming. For he had casually adopted an alien as his daughter. Those who were not of our kind must have different hearts. It was only because she had met him that she understood gratitude and loyalty. Were it another, one might encounter a treacherous wolf, who, in their initial weakness, would cling to the dragon's leg, only to later turn and slay the dragon once they gained strength. One must recognize that this was a dragon. The materials on its body were immensely precious, capable of captivating anyone's heart. The dragon's teeth and claws could be fashioned into weapons, its scales woven into armor, and its flesh used to concoct various elixirs to enhance oneself. In an era of great upheaval, what was once the most basic human virtue had transformed into something exceedingly rare. Some individuals, though appearing honest, would resort to any means for survival. It was not uncommon for a refugee, saved by a benefactor, to later plunge a blade into their chest. Not to mention that humans and alien races were inherently adversaries. Who could say how many of your kin had perished beneath their claws? Even if none had fallen today, the future remained uncertain. Thus, to slay you now could be deemed a preemptive measure, an act of safeguarding the populace. Such hypocrites excelled at justifying their actions, finding excuses for their behavior. In times of calamity, the question of whether humanity or life held greater importance was one Beiqinghan did not wish to debate. Yet, she was certain of her disdain for such a world and could never partake in such deeds. Consequently, she rose to power as the Empress, leading humankind in the eradication of alien beings, striving to forge an ideal world. Having strayed somewhat from the point, both the human and the dragon shook their heads, recognizing the fortuitous nature of their meeting. Gazing at the human infant rolling playfully on the ground, draped in a blanket, Lu Changtian recalled something and suddenly spoke. "Little one, come here." Though he reminded himself that Lu Changtian was merely a dragon, Beiqinghan felt her cheeks flush slightly under his intense gaze, experiencing a twinge of embarrassment. Upon hearing his voice, she exhaled in relief and scrambled to her feet, dragging the long blanket towards him, tilting her face upward with curiosity. "Look at you, rolling around until you're all sweaty, and yet you don't even feel the heat." Lu Changtian observed the delicate flush on the infant's pale face from her recent antics, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Without hesitation, he extended a claw and removed the blanket from her. Beiqinghan thought to herself, so this dragon is aware of warmth and cold, understanding that I might feel hot? Last night, you insisted on smothering me with the blanket, and I nearly suffocated from the heat. Beiqinghan was utterly speechless. "Come, let me help you wipe off some sweat," said the imposing dragon, seemingly intending to assist in drying her perspiration. This reminded her of breakfast that morning when the dragon nearly yanked her face off while attempting to clean it. A shiver ran down Beiqinghan's spine. She certainly did not wish to endure that suffocating sensation again. She quickly extended her hand in refusal. Alas, her slender arms were no match for the dragon's might, especially with those colossal claws. Lu Changtian completely disregarded her rejection and, with a tender touch, bestowed upon her a true experience of love's baptism. Gasping for breath, Beiqinghan's already large eyes widened further, sparkling with the joy of life. That was close. She had almost thought she was on the verge of death again. At that moment, Lu Changtian shifted to more serious matters. "Little one, we will be living together for quite some time, and it is rather inappropriate to keep calling you that. You must have a name." Still immersed in the joy of having survived, Beiqinghan turned her gaze toward the great dragon. Lu Changtian continued, "Of course, since you cannot speak, I shall have to name you. Names hold significant importance. To speak broadly, various forms of calligraphy utilize names as a medium. On a smaller scale, a name will accompany a child throughout their life, embodying the hopes and blessings of their parents. He paused to ponder. Let us not dwell on the surname. Simply repeat after me. The given name, however, is of utmost importance. As your father, I wish for your future to be filled with hope and warmth, shining brightly. I also hope your life will not be monotonous but rich in color, red, blue, silver, and all hues in between. Moreover, I desire for you to grow strong enough to thrive independently in this perilous world, even in my absence. Surprisingly, Beiqinghan noted how thoughtful this dragon father was. In truth, she had not given much thought to the matter. Her name was singular Beiqinghan. Everything else was merely a code name and did not hold significance. Yet, upon hearing the dragon's reflections, she unexpectedly recognized the depth of his consideration regarding her name, akin to that of a genuine father. This realization prompted Beiqinghan to regard the name with newfound importance, no longer simply as a label but as her second name, bestowed by her father. With a sense of anticipation and curiosity, she wondered what name this dragon would give her. In summary, your name shall be. At last, after recounting the profound journey and heartfelt blessings associated with this name, Changtian paused slightly. He lowered his gaze, meeting the little one's large, obsidian-like eyes. A smile spread across his face. Ludiga Danagaya. Beiqinghan? What? What did this dragon just say? Lu what? Initially attentive. Beiqinghan's mind abruptly short-circuited upon hearing this name. For a moment, he even forgot to ponder why a dragon would share a surname with certain humans. Lu Digadanagaya. Noticing the bewilderment in the little one's eyes, Lu Changtian surmised that perhaps the child was too young, and the name was rather lengthy and somewhat intricate, making it difficult to remember all at once. He kindly offered a reminder. As he had mentioned, this name encapsulates a father's earnest hopes and blessings for his child's future. The potential is boundless. This child's future is destined to shine brightly, with limitless prospects ahead. Chapter 10. Going out to find food for the little one. No, I am not truly a 3-year-old child. I certainly comprehend. Although I am unaware of the meaning behind the name Dija Danagaya, it sounds ominously peculiar, to say the least. Beiqinghan felt a deep-seated aversion towards this name. Lu Changtian chuckled. What do you think? If it suits you, just nod. If not, speak up and say, I believe the name Lu Dija Danagaya is unsuitable. Beiqinghan instantly adopted a disgruntled expression, feeling as though he was deliberately putting her in a difficult position. Why should it be so complicated to reject a name she disliked, when a mere nod would suffice if she liked it? Name. Look, the little girl is so flustered that she is actually speaking up. In truth, Beiqinghan was always capable of speaking. She had merely refrained out of caution. However, considering that she would have to bear this name in the future, she reasoned that perhaps she need not be overly cautious. Do you truly dislike it? Lu Changtian appeared genuinely surprised, believing his chosen name to be rather splendid, rich in meaning, and quite beloved by children. Shouldn't all children adore Ultraman? He had once contemplated changing his own name to Ludigia. Alas, his parents had vehemently opposed this notion, compelling him to relinquish that dream. He pressed on with a hint of reluctance. What about Lu Siluo? Or perhaps Lu Nikisizi? Beiqinghan. The first thing she noted was not that she had spoken, but rather that she disliked the name. Moreover, what on earth were Lu Siluo and Lu Nikisizi? What obsession did he have with these names? Beiqinghan found herself at a loss for words, but also somewhat relieved. It seemed she need not worry about this dragon father discovering any abnormalities. This fellow was utterly clueless. Beiqinghan resolutely shook her head. You say you dislike this name, but do you have one you prefer? Though he felt a twinge of disappointment at having his carefully chosen name rejected, Lu Changtian did not wish to be the kind of person he once despised. Thus, he graciously decided to allow the little one to express her own opinion. Of course, if she failed to provide one, well, then it would be out of her hands. Beiqinghan, disregarding everything else, nodded vigorously, fearing that if she hesitated even for a moment, this great dragon would truly bestow that absurd name upon her. If word got out, her illustrious reputation as an empress would be irrevocably tarnished. Is there really one? Lu Changtian looked on in mild astonishment as the little one scrambled to her feet and scampered into the cave. Moments later, she emerged once more, happily clutching a piece of clothing that trailed behind her. It was the garment she had worn when Lu Changtian first found her. Now cleaned after being soiled with grease the previous day, Beiqinghan dragged her garment before the magnificent dragon, pausing to place it gently upon the ground. She then lifted the hem, carefully spreading the fabric out before her, and finally, with her chubby fingers, pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the garment. With a sweet, childlike voice, she called out to Changtian, uttering the word name, following the direction of the little girl's finger. Changtian indeed discovered 3 characters embroidered in subtle patterns within the garment's lining, Beiqinghan. The delicate stitching was so discreet that it had eluded his notice until now. He turned his gaze to the small creature beside him. No, she should now be referred to as Beiqinghan. Is this your name? He inquired, with a vigorous nod. Beiqinghan affirmed Changtian's words, relieved to have inscribed her name within her clothing. Otherwise, she would have had no means to communicate with the dragon regarding her identity. Well, then, Changtian sighed, resigned to the fact that his chosen name had once again been cast aside. Let this be your formal name, while we shall devise a more endearing nickname for everyday use. Observing her fair and delicate complexion, he decided, let us call you Xiaobai. Changtian had heard in his past life that simple names often brought good fortune. Yet he felt it unjust to bestow upon this adorable little girl a name akin to Daxing or Taiju. After all, would she still have her dignity as she grew older? Thus, he casually chose a name that flowed easily from his tongue, as long as he remained. He vowed to ensure the little one would grow up healthy and happy. What dangers lurked? He would inquire before proceeding. Beiqinghan was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated an odd name from her dragon father, yet this time it was unexpectedly normal. Although the name Xiaobai bore a resemblance to calling a kitten or puppy, it was still passably acceptable. Thus, her name was settled. After finalizing the name, Changtian departed to gather provisions. He could not afford to search for food each morning only after awakening, as it would leave the little one hungry. With the naming of Xiaobai, a profound sense of responsibility blossomed within Changtian, a paternal duty. Before he left, he cast a barrier at the cave's entrance to shield Beiqinghan from external dangers, remaining vigilant about her well-being. He recalled how many parents had left their children at home while they went to work, often leading to perilous situations. Naturally, he could not allow such risks to linger. After completing these measures, Changtian urged the little one to behave and await his return. With a gentle flap of his wings, he took flight. Beiqinghan stood there, momentarily bewildered, gazing at the dragon that was gradually shrinking into a mere speck in the sky. A sudden warmth enveloped her heart, evoking a sense of home. In that moment, she felt an undeniable bond with the dragon, as if they were truly father and daughter. The dragon symbolizes the father who ventures out to provide for his child, while the child is left at home, watching the father's silhouette fade into the distance. Although she is unaware of her current whereabouts, she understands that the Forbidden Land is fraught with peril. There are indeed formidable foes, akin to the Golden Lion, capable of rivaling the dragon, if not surpassing it. The uncertainty of encountering danger looms large. It is only when she sees Changtian's figure disappear into the horizon that Beiqinghan withdraws her gaze. She purses her lips and murmurs to herself, perhaps I should focus on my cultivation. She aspires to grow stronger, and this time, her motivation has expanded. She desires to keep pace with her father, the dragon, ensuring that he no longer faces the treacherous hunt alone. Meanwhile, in Beiqinghan's eyes, Changtian is engaged in a perilous hunt. While soaring through the skies, he contemplates the dietary regimen for the little one. Xiaobai is in a rapid growth phase, necessitating a well-rounded intake of nutrients. Various fruits and vegetables must not be overlooked. He advises moderation in consuming greasy barbecues to avoid the risks of indigestion and obesity. A purely vegetarian diet is also inadequate. Eggs must be incorporated as well. In essence, the mantra is simple: consume more vegetables and less meat. Were Beiqinghan to be aware of this, she would likely cast her worries into the ether. Chapter 11. The Egg Stealer. In a certain area of the Forbidden Grounds, Changtian lay flat on the ground, his fierce dragon eyes fixated on a small white rabbit before him. It was not a formidable creature nor possessed any extraordinary traits. It was merely an ordinary little rabbit, albeit with a slightly distended belly. It was a common sight, even within the confines of the Forbidden Zone, where it served as sustenance for the weaker magical beasts. Generally speaking, Changtian would not pay heed to such insignificant creatures devoid of extraordinary abilities, for the essence of life they contained was far too meager. The energy gained from consuming it would scarcely surpass the energy expended in the act of consumption itself. Previously, he had mentioned that, considering the dietary needs of a child, he intended to have Beiqinghan adopt a primarily vegetarian diet. This little rabbit had been captured to assist in testing for toxins, having transformed into a colossal dragon. He had not indulged in a vegetarian diet for several days, and he was unfamiliar with the flora of the Forbidden Grounds, uncertain of inadvertently selecting a toxic specimen. Thus, he had no choice but to enlist a helper for the task. After numerous trials, this was the final one. Accompanying him was a gigantic creature, many times larger than himself, exuding an aura of terror, which had already frightened the rabbit into trembling uncontrollably, leaving it incapable of any semblance of resistance. Its limited intellect could not comprehend the situation, only realizing that this behemoth had suddenly appeared and captured it, offering food rather than consuming it. Despite having already eaten to the point of saturation, the food placed before it shimmered enticingly, emanating a delightful aroma that compelled it to part its three-petaled lips and stuff the food into its mouth. With the situation thus, it decided to indulge in its meal. Crunching. Changtian observed as the rabbit consumed the crystalline morsels, resembling grains of rice, one by one. After waiting for a considerable time and confirming that the creature exhibited no signs of poisoning or adverse reactions, he felt assured enough to incorporate it into the little one's diet. This rice appeared unblemished, white as jade. Thus he named it Jade Spirit Rice. Starry bright fruit. Silver thread grass, flowing cloud dew. Along with the current Jade Spirit Rice, he had essentially gathered a complete array of staples, vegetables, and fruits. Changtian gazed with satisfaction at his acquisitions. He had collected a substantial amount of each, including not only ripe fruits but also some young plants and seeds. He intended to take them back for planting, sparing himself the need to venture out each time. He still needed to find some poultry eggs. As Changtian pondered what suitable items to seek, a sharp cry suddenly echoed from afar. He raised his head and beheld the sky to the distance awash in crimson hues, the clouds appearing as if they were ablaze, painted in streaks of red. A large red bird soared through the scarlet clouds, its feathers flowing and lively, reminiscent of flames. As it flew, it left a trail of sparks in its wake. The crimson feather bird. Changtian instantly recognized the avian creature soaring above, among the myriad avian beasts within the forbidden realm. The crimson-feathered bird stands as a formidable entity, capable of summoning flames from the heavens to incinerate foes into ashes. The mature specimens of this species can effortlessly unleash torrents of fiery rain, evoking sheer terror. However, this alone would not sufficiently impress Changtian. The Forbidden Lands teem with powerful avian creatures, many of which surpass the crimson-feathered bird in strength. The true reason Changtian recognized this particular bird at a glance lies in its delectable eggs, which he fondly recalls. With a lick of his lips, Changtian reminisced about his humble beginnings. He was not always the formidable being he is today. Initially, he was but a fledgling dragon, unable to hunt magical beasts and relegated to foraging for bird eggs to sustain himself. The crimson-feathered bird had once been a source of sustenance for him. To this day, the memory of its exquisite eggs lingers in his mind, a testament to their superior culinary value. This evaluation comes from a dragon well-versed in the diverse cuisines of the Forbidden Realm, lending it considerable authority. As he pondered, Changtian realized he had yet to sample roasted crimson-feathered bird. He was curious about its flavor. Displaying a toothy grin, he felt a twinge of hunger. He acknowledged that his assessment of the crimson-feathered bird had been somewhat one-sided, having only tasted its eggs without experiencing the mature bird. Such negligence was unbecoming of a culinary dragon. Thus, Changtian resolved to rectify this oversight by evaluating roasted crimson-feathered bird today. First, he gathered his belongings and dug a pit, erecting a barrier to safeguard the food he had collected, ensuring it would not be scorched while he pursued the bird. These provisions were essential for his sustenance in the days to come. He also decided to rescue a small rabbit that had inadvertently assisted him by testing various poisons. Though it had not contributed directly, its efforts warranted a reprieve. Having completed these tasks, Changtian stealthily approached the direction of the crimson-feathered bird. The crimson-feathered bird is known for its irritable temperament, especially during the breeding season when its hostility peaks. It will incinerate any creature that dares approach its nest to protect its precious eggs. This particular bird, however, exhibited behavior beyond that of a typical crimson-feathered bird. It unleashed its innate abilities with reckless fervor, raining down crimson flames and indiscriminate attacks. The sky above twisted under the weight of the inferno, with torrential fire cascading from above, each ember carrying an alarming heat. It scorched solid rock, consumed trees, and transformed the surrounding landscape into a desolate expanse of charred earth, extinguishing all life within a 5-mile radius. Initially, this bird had not resorted to such extremes, attacking only those who encroached upon its nest. However, during its last nesting period, it had overlooked a patient adversary lurking in the shadows. Until the other egg-stealers lured the crimson feather bird away, they seized the fleeting opportunity to act in secret. Despite the fiery guardianship left by the crimson feather bird, they endured the searing flames and absconded with the precious egg. Upon realizing that the egg had been stolen, the crimson feather bird, filled with rage, summoned flames and pursued the thief relentlessly, yet the culprit managed to escape. Having learned from the previous experience, this time, as soon as the crimson featherbird laid its eggs, it enveloped the surrounding area in flames, thoroughly eliminating any potential threats. Indeed, it must be said that this strategy resulted in the demise of numerous creatures with malicious intentions towards the eggs. On the scorched earth lay several charred corpses of fierce beasts, which had not even been afforded the opportunity to flee under the onslaught of the crimson featherbird's flames. How temperamental this crimson featherbird is. Meanwhile, the true instigator of this chaos, Changtian, remained blissfully unaware, watching from a distance in astonishment. It must be acknowledged that had the earlier encountered crimson featherbird adopted such measures, he would have been utterly helpless. However, he was no longer the same individual he once was. Changtian boldly soared through the skies. The crimson featherbird, which had been soaring above, naturally detected this unwelcome visitor. In an instant, the crimson featherbird's eyes blazed with ferocity, akin to searing flames, and it let out a thunderous cry. Another egg thief. With its call, the flames surged forth, crashing towards Changtian like a tidal wave. Chapter 12. Must return safely. The blazing celestial fire painted a significant portion of the sky in a fiery shade of red, transforming the clouds into flowing flames. The crimson clouds were both beautiful and resplendent, with torrents of flames cascading down like waterfalls from the red haze, as if to cleanse the world of its impurities. Amidst the fiery clouds, two figures traversed through the flames. One was a magnificent red bird, adorned with feathers that seemed to flow like fire. Its wings resembled two plumes of crimson mist, surrounded by countless swirling flames that formed fiery avians around it. The other figure was a colossal dragon, cloaked in a pitch-black hue, soaring through the air, bravely confronting the flames that had stained half the sky. This was the scene that Beiqinghan beheld. She had been alone at home, diligently practicing her visualization techniques, and she had subconsciously begun to refer to this place as home. As she meditated, thoughts of Changtian's solitary silhouette emerged, stirring an inexplicable unrest within her. During her contemplation, her focus wavered, her mind a tumult of emotions. Just then, a piercing cry filled with boundless fury echoed, seemingly intent on incinerating the world. What was that sound? Had a ferocious avian beast appeared? A pang of anxiety gripped Beiqinghan's heart. The clarity of the distant cry suggested a formidable presence. This was indeed a mysterious realm, teeming with not only dragons and golden lions, each one a powerful entity in its own right. Her thoughts drifted to the dragon who had ventured out in search of sustenance, and an uncontrollable worry began to swell within her. Could my unpredictable dragon father be in danger? The mere thought of her father, who had ventured out for her sake, possibly facing peril, rendered Beiqinghan incapable of remaining seated. She had to venture out and ascertain the situation. Her mind would not be at ease otherwise. With determination, Beiqinghan sprang to her feet, her delicate, pale feet bare against the soft carpet. Her rounded toes touched the plush ground as she scampered towards the cave's entrance. Before she reached the opening, she noticed the sky in the distance tinged with red. Upon finally glimpsing the outside world, her eyes widened in astonishment. In the far reaches of her vision, a small section of the sky was engulfed in flames, and a divine bird of fire, akin to a sovereign amidst the flames, basked in its fiery embrace. Opposite it loomed a colossal, ebony dragon. Despite the dragon's impressive size, it appeared diminutive in comparison to the inferno illuminating half the sky. Witnessing this spectacle nearly took Beiqinghan's breath away. Wait, that magnificent bird bathed in flames. It was the crimson featherbird. A sense of urgency surged within her. She had encountered the crimson featherbird before, or rather, she had seen records of it. During the mid-phase of the calamity, various formidable alien beasts emerged, and one of them was the crimson featherbird. It wielded fire, delivering devastating blows to humanity from the skies. As soon as the crimson feathered bird appeared, it incinerated a survivor base of humanity, resulting in tremendous casualties. Subsequently, it manifested multiple times, posing a significant threat to humanity. It was only after incurring immense losses that humanity managed to eradicate it. The crimson-feathered bird before them now appeared even larger than the one recorded that had slain a vast number of human warriors. Its power was beyond question. It was undoubtedly another regal beast, perhaps even surpassing that tier. Could he possibly contend with this crimson-feathered bird? Beiqinghan's heart was in turmoil. Though she held confidence in Changtian's strength, and the golden lion he had slain before her seemed formidable, the fearsome reputation of the crimson-feathered bird weighed heavily upon her. The spectacle of heavenly fire and dragon in contrast was overwhelmingly shocking. Before the vast expanse of red-hued flames, the solitary dragon resembled a lone boat in the ocean, perilously close to being engulfed by the waves. This left Beiqinghan utterly unable to ascertain the situation. She attempted to draw closer for a better view, but the barrier erected by Changtian thwarted her advance. She could only widen her eyes, striving to discern the battle between the two. Alas, before long, even this became impossible, as both Changtian and the crimson-feathered bird were swallowed by the swirling fire clouds, revealing only fleeting glimpses of their forms. Beiqinghan was forced to relinquish her efforts, pondering instead what on earth was transpiring. Why was he engaged in combat with that crimson-feathered bird? Could it possibly be for me? After much contemplation, this was the only conclusion she could arrive at. Changtian had ventured out in search of food, yet returned empty-handed, only to be seen battling the crimson-feathered bird. Something must have transpired during this endeavor. Perhaps he had unwittingly trespassed into the territory of the crimson-feathered bird while foraging for sustenance. She recalled that the records indicated this beast possessed an exceptionally strong territorial instinct. It could also have been incited by some other matter, provoking the crimson-feathered bird into conflict. Ultimately, it all stemmed from her. Beiqinghan pressed her lips together, her head bowed, half of her face shrouded in shadow, her gaze fluctuating intensely. An inexplicable emotion welled up within her. Despite having grown accustomed to hunger, and believing that enduring one more bout of it would be inconsequential, she thought, what a foolish dragon father. Beiqinghan once again lifted her gaze towards the distant crimson clouds. The blazing flames obscured her vision, yet they could not hinder her resolve. Her hands clenched nervously before her. The Empress had never sought the aid of ethereal deities. To her, such an act seemed utterly ludicrous. If deities truly existed, would they allow such aberrations to unfold, with ferocious beasts running rampant? And if they were aware of such occurrences yet remained indifferent, then they were certainly unworthy of worship. Thus, one must rely solely on oneself. Yet now, the Empress, who had never petitioned the divine, found herself praying for the safety of that black dragon. Please return safely. Meanwhile, amidst the clouds, in the frigid imagination of Beiqing, Changtian was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the vermilion bird. He was luxuriating in a hot bath. Oh, no, rather a searing blaze. The temperature of the water was quite suitable for a bath. Changtian blissfully narrowed his eyes, allowing the flames beside him to scorch his skin. The roaring flames flowed over the giant dragon's body like a river, the searing tongues of fire licking at its scales, yet leaving not the slightest trace of char. The ebony scales remained as ever, dark enough to seem capable of swallowing light itself. Caw! The vermilion bird shrieked, its eyes seemingly ablaze. The flowing flames behind it took form, transforming into a colossal fiery avian creature. The vermilion bird nestled in the heart of the flaming giant, charging fiercely toward the dragon. Changtian, however, was unyielding, delivering a swift slap. In that instant, it was as if a mountain had descended from the heavens. The air fell silent, and amidst the crimson clouds, a void appeared. The fiery giant bird was obliterated by Changtian's strike, exploding in a brilliant display of flames that cascaded down like divine light upon the earth. The vermilion bird, too, was rendered unconscious by Changtian's blow, its neck firmly grasped in his hand. Chapter 13. The first utterance of Father in the frigid north. The abode of the crimson-feathered bird is situated within the caldera of a dormant volcano, which harbors a lake of molten lava. Within the depths of the crater, viscous magma flows, exhibiting a deep crimson hue, continuously bubbling and forming magma bubbles that erupt with a resounding pop, splattering lava against the surrounding stone walls. The searing heat distorts the very air, creating a wavering mirage. At the center of the magma lake lies a colossal stone platform, resembling an isolated island amidst the molten expanse. Upon this platform rests a natural nest, painstakingly constructed from rocks, with an additional layer of the bird's own feathers, which sway gracefully in the warm breeze, reminiscent of flickering flames. Nestled within this fiery embrace lies a solitary egg, for the crimson-feathered bird lays but one egg during each breeding season, deftly circumventing the myriad complications that may arise from multiple offspring. The egg's surface glows with a delicate red tint, its core radiating warmth. Coupled with the insulative properties of the fiery feathers and the surrounding magma, the egg remains in an environment of elevated temperatures, ostensibly to expedite the hatching process. However, Changtian perceived it differently. He simply found the egg exceptionally convenient for consumption, requiring no preparation whatsoever. The egg, warmed by the flames and magma, possessed a comforting warmth and a hint of a molten cinder, rendering it quite delectable. Without hesitation, Changtian collected both the nest and the egg, intending to provide the little one with fresh sustenance. After completing this task, he finally extracted the crimson-feathered bird, which he had inadvertently slain with a single strike. Considering that the little creature's diet would primarily consist of plant matter, he deemed it inappropriate to indulge in meat in its presence, lest it foster a sense of imbalance. Thus, the considerate Changtian resolved to consume the bird before returning. His movements were deft and practiced, indicative of repeated experience. He swiftly plucked the feathers and bled the creature, even rinsing it in the magma pool. The temperature of the lava, for the crimson-feathered bird, was akin to a soothing bath. Subsequently, Changtian found a branch and skewered the bird, placing it over the flames to commence the roasting process. It is worth mentioning that the flames employed for the barbecue originated from the crimson-feathered bird itself, exemplifying a true commitment to minimizing waste and utilizing resources to their fullest. It must be noted that while the firepower of the crimson-feathered bird was modest, its flames proved exceptional for roasting. The shared essence of the flames rendered the meat exquisitely cooked, fully awakening its aroma, requiring no additional seasonings. Changtian relished the feast, adding another entry to the tasting record of the crimson-feathered bird, noting that roasting with its own flames enhanced the flavor remarkably. Having consumed the bird completely, Changtian discarded the remaining bones into the lava pool for disposal and took to the skies, returning to his previous resting place. Upon unearthing the provisions he had left behind, he discovered the little rabbit, which, in its panic, had assumed it was facing its demise, lying on its back, limbs thrashing. Changtian flew back. In the cavern, Beiqinghan awaited with bated breath. The composure cultivated during her reign as Empress, akin to the unflinching demeanor of a mountain facing collapse, seemed to have vanished without a trace. The mere thought of her father, the Dragon Lord, battling the crimson-feathered bird outside, uncertain of his fate, rendered her unable to maintain her tranquility. She felt like a genuine child, anxious for her father's safety. Within the cave, she paced restlessly, her gaze constantly fixed on the distant horizon, yearning to catch a glimpse of that beloved figure. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled outside, followed by the sound of a tremendous object crashing to the ground. A flicker of joy ignited in Beiqinghan's eyes as she hurried towards the cave entrance. In the distance, she spotted that familiar black silhouette. The imposing figure loomed before her like a small mountain, prompting Beiqinghan to call out urgently, "Father! Daddy!" As Changtian returned, he dispelled the enchantments guarding the cave's entrance. Before he could greet the little one, she darted out from within. He smiled, preparing to speak, but was interrupted by her enthusiastic exclamation, "Daddy!" At that moment, Changtian's dragon form quivered, his eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and delight. The little one had uttered her first words, calling him daddy. An overwhelming sense of fulfillment surged within him, filling his heart to the brim. As a caregiver, witnessing his child stumble towards him and hearing her call him daddy was an indescribable satisfaction, surpassing all achievements. Changtian paid no mind to the anxious expression of his little one. After all, she was still quite young. What could possibly frighten her while waiting alone at home? A smile, reminiscent of a doting father, spread across his face as he responded, "Yes, Daddy is back." He extended his arms to catch Beiqinghan, his enormous hands cradling her, as if she were a precious treasure, careful not to let her slip away. Bringing her before his eyes, he softened his voice. "Did you miss Daddy?" "Daddy, the big bird." Beiqinghan flailed her tiny arms, struggling to articulate her thoughts with fragmented words and animated gestures. Changtian paused, questioning, "Did you see me fighting that crimson-feathered bird?" She nodded, her worried gaze scanning Changtian for any signs of injury. A warm feeling blossomed in his heart. It seemed the little one genuinely cared for him. Perhaps she had been concerned for his safety since he had left. This affirmed his significant place in her heart. His efforts in raising her had not been in vain. Meeting Beiqinghan's anxious gaze, Changtian smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. That big bird was quite weak. Not a match for Daddy at all. I didn't even sustain a scratch." He spoke the truth. The crimson-feathered bird was indeed no match for him. Had he known that the little creature was so concerned for its own safety at home, he would have spared no thought for playful banter and instead struck it down with a single blow. Returning home earlier to accompany the little one seemed imperative. Deception. Beiqinghan pressed her lips together, convinced that Changtian was fabricating a tale to assuage her worries. Despite the exterior appearance of the dragon seemingly unscathed, not even a scale marred, She keenly observed a smoldering feather lodged in the crevices of its scales beneath its left forelimb. The other party remained oblivious. It was a feather from the crimson-feathered bird. Beiqinghan lowered her head slightly, envisioning a fierce struggle in her mind, culminating in her dragon father being relentlessly pursued and fleeing in disarray. That feather must have been left behind during that encounter. Her emotions surged tumultuously within her. However, unbeknownst to her, that scale had inadvertently adhered to Changtian while he was plucking feathers from the crimson-feathered bird for a barbecue. Chapter 14. Beiqinghan. I am but a child. Help me cool my meal. Noticing the small child appeared somewhat despondent and lacking in enthusiasm, Changtian retrieved an object from behind him. What is this? Beiqinghan inquired, her gaze drawn to a bird's nest. The nest, constructed from vibrant red feathers, resembled a flickering flame, within which lay a solitary egg. Upon observing the feathers swaying gently like flowing fire, Beiqinghan's heart already began to grasp the significance of this object. Changtian's subsequent words confirmed her thoughts. It's the egg of the scarlet-feathered bird. Little Bai is at a crucial stage of growth and requires nourishment. You shall eat this egg, he proclaimed, gently pressing the egg into her embrace. The egg was substantial, cradled in her arms like an oversized cushion. Beiqinghan tightened her hold on the egg, savoring its warmth and weight. She bit her lip, remaining silent, her heart quietly lamenting. So it is indeed as I surmised. In that moment, she vividly constructed the tale in her mind. To ensure her own proper nourishment during this developmental phase, the foolish dragon father had targeted the egg of the scarlet-feathered bird. However, he was inadvertently discovered by the rightful owner, whose furious wrath led to an immediate attack. Yet, in his determination to procure the egg, this foolish dragon father persisted, undeterred by the bird's fury, and fled while enduring the onslaught. She envisioned a scene, the dragon father clutching the newly acquired egg, frantically fleeing as the enraged scarlet-feathered bird unleashed a torrent of flames in pursuit. The feather that adorned him must have been left behind during that chaotic encounter. The weight of the egg in her arms felt increasingly burdensome. As for why the scarlet-feathered bird ultimately relented in its pursuit, Beiqinghan speculated it must have lost track of him. It was unlikely that the dragon father had vanquished the bird. Given her understanding of the dragon father, had the scarlet-feathered bird truly perished at his hands, he would undoubtedly have returned with its remains as sustenance. Since it was not present now, it likely meant the bird had survived. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Changtian observed the child's lack of response and felt perplexed. It was unexpected. After all, this little one had relished the barbecue before. Was it possible she did not enjoy eggs? No. Beiqinghan vigorously shook her little face, her vision blurring with tears. How could she not cherish the egg that the dragon father had risked so much to bring back, having evaded a fiery pursuit? She looked up at the mighty dragon and earnestly declared, I like the egg. Who was Changtian? He could certainly discern the trace of insincerity in the child's eyes. Her words were nearly accompanied by tears. It seems that this little one genuinely dislikes eggs, yet out of consideration, does not wish to disappoint, thus feigning enjoyment. This revelation profoundly moved him. What a thoughtful and obedient child. Initially, he had intended to insist that even if the child did not like them, she must consume them for the sake of a balanced diet. However, Changtian's perspective shifted. No need to force it. If you dislike eggs, we shall forego them. I have prepared other delights for you. With a grand gesture, Changtian summoned a veritable feast before him. Staples, vegetables, fruits, an abundant array. Yet, without exception, all were vegetarian. Changtian piled the various foods into a small mountain and remarked, Did you not relish the vegetables this morning? I prepared a little extra for you. They are all quite nutritious. Come, indulge. Beiqinghan gazed at the mound of food, devoid of any meat, and her earlier melancholy dissipated instantly. See you bye. Come enjoy these delights you love. If you do not fancy the eggs, let them be. As he spoke, Changtian beckoned Beiqinghan, intending to claim the unwanted eggs for himself. However, a sudden realization struck him. Where had the little one gone? Astonished, he discovered that Beiqinghan had mysteriously dashed to a nearby boulder, clutching a red-feathered bird egg and forcefully attempting to smash it against the stone. This child Changtian shook his head in exasperation. Such was the impulsive nature of youth. Well then, with those little arms and legs, you want to break that egg. Allow me to assist you. As he approached, he gently took the egg from her hands and proceeded to prepare it. Breathing forth dragon fire, he roasted the red-feathered bird egg, drawing inspiration from the previous grilling method employed with the red-feathered bird's flame. Lu Changtian made subtle adjustments to the characteristics of the dragon fire, resulting in a uniquely delightful flavor. Beiqinghan watched intently, her wide eyes fixed upon the egg, fearful that Lu Changtian might consume it in one bite. Once prepared, she could hardly contain herself and took a hearty bite. Those familiar with eggs know that the heat is trapped within after cooking, making them quite easy to burn oneself. Beiqinghan experienced this firsthand upon biting down. She was scalded by the steam escaping from within, as if the egg had bitten her back. She instinctively opened her mouth, gasping for air, producing a series of huffing sounds in an attempt to cool the egg in her mouth. "Slow down, no one is competing with you. Let me help you cool it," Lu Changtian said, finding her adorable as she stubbornly refused to spit out the egg despite the discomfort. With a gentle smile, he leaned closer, his mouth open, and exhaled a breath. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing wisps of steam and carrying away the excess heat trapped within the egg. "There, you may eat now." Lu Changtian blew on the food several times until it reached a temperature that was no longer scalding, before addressing Beiqinghan. Beiqinghan nodded slightly, bowing her head in silence as she began to eat from the small egg. Some human couples, while dining, would blow on each other's hot food to cool it down. At that time, Beiqinghan found this behavior quite incomprehensible. She thought, being adults, couldn't they simply blow on their own food? However, now she felt completely justified in relishing the assistance. After all, she was only 3 years old. Was there anything wrong with needing someone to cool her food? Absolutely not. As for hygiene concerns, this dragon had just breathed fire moments ago, and that was hardly an issue. Thus, Beiqinghan continued to eat, and indeed, one could not deny that this dragon father possessed remarkable grilling skills. Chapter 15. The enrichment of parenting experience, although he had not witnessed it firsthand. The image of the little one rushing towards him with an anxious expression upon his return left a profound impression on Lu Changtian. Surely, during his absence, the little one must have felt a deep-seated fear. After all, alone in this perilous world, with only Dragon Daddy as a source of support now absent, he would have endured both solitude and the anxiety for his own safety. Thus, it was only natural for the little one to be so excited upon seeing him return. In light of this, Lu Changtian chose to remain at home for the next few days. On one hand, it was to soothe the frightened heart of the little one, and on the other, it was to further deepen the bond with Beiqinghan. When he returned, the little one had excitedly called him daddy for the first time, which brought Lu Changtian immense joy. Following that, he attempted repeatedly to coax the little one into calling him daddy again, yet his efforts were in vain. How could Beiqinghan utter such a term? Initially, it was a moment of unrestrained emotion, driven by concern for the dragon's safety. Now, without the urgency of that situation, how could she, as an esteemed empress, bring herself to call a dragon daddy? It would be utterly embarrassing. Thus, no matter how much the dragon tried to entice her with words, Beiqinghan remained resolute in her silence. Often, the words were almost on the tip of her tongue, only to be swallowed back down. Nevertheless, Lu Changtian did not feel disheartened by this. After all, every beginning is difficult. He had already overcome the hardest step. He believed the little one was simply too shy to articulate the term. Once they became more familiar and their bond deepened, calling him daddy would surely come more easily. For the past few days, Lu Changtian had been accompanying the little girl in play, nurturing their relationship. Today was no different. The pair, one human and one dragon, were engaged in a game. The premise of the game was simple. Lu Changtian had crafted a frisbee out of wood, tossing it for Beiqinghan to retrieve. Yes, you guessed it right. It resembled the classic game of fetch one might play with a dog at the park. Beiqinghan thought the same. She suspected that the dragon did not see her as a daughter, but rather as a pet. Whoosh! The frisbee sailed through the air, tracing an arc before landing not far ahead. Considering the little one's stamina, Lu Changtian had not thrown it too far. After all, he could send it from one mountain to another if he wished. He called out, "Xiaobai, hurry, go fetch the frisbee." Beiqinghan. Damn it. With such a nickname, it increasingly felt like she was being treated as a dog. Reluctant to acknowledge the dragon, she nevertheless found her feet moving towards the frisbee. Compelled by instinct. Let us switch it up. This time, Xiaobai, you throw it and let me fetch. Lu Changtian said with great enthusiasm. The most crucial aspect of playing games with young children is to ensure that one does not focus solely on their own enjoyment. It is essential to provide the little ones with ample opportunities for participation and experience. Occasionally, they should also be allowed to take the lead. The aforementioned insights were gleaned from Lu Changtian's readings in his past life, yet he had never put them into practice. As the roles shifted, Beiqinghan's expression grew serious. Was it not just moments ago that this dragon had been parading her around like a pet dog? Now it was her turn to take charge. Upon witnessing this scene, Changtian could not suppress his laughter. Huh, Little White has also become serious. Beiqinghan remained silent, standing her ground. Her gaze fixed intently in one direction. She grasped the frisbee with one hand, and, with a decisive flick of her wrist, sent it soaring. The frisbee traced an arc through the air, landing nearby with a crisp thud. Plop! Both the young girl and the dragon fell into a sudden silence. The atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Beiqinghan's countenance grew somber, and she could not help but lower her gaze to her chubby little hands. Her 5 fingers opened and closed, a poignant reminder of her still developing body. Her short arms and legs made it quite the challenge to throw far. Ahem. Observing the little one's crestfallen expression, as if on the brink of tears, Changtian hastily made a sound to capture her attention, interrupting the moment. All right. It seems Little White is feeling a bit tired. Let us conclude today's playtime here. Time for a break. As he spoke, he led by example, lying down to rest while discreetly monitoring the little one's reactions to prevent any tears from spilling. A dignified empress like Beiqinghan would never shed tears over such a trivial matter. She had merely felt a moment of lamentation over her own weakness, realizing that even a small act of retaliation against the dragon's mischievousness was beyond her reach. Yet, seeing him lying on the ground, peeking at her with a somewhat clumsy and endearing demeanor, she could not help but break into laughter. Changtian relaxed. His intervention had proven effective. Although he had never experienced fatherhood, he felt his parenting skills were gradually becoming more refined. Beiqinghan closed her eyes, silently beginning her visualization practice in her mind. In recent days, she had discovered that during visualization, it was not necessary to mimic a lion crawling on the ground. As long as her movements bore some resemblance to the creature, it sufficed. For instance, at this moment, she was imitating a lion resting on the ground. This little one. Changtian shook his head in disbelief. At such a tender age, she preferred lying down to rest, unfazed by the prospect of pressing against something. It was almost possible to foresee the grim scenes that awaited in the future. The image of the lion in his mind grew increasingly vivid, every strand of its mane distinct, swaying gently in the air, as if it could spring to life at any moment. However, Beiqinghan sensed something amiss with the lion she had conjured this time. Though its exterior remained unchanged, it seemed to lack the previously exuded air of disdain toward everything. Particularly evident in the visualization of the lion's roar directed skyward, once filled with an aura of invincibility that could tear asunder the heavens. There now flickers a hint of an unfamiliar emotion within those once proud eyes. It is as though something from above has instilled a sense of vigilance and apprehension within the mighty lion. Accompanying this transformation, the once complete vision now appears fragmented, lacking a certain essence, rendering it imperfect. Within the realm of consciousness, Beiqinghan, alongside the lion, lifts his gaze towards the sky shrouded in ominous clouds. Sensing an oppressive atmosphere akin to a tempest brewing on the horizon, it feels as if a terrifying beast lies concealed within, poised to descend from the heavens. This familiar scene suddenly ignites a revelation within Beiqinghan. Indeed, this is the very image I beheld upon opening my eyes that fateful day. The vision I conjured this time is influenced by that golden lion from that day, affected by the dragon that descended from the sky and claimed its life. What lurks within those clouds is a dragon. Chapter 16. The true visualization technique of Beiqinghan. If there exists a scene that has left an indelible impression on Beiqinghan's life, it would undoubtedly be the moment she first opened her eyes as a child, beholding a magnificent spectacle. There, before her, stood a lion, resplendent in golden light, as if forged from pure gold. In stark contrast, a colossal dragon descended from the heavens, its overwhelming presence overpowering the golden lion, ultimately roasting and consuming it. This vivid image etched itself deeply into her heart, leaving a profound impact. Consequently, when she later engaged in her visualization practice, the lion she conjured in her mind instinctively drew closer to the image of that golden beast. What Beiqinghan failed to realize was that, although she initially did not include the dragon in her visualization, it inadvertently influenced her perception. The golden lion in her mind was not merely roaring towards the heavens. It was, in fact, on guard against a certain entity above, namely, the dragon itself. Upon grasping this realization, the oppressive shadows in her consciousness, which had cast a heavy gloom, suddenly began to disperse. It was as if an unseen force had torn through the darkness, creating a fissure that seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. From this chasm, a pitch-black dragon claw emerged, and its mere presence made Beiqinghan feel as if her very soul was ensnared within its grasp, sending a jolt of awareness through her being. In response, the lion in her visualization instinctively lowered its body, its limbs firmly planted on the ground. As it unleashed a defiant roar towards the sky, the imagery of the lion quivered violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Beiqinghan recognized that her current capabilities were inadequate to fully manifest the dragon in her mind, which had led to this tumultuous reaction. She promptly ceased her attempts to complete the visualization of the dragon, managing to stabilize her focus. At that moment, the visualization underwent a transformative shift. The golden lion remained grounded, yet its demeanor and essence had altered. It now stood vigilant against the sky. Above, a dark dragon claw extended from the rift, seemingly poised to seize the golden lion in a single grasp. It no longer seemed appropriate to refer to this as the Lionheart 9 Calamities visualization. Perhaps it should be called the Dragon Visualization or the Demon Dragon Conquering Lion Visualization. None of these titles felt wholly fitting. Beiqinghan pondered, sensing that her visualization could evolve into something even more complete and powerful. However, contemplating such matters felt premature. She was still unable to fully visualize the black dragon, much less anything beyond that. Prioritizing her understanding of the changes in her visualization and their impact on herself seemed far more pertinent. Soon, she calmed her mind to attune to the transformations within her body. After an indeterminate period, she gradually opened her eyes. In that fleeting moment, her gaze transformed from dark, glossy pupils into the distinctive slitted eyes of a dragon, exuding an aura of subtle draconic majesty. A small rabbit, previously blissfully nibbling on grass, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar energy and turned its head. It found itself locking eyes with Beiqinghan's fierce, slitted pupils. In an instant, a subtle yet formidable dragon aura invaded her consciousness. It made her feel as though she were not gazing into the eyes of a mere human infant, but rather being scrutinized by a perilous young dragon. Unable to contain herself, she let out a piercing scream, curling into a ball and trembling in fear. The shrill cry served as a signal, awakening Beiqinghan from her stupor. The vertical pupils of the dragon reverted to human-like irises, as if the preceding events had been nothing but a fleeting illusion. Yet, Beiqinghan knew that it was no mere figment of her imagination. Although only a dragon claw had manifested in her visualization, it had nonetheless brought about profound changes within her. The upright pupils and the faintly emanating dragon aura stood as irrefutable evidence of this transformation. Furthermore, the dragon claw symbolized strength, and she felt her physical power had significantly increased. She gently raised her right hand, which was soft and plump, still bearing traces of baby fat. In that moment, it seemed as though her hand had donned scales, transforming into the dragon claw from her visualization. Had she envisioned the dragon claw earlier, she could have effortlessly hurled that flying disc far away, she mused. The thought of not being able to tease Lu Changtian and making him fetch the disc lingered in her mind. Just then, Lu Changtian opened his eyes. He sensed the fleeting dragon aura from earlier, mistakenly believing that an audacious young dragon had intruded upon his lair. However, upon opening his eyes, he found no dragon, but rather a human infant imitating his actions. He watched as Beiqinghan occasionally mimicked his movements of skewering food, then brushing her teeth. Such eccentricities. Lu Changtian was left speechless. While it was commendable that the little one was trying to imitate him, why did her actions appear so peculiar? He couldn't help but question the image he projected before her. Unbeknownst to him, Beiqinghan's strange mimicry stemmed from her recent visualization of a dragon claw. Hence her actions were naturally related to her hands, having previously witnessed Lu Changtian slay a golden lion with a single swipe. She was now attempting to imitate skewering food and brushing her teeth. Regardless, it was heartening that the little one was eager to learn from him. Lu Changtian felt a swell of pride and gently inquired, "Little Bai, were you trying to imitate Papa just now?" Beiqinghan chose to overlook the title Lu Changtian used, as this dragon constantly wished for her to address him as Papa. She nodded, lifting her small face and responding in a sweet, childish voice, "I want to become stronger and be of help." She had grown weary of her own helplessness. No longer did she wish to watch her dragon father depart while she remained at home, praying and anxiously waiting. She wanted to assist her dragon father. "Little Bai is truly sensible," Lu Changtian said, a smile spreading across his face. He did not take the little one's desire to help to heart, considering she was still so small, hardly larger than his finger. As a father, was it not his duty to shield her from the storms of life? Nevertheless, her heartfelt intentions touched him deeply. However, to attain strength akin to mine, mere study is insufficient. one must also consume ample sustenance, Lu Changtian remarked, seizing the opportunity to instruct the young one on the importance of a hearty meal. Beiqinghan, too, felt the pangs of hunger emanating from her abdomen. The process of visualizing and fortifying her body had proven excessively draining on her energy, necessitating immediate replenishment. Her gaze wandered, soon alighting upon a small rabbit, trembling on the ground. This little creature had enjoyed a rather sumptuous diet over the past few days and had grown plump. Beiqinghan licked her lips, salivation beginning to flow uncontrollably. Her mind was irresistibly flooded with images of spicy rabbit heads, fresh pepper rabbit, cold rabbit dishes, and other culinary delights. Lu Changtian also noticed Beiqinghan's gaze. However, he assumed she was fixated on the heap of food situated behind the little rabbit. Indeed, to become as strong as I am, the most crucial factor is to eat well. All of this is for you. He shooed the rabbit away and arranged the vegetables before Beiqinghan. Beiqinghan. Chapter 17. Be good. This is the last bite dragons. The mythical creatures of lore. Before the cataclysm, tales of dragons were prevalent in both Eastern and Western cultures. Their appearances, abilities, and preferences varied. Yet they shared one commonality. They stood at the pinnacle of their respective myths, embodying unparalleled power. However, prior to the upheaval, most considered them mere figments of imagination. In the wake of the transformation, a multitude of enigmatic beings and ferocious beasts emerged, possessing powers previously unimagined. Some of these creatures bore striking similarities to those chronicled in ancient texts. Thus, humanity began to ponder, did dragons truly exist? With the advent of a new cultivation system known as visualization, some individuals contemplated channeling their thoughts toward mythical beings, specifically aiming to envision the legendary dragon for their training. Regrettably, having never laid eyes upon these mythical entities, their imaginings were mere fantasies, devoid of any foundation for success. Fortuitously, Beiqinghan found herself in a unique position, able to closely visualize a colossal dragon in this lifetime, thereby creating an entirely new approach to visualization. Through this practice, she could acquire various extraordinary abilities typically attributed to dragons. The vertical pupils she revealed upon opening her eyes and the hint of draconic majesty were testament to this. Should she delve deeper into her cultivation, transforming into such a legendary creature might indeed be within reach. Yet, which legendary dragon spends its days grazing on grass? Beiqinghan wore an expression of utter exasperation. It was not as if Lu Changtian was deliberately tormenting her. In truth, the vegetarian fare he provided, though entirely plant-based, was quite nutritious, comprising rare spiritual herbs. Still, a bit of meat would have sufficed to add flavor. Unbeknownst to anyone, Beiqinghan initially embarked on the path of the Empress solely to ensure she could enjoy hearty meals, relishing meat at every meal. Having finally achieved this goal, she was dismayed to discover that her standard of living had plummeted since her reincarnation alongside the dragon. What frustrated Beiqinghan most was her inability to lay any blame on Lu Changtian for this predicament. And as for why, what was the matter with Xiaobai? Did it not enjoy eating? The dragon's fearsome maw opened and closed, revealing a verdant leaf caught between its formidable teeth. Beiqinghan gazed at this scene with a blank expression. Indeed, Lu Changtian, with his colossal and fearsome appearance, appeared to be a quintessential carnivore. Yet here he was, munching on grass. It was utterly absurd. Were it not for the tangible progress she felt in her power as her visualization deepened, she might have begun to question whether she was envisioning a dragon or a sheep. Considering his role as a guardian and the need to set a good example for the young one, he had adopted a similar vegetarian diet during this period. Occasionally, he would stealthily venture out to indulge in a meal of his own. It was truly remarkable, having indulged in a hearty meal of meat. I occasionally delight in vegetarian fare, and the harmonious blend of flavors is quite delightful. Noticing that Beiqinghan remained silent, Lu Changtian inquired with concern, "Is something the matter?" "It's nothing. I'm just a bit full," Beiqinghan replied quietly, gently patting her little belly. In reality, she didn't feel particularly satiated, however. Faced with the array of greens before her, she found it difficult to summon any appetite. Full. Lu Changtian furrowed his brow, following the little one's gesture. He glanced at Beiqinghan's flat tummy. Previously, she had always eaten heartily, her belly puffing out before she would stop. Why then? Was she satisfied with such a meager portion today? It was hardly even half of her usual intake. Could it be that she was being picky? As Lu Changtian pondered, he discerned a hint of distress etched on the little one's face, as if she were resisting the plate of food before her. This confirmed his suspicion. She was indeed being selective. Such pickiness could not be tolerated. It was essential to prevent children from developing bad habits. Changtian had intentionally consumed only vegetables in front of her, hoping to dissuade her from being choosy, yet here was the situation unfolding before him. Once a bad habit took root, correcting it would prove to be a formidable challenge. It was best to extinguish such inclinations at their inception. Reflecting on his own childhood, Changtian recalled how his parents had dealt with his own pickiness. They had taken no heed of his protests, simply shoving food into his mouth until he finished. He had learned to eat the dishes he disliked just to escape the dinner table in time to watch cartoons. Recognizing the efficacy of this approach, Changtian decisively declared, "How can you be full with so little? Let me feed you." Beiqinghan instinctively responded, but as the words left her lips, she realized the gravity of the situation. Did this dragon father just say he would feed me? She couldn't help but lift her gaze, searching Changtian's dragon eyes for even a hint of jest, but alas, he was entirely serious. The realization struck her, recalling the tremendous strength he had displayed while wiping her face. She felt a wave of dread wash over her as she glanced at the spoon held tightly in his claws. Surely she wouldn't be skewered, would she? No, that's quite all right. I would rather eat on my own, she exclaimed, jolting with fright and hastily attempting to snatch the spoon from Changtian's grasp. However, the spoon remained steadfast, unyielding in his powerful claws. "No more. If you eat, who knows how long it will take. I will feed you more swiftly." Changtian is quite aware of the situation when a picky child dines. A small bowl of rice can take 2 hours to consume, with a significant portion scattered about. He recalls doing just that in his childhood. Claiming to eat independently, he would instead play and gaze around, taking an eternity to lift the spoon, often spilling half of it on himself. Changtian reassured, "Do not worry, I will be very careful while feeding you." Observing that this dragon seemed resolute, Beiqinghan could only shut her eyes and brace herself, embodying a spirit of sacrifice. The spoon gently pried open her lips, depositing food into her mouth, then smoothly withdrew, never even grazing her teeth. Beiqinghan opened her eyes, somewhat astonished. The dragon's feeding technique was surprisingly adept. She felt a wave of relief. At least she need not fear being inadvertently skewered by the spoon during the process. She began to eat with ease. "However, I am full." "Not at all. There is still so much left. You must finish this." "After a while. I am truly full. There is still a little remaining. Finish that." After another stretch of time, "I can't eat anymore." "Be good. This is the last spoonful." As she beheld the spoon once again presented before her lips, Beiqinghan felt a surge of frustration. "You were deceiving me. You said that before." Chapter 18. Beiqinghan, my father dragon, and I rampantly slaughter. Hiccup. Beiqinghan let out a hearty belch, her hand resting on her abdomen, which felt round and full. It was a consequence of overindulgence. She shot an exasperated glance at the nearby dragon father, who was puffed up with pride after feeding her an ample meal. Could this dragon not comprehend the sheer volume of food he had just bestowed upon her? She was human, not a dragon. Consuming such a vast quantity could very well lead to her demise. At this moment, she felt a discomforting bloating in her belly, rendering her lethargic and sprawled on the ground, devoid of any desire to move. Even practicing her cultivation was rendered inconvenient. All she wished for was to quietly await the process of digestion. However, Changtian had no intention of allowing her to languish. He certainly did not want his little darling to transform into a plump little girl in just a few days. While a bit of chubbiness was indeed endearing for children, excessive weight was best avoided. Moreover, lying down immediately after a feast was detrimental to one's health. There were no doctors in this forbidden realm, and should her digestive system falter, there would be nowhere for her to seek help. Get up. After such a hearty meal, you cannot simply lie there. What will happen if you become a little chubby girl? Changtian urged, extending a claw to nudge the little creature. Like a ball, she rolled once on the ground before Beiqinghan turned her body lazily to glance at him. She, too, recognized this truth. As an esteemed empress, known for her unparalleled beauty, transforming into a plump child would significantly tarnish her image. Yet, upon further reflection, she considered she was, after all, a child. Was it not entirely normal for children to be a bit chubby? Besides, there were no outsiders around aside from this dragon. With that thought, her resolve weakened, and she lay back down, unwilling to stir. Her small eyes gleamed with mischief as she regarded Changtian. Exuding an air of defiance, what could he possibly do to make her rise? This little rascal was playing coy. Changtian could only chuckle helplessly, extending both claws to lift her up. "No, put me down," protested the little one, flailing her short arms and legs in a display of discontent, attempting to wriggle free. Yet, upon realizing the futility of her struggles, she soon ceased, her plump limbs hanging limply in the air. Her fair face, adorned with a hint of baby fat, bore an expression of utter resignation. Being held in such a manner, akin to a captured kitten, left her feeling that her dignity as an empress had been affronted. She too felt rather helpless. Changtian gently placed her back on the ground. The moment her feet touched the earth, Beiqinghan immediately scampered away, her delicate little feet moving swiftly to escape Changtian's grasp. Before departing, she tugged at her left eyelid with her right hand, sticking out her tongue and making a face at him, then darted off. "Be careful. Don't run too far," Changtian called out, his voice ringing with concern. The formidable magical creatures near the dragon's lair have mostly been expelled, so he is not overly concerned about the little one encountering any dangers. Remaining cooped up in the cave all day is not ideal. It would be quite delightful for her to venture outside, relish the fresh air, and play a little. Although she was driven out by Changtian, now that she is here, Beiqinghan has no intention of idly passing the time. Slowly, she meanders nearby, consuming her food while her keen eyes are ever observant, scanning her surroundings. First, she must ascertain her current location. On the very day of her reincarnation, she found herself witnessing a titanic battle between a colossal dragon and a golden lion, only to be taken in by the dragon as a pet. She has yet to step outside and remains oblivious to her present whereabouts. However, she finds it utterly impossible to discern. Gazing into the distance, she sees an expanse of undulating mountains and vast chasms that soar and plunge deeper than the so-called highest peaks of the world. The chasms seem to descend into the very depths of the abyss, appearing as if they could swallow one's soul whole. Towering ancient trees rise like verdant dragons, larger than entire buildings, with vines hanging down as thick as half a meter. It feels as though she has stepped into a mythical realm. Yet, the sight of the red-feathered bird from earlier pulls her consciousness back to reality. The existence of similar species in two different worlds is an extraordinary coincidence. So improbable it seems almost impossible. If one disregards this minuscule chance, it leads her to ponder, has she indeed arrived in an unfamiliar place that bears a resemblance to her original world with its exotic beasts? Beiqinghan muses, and a term quickly surfaces in her mind: Forbidden Land. No one truly knows what lies within the Forbidden Land. They only know that it manifested when the anomalies began. And even the exotic races dare not approach it. In the past, there were attempts by the human race to unravel the mysteries of the Forbidden Land, perhaps to combat the otherworldly beings. Yet, those who ventured deep into its confines invariably vanished without a trace, rendering its name a shadow of dread in the hearts of many. Beiqinghan approaches this matter with great caution, intending to eliminate most of the external exotic races before delving into the mysteries of the Forbidden Land. However, she never anticipated that she would enter it in the form of a child. Suddenly, a surge of excitement courses through her. If this is the case, perhaps she can survive and emerge from the Forbidden Land. Previously, those who entered the Forbidden Land were formidable experts among the human race, some nearly on par with her during her Empress days. Not to mention, she is now merely a 3-year-old child. Even they met their demise at the hands of the powerful exotic beast within. But Beiqinghan is different. Although she has taken the form of a child, she possesses a distinct advantage over those individuals. She has encountered a dragon father. With the protection of this dragon father, the perilous Forbidden Land will pose no threat to her, transforming it into a veritable amusement park. She can also leverage the resources within the Forbidden Land to rapidly enhance her strength. Indeed, Beiqinghan's thoughts venture even further. If she were to truly emerge from the Forbidden Realm, accompanied by her dragon father, while it may be uncertain within the confines of the Forbidden Land, in the outside world, with their combined prowess, they would wreak havoc without restraint. Indeed, she would handle the chaos while her dragon father would engage in the slaughter. Most importantly, when her dragon father ventured out to hunt, she would have no cause for concern. It would be a perfect scenario. No, wait, she must calm herself. Beiqinghan patted her cheeks, forcing herself to regain composure. Contemplating such distant possibilities is premature. She is still oblivious to the specific circumstances within this Forbidden Land and how to escape. The strength of the foreign beings within the base is worlds apart from that of the outside realm. Even among the same species, their power varies significantly, the most striking example being the previous crimson-feathered bird. Yet, she had never witnessed such formidable foreign entities outside the confines of the Forbidden Land. This implies that there must be a reason compelling them to remain within, rather than venturing outside. These are the matters Beiqinghan must unravel in the days to come. Chapter 19. Bullying my daughter and expecting to escape? A small, delicate fist, soft and plump with the remnants of baby fat, was poised for action. The fingers, chubby and endearing, struggled to form a tight grip. The little one pursed her lips, her large, round eyes shining with earnestness as she directed her punch towards the fearsome creature before her. The beast, however, responded with disdain. Although the exact nature of this bipedal entity remained a mystery, it bore no scales, claws, or any semblance of weaponry. It appeared utterly devoid of any offensive capability. Such a punch was hardly worth dodging. In fact, the beast did just that. It completely disregarded the child's flailing fist and lunged forward. Its sharp claws extended and vicious teeth glistening with saliva. This tender-looking biped seemed like a delectable morsel. Yet, when the delicate fist made contact with the beast's body, an unexpected sound reverberated through the air, a dull thud. Bang! A shadowy figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby tree, which splintered under the impact. Crack! The massive trunk toppled slowly, sending a cloud of dust into the air, obscuring the beast's form. Struggling to free itself from the fallen tree, the creature shook its head, a bewildered expression dawning in its eyes, reminiscent of a lost soul. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The intellect of lower-tier beasts is quite limited, rendering it incapable of comprehending why this seemingly insipid attack from the biped had nearly shattered its spine with a single blow. Even Changtian, who was covertly observing from the shadows, was taken aback by this spectacle, his eyelids fluttering in astonishment. Goodness! That punch was formidable. This little one possesses considerable strength. Moments ago, when he saw a beast appear before her, he had been on the verge of intervening, anxious for her safety. Little did he expect that she would send the creature flying with one punch. Why hadn't he been as impressive at her age? By heavens, it seems humanity's offspring have secretly evolved. Nevertheless, Changtian did not dwell too long on such thoughts, such as the notion that this child might be a reincarnation from the future. Instead, he reveled in the pride of fatherhood. This child truly resembles me. He laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. It was no jest. Though only a few days had passed, this was his child, raised by his own hands. Is it problematic for her to be slightly more capable than an average child? Not at all. In fact, it is only fitting that my daughter possesses such prowess. This is a sentiment familiar to every parent, and Changtian was no exception. Meanwhile, Beiqinghan remained oblivious to Changtian's protective instincts, lurking in the shadows like a concerned father. She was unaware that, despite witnessing the extraordinary event of her punch sending the beast flying, he had yet to consider the possibility of her being a reincarnated soul. Instead, she felt a sense of pride, believing it was perfectly normal for her child to be so extraordinary. If she were to discover the truth, she would likely be left speechless, feeling that her efforts had been in vain. After all, this dragon father was nothing more than a fool. After sending the fierce beast flying with a single punch, Beiqinghan examined her pale, fleshy fist, her fingers slightly curling and uncurling. Indeed, though she had only reached the first level of visualization, her strength had increased exponentially compared to before. Merely envisioning a dragon's claw had led to such a remarkable enhancement in power. The lion symbolizes strength, yet in the presence of the truly formidable dragon, it pales in comparison. Beiqinghan's anticipation for the future, once her visualization technique was perfected, grew ever stronger. It promised to bring her immense surprise. She turned her gaze back to the fierce beast, which was struggling to rise from beneath the tree, eager to familiarize herself with her newfound strength and subdue it. Of course, there was another reason for her unwavering focus on this beast. She felt a bit hungry. Moreover, this time, the dragon father was not present to deter her from indulging in meat. Thus, her gaze upon the beast resembled that of a connoisseur eyeing a tantalizing feast, beckoning her to indulge. The lower-tier fierce beasts possessed limited intelligence, making them more attuned to their instinctual senses of danger. At that moment, the beast sensed something was amiss with the two-legged creature before it, perceiving its gaze as that of a predator eyeing its prey. The instinct to seek safety surged within, prompting the beast to swiftly turn and flee into the forest. Beiqinghan exclaimed in bewilderment, "Wait, why are you running away?" This was contrary to her expectations. According to her experience, fierce beasts were notoriously brutal and aggressively territorial, particularly towards humans. They would not relent until they had taken a bite out of their adversary. Why was this one fleeing so hastily? In truth, Beiqinghan was unaware of the dynamics between the beasts within and outside the forbidden area. Outside, they encountered humans, whom they deemed weak and thus felt emboldened to hunt without restraint. However, within the forbidden zone, the situation was vastly different. Here, various monsters roamed, and even fierce beasts could easily fall prey to more powerful adversaries. Hence, they were far more cautious, fleeing at the first sign of something formidable. Unbeknownst to Beiqinghan, as she watched the beast escape, her frustration mounted. She hastily pursued it. Upon realizing that the two-legged infant was chasing after it, the fierce beast was utterly terrified, fleeing with even greater speed. Beiqinghan could only watch helplessly as the beast vanished from her sight, her head drooping in disappointment. The meal she had nearly grasped slipped away. But wait, there were plenty of fierce beasts on this mountain. Surely she could capture another. She was determined not to let the day pass without savoring meat. With renewed vigor, Beiqinghan rolled up her sleeves, feeling invigorated and ready for action. After finally liberating herself from the watchful gaze of her father, she found herself nearly forgetting the taste of meat after days of consuming only vegetables. Today, she resolved to indulge in a more sumptuous meal. With a determined spirit, she assessed her surroundings and chose a direction, setting off purposefully. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast had darted away, glancing back only after a considerable distance, yet it failed to detect the presence of the brutal bipedal creature. Just as it began to relax, an ominous shadow loomed above, a colossal dragon claw obscuring the sky, enveloping it in darkness. In an instant, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Changtian struck the beast with a powerful blow, eliminating the threat. "You thought you could bully my daughter and escape? Do you disregard my existence?" he muttered, still feeling somewhat petty. With a fiery breath, he roasted the beast to perfection and consumed it. This delicacy is quite delightful. Chapter 20. Beiqinghan. Someone is stealing my food. Beiqinghan was concealed behind a tree, quietly observing her prey ahead. The creature before her resembled an enormous rooster, towering at approximately 1.5 meters, its wings appearing even more expansive when fully extended. Unlike an ordinary chicken, however, this fearsome beast possessed a tail devoid of feathers, extending into a long serpent's head. As the rooster lowered its head, the snake's head at the rear was raised high, its slender, cold eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. This was a serpent-tailed chicken. The sight of this serpent-tailed chicken was tantalizing. Beiqinghan licked her lips. The forbidden area teemed with various ferocious beasts, soaring through the skies, darting across the land, and swimming in the waters. Yet, she was not a beast researcher. Hence she had not meticulously categorized them. Instead, she broadly classified these creatures into two categories, those that appeared delectable and those that did not. It was indeed a curious fate for the two to share such a bond. The serpent-tailed chicken clearly belonged to the former category. The chicken's body could serve as a roasted delicacy, while the serpent's tail could be prepared as a savory soup. With both a main course and a broth at her disposal, it was nothing short of perfection. As Beiqinghan observed in secret, the serpent-tailed chicken remained highly alert, with at least one of its heads continuously on guard. The only moment to exploit its lowered vigilance would be now. Her gaze sharpened as she noticed the snake head at the chicken's rear slowly descending, while the head tasked with scanning its surroundings remained lowered. In that fleeting moment of exchange, the serpent-tailed chicken's guard was at its lowest, presenting the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Whoosh! A rush of air echoed as Beiqinghan leaned forward, her small hand thrusting out in a javelin-like pose. The magnitude of her motion caused her petite frame to stumble, and with a thud, she fell to the ground, nearly tasting the dirt. Quickly, she propped herself up with her tiny arms and lifted her head to gaze ahead. The assault had been unexpectedly swift. The serpent-tailed chicken barely had time to react, just as the snake had attempted to rise again. A slender shadow zipped past and pierced into its body. With a sharp cry, the serpent-tailed chicken flapped its wings violently, summoning gusts of wind. Success. However, Beiqinghan's expression brightened at this sight. Despite the creature's fierce display, she discerned its vulnerability. It could no longer take flight. Thus, it resorted to this tactic to appear formidable, hoping to intimidate its foe. Such behavior is common in the animal kingdom, and even this lowly beast employed it. A grounded phoenix is inferior to a mere chicken, and a grounded serpent-tailed chicken was nothing more than a meal. Beiqinghan swiftly made up her mind. Seize the opportunity while it falters. Once again, a series of wooden javelins were thrown, transforming the serpent-tailed chicken into a grotesque semblance of a hedgehog. The creature lay on the ground, its serpent head and chicken head unable to lift even in its final moments, oblivious to the identity of its assailant. Changtian observed from a distance, astonished by the malevolent capabilities of a mere child. Concealed and launching covert strikes, he marveled at his little protégé's dark ingenuity. Indeed, he thought, this child of mine possesses a certain cunning. How delightful! Even this sinister trait seems inherited from me. In its earlier days, when it was still weak, it had employed such guile against ferocious beasts. This was the legacy shared between father and daughter. Meanwhile, Beiqinghan remained entirely unaware that her actions were being scrutinized and deemed sinister by Changtian, who was, in truth, the more devious of the two. She was preoccupied with gathering her spoils. Emerging from her hiding place, she examined the serpent-tailed chicken, now a gruesome sight, bloodied and punctured. She grimaced. It was utterly inedible in such a state. It needed to be washed, drained of blood, and plucked before it could be consumed. Ahead, she discerned what appeared to be a water source. After a brief assessment, she swiftly identified its location. Grasping the serpent's tail, she began to drag the creature forward. Her small frame exerting every ounce of strength, her efforts visibly strenuous. Changtian contemplated intervening but ultimately refrained, silently cheering for the little one. With each tug, Beiqinghan emitted soft sounds, reminiscent of a child's encouragement, which struck Changtian as irresistibly endearing. My daughter is simply adorable. After progressing a short distance, they indeed arrived at a river, the water so clear that the pebbles at the bottom were distinctly visible, yet not a single fish graced its depths, leaving Beiqinghan disappointed at the prospect of a catch to supplement her meal. Nevertheless, the chicken alone would suffice. She submerged most of the serpent-tailed chicken in the river, extracting the wooden javelins embedded within. Instantly, a torrent of blood surged from the wounds, staining the once crystal-clear water. The river, previously untainted, was soon tinged with crimson. The blood flowed downstream, diluted by the river's current until it faded to a pale pink, eventually becoming imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, the metallic scent of blood lingered. Downstream, a ferocious beast sensed the mingling of blood within the water, its cold eyes snapping open. With a massive body swaying, it swiftly navigated through the river, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Beiqinghan was diligently engaged in her task. Before she ascended to the throne as the Empress, she needed to learn self-sufficiency. Effortlessly handling tasks such as preparing ingredients and plucking feathers. She meticulously removed every feather from the snake-tailed chicken, revealing the tender and elastic flesh beneath. The mere thought of savoring that succulent meat brought her immense joy, prompting her to work with even greater speed. In her fervor, she failed to notice the ominous shadow rapidly approaching from downstream. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the tranquility of the river was shattered as a colossal splash erupted. A massive shadow breached the water's surface, opening its gaping maw wide enough to swallow the freshly plucked snake-tailed chicken whole. Bewildered, Beiqinghan stood there, her empty hands grasping at the air as if struggling to comprehend the situation. A moment of realization dawned upon her as she turned to confront the culprit that had devoured her meal, her gaze locking onto the bulging belly of the beast. What the hell? Someone has dared to steal the food of this future empress. Chapter 21. The rude beast of the forbidden land Beiqinghan held her tiny hands in a mock grasp, her chubby fingers clutching two plucked chicken feathers. Yet, the chicken, the source of her prize, had vanished without a trace. The little creature stood momentarily bewildered, her gaze lifting in astonishment to behold the colossal figure emerging from the water before her. The elongated body, with a length exceeding 7 or 8 meters above the water's surface, was robust, with a discernible bulge atop its head. It was an enormous serpent, its girth reminiscent of a water barrel, now grotesquely swollen from having devoured its prey. The smooth, glistening scales were stretched taut, revealing the flesh beneath. Clenching her empty fists, the little one glared furiously at the gigantic serpent before her. This audacious creature had dared to seize her food. The serpent had appeared abruptly, swallowing the chicken whole, its elongated form towering over her diminutive figure, its serpent eyes casting a condescending glance downward. In those elongated pupils, a fleeting expression of disdain flickered. A mere two-legged beast, offering little nourishment. Moreover, having just consumed an entire chicken tail, it now appeared somewhat bloated. Calculating its next move, the enormous serpent twisted its body and plunged back into the depths, creating a resounding splash that sent ripples across the surface of the water as it swiftly vanished from sight. The rudeness of this beast in the forbidden land was utterly intolerable. Beiqinghan felt her anger boiling within her. Her breath quickened, her small chest heaved, and her face flushed a deep crimson, as if steam were rising from her head. She, the esteemed empress, was accustomed to instilling fear in the hearts of any ferocious beast from foreign lands who would flee in terror at the mere sight of her, fearing they might be snatched away as a meal. Yet, here in the Forbidden Land, the tables had turned. This serpent had the audacity to steal her food. It was an inversion of the natural order, a blatant act of imperial theft, not to mention the contemptuous gaze it had cast upon her before departing. How could such a mere beast dare to look down upon her? Having never before suffered the indignity of having her food stolen, Beiqinghan found this humiliation intolerable. Resolutely, she decided to pursue the path taken by the massive serpent. Although its size was imposing, its speed in the water was remarkable, and it quickly disappeared from her view. Nevertheless, Beiqinghan remained unfazed. Such a creature, having just consumed an entire chicken tail, would surely find its movements considerably hampered. It could only traverse swiftly by utilizing the river's current. By following the waterway, she was certain to locate her target. With determination fueling her, she continued her pursuit downstream. Eventually, she stumbled upon a vast cavern where the river flowed into the entrance, vanishing from sight. Beiqinghan cautiously halted at a safe distance from the cave's mouth. To avoid detection by the massive serpent, she tread lightly, inching closer to the opening. Peering cautiously, she revealed a portion of her petite head, straining to catch a glimpse of what lay within. The cavern was not shrouded in darkness, rather, it was unexpectedly illuminated, allowing Beiqinghan to behold the scene within at a glance. A river flowed into the cave, filling it entirely and forming a vast pool of amber. Only in the center of the cavern did a patch of ground rise, resembling an island amidst the lake. Above this isle, a gap in the cave allowed light to stream in, akin to a luminous pathway. What was that phenomenon called again? Ah, yes, the Dolly Garden effect? The mere recollection of this term prompted a rumble in her stomach. She had stumbled upon this name in a book, forever remembering it due to its association with a particular delicacy. She fancied that the scientist who coined this term must have been quite the Epicurean. How else could one create a designation that instantly incites hunger? Meanwhile, the culprit who had pilfered her food, a large serpent, was lounging on the island, basking in the sunlight. Beiqinghan scanned the spacious cavern, devoid of any obstructions, and swiftly spotted the serpent. Golden rays cascaded through the skylight, bathing the giant snake in a warm glow, making it appear particularly content. "You certainly know how to indulge yourself," she muttered through gritted teeth. After gorging itself, the snake was now basking in the sun, living quite the luxurious life. Wait, her gaze suddenly sharpened. Just as she was cursing the plump serpent, she inadvertently caught sight of something beside it. The enormous snake coiled protectively around a center point on the island, appearing to guard something of significance. At the very heart of the circle, an extraordinary plant radiated a gentle luminescence under the sunlight. It was not merely a reflection of the sun's rays. The plant itself emanated light. It was the dragon transformation grass. Beiqinghan focused intently, observing the plant's unique form, which twisted and turned, resembling a dragon in its fluidity. The lifelike appearance was mesmerizing. A gentle breeze caused the dragon transformation grass to sway, as if it might transform into a true dragon and soar away at any moment. Legend has it that this rare spiritual herb, after absorbing the essence of a true dragon, is imbued with potent dragon energy, resulting in its remarkable appearance. As for its effects, as the name suggests, it can aid fierce beasts in their transformation into dragons. Beiqinghan recalled a certain account she had read. A human had once encountered a plant that resembled a young dragon and immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Intent on harvesting it, he was thwarted by a powerful beast standing guard, forcing him to retreat in resignation. When he returned with allies, both the beast and the dragon transformation grass had vanished. Inquiring among the locals later, he learned that on a tempestuous night not long ago, a dragon had flickered in and out of the clouds. Regret washed over him. He felt he had missed a rare treasure. As her memories faded, Beiqinghan's ire rekindled. This gluttonous serpent had the dragon transformation grass and still dared to snatch away her food. She glared once more at the precious plant, and the serpent coiled beside it, her frustration intensifying. How could it be so greedy, having such a magnificent treasure, yet still seeking to pilfer her meal? What distinguishes this from a billionaire snatching the 5 yuan hand-grab pancake I purchased by the roadside? Since you have taken my sustenance, as compensation, this dragon transformation herb shall belong to me. In her previous life, Beiqinghan had heard of the dragon transformation herb. Yet she paid it little mind and never sought it out deliberately. After all, while this herb is indeed precious, it primarily holds special significance for ferocious beasts capable of transforming into dragons. For others, it is merely a rare spiritual medicine. However, the circumstances are markedly different now. The visualization technique she is currently practicing requires precisely such a treasure associated with dragons. This herb will undoubtedly aid her in advancing her cultivation of the visualization method. This dragon transformation herb is now firmly in her grasp. Chapter 22. The resentful Beiqinghan from the imposing aura exuded by the gigantic serpent. It appeared to occupy the space between a low-level ferocious beast and a mid-level one. The classification of ferocious beasts by humanity generally encompasses low-level, mid-level, high-level, commander, lord, overlord, and king. This colossal serpent, while merely an ordinary mid-level beast, was undergoing a transformation due to the presence of the dragon transformation grass. Although it had yet to consume it, the effects were already manifesting. Its body was gradually evolving towards that of a dragon, with the bulge atop its head signifying an unformed horn. Fortunately, this evolution was not yet complete. Should it devour the dragon transformation grass, it would likely ascend to a high-level or even a commander-level ferocious beast. At that point, engaging it would be futile. She would have to summon her dragon father for assistance. How humiliating would it be for the esteemed Empress to call upon parental aid in the face of such a creature? Beiqinghan valued her dignity. However, for now, she was capable of fighting. Beiqinghan's gaze sharpened as she assessed the disparity in strength between them. Although the serpent was formidable, her first level of visualization was nearing completion, and this technique was inherently more powerful than the ordinary. She even felt that, despite being only at the first level, it rivaled her previous second-level visualization. The sole challenge lay in luring the giant serpent out of its cavern to engage outside, thus preventing the aftermath of their battle from disturbing the dragon transformation grass. She also wished to avoid the serpent, in a desperate bid for survival, consuming the grass upon realizing it was outmatched. That would be a tremendous loss. Both the serpentine beast and the precious grass had already been perceived by her as belonging to her. How could she allow harm to come to one at the expense of the other? As Beiqinghan's gaze flitted about, she focused on the area above the cave entrance and a nearby clearing, soon devising a plan. Eureka! She ventured into the forest, selecting a cluster of trees approximately the thickness of a bowl, breaking them and sharpening their ends. After finding a vine and testing its resilience and elasticity with a firm tug, she nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Beiqinghan bound the wooden stakes together with the vine and returned to the vicinity of the cave entrance. Then, she resolutely began digging. Armed with a sharpened wooden spear, the little one energetically commenced her excavation. During her practice of visualization, when envisioning Changtian, Beiqinghan often found herself conjuring peculiar images, one of which depicted Changtian digging with his claws. At that time, she had pondered why she kept envisioning such seemingly useless scenes. She longed to behold images of magnificent dragons dominating the realms, not like a mere earthworm burrowing into the ground. Little did she know that what she deemed trivial then would soon prove invaluable. The unpredictability of life is indeed remarkable. As the image of the dragon digging resurfaced in her mind, her movements became increasingly adept, subtly mirroring the majestic form of the dragon. Soon, a pit large enough to bury the entire colossal serpent was completed. She then excavated smaller holes at the bottom of the pit, precisely sized to accommodate the wooden spears, which were as thick as a bowl. Beiqinghan inserted the spear tips upward, placing them one by one into the smaller holes. Once this task was accomplished, she gathered some slender twigs to lay across the pit, covering it with leaves and soil, effectively concealing the trap. Before long, a trap was successfully set, indistinguishable from the surrounding normal ground. Beiqinghan gazed upon this scene with satisfaction. Since becoming Empress, it had been a long time since she had employed such traps against ferocious beasts. It seemed her skills had not diminished with this long-awaited endeavor. She picked up a vine and a spear that she had deliberately left nearby and climbed to the top of the pit. After securing the vine in place, she gently tugged at it, causing it to spring back into position. Once this was done, she descended and casually picked up a stone, hurling it into the pit with considerable force. Whoosh! The stone traced an arc through the air, striking the giant serpent squarely. Rustle! The serpent, struck by the stone, was abruptly awakened, its scales rubbing against one another, creating a rustling sound. Its massive body writhed as it lifted its head towards the pit's opening. Come out, you big silly snake! Beiqinghan taunted, making a face at the ferocious beast within. It was the two-legged beast's offspring from earlier. The serpent's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, its forked tongue tasting the air, capturing the molecular essence around it. It detected a hint of draconic aura. Initially believing the source to be that chicken with a serpentine tail, it was astonished to discover it was this two-legged creature. Consuming it would surely bring it closer to the dragons. The giant serpent decisively extended its head, its sinuous body slithering across the ground before swiftly entering the water. Swimming towards Beiqinghan's direction. It was coming. With the provocation successfully executed, Beiqinghan hurriedly scrambled to the top of the pit. She positioned the spear against the vine. Pulling it back with both hands while her little feet pushed against the ground, her face tense with concentration, constantly observing the scene below the water. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the depths. Now, Beiqinghan's gaze sharpened, and she abruptly released her grip. The vine snapped forward, and the spear shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air and vanished into the water, striking the giant serpent with tremendous force. The once calm surface of the water erupted violently, the serpent thrashing in agony, sending sprays of water flying. Ouch! That hurts. In truth, given the serpent's robust physique, even a direct hit would likely be deflected by its smooth scales. However, greed had compelled it to consume that chicken earlier, causing it to swell, and now its once impenetrable scales had developed vulnerabilities. As I gazed below, a colossal serpent thrashed with great fervor, churning the once tranquil river into a tempest of tumultuous waves, sending sprays of water soaring into the air. Although Beiqinghan had struck successfully, he did not pursue the advantage. Instead, he leapt down and swiftly darted to the side. The beleaguered serpent, in its agony, became aware of the diminutive figure and, in a fit of rage, pursued Beiqinghan relentlessly, just as it was on the verge of ensnaring him in its maw boom. The ground beneath them suddenly gave way, and the massive serpent plummeted into a trap, impaled by numerous sharp wooden spears lying in wait below. The damage inflicted was significantly greater than before. The serpent thrashed violently at the bottom of the pit, its barrel-like body crashing against the walls, causing the earth on either side to crumble in a shower of dirt, as if an earthquake had struck. Seizing the moment of its vulnerability, Beiqinghan positioned himself at the edge of the pit, brandishing a wooden spear to strike relentlessly. Each time the serpent attempted to escape, he drove it back with a piercing thrust. "I won't let you feast upon my chicken," he taunted repeatedly. Gradually, the thrashing subsided, until silence enveloped the pit. The once fearsome serpent lay still, devoid of life. Chapter 23. Is the dragon transformation grass cultivated with urine? Outside, the tumult of battle had no bearing on the tranquility within the cave. Inside, a serene tableau unfolded, as calm lakes mirrored the stillness of time. With a solitary island gracing its surface, a shaft of light cascaded from above, its ethereal glow resembling a gossamer veil, within which a spectral dragon-like entity danced gracefully. The unique patterns on its leaves bore a striking resemblance to dragon scales, while its roots, anchored firmly in the earth, resembled the claws of a mighty dragon. The tendrils swayed gently, as if poised to ascend into the heavens. Beiqinghan, captivated by the small dragon-like dragon transformation grass, reached out her hand, on the verge of grasping it. Suddenly, the world around her plunged into darkness, the light flickering like a sputtering bulb. The ground began to tremble, the once placid water surface rippling, then surging into tumultuous waves. A fierce wind howled, and debris cascaded from the rocky walls of the cave, splashing into the water and sending up even greater sprays. Outside, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed, a cacophony of fear and exhilaration that reverberated incessantly. In that moment, it felt as though the entire forbidden realm had been ensnared in chaos. What was happening? Beiqinghan's heart raced. She recalled a saying she had heard. Divine herbs possessed spirits, and those who recklessly attempted to harvest them would face their wrath. Could it be that the dragon transformation grass before her was such a high-grade elixir? With this thought, her gaze towards the grass shifted, as if it were no longer merely a spiritual herb, but a true dragon in disguise. At that instant, she sensed something looming above her. Simultaneously, a familiar voice resonated from above. Why does this place seem so familiar? She looked up and, through the skylight of the cave, beheld a familiar figure emerging. Stunned, she gasped, "Dad? Father?" Changtian had been stealthily following Beiqinghan from a distance, ensuring she remained unaware of his presence, allowing her to savor the thrill of her solitary adventure. He was acutely aware of her experience, balancing the need for safety with her desire for independence. He watched as the little girl valiantly hunted a chicken, only to have it snatched away by a giant serpent. She then pursued the creature, setting a trap that ultimately led to its demise. As Changtian trailed behind, he scratched his head in bewilderment. This place, why did it seem so familiar? He surveyed the surroundings, a sense of déjà vu washing over him, as if he had visited this location before. Suddenly, his dragon-like eyes flickered with recognition. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the cave, following the little one, and beheld the peculiar grass upon the island within. In that fleeting moment, a bolt of realization struck him, and memories flooded back. How familiar this place seems to me. Is this not where I previously attended to my needs? Just as I had plucked the dragon transformation herb, I suddenly caught sight of Changtian's appearance. In that moment, Beiqinghan's mind raced with thoughts. Her adoptive father. The dragon was indeed a dragon, and this particular herb possessed unique properties beneficial to the dragon clan, having been nurtured from dragon bodily fluids. The coincidence of his presence here was not lost on her. It was highly likely that this herb had been deliberately cultivated by her dragon father, and the serpent she had encountered earlier had merely intruded while Changtian was absent. The act of harvesting the herb had, in fact, attracted her dragon father. She did not harbor any fears for her safety. Through their time together, she had confirmed that this dragon truly regarded her as his daughter. However, acknowledging that this was her dragon father's possession and given his care for her during this time, she felt it prudent to return it to its rightful owner. Just as Beiqinghan was about to inform Changtian that she had driven away the intruding serpent beast to protect the herb, she was abruptly taken aback by his voice. Tilting her head slightly, her rosy lips parted, and her large, dark eyes were filled with bewilderment. The restroom? Of course, I must find a place to relieve myself, right? Changtian nodded, bemused, observing the little one's perplexed expression, as if she had heard something utterly absurd. He countered, "What is so strange about that? Little Bai, don't you often run outside to take care of your business?" At this juncture, Changtian felt a surge of contentment. The most troublesome aspect of raising a child is dealing with hygiene issues. Should there be an accident, one must change and wash the soiled clothing. Fortunately, when he took the little one in, he had prepared for such eventualities, always ready to assist her. Thankfully, she had proven to be quite responsible, never causing any hygiene problems, as she would discreetly venture to a hidden corner outside the cave when the need arose. Afterward, she would carefully cover her traces with soil to mitigate any unpleasant odors. Although she might believe she was concealing her actions well, she could not escape Changtian's keen observation. While he was still reveling in his paternal pride, Beiqinghan suddenly realized something and swiftly interrupted his fatherly musings. "Wait, did you see all of that? Of course, how could I feel at ease knowing you sneak out in the dead of night?" Changtian replied with a nod. He considered himself an exceptionally responsible father. What father, after all, would stay awake at night to ensure his child's restroom habits were attended to? At this, Beiqinghan's face flushed a deep crimson. Her maturity prevented her from behaving as a child would in front of Changtian. Thus, she often seized the opportunity to stealthily venture outside the cave while her companion slumbered, discreetly attending to her needs and ensuring to tidy up afterward. She had always believed that Changtian remained oblivious to her actions. However, now that it had been mentioned, could it be that every time she sought relief, this seemingly unassuming dragon father had been acutely aware of her endeavors? A wave of dizziness washed over Beiqinghan, nearly rendering her unconscious. So this dragon transformation herb. With great effort, Beiqinghan steadied herself and shakily raised the peculiar herb before Changtian, inquiring. Despite her growing suspicions, she still yearned to hear a denial from him. "You mean this?" Changtian remarked, noticing the uniquely shaped herb in her grasp, his expression laced with confusion. "Such herbs always seem to flourish in my convenient spots, and they grow rather beautifully. Convenient spots always yield such herbs. Dragon transformation herb, dragon's bodily fluid, convenience, urine." A cascade of information swirled within her mind, ultimately coalescing into a revelation that rendered Beiqinghan momentarily blind with shock. This dragon transformation herb was nourished by dragon's urine. Chapter 24. The Change in the Forbidden Land. Beiqinghan's mind was in a tumult, buzzing with frustration. She yearned to return to the outside world and confront the individual responsible for the erroneous information regarding the Huolong grass. What absurd material had been concocted? If one lacks understanding, they ought not to fabricate nonsense. Such misinformation is indeed detrimental to the unwary. She felt as though her entire hand had been tainted, uncomfortable no matter where she placed it. In a fit of disgust, she cast aside the Huolong grass, eager to cleanse herself. However, as she crouched down, a dreadful realization struck her. If the Huolong grass had been derived from dragon urine, then the water in this entire pool must. The very thought sent a wave of terror coursing through Beiqinghan's veins. She felt an overwhelming surge of relief that, due to her current lack of strength, She had opted not to engage directly with that serpentine beast, but had instead lured it out to dispatch it. Had she chosen otherwise? A shiver ran down her spine. The imagery was too grotesque to contemplate. In truth, Beiqinghan was overthinking the situation. The water in the pool was, in fact, pristine and untainted, simply a small lake formed by the convergence of nearby rivers, entirely unrelated to Changtian. Observing the little one's reluctance to part with the grass, he assumed she had developed a fondness for it. Thus, he proposed, "What is this? Little Bai, do you fancy this grass? I know of a place abundant with it. Would you like me to take you to gather some?" He understood that children, particularly girls, often have an affinity for flowers and plants. It would be delightful to add some greenery to their home. It would surely nurture the spirit. Upon hearing his words, Beiqinghan resolutely shook her head, her dark locks swaying like a pendulum. "No, thank you. I wish never to lay eyes on that grass again." "Are you certain? It's quite clean, really. We could return and find a suitable spot to cultivate it," Changtian reassured, thinking she was merely startled by his earlier remarks. He then added, "Considering the grass's natural habitat, but we should plant it at a distance, not too close to home." Beiqinghan's expression soured. Had he refrained from uttering that last remark? The initial suggestion might have held some merit. Yet now, it was utterly unpalatable. "No, let us leave this sorrowful place at once." She shook her head, eager to depart, believing this experience would forever remain a stain on her memory. As they exited the cave, she caught sight of the serpent still lying in the pit. Reflecting on the fact that it had been her little companion who had labored to hunt it down, she mused that consuming prey she had personally captured might be more satisfying. Changtian then inquired if they should take the snake back for a meal. However, the moment Beiqinghan recalled the serpent's earlier swim in that pool and its prolonged association with the Huolong grass, her appetite vanished entirely. She once again declined the suggestion. "No, I currently lack appetite." Just as she intended to have Changtian take her home, she suddenly realized that the situation within the forbidden area seemed rather peculiar. The sky above resembled a canvas splattered with overturned dice. The once azure expanse was now a tapestry of colors, a chaotic blend of hues intertwining and distorting. At the edge of her vision, beams of light flickered like celestial curtains, illuminating the horizon. The energy within the forbidden ground surged with unprecedented vitality, so much so that Beiqinghan, even with her current strength, could distinctly sense the tidal waves of energy. The formidable alien races and ferocious beasts within were no exception. Powerful entities hidden in the forbidden zone emerged one after another, their overwhelming auras rising into the heavens, leaving Beiqinghan filled with trepidation. What is happening? Despite her inability to gauge the true strength of these auras, she was once again astounded by the might of the alien beings within the forbidden area. Consequently, she felt increasingly perplexed by the upheaval sweeping through the entire domain, stirring the restlessness of so many powerful alien beings. "I am also uncertain what occurred when you entered that cave." Changtian shook his head. It was precisely due to sensing the disturbance that he interrupted his initial intention of allowing the little one to play a while longer and ventured in to retrieve her. Casting a glance at the contemplative Beiqinghan, he added, "To be precise, it transpired when you extracted that herb resembling a dragon." "Beiqinghan, you still claim it is not a divine herb?" Suddenly, Beiqinghan felt an impulsive urge to rush back inside and reclaim the dragon transformation herb she had discarded. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was an impossible endeavor. No matter how extraordinary that herb was, even if it truly were the legendary divine medicine, it could not possibly provoke such a monumental upheaval. This was inciting restlessness among countless alien races within the entire forbidden area, including beings rivaling the dragon beside her. A herb watered with urine could not wield such power. "Let us return for now." Changtian's expression was grave as he gazed at the tumultuous sky. Indeed, Beiqinghan nodded obediently. The nature of this upheaval remained unclear, as did its cause. It would be prudent to return and observe carefully before making any decisions. Changtian extended his hand to the little one, urging her to climb aboard. His fingers gently closed, and the scaled claws of the dragon enveloped her like a five-fold iron curtain, completely isolating them from the outside world. He then formed a barrier of energy encasing them. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared swiftly back toward home. His massive form transformed into a shadow, and the terrifying winds generated by his rapid movement bore down upon the ground, nearly uprooting the trees below. The distance Beiqinghan had traversed in a day was covered by Changtian in mere blinks of an eye. After placing the little one back in the cave and establishing multiple layers of potent restrictions to ensure safety, he took to the skies, surveying the entirety of the forbidden area from above. As far as the eye could see, everything was affected by the aberration, with surging tides of energy wildly washing over all within the forbidden ground. Some lower-tier ferocious beasts, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, frantically scurried about, contributing to the already tumultuous atmosphere of the forbidden realm. Meanwhile, the powerful presences he sensed remained hidden, observing from the shadows, as if waiting for something. Changtian narrowed his eyes slightly, his elongated dragon-like gaze sweeping across several directions. The ancient beings that had long taken root within the forbidden area might possess some knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from acting impulsively and, emulating those formidable energies, concealed himself and retreated into the cave. Chapter 25. Tranquility amidst transformation. The transformation persisted for several days. During this time, Changtian ventured outside multiple times to investigate, yet mindful of safety. He did not stray far from the cave and could not discern the cause of the anomaly. It was evident that the disturbance seemed to be linked to the boundary of the forbidden area. Today, upon returning to the cave, Beiqinghan immediately approached him, peeking curiously. Her petite form scurried across Changtian's body, her tiny hands reaching out to touch and confirm whether her dragon father had sustained any injuries. Changtian felt a mix of gratitude for the little one's concern and a hint of helplessness. Xiaobai, must you inspect me so meticulously every time I return? I have already assured you that I am unharmed. No way. You always engage in battles with those ferocious beasts whenever you go out, leaving me worried. I cannot rest easy without checking. Beiqinghan continued to cling to him, her head down as she spoke. Ever since Changtian's encounter with the crimson-feathered bird, it had become a routine for her to conduct such inspections upon his return. It was unavoidable. This dragon father was indeed a source of constant worry. While undeniably powerful, he always seemed to stir up trouble on his excursions, leaving her anxious at home. As a result, despite her identity as a daughter, she felt as though she had transformed into a concerned matron, perpetually attentive to the safety of this dragon. She was forever apprehensive about whether Changtian might lose a fight or sustain injuries. Changtian, too, experienced a peculiar sensation. Wasn't he raising a daughter? How had their roles become so inverted? It seemed he was the reckless child frolicking outside, while Beiqinghan was the vigilant mother, preoccupied with the well-being of her offspring. He attempted to shift slightly, wishing to assert his parental authority and status. However, Beiqinghan abruptly tapped his scales, frowning in discontent. Don't move. I might fall. Oh. Changtian immediately stilled. He reassured himself internally, this was not fear, it was merely concern for Xiaobai's safety, a manifestation of a father's care. At last, when Changtian felt a strange discomfort, as if chaos worms were writhing beneath his scales, and an itchiness pervaded his entire being, Beiqinghan concluded her examination. Utilizing all four limbs, the little one clambered down from the colossal dragon and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The inspection is complete. No signs of battle are visible upon you. It seems you have behaved well this time and refrained from causing trouble. Do you imply that I am always the one seeking conflict? I am, in fact, a lover of peace. Changtian retorted, somewhat disgruntled. In comparison to the brutal beasts within the forbidden area, he believed himself to be quite the pacifist. If only there were a peace award in that realm, he was certain he would be a recipient. The earliest golden lion, the Changha water buffalo, the crimson-feathered bird, the snow willow demon. Beiqinghan recited each name without contradiction, merely gazing at Changtian, which left him feeling a cold sweat trickling down his back. These are the ferocious beasts that have been vanquished during this period. Upon reflection, it seems that I have indeed engaged in frequent battles. Changtian felt somewhat uncertain, but nonetheless retorted, there is no other way. A dragon is made of iron and needs sustenance, especially such a large one. Besides, there is you. I can manage without food for a couple of meals, but little by, you are in a crucial stage of growth, and I cannot allow you to go hungry. Beiqinghan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Changtian's frequent battles were primarily for her sake. A warm sensation coursed through her heart, stirring deep emotions within her, causing her to abandon her previously stern demeanor. Even her typically rigid expression softened. Although she had always feigned seriousness, with her head slightly bowed, she wished to conceal her embarrassment from the dragon. I understand. So you must exercise caution when you venture out. Do you not trust my strength? Which of those ferocious beasts could possibly be my match? Changtian thumped his chest with a claw, raising his dragon head proudly towards the sky, exuding an air of invincibility that brought a smile to Beiqinghan's face. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she covered half her face with her tiny hands, her adorable eyes narrowing into crescent moons. It appeared that she had been successfully diverted. Changtian sighed in relief. While it was indeed for the little one that he fought, he had not been entirely truthful. The ferocious beast he battled had not provided him with a single meal. All had gone into his belly. Fortunately, the little one remained oblivious to this fact. What did you say? Beiqinghan seemed to catch a faint whisper from the dragon and looked up in confusion, her eyes wide with curiosity. It's nothing, Changtian quickly denied. Then with a beaming smile, he turned to Beiqinghan. Little Bai, since you care for me so much, shouldn't you call me daddy? No. Beiqinghan lowered her head, diverting her gaze. Although she had come to regard the dragon as a father figure in her heart, the thought of vocalizing it made her feel somewhat shy. Hee. Changtian chuckled like a bumbling old father. In the time that followed, Changtian refrained from venturing outside, diligently staying at home to protect the little girl. Fortunately, he had stockpiled a considerable amount of food, including various plants and seeds, all of which he planted, cultivating a small vegetable garden. It flourished with vegetables and an array of spiritual fruits, providing a rich and diverse source of nutrition. The only disappointment for Beiqinghan was, as always, the lack of meat, with an abundance of vegetarian options. Yet, she could not allow her culinary desires to put Dragon Daddy in harm's way. A little patience was required. Around them, the vibrant hues of the setting sun danced, and the various spiritual plants and medicinal herbs emitted a resplendent glow, mingling their divine light, while a gentle mist of spiritual energy enveloped the atmosphere. Taking a breath here feels as though one has been transported to a realm of ethereal beauty. On the ground, a small rabbit is nestled, clutching a crystal-clear carrot, nibbling away with delight. The spiritual fruits dangle from the trees like stars scattered across the heavens, their reflections shimmering in the rabbit's bright, dark eyes. Look, I've picked a magnificent fruit, Beiqinghan exclaims, her legs casually spread as she sits upon a sturdy branch of an ancient tree, a glistening spiritual fruit in hand. Waving cheerfully at Changtian, perhaps having donned the guise of a child for so long, her actions now effortlessly align with her youthful appearance, even without conscious effort. Perhaps it is the comfort of being entirely at ease in Changtian's presence that allows her to relax completely. The little one descends from the tree and approaches the great dragon, offering the fruit. You eat. Thank you, Xiaobai, Changtian replies, understanding the importance of preserving the child's enthusiasm, and takes a bite. Beiqinghan then climbs onto Changtian's back and retrieves another fruit from behind. Thus, the two of them, one child and one dragon, sit together, each savoring their spiritual fruits, momentarily untouched by the upheaval surrounding them, embodying a scene of tranquil contentment. Chapter 26. The Seven-Armed Demon God. One fruit was insufficient for Changtian to satiate his hunger, and it was swiftly consumed. In a garden enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy, a colossal black dragon lay upon the ground, with a diminutive human child gnawing on a fruit atop its back. Beiqinghan took a bite of the fruit in her hand. Its fragrance was rich and its juice abundant. She puffed her chubby cheeks and gazed upward at the sky. Uncertainty loomed over what was transpiring outside and how long it would last. In preparation for unforeseen circumstances, although the current anomalies had yet to inflict any tangible effects, the future remained unpredictable. They were unable to vacate the forbidden grounds in the near term, creating an ambiguous impact on their future existence. Changtian himself was rather unclear about this. However, it mattered little. Changtian sprawled on the ground, appearing somewhat languid, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding anomalies. In response to a remark, he cryptically stated that someone would assist in probing the situation. He squinted, surveying certain directions within the forbidden territory. Those old-timers must be reaching their breaking point, too, he mused. Before long, the one who would break the silence emerged. The duration of the anomalies had been unexpectedly prolonged. Eventually, the exotic beasts within the forbidden grounds became accustomed to the changes. After all, the only alterations were the slight shift in the sky's hue and the heightened vitality of spiritual energy. No other changes were apparent. Rather than fretting over trivial matters, it was more prudent to be concerned about survival. Thus, the majority of the exotic beasts soon resumed their ordinary routines, hunting and preying upon one another. Even if the forbidden grounds were to face destruction the following day, they would first ensure their bellies were full before contemplating the morrow's fate. The forbidden grounds had never been truly merciless. Everything appeared to revert to the state prior to the anomalies. Yet, this tranquility was merely superficial. While the lower-tier beasts engaged in their skirmishes, the titans within the forbidden grounds could no longer contain themselves. In Changtian's perception, the strong within the forbidden territory shone like fireflies against the night sky, distinctly noticeable. At that moment, Among those fireflies, several were intensifying in brightness, akin to transitioning from fireflies to celestial stars. Like a slumbering volcano awakening, each aura represented a formidable exotic entity or beast. Were they finally unable to restrain themselves? A subtle smile grazed Changtian's lips, revealing his dragon-like teeth, sharp as steel. He had been awaiting this moment, for he understood that, beyond himself, there existed others within the forbidden grounds who yearned to comprehend what these anomalies truly signified. And now, that moment had arrived. What was this about being unable to contain oneself? Beside him, Beiqinghan, who had been lying on the ground with her eyes closed in an unusual posture, was momentarily taken aback by his words and instinctively opened her eyes. She had been mimicking Changtian's position while practicing her visualization techniques. It must be said that the effects of this practice are indeed remarkable, with a significant enhancement in the speed of visualization. It's nothing. We merely need to observe quietly from here, Changtian remarked. Oh, the little one still did not comprehend the meaning behind Changtian's words. However, soon enough, without further explanation, she understood it herself. Boom. Within the forbidden area, a mountain range erupted violently, shards of rock soaring into the sky, cascading like meteors in all directions. In an instant, the region surrounding the mountain became reminiscent of a place ravaged by a meteor shower. The ground was riddled with enormous craters, and the devastation was overwhelming. The forest lay in ruins, with not a single intact spot to be found. Amidst the shattered peaks of the mountain, a towering figure of an alien race emerged. His stature was majestic, akin to a mountain, boasting 7 arms, each seemingly capable of plucking stars from the sky, as though the world could be grasped within his grasp. He bore 2 horns atop his head, one of which was broken, as if snapped by some unknown force. With his emergence, the surrounding illusions were affected: frost, flames, darkness, and thunder. It was as if a cataclysmic chaos had descended, with various natural disasters following in rapid succession. In comparison, the flames released by the previous red-feathered bird seemed trivial, akin to lighting candles on a birthday cake. Upon his arrival, this alien being unleashed a war cry that shattered the heavens, proclaiming his presence throughout the forbidden area. To manifest such overwhelming might right upon his entrance was truly audacious. Changtian narrowed his elongated dragon eyes. He had never encountered such a ferocious beast before, and judging by its aura, it was not at all inferior to the other titans within the forbidden domain. This was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, the forbidden area harbored many secrets unknown to him. Changtian sensed the veil of mystery surrounding the forbidden area gradually lifting before him. Even Beiqinghan could distinctly perceive the presence of this formidable entity and the unrestrained aura it exuded. The sheer terror of its essence evoked a sensation of confrontation. The little one was startled, trembling in her diminutive form. "Do not worry, I am here," Changtian said with a cold snort, noticing the little one's apparent fright. In an instant, a powerful dragon's might surged skyward, manifesting as a fearsome dragon in the air. In that moment, the formidable aura of the 7-armed demon was shattered. The unfamiliar presence, a black dragon. The 7-armed demon cast a surprised glance in Changtian's direction, taken aback by his strangeness and strength. Yet, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, he had slain dragons far more powerful than this black one. There were other matters of greater importance to him. The 7-armed demon retracted his gaze, snorting disdainfully, his voice echoing throughout the forbidden area. "A bunch of fools, you've waited so long. The perfect opportunity lies before you. And yet you still lack the resolve to seize it? In the forbidden realm, countless mid to low-tier ferocious beasts were compelled to prostrate themselves upon hearing the supreme will embedded within that voice, paralyzed with fear. Moments later, another formidable aura emerged from a certain location within the forbidden land, rivaling the first. This unexpected phenomenon was not the moment we had anticipated. "Ah, the barrier is weakening. Now is not the time. When will the time come?" The 7-armed demon god scoffed, maintaining an air of unparalleled arrogance even when confronted by a hidden giant within the forbidden domain. The barrier was indeed diminishing, but it had not entirely dissipated, and the inner and outer realms remained disconnected. The moment we awaited still lay ahead. Despite such disdain, the other aura did not exhibit any signs of anger, seemingly accustomed to the 7-armed demon god's demeanor. Wait, just how long must we continue to wait? Those who tread different paths do not conspire together. The 7-armed demon god derided this thought, dismissing the aura and instead revealing his ambitions to the powerful figures within the forbidden realm. "I seek to shatter the barriers and venture beyond the forbidden land. Who will join me?" Within the cavern, both a man and a dragon were taken aback. Changtian exclaimed. So that's how it is. Beiqinghan responded, I can't believe it. Chapter 27. The Eight Giants. Changtian had previously speculated that the periphery of the Forbidden Land harbored another world, albeit with certain constraints preventing exit, confining them within its boundaries. He was at a loss as to how to escape. However, it now appeared that those ancient beings had long been aware of this fact. Their prolonged slumber was merely a wait for the moment when these restrictions would dissipate. Beiqinghan also experienced an epiphany. No wonder that within the Forbidden Land, powerful king-level alien creatures were abundant, and there were numerous ferocious beasts surpassing the king level, yet they remained ensconced within this domain, never venturing into the outside world. It was all due to some constraint keeping them at bay. Now, it seemed that this limitation was on the verge of disappearing. Should the king level and even stronger beasts from the Forbidden Land converge upon the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a profound upheaval in the external situation. Perhaps humanity's plight would revert to the dire circumstances of the onset of the mutations. No, it could even be worse. One must remember that at the onset of the mutations, there were far fewer king-level and stronger beasts. A wave of anxiety gripped her heart. Did humanity possess the capability to contend with such an overwhelming array of alien forces? Yet, she was no longer the Empress of humanity. She was merely a 3-year-old child at the beginning of her cultivation journey. Even during her reign as Empress, she would have been unable to thwart such formidable beasts. Let alone now. She could only watch helplessly as the seven-armed demon god took action. The proclamation of the seven-armed demon god reverberated throughout the Forbidden Land. And for a moment, the powerful beings within fell into silence, seemingly weighing their options. However, this silence did not last long. Ha. Since you are willing to take the lead, I shall join you in this venture. A booming laughter echoed. Following this, a divine light surged from a canyon in one corner of the Forbidden Land, transforming into a sky-swallowing divine hound. Upon its emergence, it exuded an immensely powerful aura, whipping up fierce winds, and the clouds above swirled around it, forming a colossal vortex as if to consume heaven and earth. The appearance of the sky-swallowing hound seemed to signal the commencement of a gathering. Soon, powerful auras began to manifest, with divine lights soaring into the sky, morphing into ferocious beasts. The sky-swallowing hound, the phoenix, the thousand-legged centipede, and an array of uniquely shaped alien beings. 7 massive ferocious beasts almost filled half the sky. Though their forms and species varied, the power they radiated was all but incomparable. The convergence of so many formidable alien entities, collectively emanating their might, caused the surrounding void to subtly crack, straining under the pressure. Beiqinghan, watching from below, felt a surge of trepidation. She could not ascertain the precise strength of these alien beings, but each aura surpassed that of the alien king she had previously battled. This indicated that all of them were beyond the king level and were indeed ferocious beasts. How intriguing that so many powerful alien beings had been drawn out all at once. Changtian narrowed his eyes. He had always held a keen interest in these ancient beings within the Forbidden Land. Despite his numerous provocations and bold actions within the Forbidden Domain, he had never once witnessed their emergence. To his astonishment, the 7-armed demon sought to breach the Forbidden Grounds today, inadvertently summoning 7 entities. He felt a surge of curiosity to join the fray. However, recalling that he was no longer a solitary dragon, he glanced at the small figure beside him, who wore a face marked by anxiety and trepidation. Thus, Changtian chose to refrain from advancing. He offered words of reassurance, "Fear not, for I am here." Beiqinghan replied, though her expression remained largely unrelieved. Her concern was not for her own safety. She had faith in Changtian's ability to protect her. Rather, she was apprehensive about whether those 7 foreign beings would indeed breach the Forbidden Grounds, and if humanity would be capable of withstanding such a threat. Meanwhile, the summons initiated by the 7-armed demon was nearing its conclusion. Is this all that has arrived? He mused, surveying the 7 foreign beings and ferocious beasts before him. His tone momentarily faltering, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction with the turnout. After waiting a moment longer, he confirmed that no additional foreign entities were forthcoming. Very well. Let it be as it is. Though the numbers are fewer than desired, my presence alone suffices in strength. As for the others, let them observe from the shadows if they wish. Casting a scornful and taunting glance toward the hidden giants, he remarked upon the rhythmic movement of the 1,000 legs of the centipede, each sharp appendage capable of rending a mountain asunder. Peaks crumbled beneath its feet, reduced to mere powder, while a chilling sound emanated from its mandibles. I hope those onlookers do not regret their inaction when they witness our triumphant departure. It will not be so simple for them to have us pave the way. The lurking rodents posed no real threat. The sky-swallowing hound roared defiantly, its voice echoing across the heavens. The phoenix soared majestically above, exuding an air of sanctity, its divine light illuminating the surroundings as it emitted a hauntingly cold cry. The other foreign beings joined in vocalizing. The simultaneous intimidation from 7 beings surpassing the kingly realm was palpable. The giants remained silent, not out of fear, but rather because it was deemed unnecessary. If they were to escape the forbidden grounds, who could ensure that internal strife wouldn't arise amongst them? Including the 7-armed demon himself? Ignoring the phoenix's warning, the sky-swallowing hound bellowed with laughter. If that is the case, allow me to take the lead. I have grown weary of this unchanging sky of the forbidden grounds. The name of his lineage, synonymous with devouring the heavens and earth, now found itself imprisoned within these constraints. Gazing upward, he saw only the immutable expanse of the forbidden sky, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, yearning to escape into the vast world beyond. Now, with others joining forces, they unleashed the proud innate ability of their race. Devour the sky. In an instant, he opened his maw wide, an insatiable gravitational force emanating from his gaping mouth, resembling a black hole. The world seemed to dim, and the beasts within the forbidden grounds felt as if the very heavens were collapsing upon them, their bodies wavering as they were drawn toward the cavernous maw. Of course, this was merely an illusion. He could not truly consume the entirety of the forbidden grounds. Yet, the mere fact that such an illusion can be conjured by the devouring beast is indeed terrifying. The barrier enveloping the forbidden zone trembled subtly, rippling as if it, too, were on the verge of being torn asunder by this monstrous creature. A glimmer of hope. Observing this, the other fierce beasts displayed expressions of delight. The ability of the devouring beast to incite even the slightest disturbance in the barrier indicated that it had long since lost its former invulnerability. There is potential here. The various otherworldly beings and fierce beasts commenced their assaults in earnest. The phoenix flapped its wings, stirring up a tempest, casting down azure divine light that illuminated the barrier while attacking it. Thunderous roars echoed. The 1,000-legged centipede surged toward the edge of the forbidden zone, its myriad legs rhythmically pounding the earth, indiscriminately shattering countless mountains along its path. Its countless sharp legs clawed at the barrier, while it unleashed potent venom from its maw. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 otherworldly beings were not idle, each employing their unique powers to bombard the barrier. In an instant, the periphery of the forbidden zone was awash in divine light, a cacophony of dreadful energies erupting, crushing all that drew near. Though Lu Changtian remained within his lair, he observed the unfolding events at the boundary of the forbidden zone, noting the emergence of 7 formidable beasts surpassing the kingly level. He witnessed the barriers trembling beneath the relentless onslaught of the otherworldly beings. If this continued, it was entirely plausible that something significant might indeed transpire. A wicked grin crept across his face as he watched the unabashed assault of the otherworldly beings. It was nearly time for him to make his entrance. Chapter 28. The stealing of the home. Lu Changtian had no intention of intervening or launching a surprise attack on the several foreign entities. After all, he wished to explore the area outside the forbidden zone himself. If they were to cause a disturbance and shatter the barrier, it would save him considerable effort. However, such a splendid opportunity seemed too wasteful to merely observe from the confines of his home. He chuckled malevolently, thinking, since you all intend to leave the forbidden zone, it would be a pity to let resources remain there unused. Allow me to graciously accept them on your behalf. Having been raised with a strong sense of frugality, Lu Changtian could not bear to see substantial resources squandered, so he would reluctantly take on the responsibility of safeguarding them. Naturally, such guardianship would require a small fee. Fear not, it won't be too much. As he contemplated this, he resolved to take advantage of the ongoing chaos at the outskirts of the forbidden zone to explore the lairs of those formidable foreign beings. However, just as he stepped outside, he was halted by a little creature. Beiqinghan, unaware of Lu Changtian's intentions, merely considered that her foolish father often stirred up trouble whenever he ventured out. Given the current perilous circumstances, she was understandably concerned about him going out alone. She pressed her lips together and gazed at the colossal dragon before her. What are you going out for? I want to come with you. This put Lu Changtian in a quandary. Bringing a child along to pilfer from others, wouldn't that corrupt her innocence? Of course, he was overthinking it. Beiqinghan was, after all, quite mature in her own right and not easily influenced. Little Bai, I have something to attend to outside. You should stay home and wait for me. Do not worry, it will be safe. If it's safe, then why can't I come along? I am formidable now. I can be of assistance. Beiqinghan was not so easily swayed. She quickly seized upon a flaw in Lu Changtian's reasoning. During this time of turmoil, the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the Forbidden Zone had been particularly intense. To prevent any mishap from affecting Lu Changtian, she had diligently practiced her skills and successfully advanced her visualization technique to the second level, capable of envisioning 2 dragon claws. Her strength had improved significantly. Yet, to Lu Changtian, she still seemed the same as before, a little creature easily toppled by a mere finger. He was about to use the excuse that her strength was still too weak to be of any help or that the outside was too dangerous for her safety, thereby refusing her request. You, however, Lu Changtian's words were abruptly halted as Beiqinghan interjected, effectively choking his response. Did you not just say it would be safe? Why can't I accompany you? Could it be? Here, Beiqinghan paused, a sly smile creeping across her face. As if she had succeeded in some cunning scheme, she looked up at Lu Changtian, adopting a tone of incredulous inquiry. Are you, in fact, deceiving me when you say it will be safe? A devastating blow. The rhetorical question left Lu Changtian speechless, rendering him incapable of a response. To affirm it would be to admit he was indeed deceiving her, suggesting the outside world was perilous. To deny it would lead back to the child's previous statement. If there was no danger, why not take her along? This clever little one. From whom had she learned such cunning? He couldn't help but scrutinize Beiqinghan, whose large, dark eyes gazed unblinkingly at him, filled with an innocent purity reminiscent of the night. It seemed her earlier remark was merely casual, devoid of any ulterior motives. Lu Changtian and the child exchanged glances for a moment, ultimately succumbing to her untainted gaze, surrendering with a resigned tone. All right, you've bested me, I concede. Yay, Beiqinghan exclaimed, joyfully leaping as though she had achieved a monumental victory. Just a mere dragon dad, easily handled. However, Lu Changtian's voice suddenly grew more intense, capturing the child's attention. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he advised, You must stay close to me when we are outside. No wandering off, understood? The little one nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at rice, an utterly adorable sight. She was not like those foolish female characters from films, heedless and prone to reckless escapades. Beiqinghan was well aware of her limitations. She understood that in the Forbidden Land, especially under the current circumstances, straying would be tantamount to courting death. Clinging to Dragon Dad was the wisest course of action. That's good. Seeing her compliance, Lu Changtian felt he could no longer refuse. Reluctantly agreeing, the commotion outside the Forbidden Zone captured the attention of most powerful beings within. Consequently, no one noticed that at this moment, a black dragon concealed its presence, departing from its lair. On the journey, Beiqinghan finally grasped Lu Changtian's intentions. He planned to seize the opportunity while the foreign leaders were absent to pilfer their domain. It was simply magnificent. She thought her dragon dad was exceedingly crafty. If those foreign beings discovered someone was thieving from them, they would surely explode with rage. Thus, both the human and the dragon shared a devious smile as they advanced toward the lair of the foreign beasts. For their first target, Lu Changtian chose the den of the sky-eating hound. As for the reason, the sky-eating hound was said to prey upon dragons. Although Lu Changtian had not encountered any dragons besides himself in this forbidden land, he had indeed had some conflicts with this species prior to his ascension in strength, having been hunted for a time. However, upon growing stronger, he realized they could no longer provoke him. The sky-eating hounds either retreated or kept their distance, leaving him little opportunity to reclaim his honor. Thus, it was the sky-eating hound that became his first target. In fact, he yearned to infiltrate the abode of the seven-armed demon, for this being appeared to be the most formidable among the 8 alien entities. Alas, shortly after awakening, the seven-armed demon obliterated its ancestral mountain, scattering fragments haphazardly across the forbidden realm. It was likely that naught remained of that place, save for a gaping chasm. With no other recourse, Lu Changtian opted for a secondary target. As he approached the territory of the devouring celestial hound, his figure suddenly flickered, gradually becoming indistinct. His entire form transformed into a wisp of mist, akin to an ethereal illusion, both dreamlike and surreal. Silently, he entered the domain of the devouring celestial hound. Chapter 29. I am proud of being beaten. Beiqinghan gazed with wide, curious eyes at a Tianhan hound that passed by. They had ventured deep into the territory of the Tianhan hounds. Earlier, upon hearing that Lu Changtian planned to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to raid the homes of several alien beings, Beiqinghan had assumed that he intended to charge in recklessly. After all, such a course of action was consistent with the impression this dragon had of himself. As for Lu Changtian's mention of infiltration, Beiqinghan interpreted it as simply eliminating all the alien beings in sight, which would constitute the most flawless form of stealth. To her astonishment, however, the other party had transformed, completely concealing his aura and presence, boldly entering without a trace. Throughout this journey, Beiqinghan had encountered no fewer than 10 Tianhan hounds, the most recent one nearly brushing past Lu Changtian. Yet, despite this proximity, the hounds remained oblivious to the existence of such a colossal dragon right beside them. Beiqinghan was profoundly astonished. Was there truly such a method of infiltration? Perhaps this was the innate ability of her dragon father? She pondered, glancing down at her own hands. At that moment, it seemed as if a veil of illusion enveloped her, her small hands appearing semi-transparent, glimmering with faint specks of light, akin to a layer of good fortune. Ethereal and elusive, beautiful and dreamlike. It was this extraordinary state that masked her presence, allowing the Tianhan hounds to pass by unaware of her existence. Beiqinghan felt her dragon father's aura becoming increasingly mysterious. Not only was he endowed with formidable power, but he also exhibited an attitude distinctly different from other alien beings. Having even adopted her, a human cub, now, he possessed this strange, dreamlike ability. If such a power were possessed by other alien beings, Beiqinghan would undoubtedly regard them as formidable foes. However, in the case of Lu Changtian, he was her dragon father. The more powerful, the better. Just as Lu Changtian would find it natural for his child to be so extraordinary, Lu Changtian's enigmatic strength instilled an inexplicable sense of pride within Beiqinghan, filling her with a sense of honor. The little one could not help but lift her small face, puff out her tiny chest, exuding a hint of pride. Her gaze toward the Tianhan hound shifted, now resembling that of one looking down upon a group of insignificant beings. Unbeknownst to Lu Changtian, who was unaware of Beiqinghan's thoughts, he could not help but chuckle at the sight of his child's confident and adorable demeanor. In this realm of the Tianhan hounds, the duo roamed as if in a world devoid of others, leisurely observing their surroundings, their casual, languid posture reminiscent of a father-daughter duo on a delightful spring outing. Before long, they had arrived at the very heart of the territory. Ahead stood a magnificent gate, adorned with intricate, arcane engravings that formed a barrier, flanked on either side by 2 vigilant Tianhan hounds. The gate loomed large, and Beiqinghan felt as though she were but a tiny ant in its presence, perfectly befitting the stature of the Tianhan hounds. Once again, 2 formidable beasts of the royal level have appeared. Beiqinghan felt a sense of numbness. In the outside world, the emergence of any royal-level ferocious beast would undoubtedly cause a great upheaval, almost altering the very fabric of the world. Each of them, true to their title, was a rightful king, feared by countless individuals and venerated by innumerable beasts. They were indeed the monarchs among beasts. Yet here, these majestic royal-level creatures were relegated to mere gatekeepers. She felt once more the vast disparity between the forbidden zone and the outside world. However, having 2 royal-level beings safeguarding this place, along with such formidable restrictions, must surely indicate that this was the core, she mused, casting her gaze towards the heavily fortified door. Unlike any other area that lacked such stringent protection, beyond it lay the treasure trove of the Sky-Eating Hound clan. She glanced down at Lu Changtian, curious about how he intended to proceed with their infiltration. However, she noticed a peculiar expression on his face. Truly, it was a case of enemies converging. Lu Changtian's countenance was somewhat nuanced as he looked at one of the Sky-Eating Hounds. Previously, when he was still a young dragon, he had been targeted by the Sky-Eating Hound clan, notorious for feasting on dragons. This time, he harbored a slight desire for revenge. The very Sky-Eating Hound before him was the one that had once pursued him. Following Lu Changtian's gaze, Beiqinghan quickly discerned what had caught his attention and whispered, "Do you know that Sky-Eating Hound?" Lu Changtian nodded. "I suppose I do. That creature once hunted me." "What?" Beiqinghan was instantly astonished. Although she was unaware of Lu Changtian's strength, she knew that the hound was undoubtedly a being of power surpassing the royal level. Yet, this Sky-Eating Hound had once pursued Lu Changtian. Had she misjudged its capabilities? Could it be that the hound's strength transcended even that of a royal? A solemn realization washed over her. She had previously underestimated the opponent. The Sky-Eating Hound was indeed a major race within the Forbidden Zone, possessing profound depth. Meanwhile, Lu Changtian felt an overwhelming sense of delight. At the time of the chase, that Sky-Eating Hound had not yet attained royal status, but it was still far stronger than him. However, upon their reunion, the tables had completely turned. The gate stood directly behind the 2 Sky-Eating Hounds, and attempting to enter would inevitably attract their attention. Changtian then conceived a clever idea. He maintained his invisible stance and silently approached the hound, which remained blissfully unaware of his presence, dozing off. The other sky-eating hound, noticing this, called out, "Don't doze off. Stay alert and vigilant." The drowsy hound dismissed the warning. This is the realm of the sky-eating hound clan. Which fool would dare intrude? They were the tyrants of the Forbidden Zone, and their strongest members were currently assaulting the barriers of the Forbidden Area. Should they succeed, it would be akin to a dragon entering the sea, a hound devouring the heavens. Who would be foolish enough to provoke them at this critical juncture? Even the formidable black dragon from the past dared not approach us, lest it be skinned alive. As Changtian drew near, he overheard this remark, and his dragon eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of intimidating light. Beiqinghan could not help but rub her arms, realizing that having once surpassed the dragon father does not imply superiority in the present. Had she not also triumphed over many foes stronger than herself? Her gaze toward the devouring celestial hound was filled with pity. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the air. Oblivious to the shift, the celestial hound merely felt a slight coolness. It descended lazily, conversing with its kin, before burying its head. "Very well, continue your watch. I shall rest." Its kin, though exasperated, could not rouse it and allowed it to be. "Still wishing to sleep? Not on my watch." Changtian's eyes turned fierce as he raised a foot and delivered a sharp kick to the celestial hound's rear. Ouch! The celestial hound let out a pained yelp. Propelled far away, clutching its backside, it rose, fuming with indignation. "Who the hell kicked me?" It turned to find the area empty, save for its kin on the side. The celestial hound's eyes sharpened, demanding, "Was it you who kicked me? Why would I kick you? Don't go looking for trouble." Another celestial hound retorted. It had already been quite lenient for not pursuing the matter of the other's idleness, but now it found itself being harassed. "It's you. There is no one else here but you." The celestial hound persisted, quickly concocting a reason. "You must be envious of my prominence with the clan leader." The other celestial hound scoffed. "Envy? Envious of your prominence due to being beaten by that black dragon? So what? Surviving is my skill." The celestial hound took pride in its bruising, wearing it as a badge of honor. "If you're so capable, go challenge that black dragon and return alive." "You want to fight, do you?" The other celestial hound's fury ignited as it glared back. "Let us fight then." Both celestial hounds, harboring disdain for each other, immediately engaged in battle. Chapter 30, Beiqinghan, Fortune Awaits. Outside the door, two mighty Tianhun beasts clashed in a fierce and tumultuous battle, their disagreement escalating into an extraordinary spectacle. Beiqinghan discreetly cast a glance at his father, the dragon, only to discover that beneath the surface of his father's seemingly domineering demeanor lay a cunning strategist capable of employing such insidious tactics. Unbeknownst to the beasts, he had orchestrated their conflict with remarkable subtlety. Indeed, one should never judge a dragon by its appearance. But who could blame him, considering this was his father? A profound sense of security enveloped him. Returning to the matter at hand, these two Tianhun beasts were initially oblivious to Changtian's concealed presence. And now that they were embroiled in combat, they would mistakenly attribute any further assaults to each other. Even if Changtian seized the opportunity to deliver a few kicks amidst the chaos, their ire would only intensify. In fact, he did just that, striking decisively at the opportune moment to stoke the flames of their conflict. Having accomplished this, he drifted back to the entrance, where he scrutinized the intricate patterns etched upon the door. The designs were profound and complex, subtly coalescing into the shape of a colossal Tianhun beast. Thus, it became apparent that the door was a mechanism for filtering bloodlines through array patterns. Only those of the Tianhun lineage could unlock this grand portal. Should members of other races attempt a forcible breach, the door's intricate designs would summon a Tianhun beast to devour the intruder. Even if the intruder managed to shatter the array, the resulting commotion would inevitably alert the Tianhun clan. From this, one could discern that the architects of this treasure vault, the Tianhun beasts, had indeed considered every conceivable aspect. As for any intruder capable of vanquishing the summoned Tianhun, it would be advisable to forego resistance and simply relinquish the treasures within. Of course, the esteemed elder of the Tianhun clan could not have anticipated such circumstances. After all, was it not merely the bloodline of the Tianhun beasts? Was there not now the presence of two? Changtian turned to observe the grappling beasts, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Ah, do you intend to enlist their aid in opening the door?" "Surely, that is an impossibility." Beiqinghan pondered, somewhat perplexed. While the two Tianhun beasts appeared somewhat dim-witted, it was hard to believe they would assist the intruders in breaching the door. Would that not render them mere guides? In response, Lu Changtian offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for the little one to remain patient. Watch my maneuver. With that, he maintained his stealthy approach and delivered a resounding slap to the rear of the Tianhan beast with whom he had a grievance. A woo. The creature emitted a pitiful cry, feeling as though its backside might shatter. How dare you strike my rear? Who struck your rear? The other Tianhan beast quickly denied, convinced this was a deliberate provocation. First, you claim I kicked you, and now you say I slapped you. I have no such peculiar inclinations. Very well, still unwilling to admit it, are we? Retorted the aggrieved Tianhan. Although they were engaged in a scuffle, they were considerate enough to refrain from inflicting serious harm upon one another. However, now that one had initiated the conflict, the other could hardly be blamed for retaliating. With a fierce glint in its eyes, the sky-eating hound swiftly turned and sank its teeth into the rear of its counterpart, blood splattering with a single bite. Let go. Release it. I won't. In defiance of its kin's admonition, the sky-eating hound clamped down tenaciously, exhibiting no intention of relinquishing its grip. Its teeth dug mercilessly into flesh. Observing this, another sky-eating hound, agitated, mirrored the action and bit into its sibling's hindquarters. Awu. In response to the pain, both parties bit down even harder. Blood from the sky-eating hounds gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Unbeknownst to them, a strand of blood suddenly defied gravity, rising into the air and heading towards the grand entrance, merging with the array inscribed upon it. Lu Changtian withdrew his gaze and addressed the little one. See, it worked, didn't it? Beiqinghan, taken aback, retracted her previous assumptions. These two sky-eating hounds were far more foolish than she had imagined. As the blood entered, the array on the door shimmered faintly, recognizing the bloodline. And the heavy door began to open slowly. Seizing the opportunity presented by the slight gap, Lu Changtian swiftly slipped inside as the door closed once more. Throughout this process, the two sky-eating hounds remained utterly oblivious. Inside the treasure vault, Beiqinghan exerted her imagination to its fullest, for even the sentinels were two regal-level sky-eating hounds. One could only fathom that the contents of the vault would be exceedingly abundant. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, she realized her imagination had been woefully inadequate. Before her lay a breathtaking spectacle, awash in radiant hues and enveloped in ethereal mist, where divine medicines and precious metals intermingled. Rare and exquisite materials from the outside world were piled into small mountains. Even the ground beneath her feet was paved with precious stones, seemingly breathing as it released wisps of vapor. A deep breath imbued her with a sensation akin to entering a celestial realm. This is utterly extravagant, Beiqinghan murmured. During her time beside Lu Changtian, she had indeed broadened her horizons, feasting upon beasts and exotic entities surpassing regal levels. The garden was replete with spiritual herbs, many of which she had never even glimpsed. She had thought that was the pinnacle of abundance. Yet today's experience left her momentarily speechless. If the treasures accompanying Dragon Father were of high quality, then the vault before her, though perhaps lacking in quality, exceeded abundantly in quantity. The little one, entranced, ambled forward, eyes reflecting the treasures, nearly unable to contain any more wonder. Lu Changtian, though surprised, found it to be quite natural. After all, this was the cumulative wealth of the sky-eating hound clan amassed over countless years, while he was but a solitary figure. It was only fitting that he could not compete. Yet, witnessing the little one behave like a small treasure enthusiast, nearly losing the language skills it had just regained, he could not help but smile knowingly. Who would have thought that such a small creature could possess such a penchant for riches? He reached out, grasping the little one's collar, allowing it to scamper with its short legs, yet making no progress whatsoever. Beiqinghan, filled with urgency, turned her head, casting a look of confusion as if to inquire why she was being obstructed. It was then that Lu Changtian smiled and reassured her. Do not fret, little one. All of this now belongs to us. Take as much as you desire. Yet, a thought struck him. What if they had laid down some form of restriction above that could obliterate these treasures? Beiqinghan suddenly awakened, her eyes sparkling with clarity. After such a strenuous effort to enter, she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. She urged Lu Changtian to inspect the surroundings. Lu Changtian conducted a thorough examination. Perhaps the Tianhan clan had never anticipated that outsiders would intrude upon this sacred place, and astonishingly, their kin had shown no sign of awareness. Thus, no restrictions had been imposed. He signaled to the little one that all was well. Instantly, Beiqinghan relaxed, diving into the heap of treasures like a little mermaid, swimming joyfully among them. Meanwhile, In another part of the Tianhun clan's territory, an aged Tianhun opened his eyes. In that instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had illuminated the sky. His electrifying gaze swiftly turned toward the direction of Lu Changtian. Chapter 31. The impoverished Empress, delighted by the rare joy of the little one, Lu Changtian chose not to intrude, instead watching with a cheerful demeanor. When he felt it was time to interrupt, he spoke up, breaking the spell of amusement. Amid Beiqinghan's puzzled gaze, Lu Changtian produced a small pouch and said, "All right. Take these things home. You may play with them for as long as you wish." Beiqinghan's eyes sparkled with realization. They had come here to loot. She swiftly reached out to accept the small pouch Lu Changtian offered. When the pouch sat in Lu Changtian's hand, it barely fit as a finger sleeve. But in Beiqinghan's grasp, it transformed into a bag ample enough to contain her entire being. Upon receiving the pouch, Beiqinghan instinctively stroked it, letting out a gasp of surprise. Looking down, she saw that the pouch radiated a brilliant golden hue, appearing to be crafted from some creature's hide, adorned with a layer of soft fur. As she caressed it, the texture felt remarkably smooth and oddly familiar. Comparing it to the garment she wore, she confirmed, this pouch was made from the hide of a golden lion. The value of golden lions was on the rise. I refined this pouch a bit. The space within is considerably larger than it appears. You can fill it to your heart's content, Lu Changtian explained. Since they had ventured out together, it was only fitting to grant the little one a sense of involvement. Thus, on their journey, Lu Changtian had torn off some lion hide to craft this pouch. Employing the method of Shuminaji, he expanded the interior space, creating what is known as a storage pouch. Is this a storage pouch? Beiqinghan's face lit up with astonishment as she curiously examined the pouch in her hand. She opened the mouth of the pouch and peered inside, indeed discovering that the space was far more expansive than she had imagined. Suddenly, the little one began to struggle, her tiny hands tugging at the pouch. She had leaned in too far, almost being engulfed by it. With all her might, she pulled at the golden pouch, causing it to bulge and contort in various places. After what felt like an eternity, Beiqinghan emerged victorious from her tussle with the pouch, gasping for breath. Once she regained her composure, now aware of the pouch's vast interior, she excitedly dashed towards the myriad treasures. Ore, divine gold, precious elixirs, anything that could fit into the pouch was swiftly collected. After all, anything that could be stored in the treasure vault of the Changtian clan was bound to be exquisite. Accustomed to poverty, Beiqinghan, despite being an empress, recognized that humanity had only just begun to establish itself amidst the chaos. Resources were scarce. Even her cultivation materials were self-sourced, often at her own expense. In comparison to the ancient Changtian clan, she felt utterly disadvantaged. Under Beiqinghan's nearly relentless little hands, the storage pouch quickly became plump. Lu Changtian simply observed, playing the role of a caring father, offering occasional reminders. Do not overindulge, simply select a few favorites to keep, as we have other destinations to attend to soon. Glancing at the familiar, nearly unchanged small hill before her, adorned with various rare materials, and then at the bulging storage bag in her hand, Beiqinghan furrowed her brow, her youthful face displaying a clear expression of entanglement. She yearned to collect more, yet her capacity was already maxed out, and Dragon Father had mentioned visiting other places. How frustrating. Beiqinghan bit her lip, ultimately opting to selectively extract a few items from her storage bag before promptly stopping. Lu Changtian, observing the still plump storage bag, inquired, "Is that all? Aren't you going to take out more?" Beiqinghan immediately shook her head vigorously. Even the small amount she had taken out made her feel as though her heart were bleeding. These were the cherished possessions she and Dragon Father held dear. Very well. Lu Changtian replied noncommittally, refraining from pressing the matter further. He believed that when they encountered more treasures later, the little one would instinctively make space in her bag. Allowing Beiqinghan to stand behind him with the storage bag, Lu Changtian opened his mouth wide. In an instant, a tremendous force emanated from him, drawing the treasures from the vault as if they were being pulled into a black hole. Beiqinghan watched, nearly drooling at the sight. If she could master this technique, would she ever fear running out of space for treasures? She must learn it. Tonight, she would meditate on this. In the blink of an eye, the vast vault had lost more than half of its resources. Lu Changtian finally closed his mouth, licked his lips, and glanced at the remaining items in the corners of the vault with a hint of disinterest. Well, let the rest be for them. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching the vault, likely the disturbance noticed by a strong member of the Changtian clan. It's time to go, he told the little one, beckoning Beiqinghan to climb onto his back. Their forms became ethereal once more, slipping through the gaps in the restrictions. Upon exiting, they found two Changtian hounds still engaged in battle outside. Ignoring them, Changtian swiftly departed. Not long after his departure, an elderly Changtian hound arrived. Witnessing the chaotic struggle before the vault, devoid of any regal demeanor, resembling two stray dogs fighting on the roadside. The two Changtian hounds were gnawing at each other's tails and other unmentionable areas. The elderly Changtian hound felt as if it had suffered a visual assault. "You fools, what are you doing?" The two Changtian hounds jolted, abruptly releasing their grips and scrambling to their feet. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, they simultaneously began to protest, eager to absolve themselves of blame. "He bit my tail first. No, he kicked my tail first." The elderly Changtian hound felt a throbbing headache. What bizarre obsession did these two have? Were they unable to let go of their tails? "What did you say? What did you say?" Noticing that both parties were eager to shift blame onto one another, and that their words were strikingly similar, the two celestial hounds were instantly enraged. They bared their teeth in a manner that suggested they were poised to clash at any moment. "Silence!" roared the elder celestial hound, his thunderous growl immediately silencing the two. He turned to one of them and commanded, "You, speak first." Through their back-and-forth exchanges, the elder celestial hound gradually pieced together the unfolding events. It seemed that these two imbeciles were completely unaware of the situation, each convinced that the other held a peculiar obsession with their rear ends, which ultimately led to their quarrel. The elder felt his lifespan rapidly depleting. He and the other celestial hound were the strongest within their clan. Yet he was aged while the other was in the prime of youth. Thus, they had divided their responsibilities, with the elder remaining to safeguard the clan while the younger ventured out. However, it now appeared that it would have been better for him to be the one to venture forth while the younger one stayed behind. Suddenly, a realization struck the elder celestial hound, and he shot his gaze towards the grand door. Sure enough, he spotted a streak of blood upon it. He hastily approached the treasury, only to find it utterly barren. The countless resources and treasures accumulated over the years had vanished without a trace. Chapter 32. Exposed within the treasury. The elderly sky-devouring hound wore a grim expression, and an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing the very space within the treasury to seem to solidify. The terrifying sense of oppression caused the two sky-devouring hounds positioned at the entrance to instinctively curl up. Their forepaws were clasped atop their heads resting on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. They exhibited none of the regal ferocity expected of mighty beasts, resembling instead two frightened little dogs. Despite being formidable creatures of the kingly rank, the elderly sky-devouring hound's power transcended that level. Moreover, even without considering strength, his esteemed status within the clan was significant. The two had grown up under his watchful gaze. The oppressive aura he exuded was almost ingrained in their very bones. "Who dares to intrude and steal from our clan's treasury? If I find that scoundrel, I shall swallow him whole." The two sky-devouring hounds silently cursed. The elderly sky-devouring hound had witnessed the ineptitude of these two. Frankly speaking, he could tell what they were about to do simply by observing their posture. Naturally, he could fathom their thoughts. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" he inquired. The two sky-devouring hounds nodded in unison, though they acted like frightened pups before the elderly one. They were, after all, beings of kingly stature, possessing their own pride and confidence in their abilities. They believed that the unknown intruder was no match for them, having merely employed some peculiar means to elude their watch and stealthily enter the treasury. Forget it. Even if you remained vigilant, you would never detect that intruder, nor could you possibly confront him. The elderly sky-devouring hound ruthlessly shattered their illusions. Meanwhile, he pondered the intruder's origins. The individual's stealth capabilities were undoubtedly remarkable, having penetrated deep into our clan's forbidden grounds without alerting a single clan member. Furthermore, their strength must not be weak. At the very least, they were kingly. No, to have incited these two fools without being discovered, they must be a force that transcends even that. Is there such a race within the forbidden grounds? He furrowed his brows in contemplation. While there were indeed races skilled in stealth within the forbidden grounds, none with such exceptional abilities and strength came to mind. Alas, it seems I must accept this bitter lesson. In the end, the elderly sky-devouring hound had no choice but to swallow this silent loss. Resources could be replenished. As long as there were no other significant losses, it would suffice. He cast a glance at the two clan members before him, hoping this experience might awaken some awareness in them. With his lifespan dwindling, should he manage to leave the forbidden grounds, these two would be the pillars of their clan's future. "You," he sighed, about to impart some advice, urging them to be cautious. Suddenly, He sensed that the barriers he had set were disturbed. The elderly Changtian hound erupted in a moment of fury, its formidable aura surging forth as if to overturn the very heavens and earth, every hair on its body bristling with intensity. "You wretched dare!" Its voice thundered, imbued with boundless rage. Before the last echoes faded, the figure of the elderly Changtian hound had vanished. The two younger Changtian hounds, although perplexed by the cause of this wrath, were already guilty of their own transgressions. They had intended to atone for their misdeeds while simultaneously venting their frustrations and promptly set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a sense of trouble loomed as Changtian realized he had been inadvertently discovered. He retracted his claws, an expression of mild resignation crossing his face. Just as he departed from the territory of the Changtian hound clan, his companion Beiqinghan caught a glimpse of a remarkably concealed location. It was ensconced in special wards that completely obscured Changtian's senses, visible only to the naked eye. Had Beiqinghan not fortuitously spotted it, even Changtian would have overlooked it. With the mindset of having come this far, he decided to investigate further. To his surprise, this seemingly inconspicuous place was fortified with defenses even more stringent than those found deep within a treasury of forbidden grounds. Inadvertently, Changtian triggered a minor yet alerting ward, likely prompting the awareness of his presence. "Why must you be so careless?" Beiqinghan lamented from atop Changtian's head, at a loss for words. This dragon could be exceedingly cautious at times, as evidenced by his stealthy approach to the treasury. Yet, paradoxically, he could also act recklessly. As demonstrated now, a true embodiment of contradiction. Beiqinghan, unfamiliar with the nature of men, would have realized that such behavior was quite typical for them. "Well, it's not a matter of great concern," Changtian chuckled, displaying an air of nonchalance. His confidence, rooted in his strength, reassured him that even if discovered, he would manage to escape unscathed. Alas, Beiqinghan sighed, finding little peace of mind with her dragon father. But who could blame her for choosing him? She could only remain vigilant, offering support. Perhaps there is something valuable hidden here, something even more elusive than treasures. Changtian mused. Feeling the weight of his image and the little one's eyes had taken a hit, he quickly shifted the conversation to a topic that might pique her interest. Sure enough, Beiqinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her attention instantly captivated. She had grown accustomed to setting aside her worries for the sake of exploration. With her wide eyes, akin to searchlights, she eagerly scanned for hidden gems. "Let us go treasure hunting," Changtian exclaimed as he led the little one forward in their quest. The path was fraught with wards, but having already been discovered, Changtian felt no need to feign caution. With a single powerful swipe, he shattered the wards into fragments, leaving nothing in their wake. At long last, the duo breached the final barrier. Before their eyes, however, were not the anticipated treasures of great value, but rather a group of diminutive sky-swallowing hounds. In their juvenile state, these creatures had yet to fully mature, lacking the imposing grandeur and commanding presence of adulthood. Instead, they exuded a certain charm. These fluffy little spheres rolled about on the ground, blissfully carefree. Upon noticing the commotion caused by Changtian, their playful tumbling came to a halt. Due to inertia, several of the young sky-swallowing hounds collided with one another, toppling in various directions. One particularly adventurous pup, having rolled too far, inadvertently bumped into Changtian's foot. This was the scene that greeted Changtian and Beiqinghan, a cluster of fluffy little spheres gathered together, their curious eyes surveying the imposing figure before them. Chapter 33, The Responsibilities of Fatherhood. The scene before Changtian was far beyond his expectations. Both he and the dragon stood frozen in place, astonished at the sight of a multitude of young sky-eating hounds. Particularly, Beiqinghan gazed at the fluffy little bundles, nearly drooling at the sight. Slurp. Beiqinghan swallowed hard. Those furry creatures resembled little dumplings. Changtian was momentarily speechless, glancing at the little one beside him. This reaction was somewhat peculiar. Had the child associated these creatures with something unusual? Initially, he found the little sky-eating hounds rather endearing, contemplating whether to take one back as a companion for the child. After all, don't little girls adore such fluffy beings? Yet, upon further reflection, perhaps it was best to reconsider. However, he truly hadn't anticipated that hidden here were the young of the sky-eating hound clan. Changtian mused. They were concealed so discreetly, with numerous barriers surrounding them, even more than those found in the depths of a treasury. He had expected treasures, but instead discovered a brood of younglings. "Intruders, how dare you come here?" A voice of reprimand echoed from ahead, interspersed with the low growls of the sky-eating hounds in warning. Lu Changtian looked up to see a sky-eating hound with only one leg remaining. It was not a natural disability, as the three other legs seemed to have been forcefully torn off by some formidable foe. Its aura was weak, almost feeble, and he could easily perceive that its lifespan was nearing its end. Well, it appeared there were not only younglings but also some aged and infirm members of the clan. Noticing Lu Changtian's silence, the one-legged sky-eating hound felt an ominous premonition, envisioning a dire scenario. How did you get in here? What has happened to our kin outside? It demanded, leaping forward to pull the youngling that had bumped into Lu Changtian behind itself. It commanded the others to gather and protect the young, all while eyeing Lu Changtian with suspicion. One by one, the fluffy little bundles were encircled by the elderly and frail sky-eating hounds, curiously peeking out to observe the commotion. Beiqinghan regained her composure, grasping the dragon horn atop Lu Changtian's head, and whispered, "They regard us as foes." It was evident. Lu Changtian replied nonchalantly. In fact, to some extent, the sky-eating hounds were not entirely mistaken. After all, he had just emptied their treasury, making him their adversary. Was he not? Do not misunderstand. We are merely passing through and shall take our leave shortly, he continued, attempting to convey his lack of malevolence. Beiqinghan, even a 3-year-old like her, found that hard to believe. This situation was akin to a fierce battle occurring outside while the pillar of the household was engaged in combat, and suddenly, a seemingly formidable intruder silently entered the home. Upon being discovered, the intruder claimed to be merely passing through, with no ill intent. If such words were to be trusted, then the sky-eating hound clan would surely be beyond salvation. Clearly, the lone-legged Tianhun was considerably more astute than the 2 guardians stationed at the treasury's entrance. As it was not deceived by the apparent falsehoods presented, this Tianhun recognized Lu Changtian's race. Yet it regrettably failed to identify the black dragon that had recently stirred chaos within the forbidden grounds. The black dragon. Do you truly believe I would heed such nonsense? It shifted its solitary leg, gesturing towards Lu Changtian. Its meaning was unmistakable. I am reduced to a single limb. Having endured countless trials, such childish deceptions are beneath me. I beg to differ. Lu Changtian shrugged, contemplating that perhaps this creature had lost its leg due to its gullibility in believing similar fabrications. The one-legged Tianhun was oblivious to Lu Changtian's musings, yet it felt a sense of affront. However, with no formidable kin nearby, it refrained from provoking the other, opting instead to issue a warning. The barrier has been breached. Our clan's powerful will undoubtedly have received the alert and will arrive shortly. I advise you to retreat at once. It feigned confidence. Though its outlook on the external situation had soured, especially after witnessing the clan elder's hasty retreat, which it suspected was orchestrated by the intruders. Fear not. We shall depart without delay. Lu Changtian discerned the pretense but chose not to expose it, instead playing along. However, before we take our leave, there is something I must present to you. Lu Changtian slowly opened his mouth, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Our clan is doomed. Upon witnessing this scene, despair washed over the one-legged Tianhun, and it braced itself for death. Black Dragon, how dare you act thus? A furious roar erupted from behind. As the previously departed elder Tianhun reappeared, accompanied by 2 guards, racing towards them. Yet, they were ultimately a moment too late. The elder Tianhuan's eyes flared with rage. He was acutely aware of the enmity between the Black Dragon and their clan, yet he had not anticipated such cunning. Seizing the opportunity while the clan leader was preoccupied with the forbidden ground, they had not only plundered the treasury, but also targeted the younglings of their clan. This was an attempt to sever the very roots of the Tianhun clan. Indeed, the moment he laid eyes on the Black Dragon, he had deduced who was responsible for the theft. The elder Tianhuan's gaze hardened. He was determined to etch the Black Dragon's form into his very soul. Even if it cost him his life, he would ensure the creature paid dearly. Just as the elder prepared for his demise, Lu Changtian also opened his mouth. Yet, in an unexpected twist, what erupted forth was not the devastating breath of a dragon, but rather an array of divine materials and medicinal treasures, each radiating resplendent light. Various precious treasures cascaded to the ground, filling the air with a fragrant aroma as iridescent light enveloped the space and ethereal energy surged skyward. The elder Tianhuan's fury was suddenly caught in his throat, his form riveted to the ground. The 2 Tianhun behind him, unable to halt their momentum, charged forward. But the elder, without a glance back, struck each of them aside, pinning them against the wall, transforming them into mere sentinels. Yet the elder Tianhun paid them no heed. Upon observing the myriad treasures scattered upon the ground, it became evident that they were remnants of the previous heist from the treasury. His gaze ultimately settled upon Changtian. Black Dragon, were you the one who pilfered the treasury? Indeed, Changtian replied with unreserved candor. But why? The elderly Changtian hound found himself perplexed. He had initially presumed that this black dragon sought vengeance, first by robbing the treasury and subsequently targeting these younglings. Yet, the circumstances seemed to suggest otherwise. Could it be that he had come to extend an olive branch, anticipating that the might of his clan was on the verge of breaching the forbidden grounds? Nonetheless, this reasoning failed to align with the unfolding reality. The elderly Changtian hound's thoughts were a tangled web of confusion, particularly as he recalled the manner in which Changtian had expelled those treasures, employing the very technique of their clan, Changtian. How had this dragon acquired such knowledge? It appeared that their entire heritage had been stripped away by this creature. Do not misconstrue my intentions, as a father myself. I felt a pang upon seeing these younglings, and so I returned a portion of what I took, though the majority remains with me, Changtian stated. He harbored no intentions of harming the Changtian hound's offspring. His strength had evolved beyond measure. Even if he were to seek trouble with the Changtian hound, it would be with the formidable rulers and those above them, not these innocent younglings. In the world of the cunning, it is understood that one must not bring harm to the family. However, upon witnessing these Changtian hound younglings, Changtian was suddenly reminded of Beiqinghan. A fatherly instinct stirred within him, prompting him to retrieve a portion of the treasures as a gesture for these young creatures. Such is the nature of fatherhood. Chapter 34, Changtian, found. Without a mother, the young Tianhun could not comprehend the meaning of these words. They merely gazed in astonishment at the sudden abundance of items strewn across the ground, some of which emanated an irresistibly alluring aroma. Many of the young Tianhun found their mouths watering. The little fluffball glanced at the elder beside him, noting their apparent indifference towards him. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily approached and began to paw at the delectable food that had ensnared his senses. The frail and elderly Tianhun had indeed noticed this, yet, observing that the clan elder remained silent, they chose not to intervene. Instead, they silently positioned themselves in front of the younglings, forming a barrier between the two parties. At that moment, the elder Tianhun was utterly astonished, casting a bewildered look towards Changtian. Had the black dragon just claimed to be a father? This implied that the dragon had offspring of its own? As an informed party, he was acutely aware of how remarkable this black dragon had been in the forbidden grounds lately, having attained the qualifications to stand against the giants of their realm. Countless gazes were fixated upon him, curious about which race he would ultimately align with. Given the black dragon's formidable strength, whichever race he chose to side with would experience a monumental enhancement in power, possibly even disrupting the precarious balance within the forbidden grounds. He, along with other giants within the forbidden realm, as well as the seven-armed demon god lurking outside, had been present since the inception of the forbidden grounds. If, in such circumstances, a young, immensely promising powerhouse like Changtian were to emerge, the potential support he could offer would be unfathomable. Yet, ultimately, the black dragon did not gravitate towards any race, instead adopting an independent demeanor. This left the races vying for his favor both exasperated and relieved, at the very least. The dragon had not been swayed by another faction, but now, he had the audacity to declare he had children. The elder Tianhun could not suppress a torrent of thoughts, pondering the lineage of the black dragon's offspring and whether his incursion had been orchestrated by the faction behind him. Was there a threat posed to their clan? Despite the myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, the elder Tianhuan's response was swift and astute. Who would have imagined that the black dragon had also embraced fatherhood? Congratulations were in order, thus. Let these resources serve as a celebratory gift for the birth of your esteemed offspring. Retrieving them was out of the question. He bore no fear of the black dragon, as his own time was limited, and if he could manage to eliminate this potential threat to his clan, it would be a worthy endeavor. Yet, with so many young Tianhun nearby, inciting the dragon's wrath could endanger their lives. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to acquiesce. To offer the treasures to the black dragon, thereby fostering a benevolent connection. You are indeed generous, he mused, observing the aged Tianhun, whose fur had grown long and whose eyebrows nearly obscured his vision. He turned to the figure concealed above him, Beiqinghan, and remarked, "Did you hear that? Little one, your reputation certainly carries weight." A muted sound echoed from above. Beiqinghan endeavored to conceal himself, striving to evade the prying eyes of those around him. Internally, he harbored an intense desire to strangle that foolish dragon father. Was he not aware of the gravity of their situation? This was the lair of the Tianhun clan. He was but a human. Was it truly prudent to expose himself so recklessly? Lu Changtian retracted his gaze and spoke, remarking that the child appeared a bit shy, and was amused. He had actually brought the child along? No matter, no matter. The elder Tianhan remained impassive, yet his peripheral vision strained upward, attempting to discern Beiqinghan's form. Alas, concealed as he was, it remained impossible to make out his figure, only confirming its diminutive stature. Could a young dragon be so small? The elder Tianhan pondered, curiosity piqued. Might I inquire about the child's mother? Lu Changtian replied nonchalantly, picked up, no mother. Beiqinghan. Though this statement bore truth, why did it sound so much like an insult? Elder Tianhan. I can hardly believe such nonsense. The elder Tianhan dismissed this absurdity. Candidly, if he encountered a solitary foreign cub in the Forbidden Realm, his first thought would certainly not be to adopt it. It appeared that this black dragon, despite his reputation for recklessness and trouble, was quite meticulous and cautious. Should Beiqinghan overhear the elder's suspicions, he would vehemently deny them. This dragon father was indeed that reckless, appearing so coarse. Oh well, perhaps I am meddling where I ought not. He believed the black dragon's offspring must possess significant lineage, possibly entangled with some formidable entities. Why not accompany me elsewhere, Black Dragon? Our clan strongmen are currently assaulting the Forbidden Realm. When the barriers shatter, you may join us in departing. Together as allies, the world beyond the Forbidden Realm shall be at our fingertips, the elder Tianhan proposed. He perceived this as an opportune moment to tether Lu Changtian to the war chariot of the Tianhan. However, Lu Changtian was not so naive as to fall for such an enticing offer, setting aside whether this old fellow truly meant well or secretly plotted against him. All that was said hinged upon a significant premise. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his dragon gaze seemed to transcend time and space, glimpsing the scene at the edge of the Forbidden Realm. A peculiar smile graced Lu Changtian's lips. To leave the Forbidden Realm? I doubt it. The elder Tianhan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lu Changtian's smile. Yet soon after, a particularly violent surge of energy erupted from the edge of the Forbidden Realm, accompanied by the clash of formidable auras, the enraged roars of the Tianhan, and the thunderous sound of hoofs. Amongst it all, the aura of a powerful being fell, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. The elder Tianhuan's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly turned toward the edge of the Forbidden Realm. Time rewound slightly. At the edge of the Forbidden Land, various divine lights shimmered in a dazzling display, their energies colliding and unleashing terrifying waves. As if the very void were being obliterated and shattered, the seven titans unleashed their respective formidable abilities, relentlessly assaulting the barrier of the Forbidden Realm. In that moment, the world lost its colors, leaving only these few silhouettes behind. The attack from the Phoenix struck the barrier, resulting in a powerful backlash that propelled her back, allowing her to soar into the void and address the other races. This cannot continue. We cannot fathom how much longer it will take to breach this barrier. The voice of the centipede echoed with a sinister tone. If we do not succeed soon, we may not endure much longer. The centipede too was sent reeling by the barrier's counterattack. A third of its 1,000 legs shattered, and its carapace began to exhibit faint cracks, already sustaining considerable injuries. The celestial hound continued to exert its devouring prowess, consuming the heavens and the earth to impede the barrier's self-repair, yet it too felt the strain. Simultaneously, it could not help but glance back towards its kin's location. Moments ago, it sensed the elder of its clan erupting with an aura of fury, albeit fleeting, which stirred a sense of unease within it. Was there a crisis within the tribe? It even contemplated whether to retreat and defend its people. The other races voiced their concerns as well. The prolonged assault on the Forbidden Land had evidently begun to dampen their morale. Disheartened, they weighed within their hearts whether it was truly worthwhile to persist in this struggle. Chapter 35, The Conspiracy of the Seven-Armed Demon God. At the edge of the Forbidden Ground, the 8 great leaders hovered in the sky. Seven-Armed Demon God, we are the ones you summoned here. How is it that you exert the least effort in the end? The 1,000-legged centipede reprimanded, visibly wounded, with a third of its 1,000 legs severed and its shell nearly shattered. In contrast, the seven-armed demon god, while participating in the fray, appeared to be holding back, not bearing a single wound. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other alien beings turned subtly unfriendly. Was the seven-armed demon god merely deceiving them into coming here while he sat back and reaped the benefits? Do not be anxious. I am merely observing whether any weaknesses in the Forbidden Ground are revealed during your attacks, the seven-armed demon god reassured. Have you discerned anything? One of the alien beings inquired, their tone noticeably softened. Upon reflection, the seven-armed demon god, though not frequently engaging, had indeed made significant impacts with each strike, causing the barrier's fluctuations to intensify, reminiscent of the concept of using a light touch to create a great effect. Indeed, the seven-armed demon god affirmed, his confidence radiating as he addressed the 7 alien beings. I have identified the weakness. If you all exert your full strength in your assault, I shall be able to shatter it with a single blow. Then we shall trust you one last time. Should this attempt fail, we shall depart immediately. One of the alien beings declared, their tone rigid. After a prolonged stalemate, thoughts of retreat had begun to take root in their hearts. Though the celestial hound remained silent, he too harbored the same intentions. The disturbances from his clan weighed heavily on his mind. This would be his final gamble. Regardless of the outcome, he would return to his clan to investigate. The 7 great leaders occupied their respective spaces in the sky, summoning their utmost power, their spirits and energies reaching a pinnacle, creating an illusion of 7 suns illuminating the air. Then, with fierce determination, they unleashed their might. 7 formidable attacks converged upon the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, as if the entire forbidden ground was in upheaval. 7-armed demon god, strike! One of the alien beings shouted, sustaining the powerful energy output. Ah, I have disowned the weakness. I shall now strike. The 7-armed demon god replied. His 7 arms spread wide, resembling the hands of a demon, each enveloped in a distinct power. There were thunderous explosions, blazing suns, frigid winds, and dark voids. Each arm bore a different force, akin to 7 miniature worlds grasped within his grasp. He exuded an aura reminiscent of a world-destroying deity. In that instant, the 7-armed demon god alone emanated a presence that overshadowed the other 7 alien beings, causing many concealed titans to be captivated and awestruck by his formidable strength. Perhaps he truly could lead them to success. The 7 alien beings in the midst of their assault were filled with elation. The power of the 7-armed demon god had indeed exceeded their expectations. Here was a being of such immense strength, who had previously appeared to be merely observing while they fought valiantly. Once we depart from this forbidden land, we shall undoubtedly seek to extract some advantage from him. Indeed, in their eyes, success was already a foregone conclusion. The 7 foreign entities grew increasingly agitated as the assault from the 7-armed demon gradually approached. However, the attack did not land upon the barrier of the forbidden zone. Instead, 7-armed demon, why dost thou assail us from behind? One of the foreign entities let out a wail, clutching the wound inflicted by the 7-armed demon, where ice had begun to encase half of his body. This was the result of the terrifying frost emanating from the demon's fist, capable of freezing time itself. The chilling frost spread rapidly over the surface of this foreign giant, accompanied by the excruciating sound of ice forming. With a mighty blow, he shattered the encasing ice, fragments cascading down as the frost disintegrated. Yet, he was grievously injured. Looking towards his companions, the other 6 foreign entities bore the marks of the 7-armed demon's assault, some sustaining more severe injuries than others. 2 of them were similarly wounded as he. The sky-devouring hound and the phoenix suffered the least, one due to his tough exterior and resilience, the other merely grazed on a wing. The 1,000-legged centipede had been obliterated on one side, yet fortunately, the tenacious creature clung to life, refusing to perish. The foreign giant who bore the gravest injuries had been struck down on the spot. At this moment, confronted with the fury and rebukes of the remaining 6 foreign entities, the 7-armed demon displayed no semblance of shame. Rather, he examined his fist, expressing a sense of regret as he remarked, Alas, I have only managed to kill one, while the rest are merely gravely injured. How disappointing. He felt a tinge of relief that the fools he had summoned numbered only these 7, conveniently allowing him to ambush each with a single hand. Should a few more arrive, he would have to reconsider his strategy. What dost thou mean, 7-armed demon? Didst thou plan from the outset to feign an escape from the forbidden land, while your true objective was us? A foreign entity's mind sparked with a dreadful realization. The others swiftly grasped this notion, recalling the various signs from earlier. The demon had refrained from engaging in battle, instead choosing to observe. At that moment, he had claimed to be assessing the vulnerabilities of the barrier, yet now it seemed all nonsense. He had evidently been scrutinizing their weaknesses. The 7-armed demon raised his head, somewhat surprised as he regarded the speaker among the foreign entities, exclaiming, To deduce this, you are not entirely foolish, but alas, your strength still pales in comparison. In truth, had you managed to breach the forbidden land, I would not have acted so readily, but alas, your ineptitude has dictated otherwise. The 7-armed demon clasped 5 of his hands together, while the remaining 2 gestured in a dismissive manner. His posture was casual, brimming with disdain. He revealed a malevolent and sinister countenance. Since you cannot assist me in breaching this forbidden land, then perish here. Cursed be this fate. In the face of the scornful expression of the seven-armed demon god, coupled with his audacious proclamation to annihilate all six of them, the six alien beings exhibited expressions of fury. They were no mere pawns. They were formidable leaders and could not abide such contempt. We are six in number. Do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? One alien shouted in anger. 6 against 1. The odds favor them. Well said. The voice of the seven-armed demon god resonated, yet his form had already vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the half-segmented centipede. A hand resembling a dark void descended with immense force. The half-segmented centipede felt an overwhelming sense of crisis and alarm, exerting every ounce of strength to resist. Yet beneath that hand, it found itself utterly powerless, crushed inch by inch, its severed limbs and exoskeleton fluids splattering across the ground. Only then did the latter part of the seven-armed demon god's statement drift lightly through the air. Now, only 5 remain. A chill ran through the bodies of the remaining aliens. Meanwhile, in the territory of the celestial devouring hound clan. Thus it is. Changtian withdrew his gaze. Turning towards the elderly celestial devouring hound, his hands raised in a gesture of resignation. It seems the cooperation you spoke of must be temporarily set aside. Chapter 36. Changtian, let the yellow hair die. Changtian departed from the territory of the devouring skyhound clan. As he was leaving, he noticed the elderly devouring skyhound with a look of exasperation directed at the 2 inept descendants before him. He could faintly hear voices carried by the wind. Look at this. They may lack strength, but the black dragon has already sired offspring. What about you? Especially you. You are even larger than that black dragon. Cannot you strive for more? The latter part of the voices faded away, but it was evident that they were pressuring the devouring skyhound. Recalling some less than pleasant memories, Changtian hastily took to the skies. The ethereal silhouette of a dragon weaved through the clouds as he seized this moment to impart a lesson to the little one. Thus, little Bai, do not be like those 7 foolish ones in the heavens, easily trusting strangers only to be betrayed. This incident has served as a reminder. We must prioritize your safety education. The 7 alien giants served as a cautionary tale for this lesson. With such exemplary cases before him, it would indeed be a pity not to utilize them. Changtian continued, resembling a verbose and overly cautious father. Particularly when encountering those from other races, one must exercise utmost caution. Remember these points. Do not accompany strangers. Do not consume anything offered by them. Do not accept gifts from strangers. And never open the door when a stranger knocks in my absence. Beiqinghan wore a sullen expression, her round eyes nearly transforming into lifeless orbs. As her mind felt foggy, why had she never realized how verbose her dragon father could be? Changtian was not finished. He persisted. It is not only the aliens. Even humans should not be trusted too readily, especially those with garishly dyed hair, who speak flamboyantly and carry themselves in a carefree manner. I tell you, these individuals are the most perilous. One careless moment could lead to disaster. Keep your distance from them. No, it wasn't just those yellow-haired individuals. One should be wary of any male being that approaches you. It is best to return and inform your father, allowing him to assist you. Wait. You are straying further from the point. Beiqinghan's expression turned peculiar. While he had initially cautioned her about aliens, which could be deemed as part of safety education, the latter remarks sounded more like a parent advising his daughter against early romantic involvement. Frustration and resentment nearly bubbled over. Was it not absurd? She was only 3 years old. Did it need to be this exaggerated? Beiqinghan found herself both amused and exasperated. In Changtian's view, however, such precautions were utterly necessary. If he could transform into a dragon, he could not dismiss the existence of transmigrators in this world. He certainly did not wish for his painstakingly raised daughter to be deceived by some transmigrator with a few cunning tricks during her innocent childhood. Beast. She is still just a child. Changtian gritted his teeth, having resolutely decided that from now on, he would confront anyone who approached his daughter, especially those with dyed yellow hair or those who appeared overly mature for their age. He would strike them down one by one, eliminating all potential risks. Although Changtian's approach to safety education might seem somewhat exaggerated, reflecting on his own past experiences, Beiqinghan found merit in what her dragon father had said. Had she not been so naive and trusting of others, failing to discern the true nature of people, she would not have faced betrayal and ended up in her current predicament. Thus, despite the incessant chatter around her being somewhat bothersome, Beiqinghan nodded her small head in agreement, assuring him, "Yes, I understand. I will be careful." "That's good." Upon seeing that the little one had taken his words to heart, Changtian ceased his safety lecture. Fluffy white clouds drifted by as he flew swiftly. Yet Beiqinghan felt no impact from the speed. The violent winds were kept at bay, transformed into a gentle breeze that caressed her face, showcasing Changtian's meticulous attention to detail. However, she couldn't help but question, "If you say we cannot trust other races, why did you adopt me in the first place?" Beiqinghan blinked her large eyes, feigning innocence as she gazed at the colossal dragon beneath her. She had previously thought that her dragon father was simply kind-hearted, taking in a human child without a second thought for caution. Yet now it seemed that Changtian understood the need for vigilance against other races. To her surprise, Changtian was taken aback by her inquiry. "What? Are you implying that little Bai is a villain?" Beiqinghan. His dramatic response left her at a loss for words. Just kidding, sensing that he might have been looked down upon by the little one. Changtian quickly laughed it off and changed the subject. He asked earnestly, "Little Bai, do you consider me your father?" Beiqinghan replied. Although she found it difficult to voice it, Changtian's position in her heart was undeniably akin to that of a true father. "Then that settles it." Receiving an affirmative answer from the proud Beiqinghan filled Changtian with immense joy, making his flight more buoyant. He looked ahead and cheerfully remarked, "What father would suspect his own child of wanting to harm him? Is that so?" Beiqinghan paused, gazing at the giant dragon beneath her. He did not even turn his head to look at her, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of unconditional trust emanating from him. Indeed, as she had said, what father would ever doubt his child? Given that it has come to this, shouldn't you start calling me father? However, just as she was touched, Changtian's voice broke the moment. Beiqinghan retorted defiantly, "Not a chance." The little girl turned her head away, displaying her proud demeanor. But Changtian could see a hint of shy crimson blooming on her neck. Soon, Changtian arrived at their next destination. Amidst the clouds, a spectral dragon shadow descended, its form ethereal, akin to the fleeting illusions of a dream. At this moment, its presence went unnoticed. Beiqinghan gazed curiously at the scene below. Although unfamiliar, the arrangement and the occasional glimpses of figures revealed that this was yet another territory of a foreign tribe. Even the venerable devourer, surpassing the kingly rank, had failed to detect Changtian's concealment, let alone this alien race. The sole entity in the tribe that transcended the kingly realm was engaged in combat with the seven-armed demon god, leaving the rest unable to even locate a single king-level beast. With unimpeded passage, Changtian strode confidently into the treasure vault of this tribe. As before, he instructed Beiqinghan to fill her storage bag to the brim before he opened his mouth wide, devouring the contents of the vault with gluttonous abandon. Not a single foreign entity perceived their loss. By the time Changtian departed, these tribesmen remained oblivious that their treasury had been thoroughly plundered. Subsequently, Changtian visited several more tribal vaults. Throughout this venture, Beiqinghan felt both elated and melancholic. Her joy stemmed from witnessing a plethora of treasures, while her sorrow arose from the inability to accommodate them all. The storage bag made from golden lion skin was nearly bursting each time they arrived at a new vault. She had to offload the previous treasures before she could take in the new ones. Thus, it was a bittersweet experience. Just as Changtian completed his plundering of these tribes, the battle at the edge of the Forbidden Zone finally approached its conclusion. Chapter 37. The Dragon Claw and the Demon God. At the edge of the Forbidden Land, at the cost of the fall of 2 titans, the remaining 5 alien giants have come to realize that the individual might of the 7-armed demon god far surpasses that of any among them. Not to mention, at the onset of battle, the demon god's ambush inflicted varying degrees of injury upon them. Engaging in isolated combat has become utterly futile. Escaping is equally improbable. Having come this far, the 7-armed demon god would not permit any alien to flee. Any foreigner attempting to escape would inevitably face the most brutal onslaught from the demon god. In light of this predicament, the only path remaining is one of alliance. However, boom, the void trembled under the force of this strike as all 7 arms of the demon god descended heavily upon the body of the sky-devouring hound. Each arm was enveloped in different powers, and should they crash into the ground, it would provoke a cataclysmic extinction of life over a vast expanse. Only due to the hound's formidable physique was it able to barely withstand this blow. Nevertheless, it sustained immense damage, nearly penetrating its form entirely, leaving behind 7 distinct imprints. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous scars on the hound's body, all remnants of the demon god's strikes. The imprints bore frost, searing flames, and darkness. Like maggots clinging to bone, continuously inflicting harm. With a resounding roar, the sky-devouring hound surged, its powerful blood energy erupting forth like a tumultuous ocean, rippling through the void. In the throes of this surge, it forcefully washed away the frost and darkness left by the demon god. Well done. The alien giants behind it rejoiced at this sight. With such a formidable hound in the vanguard, they could assist in the offensive from the sidelines. Even if the seven-armed demon god was immensely powerful, it was not beyond defeat. Some aliens even pondered whether to abandon the hound and engage the demon god directly while they made a discreet escape. Each alien giant harbored their own thoughts, their intentions discordant, causing them to unconsciously lessen the intensity of their attacks. This wavering focus became evident as the seven-armed demon god distinctly sensed the decreased force behind the blows landing upon it. Humph! The demon god scoffed coldly. What a bunch of fools! Attempting to divert their attention to escape amidst such a fierce battle. Clearly, they have slumbered too long in the forbidden land, indulging in comfort for too long. If that is the case, then let them sleep forever. Puff! Another punch descended. The demon god's power was terrifyingly immense, causing the sky-devouring hound's body to cave in. It sent the hound soaring, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Boom! The hound landed far away, carving a deep chasm into the ground as it struck the mountains along its path. The sudden turn of events left the remaining aliens in a state of panic. Just moments ago, all seemed well. How could it be that the hound faltered in the blink of an eye? Some aliens hastily called out towards the end of the chasm. Sky-devouring hound, you must rise again. As the primary target of the assault, the devourer of heaven was in a state of profound despair. Despite enduring for so long, he was merely holding on by a thread, his physical condition having deteriorated to the utmost limits. The fists of the seven-armed demon not only left imprints upon his exterior, but the energy contained within those strikes had permeated his very being. While he might have managed to suppress this energy with his formidable vitality, the situation was compounded by the fact that he had previously absorbed an excessive amount of energy during his own attack. Now, this energy clashed violently with that of the seven-armed demon, resulting in a tumultuous reaction within his body, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. The seven-armed demon was keenly aware of this, and indeed, it was his deliberate strategy to inject his own energy into the devourer of heaven's form, preparing to trigger a catastrophic explosion with his final strike. At this juncture, it could be said that the devourer of heaven was all but incapacitated. In contrast, the seven-armed demon, despite being battered and bruised, still radiated an aura of overwhelming strength. It was futile to consider a comeback. The devourer of heaven was beyond salvation. The seven-armed demon diverted his attention from the faltering devourer to the remaining 4 alien entities, his gaze filled with a predatory hunger. The end was nigh. An immense surge of life force erupted forth as all 7 of the demon's arms coalesced their power for one final onslaught, intent on obliterating the remaining foes. Without their leader, the remaining alien beings were gripped by a flicker of panic. As the seven-armed demon had previously indicated, they had lain dormant within the forbidden grounds for far too long and had lost their once indomitable will to conquer. At this critical moment, a flash of cerulean blue appeared. The wand bird's elongated gaze was laced with coldness as it unleashed a burst of azure divine light towards the seven-armed demon. Yet, did this seemingly feeble attack hold any merit? The seven-armed demon allowed the assault to land upon him, the blue light cascading down, inflicting only superficial harm without touching the core of his being. In stark contrast, when the demon retaliated, the wand bird emitted a piercing cry, sent sprawling far from the impact. Then came a sudden voice. What if I were to join in? Almost immediately, an aura so formidable that even the seven-armed demon found it threatening to his very existence surged from behind him. The seven-armed demon's expression shifted in alarm. He disregarded the wand bird and swiftly withdrew his arm, attempting to pivot and defend himself. But alas, it was too late. From an unknown origin, a pitch-black dragon claw, imbued with unimaginable destructive force, descended upon the seven-armed demon's back. Block it! He bellowed in frustration, one arm finally catching up to his command. Yet, how could a hasty defense compare to the well-prepared ambush of Changtian? The demon's claw was repelled by the dragon's grasp, leaving a profound imprint upon his back. In an instant, the seven-armed demon was struck with tremendous force, his energy dissipating, and a deep claw mark was etched into his flesh. His form was nearly shattered. Yet he endured the blow. The seven-armed demon, his body marred by fissures, was sent flying by a single claw strike. He turned to glance back, his gaze dark and filled with murderous intent. The black dragon, Despite his meticulous calculations in gathering the 7 otherworldly beings and preparing for potential interruptions from other titans within the forbidden ground, he had never anticipated this unfamiliar black dragon. How dare he? Allow me to extend a greeting on our first encounter. Changtian grinned, a smile laced with malice dancing in his eyes. He harbored a deep-seated grudge. Previously, this 7-armed demon had unleashed a fearsome aura within the forbidden ground, terrifying his own little Bai. Now it was time for retribution. Cursed! Cursed! The 7-armed demon felt a creeping sense of retreat. The earlier ambush had unveiled the true might of Changtian, an undeniable titan. With his own injuries accumulating and exacerbated by the recent assault, while his opponent stood at full strength, the balance had shifted unfavorably. The 7-armed demon, resolute, turned to flee. Yet, escape was far from simple. A divine bird descended from the heavens, its wings spread wide like a colossal shield, blocking the path of the 7-armed demon. In that moment, the tides of battle had reversed. Chapter 38. The Victor. The Black Dragon. Cursed Black Dragon, do you truly wish to oppose me? The 7-armed demon god, filled with fury, struggled to block the incoming dragon claw with a single arm. Although he succeeded in deflecting the blow, the claw left several deep gashes on the arm, with crimson liquid flowing like molten lava. I bear you no grudge. Retreat now, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. With a failed strike, Changtian swiftly withdrew, offering the 7-armed demon god no opportunity for retaliation. 3 arms swept in front of him, unleashing waves of force that could almost rend the very fabric of space. Yet it was still too late to touch Changtian, leaving him with a chill in his heart, even at the end of his rope. The 7-armed demon god remained an exceedingly formidable opponent. If both were at their peak, he would truly be no match for him. No grudge, perhaps? Upon hearing the demon god's inquiry, Changtian merely smiled faintly. Your overwhelming presence upon awakening frightened me. Now, I seek vengeance. You must be jesting. The 7-armed demon god nearly erupted in expletives. How could this dragon, a behemoth in its own right, be so shameless? If giants were so easily intimidated, they would have long abandoned their pursuits and taken refuge in the lairs of slumbering titans. With a surge of power erupting every few days, what more could one desire than to instill a sense of dread in them? Moreover, did not this black dragon swiftly counter with its own draconic might shortly thereafter? Recognizing the opponent's strength, he refrained from pursuing further. If this could be deemed fear, then should I not also claim to have been frightened by you, thus seeking my own retribution? He suspected that this black dragon was merely attempting to provoke him into revealing a flaw with such absurd reasoning. But was that truly the case? Strangely, it was. Changtian indeed had a motive for inciting the opponent's wrath, primarily because Beiqinghan had been terrified by the dragon's imposing presence. He vividly recalled the little one trembling in fear and burrowing into his embrace, which tugged at his heartstrings. Thus, this devoted father now sought to avenge her. Beiqinghan. The young girl's face flushed crimson, feeling her temperature rise sharply. Not at all. She was not so shameful, although she had indeed been frightened. The notion of trembling and burrowing into his arms was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, it must be said that Changtian's words proved quite effective. The 7-armed demon god, nearly engulfed by rage, inadvertently revealed a slight vulnerability, and Changtian seized the opportunity to ascend with fervor. His figure appeared before the demon god in a distorted manner. Before the opponent could react, Changtian struck him squarely in the face with his tail, sending him hurtling away. Changtian, emboldened by his advantage, closed in relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Though unarmed, the dragon's formidable physique served as the finest weapon. Dragon claws, horns, and tail, intermittently accompanied by blasts of destructive dragon breath that splattered across his adversary's visage. In a moment, the 7-armed demon god was forced into retreat, a sight that captivated Beiqinghan, who remained hidden in the shadows, her gaze unyielding and intensely focused. It was the first time she witnessed Changtian fighting with such fervor, driven by the motive of avenging her. What a remarkable father he was! Meanwhile, the nearby lawn birds and other alien beings were equally determined, seizing the opportunity to unleash their own formidable skills. A brilliant display of divine light erupted in this space, reminiscent of earlier clashes, yet this time it was directed against the 7-armed demon god rather than the barrier of the forbidden zone. As the divine light waned and energy settled, the 7-armed demon god gasped for breath, his body almost entirely battered. With 5 of his 7 arms severed and an array of energy swirling around him, his control was slipping, and he was astonishingly still alive, this creature was remarkably resilient. Hovering in the air, Changtian observed the beleaguered seven-armed demon god. Despite the adversary's dire condition, the mere fact that he had endured was nothing short of extraordinary. A glance at the seemingly lifeless Changtian hound revealed it to be even tougher than this foe. In an unexpected twist, the seven-armed demon god, on the brink of demise, erupted into laughter that reverberated through the heavens. "Black Dragon, and your pathetic companions, come join me in the grave." Alarm bells rang in Changtian's mind as he sensed something amiss. While the demon god laughed, an overwhelming aura burst forth from him, and the seven energies transformed into a spectrum of divine light, melding with the barrier at the edge of the forbidden zone, hinting at a mysterious connection. The entire barrier rippled as if disturbed by a tempest. One truth the seven-armed demon god had not lied about was that he had indeed been observing the forbidden zone. Cursed be this fate. Panic surged within Changtian. Despite not knowing the demon goddess' intentions, it was evident that should he succeed, Changtian would likely meet the same fate he had foretold, being laid to rest alongside him. He was still young, and Xiaobai had yet to grow. He could not bear the thought of Xiaobai losing her father in such a manner. With no time for further contemplation, Changtian propelled himself forward at breakneck speed. Arriving before the seven-armed demon god, the air crackled with the energy of his dragon breath, and he roared, "Prepare to meet your end." With a thunderous explosion, the dragon breath erupted. The divine light illuminated the entire forbidden zone. The nearby barrier of the forbidden zone was caught in the tumult, stretching and warping before shattering into countless fragments. However, what emerged was not the external world the aliens had anticipated, but a chaotic void. The shards of the barrier fell like rain, refracting divine light, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Yet beneath this enchanting facade lay an extreme peril, the once impenetrable barrier. Under the relentless assault of various alien forces, now appeared as fragile as mere paper in the chaotic storm, easily torn into indistinct fragments, vanishing into nothingness. Those few nearby aliens instinctively recoiled, fully aware that their flesh could not withstand such a terrifying tempest. What had become of the Black Dragon and the seven-armed demon god? The diverse tribes, assured of their safety from the chaotic tempest, strained their gazes in an earnest attempt to discern the whereabouts of Changtian. Who emerged victorious in this clash? The Black Dragon or the seven-armed demon god? It was not only the few present among the tribes who were invested in the outcome. Even those formidable figures who had yet to make their appearance were concerned about the result of this fierce battle. At last, one of the tribes noticed a shadowy figure manifesting amidst the chaos and void. There it was. Gradually, the shadow expanded, drawing closer to the breach. A black dragon soared into the sky, releasing a resounding roar that echoed through the air, unabashedly unleashing its formidable draconic might. In that instant, the forbidden ground erupted in astonishment. The Black Dragon, indeed, it was the Black Dragon, and it had emerged alive. Chapter 39. Is this guy lacking common sense? A black dragon, battered and broken, bore the scars of battle. One of its majestic horns lay shattered, and its scales were torn asunder, with searing dragon blood streaming from its wounds, coalescing into rivers of crimson that rendered its appearance increasingly fearsome. Its wings resembled tattered cloth, ripped apart and riddled with gaping holes, allowing the wind to whistle through. Yet, against all odds, it had emerged alive from the chaotic void. In stark contrast, the once mighty seven-armed demon had fallen into the abyss of chaos. The demise of the seven-armed demon had paved the way for Changtian to ascend to the throne. Roar. Changtian released a resounding dragon's roar. Despite being riddled with injuries and bleeding profusely from his wounds, his aura remained undiminished. In fact, the intensity of his presence surged, bolstered by the ferocity of the life and death struggle, effectively quelling the ambitions of certain titans who had contemplated taking advantage of the situation. The giants within the forbidden ground retreated, acknowledging the significance of this newly risen star. Meanwhile, one giant noticed something peculiar. The dragon seemed to be clutching something in its jaws. Following the sound, it became evident that Changtian was indeed holding a severed hand. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the severed hand of the seven-armed demon. With a swift motion, Changtian tossed the hand into the air and unleashed a devastating breath of annihilation, incinerating and consuming the severed limb. Such brutality! Many giants watched in trepidation. Changtian's actions were undeniably shocking. To roast and devour the hand of the seven-armed demon was beyond audacious. Indeed, even as merely a severed arm, it contained an astonishing wealth of energy. Changtian smacked his lips, savoring the rich essence housed within, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known the chaos storm would be worth enduring, he would have sought to retrieve more limbs. What a loss. After a moment of reflection, Changtian turned his gaze toward the 4 surviving giants before him. The atmosphere was so intimidating that upon meeting his eyes, the alien titans instinctively took 2 steps back. There was no escaping the sheer terror of facing a black dragon that had vanquished a formidable foe and consumed its arm. Anyone witnessing such a scene would exercise caution. The giants began to worry if they too might find themselves on the dragon's menu, particularly the phoenix. She felt the weight of the black dragon's scrutinizing gaze, as if he were attempting to see through her very being, leaving her utterly uneasy. In this critical moment, the sky-swallowing hound stepped forward. "Haha. Many thanks to your excellency, the black dragon, for your assistance in vanquishing the 7-armed demon. It brings great relief to our hearts." He laughed heartily. "It is a pity the body of the 7-armed demon is nowhere to be found. Otherwise, I too would have wished to taste it and discover its flavor." The 2 nearby aliens shot him a glance. Is this sky-eating hound truly an imbecile, with nothing on its mind but food? It even engages the black dragon in discussions about the flavor of the 7-armed demon god. However, with this foolish creature leading the charge, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Having heard tales of a black dragon residing in the Forbidden Land, witnessing it today indeed lived up to the reputation. Meeting in person is certainly more impactful than mere hearsay. How foolish. The hidden observer, Beiqinghan, mused, is this truly a being that transcends the rank of a monarch? It exudes no regal authority whatsoever. The atmosphere feels amiss. This disparity arises from the nature of their interactions. When faced with the human race, even Beiqinghan's prowess is comparable to that of an alien monarch. Though the other races regard her as a formidable foe, they still harbor a sense of pride in their own superiority. Yet, when confronting Changtian, maintaining such an arrogant demeanor could very well be suicidal. The alien beings first offered their thanks, then began to denounce the cunning 7-armed demon god for deceiving them into breaching the Forbidden Land, only to plot against them in secrecy. Their expressions conveyed a desire to reduce the demon god to ashes. Although our race possesses formidable leaders, they are aged, and the younger generation remains inexperienced. Should I truly perish here, our clan would face dire consequences. The sky-eating hound sighed. Clearly, this creature harbors no suspicion, openly revealing the circumstances of its clan. The 2 nearby aliens exchanged glances, perplexed at how such a foolish race has managed to survive in the perilous realm. Is it merely due to their innate abilities? How infuriating. Is talent truly so remarkable? The 2 aliens seethed with frustration. Their own race is not particularly powerful, and the only one who could be regarded as a leader is themselves, effectively shouldering the entire clan's weight. Thus, the desire to escape the Forbidden Land is magnified. This time, the black dragon not only saved me, but also rescued the entire sky-eating hound clan. I shall repay this kindness manifold, the sky-eating hound proclaimed, promising to return and open its treasury, offering a portion of its treasures as gratitude to Changtian. What? The 2 nearby aliens were taken aback. Initially believing the sky-eating hound to be a simpleton, they were astonished to find it possess such foresight. By being the first to ingratiate itself with the black dragon, it not only fostered mutual ties but also conveyed a message. Look, unlike those over there who merely speak, I am genuinely prepared to offer something. Cunning, indeed. How remarkably cunning. The 2 aliens promptly pledged their loyalty, asserting that although their clan lacked the resources of the sky-eating hound, they would return with a gift of equal worth as a token of gratitude. However, Changtian firmly declined their offers. His expression was decidedly complex. As for treasures, you no longer possess any. Casting a glance at the alien treasures he had consumed, Changtian resolutely rejected their goodwill. I appreciate your intentions, yet I must decline your gratitude. I have already received my due recompense in advance. Is that so? The celestial devourer was taken aback. He never anticipated that the black dragon would exhibit such integrity. Truly, it served as a paragon within the Forbidden Realm. In light of this, there was no need for him to resort to petty insults towards the black dragon. The gratitude would be etched in his heart. After all, should the black dragon require assistance in the future, he would undoubtedly be among the first to offer help. Conversely, the 2 other alien beings, observing the celestial devourer's decision to forego expressing gratitude due to a mere statement, felt a sense of disdain while seizing this as an opportunity to showcase their own merit. This simply would not do. One of the alien leaders hastily retrieved an object from the region of his heart. It appeared to be a small stone basin. He elaborated, our hollow clan may not possess the formidable talents of the powerful races within the Forbidden Land, but a significant portion of our current cultivation can be attributed to this nirvana pool. The hollow clan, true to its name, lacked hearts. While this absence eliminated a vulnerability, it simultaneously imposed limitations that hindered their ascent to greatness. However, at this moment, Changtian pondered that the term Hollow Clan might not refer to the absence of a heart, but rather to the perceived lack of discernment among its members. Chapter 40. Changtian, that bird, please pluck its feathers. This was a discovery I stumbled upon while exploring an ancient ruin. It possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the blood of foreign races, compensating for the innate deficiencies of my kind. It is most effective on young cubs, whose bodies are still in the process of development. The chief of the Hollow Clan was promoting the stone basin in his possession. Deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the Nirvana pool was indeed a rare treasure, as he mentioned, its efficacy diminished with maturity. In truth, had the Nirvana pool not lost its effect on him, he would not have been so quick to offer it to the Black Dragon, fearing the Black Dragon's disinterest. The chief of the Hollow Clan instinctively embraced the art of persuasion, stating, although this Nirvana pool may not be of use to you at present, should you have offspring in the future, the physique of the Dragon Clan is already extraordinarily powerful, and with the aid of this Nirvana pool, they may rival the legendary innate deities. Legends tell of innate deities from ancient times, born with strength comparable to that of apex beasts, capable of shattering mountains. They were the true favorites of heaven and earth. Changtian had intended to refuse. However, the chief's words struck a chord within him. While the Nirvana pool was indeed useless for him, it could be beneficial for Xiaobai. Nevertheless, the chief was mistaken. His child was not a member of the Dragon Clan, but rather a human. The human body, after all, is somewhat weaker. Even when he gently wiped Xiaobai's face, he inadvertently left it flushed. Beiqinghan. So you knew. Thus, Changtian altered his response. In that case, I shall accept it. Excellent. The chief of the Hollow Clan was overjoyed. To exchange a seemingly useless basin for the friendship of a black dragon, comparable to the seven-armed demon, was an unparalleled bargain. Another chief nearby gasped, his eyes nearly popping out. Wait a moment. What happened to our agreement to advance and retreat together? You just threw out a gift of such high caliber. How am I to respond? Though the Nirvana pool was ineffective for beings surpassing kings, its prestige was undeniable. Where could he find such a valuable offering for the Black Dragon? Was this a trick? Would his conscience not ache? In response to the gaze of his companion, the Hollow Clan chief merely cast him a sidelong glance, his expression devoid of emotion. Nonsense. I am from the Hollow Clan. Where would my conscience come from? Besides, without a comparison, how could my gift be appreciated? Ignoring his companion's lament, the Hollow Clan chief ventured, as long as you are satisfied, I shall take my leave now? Very well. Changtian waved his claw dismissively, unconcerned. The Hollow Clan chief felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly turned to depart. The pressure exerted by Changtian was undeniably immense, not born of hostility, but rather from the stark imbalance of power between the two parties. As for you, Lord Black Dragon, I shall take my leave for now, and within 3 days, I will present my tokens of gratitude. Another alien, witnessing this, also took their leave swiftly. It was imperative to return and scour the treasure trove for any suitable artifacts. Their utility was irrelevant. What mattered was their appearance. Exquisite, grand, and sophisticated. Ideally, they would surpass the Nirvana pool of that Hollow Clan member. Haha. Well then, I shall return to my clan. The Black Dragon should visit us sometime. The sky-swallowing hound laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the veiled hostility and subtle jabs exchanged in the prior conversation. As the other aliens departed one after another, only he and the Black Dragon remained. The one bird also harbored thoughts of leaving, unwilling to linger any longer. If there is nothing else, then I too. Wait, you cannot leave. To her surprise, Changtian intervened. The Luan bird cast a puzzled glance at the Black Dragon. Why was she being stopped when others were allowed to go? As Changtian spoke, he extended a claw to stroke his chin, gazing curiously at the Luan bird. A sense of tension coursed through her. Why was this dragon looking at her in such a manner? What were his intentions? You indeed appear quite lovely. Changtian mused. The definition of beauty varies across different races, yet possessing an aesthetic sensibility from both humanity and draconic lineage. Changtian found the azure Luan bird before him to be exceptionally beautiful. Her melodious cries, vibrant feathers, and elegant, divine demeanor resembled that of a celestial bird. Conversely, other races might not share this sentiment. The sky-swallowing hound, for instance, had not ventured far and overheard Changtian's words, prompting him to linger. Lovely? I beg to differ. She looks rather scrawny, and those gaudy feathers. The sky-swallowing hound remarked, shaking his head. the one bird shot him a glare. If you can't contribute to the conversation, then be silent. Nevertheless, the black dragon's compliment brought her joy. As a proud celestial bird, she had always believed in her own grace and beauty. The question lingered, however, what was the black dragon's true intention behind such flattery? Was he truly enamored with her? Hence his desire for that hollow clan's nirvana pool? Though not particularly striking, his prowess was commendable. If the two were to unite, they could potentially bear a remarkable offspring. The sky-swallowing hound chimed in, maintaining his stance, yet ultimately, it was the black dragon's affair. If he fancied her, that was sufficient. The Luan bird glared at him fiercely, wishing to toss him to the fishes. But what if what the sky-swallowing hound suggested came to fruition? She glanced at the black dragon, who, though battered and bruised, radiated an aura of remarkable vitality. If it is this black dragon, it may not be impossible. If they were to bear an offspring together, combined with the nirvana pool, their progeny would undoubtedly become a prominent entity in the Forbidden Realm, wouldn't it? Even Beiqinghan couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that Dragon Father has truly taken a liking to this lawn bird? No, she cannot bear the thought of Dragon Father being taken away, nor does she desire a stepmother. Black Dragon, if you... The lawn bird finally resolved herself, her voice ringing clear. The lawn bird is a steadfast race, committing to a single partner throughout their lifetime, and upon further reflection. This black dragon indeed makes for a worthy companion. Yet, just as her words left her lips, the black dragon before her declared, well, it's decided. You shall be the one. Now, let us pluck your feathers. One bird. Beiqinghan. Chapter 41. Northern Qinghan. Am I to have a mother? In a fit of anger, the one bird eventually stormed off. Upon hearing Changtian's intention to pluck her feathers, both the one bird herself and the still-present Changtian hound, along with the hidden Northern Qinghan, cast altered glances towards Changtian. Changtian hound mused that the black dragon was indeed true to its nature, acting with decisive swiftness without a hint of hesitation. Just moments ago, he had expressed interest in this lawn bird, and now he was intent on taking action. However, considering the broad daylight, it seemed somewhat inappropriate. Acknowledging that the black dragon had saved his life, he felt compelled to keep watch nearby to prevent any prying eyes. Northern Qinghan speculated that perhaps this dragon father, having just emerged from battle, was famished and sought to roast the one bird for a meal. Yet, who would allow their ingredients to pluck their own feathers? This dragon father was rather wild. Contrarily, the one bird's thoughts diverged from those of the two curious beings. She felt a twinge of shyness. In her clan, or rather among many avian races, there existed a tradition of exchanging true feathers of one's life. After the exchange, the two would be regarded as partners, destined to be together eternally. She believed Changtian was aware of this custom, thus his courtship was a sign of affection. Though she felt bashful, she ultimately accepted his advances, albeit with a hint of modesty. A soft, bashful trill escaped her, as she delicately buried her long beak into her plumage and retrieved a single feather. With the feather in her beak, she gracefully inclined her slender head towards Changtian, presenting it to him. Upon receiving the feather, Changtian was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated such exquisite beauty. Initially, he thought the long-tail feathers of the one bird were the most stunning, with their flowing luster and intricate patterns. However, the feathers she offered surpassed even those in elegance, leaving him somewhat astonished. Yet, why just one? He urged her for more. The one bird was momentarily taken aback. Was it necessary to exchange several true feathers? She felt uncertain, suspecting that the differences in their species might account for this discrepancy. Perhaps, in the dragon race, exchanges required a plurality? Unbeknownst to Changtian, the one bird was lost in her thoughts. He was entirely unaware of the customs surrounding the exchange of true feathers among avian races and the profound significance behind it. Noticing her hesitation, he mistakenly assumed she was reluctant to part with her gift. Thus, he pressed her, stating that one feather was insufficient for crafting a garment, and he required at least 7 or 8 more. In his mind, he calculated that the small size of the little one, juxtaposed with the one bird's larger stature, would indeed make such a number ample, leaving enough for replacements. He envisioned how adorable the little one would look in a garment made from the one bird's feathers. Yes. Settled. He waved the feather in his hand, declaring, I am not greedy. As long as each one is as beautiful as this, it suffices. Initially taken aback by the absurdity of the scene where the dragon father permitted the ingredients to pluck their own feathers, Beiqinghan suddenly realized that Changtian seemed less interested in consuming the roasted lawn bird. Instead, it appeared he intended to procure feathers from the avian creature to craft garments for himself. Surprisingly, although she had no particular demands when it came to attire. Her imperial demeanor rendered any clothing merely an accentuation of her presence. Yet, gazing upon the exquisite feather, Beiqinghan found herself filled with anticipation. She couldn't help but wonder how splendid she would appear adorned in a garment fashioned from it. However, observing the lawn bird across from her, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Dragonfather, could you be any more straightforward? Had he not noticed the shift in the creature's expression? At that moment, the lawn bird's earlier shyness had evaporated, replaced by a scowl directed at the imposing black dragon. Not only had he deceived her into relinquishing her precious true feathers, but he also intended to demand several more to create a garment for himself. This black dragon was nothing short of an affront to her dignity. In a flash, the lawn bird extended her beak, attempting to snatch the true feather back from Changtian's grasp. Fortunately, Changtian was quick enough to retract his hand just in time, evading the theft. What is happening? Why is she suddenly trying to snatch it away? Return that feather to me, and I shall offer you several in exchange, the lawn bird declared darkly. Taking advantage of the dragon's apparent ignorance regarding the significance of the true feathers, she aimed to reclaim her prize. Changtian resolutely declined. Impossible. What belongs to me once it has come into my possession can never be returned. Besides, is there a principle that allows one to take back a gift? No, no. The lawn bird seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. How could she consider this a gift? It was evident that the black dragon had not been forthright, deceitfully acquiring it from her. Moreover, who was he to craft garments for whom? For other female creatures of his kind? The lawn bird felt as if the feathers adorning her head had changed color, turning a vivid green with indignation. Nevertheless, regardless of the lawn bird's protests, even offering to exchange several ordinary feathers for the singular prized one, Changtian remained steadfast, showing no inclination to return it. He had likely discerned that this feather held some special significance, perhaps a true feather of destiny. Yet, what of it? The lawn bird had willingly bestowed it upon him. He had not coerced her. Thus, it was rightfully his. Unable to reclaim her precious feather, the lawn bird had no choice but to pluck a few more feathers. However, this time they were neither true feathers nor tail feathers, merely a few ordinary, albeit striking, plumes. Transforming into beams of azure light, she cast them towards the black dragon, silently protesting his insolence. Why such a poor attitude? Changtian exclaimed as he hastily intercepted the beams of light. Upon examining the feathers revealed after the light dissipated, dissatisfaction flickered across his features. He waved the feather he held and beckoned to the lawn bird. Moreover, the feathers have lost their former allure. Perhaps it is time for a change? The phoenix feigned ignorance, fearing that if she continued to listen, she would be unable to restrain herself from confronting the black dragon. The divine bird ascended gracefully into the sky, flapping its wings as it departed. Changtian gazed at the figure, cold and proud, and murmured to himself about this phoenix. How could her demeanor be so disdainful over a mere handful of feathers? There is not a trace of gratitude. Nearby, the laughter of the sky-devouring hound echoed. This was no ordinary handful of feathers. These were the true feathers of the phoenix, bestowed only upon her one and only lifelong partner. This fellow had long intended to depart but lingered, drawn by the spectacle unfolding before him. Upon witnessing the phoenix's departure, he eagerly emerged to elucidate the significance of the true feathers. Beiqinghan's small mouth fell agape, her adorable face frozen in astonishment. So it is true. She is truly destined to have a mother? Chapter 42. Oh, dear rabbit, it seems I am truly at my wit's end. Although the battle in the Forbidden Land has concluded, its repercussions have only just begun, including the seven-armed demon god. A total of 4 formidable figures from alien races have perished. With their demise, the territories that once belonged to them have naturally become unclaimed lands. In the Forbidden Realm, the lower to mid-tier alien beings were already struggling to survive amidst the overwhelming influence of various powerful factions. Now, with the sudden absence of 4 giants, a vast expanse of territory has become available for their existence. In an instant, countless alien beings surged forth, eager to seize this newfound paradise, igniting a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Moreover, even the surviving giants, such as the devouring celestial hound, have sustained significant injuries, their clan's strength adversely affected. They must return to their own clans to assert dominance and deter external threats. The devouring celestial hound howled towards the heavens, its terrifying resonance sweeping outward. The intangible sound, at that moment, seemed to take on a tangible form, creating ripples of sonic waves upon the ground. Wherever it passed, rocks shattered. and countless ferocious beasts were obliterated into a mist of blood. Those fortunate enough to survive were ensnared by an overwhelming force, helplessly drawn toward the gaping maw that seemed intent on devouring the very earth itself. If Changtian were present, he would recognize this as the very devouring celestial hound with whom he had a previous conflict. However, compared to their previous encounter in the treasury, the creature's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. In simpler terms, what was once a lethargic glutton had suddenly become industrious and driven. Standing resolutely, the devouring celestial hound exuded an imposing aura that instantly sent countless ferocious beasts and aliens fleeing in terror. Retreat. The devouring celestial hound clan possesses profound heritage. There are numerous king-level beings within their ranks. We cannot afford to covet them. Let us depart to the Hollow clan. They have but a single giant and lack even a king. Faced with the futility of attempting to gain advantage from the devouring celestial hound, many alien beings dispersed like frightened birds, seeking softer targets elsewhere. A similar scenario unfolded in other locations. At the Phoenix's lair, with an air of icy pride, it too was situated in a remote area, far removed from the dust of the Forbidden Land, resting atop a towering divine tree. Despite its seclusion, it attracted the greedy gazes of numerous alien beings. Unfortunately for them, they stumbled into a perilous situation, for the Phoenix had been previously toyed with by Changtian, who had tricked it into surrendering its true feathers. During this period, the Phoenix had been in a foul mood, and now faced with a horde of ignorant lowly beasts. They became the scapegoats for its pent-up wrath. Consequently, these beasts departed in utter dismay, exacerbating the pressure on the Hollow clan and another alien faction. The two giants of the Hollow clan, having repelled countless incursions, felt as if the entirety of the Forbidden Land had conspired against them. Unable to contain their frustration, they erupted in curses. Damn it! I'm not the only one who survived the clutches of the seven-armed demon god. Why do they all come to me? Do they think I am easy prey? Yet, despite their grievances, they continued to endure. After the scolding, facing yet another wave of invaders from foreign tribes, they still had to continue fighting diligently. Of course, all of this bore no relation to Changtian, as the sole and most notable victor of that great battle. Changtian demonstrated his undeniable prowess to the entire Forbidden Zone. Now, the foreign tribes were wary of him, and none would dare provoke him. However, this esteemed figure, regarded as the foremost being to be avoided by countless foreign tribes, the world-destroying demon dragon returned from the chaotic void, was currently amusing a little one. Changtian found himself in a rather helpless position. Who could have foreseen that the final seven-armed demon god would become so reckless, seemingly intent on perishing alongside him, even resorting to using the barriers of the Forbidden Zone to unleash chaos? Despite his formidable physical strength, he could not emerge unscathed. Beiqinghan was utterly terrified, almost convinced she would once again become an orphan. It took several days for the matter to settle down. Coincidentally, during this time, a token of gratitude from another foreign tribe arrived. Curious, Beiqinghan gazed at the items presented, blinking her eyes in surprise. Was this truly what the foreign tribe had sent? It seemed rather unimpressive. The little one had initially harbored high expectations, but upon seeing the contents, her face instantly reflected disdain. Just this? It was not even as valuable as the items in her lionskin pouch. She seemed utterly unaware that a significant portion of the contents in her pouch originated from the collection of this very foreign tribe. The foreign tribe's leader was equally exasperated. Upon his return to the clan, he was immediately met with a slew of bad news. First, the clan's treasury had been raided by an unknown assailant. And then he learned of external invaders who had injured and killed many within the tribe. Consequently, he hastened to battle, with both internal strife and external threats. This already injured foreign leader nearly met his demise. Despite being overwhelmed with tasks, fearing a misunderstanding from the Black Dragon, he still managed to prepare a modest gift and send a clan member to deliver it to Changtian. He even included a message stating that due to unforeseen circumstances within his tribe, he could not come in person. This humble offering was to be presented first, with promises of a grander gift once stability was restored. This left Changtian feeling a bit awkward, as part of the turmoil faced by the foreign leader could indeed be traced back to him. He promptly reassured that there was no rush for a grand gift, and it was more important for him to ensure his own safety. This declaration deeply moved the foreign envoy. This black dragon was truly an extraordinary being. In his heart, Changtian silently wished the foreign leader well for a brief moment, hoping they could successfully navigate their tribulations. Soon, however, he brushed the matter aside. While he found most of the gifts unsuitable for himself, there were some that could be beneficial for the little one. Combined with the previous Nirvana water pool from the Hollow tribe, he could prepare a medicinal bath for her. Within the dragon lair, a pool approximately 10 meters in diameter appeared. Red phosphorus grass, ice spirit heart, heavenly dew drops, spirit source crystals one by one. These precious herbs were cast into the Nirvana pool by Changtian. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the surface of the Nirvana pool was already adorned with numerous herbs, each of which, in the outside world, would incite a frenzy of competition among countless individuals for their acquisition. Yet here, they were merely regarded as secondary auxiliary materials. The more significant components lay ahead. One by one, herbs either glistening with transparency or shimmering with radiant light, shrouded in mist, were tossed into the Nirvana pool. Finally, a single drop of blood was added, exuding a faint dragon's majesty. Upon closer observation, it seemed as though a tiny dragon was writhing within the blood. This was Changtian's dragon blood. Once this blood was dripped into the Nirvana pool, it instantly overshadowed the other auxiliary materials, transforming the entire pool's water into a deep crimson hue. Within the Nirvana pool, the blood surged and bubbled, creating tumultuous waves. Faintly, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed, as if a colossal dragon were thrashing beneath the surface. Gulp. Beiqinghan swallowed hard. Is this really safe? Changtian, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty. In truth, all the herbs previously cast and were solely meant to temper this drop of dragon blood, to mitigate its ferocity. Nevertheless, he harbored concerns about whether Beiqinghan's petite frame could withstand it. He pondered for a moment, scanning his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a small white rabbit nearby, prompting an idea. Well, he had previously used it for administering the potion, and its physical resilience seemed comparable, so it would suffice to help test the waters once more. Changtian swiftly seized the rabbit and tossed it into the Nirvana pool. Eek! The little rabbit, engrossed in its meal, was caught off guard by Changtian's sudden action, only to be met with the sight of what resembled a hellish blood pool. The little rabbit wore an expression of utter despair. Oh dear. I fear this time it might truly be the end for me. Chapter 43, Dragon Bloodbath in the Pool. The little rabbit lay lazily on the surface of the water, its legs paddling gently as it floated and swam. Occasionally, it would reach for nearby spiritual herbs and nibble on them, displaying an air of carefree enjoyment. Changtian observed closely, ensuring there were no adverse reactions, noting the energy transforming the rabbit's body. Only then did he feel at ease and turned to Beiqinghan, saying, "It's fine now, Xiaobai. You may enter as well." Beiqinghan nodded, untroubled by the prospect of Dragon Father causing her harm. Her only concern was that the dragon might be heavy-handed and administer too much of the potion. However, since even the rabbit was unharmed, she felt confident she would be safe too. She reached for her clothing, intending to change before entering the pool. Yet, suddenly recalling something, her hand froze midair as she turned to look at the black dragon beside her, who was gazing intently at her. "What's wrong?" Changtian asked, puzzled by her sudden stillness. "Is the water temperature unsuitable?" He tested it. It was neither too hot nor too cold, just right. "No." Beiqinghan shook her head, biting her lip, appearing hesitant. After a considerable pause, she finally asked, her expression conflicted, "I'm about to undress. Are you planning to just watch?" "Of course. I need to observe the effects." Changtian replied matter-of-factly. Noting the turmoil on her face, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiaobai. Are you shy?" "No need to be. I'm your father. I've seen you in all states." "Enough. Don't say any more." Beiqinghan hurriedly interrupted, her small hands raised high, bouncing on the ground as she attempted to cover the dragon's unabashed mouth. This dragon, truly, how could it say anything and everything? "All right. I won't speak anymore," Changtian said, understanding her discomfort and choosing to refrain from further teasing. Amused, he thought about how this little girl, despite her age, had learned to feel shy. He reminisced about the days of running around in open-crotch pants. However, wearing clothes would hinder the absorption effect of the bath. It was best to remove them. Changtian reminded her. Beiqinghan was well aware of this. With medicinal baths, direct contact was always preferable. After a moment of inner turmoil, she steeled herself and declared, "You turn around." All right. Changtian found her reaction amusing but chose not to provoke the easily embarrassed girl further. After a moment of shyness, Beiqinghan finally removed her clothing and climbed into the pool. Splash. The sound of water echoed behind him, indicating that she had entered. "Okay. You can turn around now." Changtian turned back, only to find she had draped her discarded clothes over the surface of the water, wrapping her body securely. Beiqinghan pressed her lips together, feeling a bit anxious. Although she had made every effort to protect herself, the gaze of Changtian still made her feel somewhat uneasy, as if his penetrating stare could see right through her clothing. In truth, if Changtian truly desired, not even a mountain could obstruct his sight, let alone a mere layer of fabric. Of course, he was not a lecherous father, preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter's body. In Changtian's eyes, Beiqinghan's form seemed to transform into a translucent blue state, revealing her meridians and skeleton, with countless blood vessels and nerves intricately woven throughout her being. Surrounding her was a pool of diluted dragon blood. Indeed, the contact was seamless, and there were no adverse reactions. The essence of the dragon blood was gradually integrating into her body, affecting a transformation. At this moment, the crimson dragon blood particles were slowly permeating through the protective layer of her skin, coursing through the capillaries that spanned her body, entering her veins and arteries, and returning to the heart, where the vigorous organ would pump it throughout her entire frame, providing comprehensive fortification. Skin, meridians, bones, and flesh all were gradually becoming stronger under the influence of the dragon blood. A soft grunt escaped Beiqinghan's lips as she suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, a tingling sensation emanating from within her. Every part of her flesh and bone felt as though it were being torn asunder, akin to ants crawling beneath her skin. Changtian reassured her, stating that this was a normal reaction, a sign that the dragon blood was remodeling her body. He added that if it became unbearable, she could simply withdraw. "I am fine, I can endure." Beiqinghan's delicate face contorted in pain, her features scrunching up as she bravely resisted the discomfort that coursed through her. It was excruciating, yet she was resolute. To grow stronger, such trials were unavoidable. Did her dragon father not experience pain when he fell into the chaotic void, his scales shattered by relentless storms? Did humanity not suffer when subjected to the whims of alien races? She had grown weary of her feeble state. She yearned for strength, for herself, for humanity, and for her dragon father. "Remarkable," Changtian praised from the side. "This little one is truly resilient. At her age, I was nowhere near as strong." Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air, a rabbit-esque shriek. The little white rabbit had been comfortably soaking in the nirvana pool, occasionally nibbling on some spiritual herbs, blissfully at ease. However, as the dragon blood began to take effect, initiating a transformation in its body, the rabbit could no longer contain itself and leaped up in fright. Yet, Changtian was far less patient with it. "Why are you screaming? Get back and continue soaking." He glared at the rabbit, swatting it back into the nirvana pool with a single blow. With a splash, the rabbit was sent tumbling back into the water. Despite the scene, Beiqinghan couldn't help but chuckle, her attention diverted, which seemed to alleviate some of the pain she was experiencing. "Oh!" Changtian felt a stirring in his heart and retrieved the little rabbit from the pool once more. As it surfaced, he swiftly grasped the small white creature with a paw and tossed it back into the water. This cyclical torment continued, leaving the rabbit utterly exhausted, its limbs slack and its gaze vacant, as if surrendering to its fate. It seemed indifferent to its plight. Witnessing this, Beiqinghan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy and gently interjected, "I am fine now. Please spare the rabbit." She believed that the rabbit's encounter with Changtian was nothing short of a tragedy. However, Changtian was not merely toying with the creature. In reality, he was aiding it. Ultimately, this rabbit was merely an ordinary creature, hardly worthy of being labeled a fierce beast. And the opportunity to soak in dragon blood was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. As their conversation unfolded, the medicinal bath neared its conclusion. The efficacy of the nirvana pool was remarkable. A single drop of dragon blood posed a risk of explosive bodily harm if utilized directly. Yet, through the nirvana pool and the accompanying materials, not only did it become more easily absorbable, but its effects were also enhanced significantly. Beiqinghan clenched her fist, feeling an earth-shattering transformation within her body. Chapter 44. Above the Monarch. Totem. Catastrophe. In the nirvana pool, Beiqinghan slowly opened her eyes. At that very moment, her large, dark eyes seemed to transform into the vertical pupils characteristic of dragons. A faint aura of draconic majesty emanated from her. The little rabbit beside her was startled, glancing at Beiqinghan with a mix of confusion and intrigue. This two-legged creature suddenly resembled that colossal dragon. Fortunately, this aura was ephemeral, dissipating swiftly, and Beiqinghan's eyes reverted to their normal state. The little rabbit's simple mind struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. Changtian also noticed this change. Observing the little one's expression of delight, he gently urged her, "All right, it's time to get out of the pool. You're still bare, and you might catch a chill. Ah, Beiqinghan exclaimed in surprise, suddenly recalling her state of nudity, feeling a surge of annoyance toward Changtian for not reminding her. Like a small, irate dragon, she insisted that Changtian turn away, refusing to let him look. Hastily, she grabbed her clothes floating on the water's surface, wrapping her petite form in them. Splashing sounds echoed. There was no elegance reminiscent of a beauty emerging from a bath. Beiqinghan appeared rather unremarkable, her figure still youthful and undeveloped. It was even less likely for her to mimic the scenarios found in novels, where one might inadvertently break the bath due to newfound strength, tumbling and bestowing benefits upon the male protagonist. Let us not even consider how a dignified empress like Beiqinghan would lack control over her strength. This Nirvana pool was a rare treasure, impervious even to the assaults of the previous Hollow Clan's leader. It was inconceivable that Beiqinghan could damage it. A mere kick would only injure herself. After changing out of her drenched garments, she donned a fresh outfit, finally presenting herself to Changtian. Upon closer inspection, her exposed skin bore a delicate pink hue, a result of the medicinal bath she had just experienced. Changtian inquired, "All right, little white, how do you feel?" "It's absolutely marvelous. I feel invigorated, as if my entire being has been reborn," Beiqinghan replied, moving her body slightly and reveling in the sensation of her almost transformative physique, her eyes sparkling with joy. She had yet to finish her thought. The effects of the dragon's blood medicinal bath far surpassed any she had experienced in her past life. The human body, after all, remained inherently weaker, despite the existence of visualization techniques for cultivation, making it susceptible to vulnerabilities. Thus, some had pioneered the method of medicinal baths. By soaking in the blood of ferocious beasts, one could temper their body, rendering it as formidable as that of the beasts themselves. As one progressed to the later stages of transformation, further enhancements were developed, such as potent serums that could be injected or ingested, yielding even greater results than medicinal baths. This method garnered immense popularity, and its creator amassed considerable wealth, standing at the pinnacle of humanity. As the Empress, Beiqinghan naturally indulged in various medicinal baths and enhancement elixirs, many of which were derived from materials of royal caliber. Yet, despite the advanced technology employed to extract these seemingly miraculous solutions, none matched the efficacy of this humble medicinal bath. This was hardly surprising, for it contained my very blood. Changtian felt a swell of pride. Though this medicinal bath appeared ordinary, it concealed profound mysteries, not to mention the auxiliary ingredients, each one a precious herbal treasure, in the Nirvana pool, which could bestow upon an otherwise mediocre being a talent rivaling that of the giants. Most crucial of all was the final drop of dragon's blood. Kept in a forbidden realm, even the king-level beasts and otherworldly entities would go mad for it. This single drop could shatter their shackles. Yet now, it was being used for a mere human cub's bath. It could be said that if other giants were to witness this, they would undoubtedly condemn Changtian for such wastefulness. But who could blame him? After all, the little one was his daughter. For one's own child, one must always provide the very best. Moreover, there was another reason. During the previous encounter with the seven-armed demon god in the chaotic void, he had lost copious amounts of blood, and not utilizing it would be a waste. He still had plenty left to offer the little one several more medicinal baths, though subsequent effects would not match the first. Noticing Changtian's demeanor, Beiqinghan felt a twinge of curiosity. Although she had long suspected that Changtian's prowess exceeded that of the king level, she had yet to ascertain the specifics. Prior to entering the Forbidden Realm, she had believed that king level was the pinnacle of the otherworldly beasts. This opportunity was perfect for inquiry. The little one blinked innocently, her face radiating childlike wonder. "Just how powerful are you now? Are you stronger than a king?" "Of course. How could a mere king compare to your father?" Changtian replied confidently. "Well, that's amazing." Beiqinghan responded enthusiastically, clapping her hands in awe, her face a portrait of admiration. This filled Changtian, as a father, with immense pride, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Observing Beiqinghan's evident curiosity, Changtian inquired, "What do you wish to know?" Beiqinghan nodded without hesitation. Changtian extended a finger, playfully coaxing her. "Call me daddy, and I shall tell you." Beiqinghan, how infuriating. Just how much do you cling to that title? She felt a rush of embarrassment, yet her curiosity was insatiable, compelling her to suppress her shyness. Biting her lip, she displayed a bashful demeanor, her small mouth parting slightly as she uttered a few words. Daddy. Ah. Changtian felt a wave of elation wash over him, as if his entire being was invigorated by an invisible force, akin to ascending to immortality. The image of Beiqinghan shouting those two words lingered vividly in his mind. He wished to etch it into his memory forever. After all, the first utterance of father had already escaped his lips, crossing a threshold within his heart, rendering any subsequent declarations far simpler. Observing Lu Changtian's engrossed demeanor, Beiqinghan couldn't help but urge him. I've already called you father, so hurry up and say it. All right, Lu Changtian replied, smacking his lips. Realizing he shouldn't tease the shy little one too much, he gathered his thoughts, and the entire dragon seemed to adopt a more serious demeanor. With his dragon eyes narrowed, he addressed Beiqinghan. Little Bai, you should be aware of the hierarchical structure among the alien races, correct? Yes, I am, Beiqinghan responded, knowing they were getting to the crux of the matter. Her lips parted slightly, and with fluent articulation, she recounted the hierarchy of the alien races: low-level, mid-level, high-level, commander, lord, overlord, and king. Very good. It seems you have some understanding. Lu Changtian nodded in satisfaction, but then shifted his tone, adding, however, the classifications of low-level, mid-level, and high-level merely refer to those lesser ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land, regardless of whether they are low-level, mid-level, or high-level. They are all deemed lowly ferocious beasts, no different from ordinary wild animals. Commanders and lords are only slightly stronger than the lowly ones. While overlords possess the strength to stand their ground, kings can barely be considered high-end combatants. Lu Changtian elaborated, and Beiqinghan listened intently. This was the first time Lu Changtian had dissected the strength hierarchy within the Forbidden Land for her, revealing both its vastness and its terror. The most elite kings from the outside world were merely the backbone forces here. As for commanders and lords, those who could command numerous subordinates outside could only hope to protect themselves within the Forbidden Land. Beiqinghan remained silent, knowing that the next point was crucial. Lu Changtian continued, above kings lies the totem level, which is an absolute powerhouse within the Forbidden Land. Many of those slumbering giants, including myself, belong to this realm. Totem level? Beiqinghan blinked, a term unfamiliar to her surfacing in her mind. It transcended worldly boundaries, surpassing even kings, and could exist as a totem for an entire race, perhaps? She pondered this and looked toward Lu Changtian. Then, a distant voice echoed, and above totems, there lies the calamity. Chapter 45. Set a small goal first. Avoid becoming cannon fodder. For a considerable period, Beiqinghan immersed herself in rigorous training. Following her immersion in the dragon blood medicinal bath and the ensuing conversation, her understanding of the cultivation system significantly expanded. Before her, the grand tapestry of the Forbidden Land slowly unfurled. Numerous ranks flickered through her mind. Only the overlord and lord survive in the interstices. It is the hegemon who finds solid ground. Even though she had once been a sovereign, within the Forbidden Land, she was merely ordinary. The same sovereign status held little value in such a realm. Nearly every prominent family boasted one or even multiple sovereigns. Aspiring to become a titan necessitated an entirely unfamiliar domain. Totems. As for the calamities above the totems, that was an even more distant concept, far beyond her contemplation. Yet, merely the utterance of such a name hinted at an exceedingly terrifying realm. As the name suggested, it resembled a walking disaster. Finally, Beiqinghan comprehended why the black dragon had displayed such disdain when she compared herself to the sovereign level. The two parties were simply not on the same tier. It was likely that the drop of dragon blood the black dragon used for her medicinal bath could propel them into a higher realm, drawing countless aspirants. However, this revelation did not dishearten Beiqinghan. Instead, it invigorated her spirit, filling her with determination. The Forbidden Land was indeed teeming with formidable adversaries, but so what? She was the Empress. Why would she harbor fear? If sovereigns were merely commonplace in the Forbidden Land, then transcending them to achieve totem status was the path forward. Her sovereign will shone like gold, forged into brilliance by the fiery words of Lu Changtian, becoming ever more resplendent and dazzling. To claim the title of king, one must not only accumulate strength but also possess the indomitable will of a sovereign. And within the Forbidden Land, to be frank, merely surviving was immensely challenging. With so many sovereigns and ancient beings surpassing them, it was hardly simple to cultivate a sense of unparalleled sovereignty. Encountering an ancient being would certainly temper one's spirit. The previous encounter with the devouring beast, who had a history with Lu Changtian, illustrated this well, though he was fortunate, having met Lu Changtian when he was stronger. As Lu Changtian's reputation soared, he found himself overshadowed by his former subordinate, now a titan within the Forbidden Land. His sovereign will suffer a blow, leading him to complacency for many years. Fortunately, due to various circumstances, he had begun to show signs of revival. From this perspective, Beiqinghan was still ahead of many foreign entities within the Forbidden Land. Through the passage of 2 lifetimes, countless trials, and myriad dangers, her sovereign will have matured. Once she accumulated enough, breaking through to sovereign status would come naturally. Of course, those were matters for the future. What lay before Beiqinghan now was to swiftly ascend to the rank of overlord. A surge of determination welled within her. In the vivid depiction of the Forbidden Land described by Changtian, the so-called low, intermediate, and high-level ferocious beasts were merely the most insignificant cannon fodder. How could she possibly accept that? As an esteemed empress, she was indeed a remarkable figure in the eyes of the world. Yet, upon entering this forbidden realm, she was swiftly reduced from an empress to mere cannon fodder. What a disgrace! If the foreign rulers who perished at her hands were to discover this, they would surely burst into laughter. The path to reclaiming her status as a monarch remains distant, so Beiqinghan sets herself a modest goal, to first rid herself of the identity of a mere pawn. With a thunderous crash, a massive boulder shattered, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that erupted into the air, stirring a cloud of dust. Numerous shards of stone pierced through the haze, shooting outwards with ferocity. Her strength had significantly amplified, had she possessed such power earlier. She could have effortlessly torn that serpent apart with her bare hands. Beiqinghan slowly retracted her arm. Her pale, delicate limb was faintly shrouded in a sinister shadow, its shape grotesque and terrifying. Her fingers contorted into an eerie, distorted posture, resembling a pitch-black dragon's claw. After the dragon's bloodbath, although she had not broken through to a higher realm of comprehension, her understanding had nonetheless deepened considerably. The image of the colossal dragon in her mind had become increasingly vivid, particularly its arms, each scale appearing almost tangible. She had just envisioned the pose of Changtian striking with his claws, and the results were remarkable. As she gently brought her fingers together, the air seemed to implode within her grasp, emitting a subtle sound of expansion. Though her current realm had yet to reach the commanding level, from the perspective of physical strength alone, she was already formidable enough to confront a beast of that caliber. Moreover, this enhancement was not transient. Once she truly ascended to the commanding tier, her physical form might rival that of a lord-level beast. Such was the extraordinary effect of the dragon's bloodbath. Beiqinghan felt a surge of exhilaration within her. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable, given that it was the blood of a totem-level beast. Combined with a myriad of rare herbs in the concoction, it was only natural for such results to occur. In fact, were it not for the tempering of the blood's ferocity, a single drop could potentially obliterate a lord-level beast. Well executed, though perhaps a tad too deliberate. Changtian praised from the side. Noticing a familiar expression on Beiqinghan's face, he inquired, "Were you just imitating the claw strike I executed against the 7-armed demon god?" Beiqinghan nodded. Yes, that strike was capable of grievously wounding the totem-level 7-armed demon god. It was the most powerful blow I have ever witnessed, naturally inspiring me to emulate it. She had indeed managed to capture a semblance of it, yet she still fell short. Look. As she spoke, Changtian suddenly launched a claw strike without warning. In an instant, Beiqinghan felt as though the world around her was being overturned, as if the very heavens were collapsing towards her. She neither flinched nor evaded, her gaze fixed intently upon him. She trusted that Changtian would not harm her, but also realized there was no escaping it. In the distance, behind Beiqinghan, a mountain peak unexpectedly erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Changtian withdrew his claw and turned to her. Just like that. Amidst this, the frantic squeaks of a little rabbit could be heard nearby. It had just been gnawing on a precious herb, utterly oblivious to the presence of a person and a dragon before it, one shattering rocks, the other astonishingly demolishing an entire mountain peak. It was promptly buried beneath the rubble. Fortunately, despite its disheveled appearance, with fur coated in dust, it bore no conspicuous injuries. Having been baptized in dragon blood, this rabbit could no longer be regarded as an ordinary creature. Perhaps it ought to be called the dragon blood rabbit? The rabbit shook off the dust and debris, quickly unearthing its meal from the rubble, cradling the treasure in its embrace. Changtian observed this food-obsessed rabbit and could not help but chuckle. This rabbit is truly fortunate, despite being merely an ordinary creature. It has been graced with the baptism of totem-level blood, yet remains oblivious to its significance. Squeak? The rabbit tilted its head, appearing quite bewildered. What are you saying? It's too complicated. The little rabbit cannot comprehend. It lowered its head once more to take a bite. All the rabbit desires is food. Chapter 46. The other races. What is the black dragon up to? What is that black dragon doing? Why does it create such a commotion every few days? 3 days ago, it severed a mighty river. 7 days prior, it leveled a valley, and 10 days past, it shattered a mountain. Just recently, it drained yet another river. What could this black dragon possibly desire? Does it not require rest? Is this an act of demonstration or provocation directed at us? It should not be so. For since its victory over the seven-armed demon god, we have acknowledged its strength and have chosen to avoid confrontation, unless it wishes to oppose the entire forbidden realm. But I doubt that this reckless dragon is truly so foolish. What, then, could be the reason for its actions? The numerous leaders of the other races seethed with indignation. They are not like Changtian. Many of them have existed since ancient times, some even since the inception of the Forbidden Land, enduring until now. They do not possess the same vitality as Changtian. In fact, a considerable number of them had been in slumber until the recent emergence of the seven-armed demon god, which had awakened them to seek potential opportunities. After the failure of the seven-armed demon god, these giants planned to return to their slumber and await a more favorable moment. However, this black dragon seems to have lost its senses, erupting with fervor every few days, each episode causing a significant disturbance. Each time these giants nearly drift into slumber, a sudden uproar jolts them awake, leading them to believe that another major event has transpired, only to discover it is merely the black dragon acting irrationally. They were nearly frightened into a state of frailty. Perhaps it is simply bored and seeking amusement? One giant proposed a theory. Even mighty beings can experience boredom. With lifespans so extensive, one cannot be in constant pursuit of cultivation. In ancient times, it was said that some powerful beings would go to great lengths to please their partners, even claiming they could pluck stars from the sky for them. And they would, indeed, retrieve one. Particularly, among the dragon kin, known for their indulgent nature, this black dragon appears to lack a companion, rendering its desires unfulfilled. Exploding a mountain for amusement does not seem entirely unreasonable. Regardless, next time, if this black dragon stirs trouble again, we shall certainly intervene and issue a warning. The giants fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, one of the leaders of the other races spoke through gritted teeth, earning the agreement of many. They thus resolved to maintain their wakefulness, intending to catch Changtian in the act. Yet, immediately following this decision, they found themselves unable to detect any movements from Changtian, causing their impatience to swell. Why has this black dragon suddenly ceased its activities? Should we not simply return to slumber? That would be unwise. What if, like before, just as we begin to sleep, the dragon emerges once more? A valid point. I cannot endure further disturbances. Then we shall continue to wait until it appears again. The giants clenched their teeth, enduring the wait. Yet they could not anticipate Changtian's next move. A few days prior, Changtian gazed earnestly at Beiqinghan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Have you learned it? He inquired. Beiqinghan retorted, I haven't learned anything. Sensing the disappointment in the young one's demeanor, Changtian, unwilling to shatter her zeal for learning, waved his hand generously and said, No worries, if you haven't mastered it yet. I shall return several more times until you do. Now, as Changtian transformed into a mighty earth dragon, he had obliterated countless mountains, rivers, and canyons in a mere few days, completely redrawing the map of the Forbidden Zone. Beiqinghan ultimately relinquished her unrealistic aspirations, realizing that an insurmountable chasm indeed existed between humans and dragons. Perhaps it was her lofty ambitions, or perhaps the dragon's pedagogical methods simply did not align with her. In any case, she abandoned the notion of directly learning combat techniques from Changtian and instead opted for diligent contemplation. Nevertheless, her efforts bore some fruit. Over the past few days, she felt a notable improvement in her attacks, executing her moves with greater fluidity than before. In comparison to that, I wish to learn the technique you use to pilfer treasures from others, Beiqinghan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. With her dragon father by her side, she felt secure even if she failed to master grand techniques. He would always protect her. However, that particular method of devouring treasures truly captivated her. If she could learn it, she wouldn't have to extract items from her previous loot every time she visited a new place. With your current strength, you might just manage it, Changtian assessed Beiqinghan thoughtfully. Perhaps to regain his dignity as a teacher, he adopted an unusually serious demeanor this time. That technique actually originates from the swallowing heaven of the swallowing skyhound clan. When I was weak, I encountered one and witnessed its swallowing technique. At that moment, I thought it was an ingenious method of thievery. An essential skill for travel, He corrected himself hastily. He proceeded to explain the origins and principles of the swallowing technique to Beiqinghan. In essence, it involved treating one's body as a miniature realm, capable of absorbing both tangible and intangible energies and treasures from the external world. After elucidating the theory, it was time for practical demonstration. Changtian opened his mouth, transforming it into a black hole, and with a powerful suction, he effortlessly drew in a great river from afar. The roaring river vanished into his maw, and he licked his lips, eagerly looking at Beiqinghan. Have you grasped it? Would you like me to demonstrate again? Beiqinghan sighed. Thank you, but I've memorized it. No need for another demonstration. With a resigned sigh, she engraved the recent spectacle into her mental imagery and began her silent contemplation. If you haven't remembered it, do come find me, Changtian called out. Beiqinghan is not the kind of student who is impervious to instruction, as of now. He remains quite intrigued by the prospect of becoming a teacher. After bidding farewell to Beiqinghan, Changtian commenced his own training. The arms of the seven-armed demon god still linger within him. Indeed, the vitality embedded within those arms is quite abundant. He chuckled softly, reminiscing about the fierce battle from days past. The seven-armed demon god likely contemplated breaking free from the forbidden ground if possible. If thwarted, it would resort to ambushing a few formidable beings from other races, using them as sustenance. Such plans were audacious, yet unfortunately for him, they encountered Changtian. After meticulous plotting, it ultimately served only to adorn Changtian's own endeavors. The obsidian dragon gazed with profound eyes, exhaling a breath of draconic energy, plunging the dragon's lair into silence. Meanwhile, outside, at the periphery of the sunset forbidden ground, a space caught between the internal and external realms, the abundant spiritual energy overflowed, nurturing numerous spiritual herbs that could only thrive in this locale. Some speculate that the forbidden ground is a divine blessing, with so many spiritual herbs flourishing at its outskirts. Treasures must abound within, with rare elixirs sprouting by the roadside and rivers flowing with nectar and sweet springs. Others assert that the forbidden ground is a prison for demons, with those herbs merely bait laid by foreign races and fierce beasts luring individuals to their doom. Yet, the true nature of the place remains shrouded in mystery, as every seeker of truth ultimately vanishes within its depths. The forbidden ground resembles a Pandora's box, emanating endless secrets that beckon individuals to enter. Near the sunset forbidden ground lies a base established by the surviving humans. While they monitor the forbidden ground, they also send individuals to harvest the rare spiritual herbs for the benefit of cultivators. However, recently, the collection of herbs has been interrupted. The cause of this disruption stems from a fortnight prior when the forbidden ground underwent a transformation. The sky turned into a riot of colors, powerful energies surging between realms, accompanied by meteors exuding terrifying auras streaking across the horizon. Some gatherers claim to have witnessed the seven-armed demon god, the dark demon dragon, the sky-devouring divine hound, and the elegant divine bird. Others proclaim that the forbidden ground is on the verge of opening, and that the foreign races and fierce beasts within will soon surge forth. Chapter 47. Dispatch personnel to the Forbidden Zone. The base city is the name of the settlement where humanity survives after the cataclysm. Faced with the unknown and formidable foes of the alien beasts, the social structure of humanity was instantaneously shattered into disarray. The previous governance collapsed, and communication between cities was nearly severed. After a tumultuous period, a faction of survivors finally united, discarding the cumbersome organizations of the past, and formed survivor bases centered around their cities, thus establishing the base city. The situation began to change when Emperor Beiqinghan ascended to power. She waged campaigns to expel the alien races and sought to unify the survivor bases, striving to create a harmonious world. Unfortunately, her aspirations were thwarted by an unforeseen demise, leading to her rebirth. The once united bases fragmented anew, each governing itself. However, that is a tale for another time. Let us return our focus to the Sunset Base City. This city lies approximately 100 miles from the Forbidden Zone. As the saying goes, one thrives by utilizing the resources available. The primary income of Sunset Base City stemmed from hunting alien beasts and harvesting rare spiritual herbs from the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Yet recently, due to disturbances within the Forbidden Zone, the city's revenue has faced significant repercussions. Harvesting activities have nearly come to a standstill, and the dangers of hunting have escalated dramatically. A group of individuals was engaged in a discussion about the rumors circulating within the city. Hey, have you heard? The recent events in the Forbidden Zone. The entire city is abuzz with talk. Surely no one is unaware. I even witnessed the shadow of an extraordinary beast hovering over the forbidden zone. A black dragon, a seven-armed demon, and a magnificent divine bird. Do you think the monsters from the forbidden zone might escape? Who knows? No one truly understands what lies within the forbidden zone. Otherwise, it wouldn't be termed forbidden, would it? However, it seems that the beasts outside the city have become increasingly agitated lately. The last hunting party suffered numerous casualties. I heard that my uncle's mother's nephew was part of that hunting team, and only he returned alive. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Such close-to-home experiences were indeed terrifying. The forbidden zone might be several dozen kilometers away, yet the specter of death loomed nearby. Indeed, it is far wiser to remain within the city. Someone remarked, a relieved expression on their face, which instantly garnered agreement from many around. Yes, after all, they are safe within the city. No matter how perilous it is outside, can the dangers truly breach those sturdy city walls? Absolutely not. We must seize the moment to stockpile provisions. We cannot venture outside until things stabilize. Resolutely, one individual turned and hurriedly departed. This scenario had already replayed countless times in the base city during this period. The prices of food within the city continued to soar. The Lord's Manor. The situation is roughly as follows. Rumors of strange occurrences in the forbidden area have spread throughout the city, accompanied by warnings of peril beyond its borders. The populace has collectively begun stockpiling supplies and isolating themselves within their homes. Even the herbal gathering teams and hunting parties, previously engaged in slaying fierce beasts, have had to suspend their activities due to the heightened danger. The city lord's aides are presently briefing him on the current state of affairs within the city, and it is evident that the outlook is grim. The residents' hoarding behavior has accelerated the depletion of resources, while the cessation of the gathering and hunting operations has led to a staggering reduction in the city's income by more than 90%, bringing the entire base city to the brink of paralysis. Dressed in an exquisite suit, a man clutches a stack of documents that reveal a disheartening array of data, all indicating a catastrophic decline, with alarming red figures glaring ominously. In conclusion, the aide meticulously folds the documents and offers a stark assessment. If this continues, within a month, even if the fears regarding the forbidden area prove unfounded, the base city will undoubtedly collapse. Changtian, the portly lord of the sunsetting forbidden city, listens anxiously to the aide's report, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He never anticipated the gravity of the situation. What he initially believed to be a minor incident has escalated to the point where his aides are suggesting that his base city is on the verge of ruin. Changtian feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. While others express trepidation regarding the forbidden area, he remained unconcerned. Over the years, aside from those foolish enough to venture into the forbidden zone, has there ever been a report of anything emerging from it to wreak havoc on the outside world? No. Thus, while others quaked in fear, he boldly accepted the role of lord over the sunsetting base city. History has vindicated his skepticism, but now, unexpectedly, calamity has befallen him. Moreover, it may be due to the existence of the forbidden area that the ferocious beasts and hostile factions nearby have not exhibited formidable strength. Rulership-level threats are rare, and king-level adversaries are non-existent. On ordinary days, one might encounter only lord-level beings, with the protective city walls in place. The sunsetting base city has enjoyed a sense of security. Coupled with the unique precious herbs found outside the forbidden area, he has amassed considerable wealth over the years. Yet who could have foreseen such a sudden turn of events? Have we discerned what precisely has transpired within the forbidden area? Changtian inquired of his aide, Wang Rua. Wang Rua shook his head in regret. Unfortunately, we remain utterly in the dark regarding the forbidden area. We only know that there was indeed a spectral manifestation of a fierce beast on that day. To ascertain the truth of what has occurred, we may have no choice but to enter it ourselves. Enter the forbidden area, Changtian mused, shaking his head before posing another question. Have you received any responses from the contacts I instructed you to reach out to? What did they say? Clearly, the matter concerning the forbidden area transcends the capabilities of a mere base city lord. Following the anomalous events, he promptly informed his contacts, detailing the situation and requesting assistance. Considering the passage of time, he felt they should have provided feedback by now. The aide replied accordingly. The other party claimed that there was no substantial impact and urged you to handle it on your own. Handle it myself? Nonsense. Changtian couldn't help but curse aloud. For it was just the two of them present. That place was a forbidden zone. If I had the capability to manage it independently, why would I be reduced to the role of a pathetic base lord? I would have long proclaimed myself an emperor. And what do they mean by no substantial impact? Must we wait until the foreign tribes commence their siege for it to be deemed significant? Those merciless beings, I fear. Cough. A sudden cough from the side abruptly interrupted Zhang Tianqing's unrestrained tirade. Realizing that certain matters should remain unspoken, he quickly fell silent. However, given the other party's response, it was evident that expecting any support was utterly futile. By the time the so-called substantial impact occurred, he would likely be digested by the ferocious beasts. Zhang Tianqing, feeling vexed, raked his fingers through his hair, pulling out a few strands in his frustration. Finally, with a resolute determination, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Damn it. If I must handle it myself, then so be it. Send people to the Forbidden Zone." Chapter 48. Beiqinghan. Am I, the illustrious Empress, truly so despicable as to covet a mere carrot? The following day, a proclamation emanated from the city lord's mansion, swiftly reverberating throughout the entire base city. The lord's estate intended to dispatch a team into the Forbidden Zone to ascertain the cause of the recent anomalies. Recruitment was underway, with lucrative compensation offered. This announcement stirred a wave of excitement within the base city. Some were elated, having been plagued by anxiety due to the disturbances in recent days. At last, measures were being taken. Others, however, expressed trepidation, harboring skepticism regarding the expedition. The residents adjacent to the Forbidden Zone had heard countless legends regarding it, some of which were mere fabrications spun by the townsfolk. Alas, the world is never devoid of reckless souls. Much like the elderly recounting terrifying tales of the back mountains to frighten children, the inhabitants of the base city were rife with tales of the Forbidden Zone. For instance, some claimed that the rarest king-level beasts of the outer world roamed freely within the Forbidden Zone, merely fit for sentry duty. Naturally, such outrageous tales were generally dismissed as absurd and impractical. After all, king-level creatures were esteemed rulers among their kind, commanding vast territories and reverence from countless other beasts. How could they possibly be confined within a mere Forbidden Zone? Therefore, these ludicrous tales were soon supplanted by more credible narratives. Whether driven by a desire for spectacle or genuine curiosity about the Forbidden Zone, a throng had gathered before the city lord's mansion early in the morning. Lo and behold, it appeared they were serious this time. They had even dispatched formidable high lords to lead the expedition. But what of the high lords? Hadn't there been king-level warriors who ventured into the Forbidden Zone before, only to never return? That is a valid point. There were only 2 high lords in the Sunset-based city. Aside from one remaining to guard the city, 3 junior lords, 10 captains, and numerous lower-tier cultivators were also deployed. They had nearly mobilized half the city's strength. Zhang Tianqing was resolute, adhering to the philosophy of going all in for a grand undertaking. Victory meant feasting with beautiful models. Defeat would lead him to a life serving as one. If these individuals were to fall within the Forbidden Zone, he could always make his escape later. As the crowd observed, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, isn't this an expedition to explore the Forbidden Zone? Why are they also recruiting ordinary citizens, apart from the Guardians? Haven't you heard? There's a rumor that the Forbidden Zone is teeming with treasures and abundant spiritual herbs. Perhaps they intend to send them in to gather herbs and collect riches? Yet, that is merely hearsay. Nonetheless, the compensation is indeed enticing. A guaranteed 30,000 just for participating, and 100,000 if one returns alive. But one must return alive for that to matter. Ah, but didn't they say that if one perished, the sum would be 500,000? The base city even provides a monthly stipend to the families of the deceased. Bah, what good is money if you're dead? Will your woman spend your wealth on another man? Curse it, enough said. My wife has truly taken my money to seek another man. My friend, take care." Many have begun to retreat. Ultimately, no matter how much wealth one possesses, it must be spent while one is alive. Of course, there are still many who, enticed by the generous rewards, contemplate sacrificing their lives to secure a better future for their families. The next day, a group set forth from the base city, advancing towards the forbidden land of the setting sun. Within the forbidden land, Changtian remained unaware that the recent fierce battle had not only impacted the inner sanctum, but had also stirred a commotion beyond its borders, nearly bringing the operations of an entire base city to a standstill. He was also oblivious to the fact that a team of explorers was hastening towards the forbidden land. At present, he was instructing Beiqinghan. The dragon's lair, initially an ordinary cave, had transformed into a true dragon-esque lair due to Changtian's presence. Infused with the dragon aura he exuded, should he reach the level of natural disasters, his every move would evoke terror akin to a calamity itself, permanently altering the landscape. However, Changtian had not yet attained such a level. Nonetheless, even upon departure, the dragon aura would linger for an extended period, indicating that he was not far from that realm. At this moment, Changtian reclined upon a carpet made of golden lion fur, keenly observing Beiqinghan's performance. Standing opposite him, Beiqinghan gazed at a small mountain formed from an array of spiritual herbs and treasures. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Subsequently, she slightly parted her lips, her chest swelling. A formidable suction emanated from her mouth. The pile of treasures trembled slightly before beginning to collapse, soaring towards Beiqinghan, who effortlessly consumed them. A crisp sound echoed nearby. The little rabbit, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned, releasing the carrot it had been clutching. Staring blankly at the scene before it, it could not comprehend why that bipedal creature merely had to open its mouth for the spiritual herbs to fly into it. If it could do that, wouldn't it be able to consume an abundance of items at once? Lost in thought, the carrot that had fallen to the ground was also drawn by the gravitational pull, soaring towards Beiqinghan. Squeak! The little rabbit panicked, desperately grabbing the carrot. Unfortunately, its own light weight caused it to be pulled along with the carrot towards Beiqinghan. At the critical moment, the gravitational force vanished, and the rabbit and carrot landed on the ground with a thud. Squeak! It squeaked at Beiqinghan as if to accuse her. How could you consume so much and still attempt to snatch my carrot? Clutching its precious carrot, it gently brushed off the dust, checking for any bites. Once satisfied, it finally ate the carrot with ease. Beiqinghan, am I, the Empress, so desperate as to covet a single carrot from you? Unconscionable creature. I might as well have devoured you just now. Changtian exclaimed. He praised, you are learning remarkably fast. You have essentially mastered the devour technique. Beiqinghan also found it quite remarkable. By heaven's grace, with an irresponsible teacher like Dragon Daddy, she could almost claim to have learned the heavenly devour technique entirely through her own visualization. Having grasped the devour aspect, it was now time to begin expelling. Changtian encouraged Beiqinghan to proceed. However, as she opened her small mouth and forcefully exhaled, her tiny face flushed crimson, nearly suffocating, yet nothing emerged. She looked up at Changtian with an innocent expression, as if to say, did I consume everything? Changtian mused. My daughter might truly be a genius. Chapter 49. Pitifully weak and helpless, yet capable of consumption. The so-called swallowing of heaven is a unique innate ability of the swallowing heaven roar clan, which was later emulated by Changtian. The principle involves creating a special microcosm within one's abdomen, allowing external objects to be drawn in and stored in this otherworldly space through the mouth. This ability serves not only as a means of storage, but also as a lethal weapon against adversaries. During combat, one can engulf their opponent. If the opponent cannot break the power of this microcosm, they are left to be refined within it. However, given Beiqinghan's current strength, she is still a tad inexperienced in wielding this ability against foes. For now, it merely serves as a rudimentary storage space. But, what is this situation? Changtian scratched his head, utterly perplexed. I do not know. I am merely following your instructions, father. Beiqinghan echoed his confusion. And with Changtian himself at a loss, her bewilderment deepened. A sense of anxiety crept in. Could there be any danger? The process of visualizing otherworldly abilities is fraught with peril. If one merely fails in their attempt, it is still manageable. Beiqinghan had witnessed someone attempting to visualize a king-level ferocious beast, only to be overwhelmed by the potent aura contained within the visualization, resulting in their consciousness being eroded. Ultimately, they became a human-shaped beast, a fade of humanity, yet wholly consumed within. There was no immediate danger, but Changtian gently set the little one down, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. After a thorough examination, he found no trace of the spiritual herbs that had been ingested within Beiqinghan. Instead, he discovered that her vitality had surged, indicating that digestion had already commenced during this brief interval. This little one truly did consume those items in a physical sense and was now digesting them. With a grave expression, he turned to Beiqinghan. Her heart raced. If even Dragon Father was this serious, the matter must indeed be significant. Under her watchful gaze, Changtian finally spoke, albeit slowly. However, your appetite will considerably increase thereafter. What? Beiqinghan was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Dragon Father's earnest demeanor, she had braced for some grave danger, yet it turned out to be merely an increase in appetite. Powerful cultivators, who among them does not possess a hearty appetite? To maintain their strength, those king-level beings must consume the equivalent of a small mountain daily. When Beiqinghan was still the Empress, her appetite was similarly substantial. Now, with merely a slight increase in her consumption, what harm could it bring? Changtian was not particularly concerned about this change. Rather, he viewed it as a positive development. Indeed, the little one had previously eaten too little. Despite his attempts to feed her, she often claimed she could not eat another bite. At her age, when growth was paramount, how could she survive on so little? Ultimately, he had to coax and trick her into eating. He pondered how much her appetite had expanded. "Let us test how much you can eat now," Changtian suggested. A moment later, a small hill, akin in height to Beiqinghan, was constructed, comprised of various spiritual herbs and delicacies. Beiqinghan parted her lips, and with a gentle suction, all manner of herbs and food vanished into her petite mouth without stirring a ripple. A soft burp escaped her, and she contentedly patted her belly, licking her lips. Weak, pitiable, and helpless, yet remarkably gluttonous. Changtian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It barely reaches a normal level. Beiqinghan was taken aback. Barely reaches a normal level? What child could consume food comparable to their own size? She felt that this dragon had a considerable misunderstanding of what constituted a normal level. Indeed, Changtian's notion of normalcy seemed to reference his own consumption during his juvenile dragon years. After finishing her meal, she resumed her visualization practice. Beiqinghan continued to envision the form of a colossal dragon in her mind. Simultaneously, the diverse food she had ingested began to be digested, releasing an abundance of vital energy. As Beiqinghan visualized, her body underwent gradual transformation. Upon completing her visualization, Beiqinghan sensed a further enhancement of her strength. Now, in terms of both power and appetite, she felt considerably more formidable. She clasped her palms and murmured, "I should now resemble a humanoid young dragon." A thrill of excitement surged within her. A sentiment many might share. After each elevation of strength, the urge to seek a rival to test one's prowess becomes irresistible. By the way, has it been unusually quiet in the Forbidden Land lately? Beiqinghan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon her reincarnation into the Forbidden Land, her first sight had been the fierce battle between Dragon Father and the Golden Lion, followed by the emergence of the 8 formidable alien leaders. The grand spectacle of their collective assault on the barrier of the Forbidden Land was nothing short of breathtaking. In the brief span of less than a month, the events had unfolded with increasing excitement and magnitude, surpassing the entirety of her previous life as an empress. Now, the sudden tranquility felt disconcerting, leaving Beiqinghan momentarily bewildered. Could it be that she truly remained in the Forbidden Land? The hollowed leader of the alien race, exhausted after repelling an invasion, echoed, "Yes, indeed. The Forbidden Land has been exceptionally tranquil of late." This tranquility was indicative of the Forbidden Land's true nature. Lesser ferocious beasts, in need of survival and resources, must inevitably engage in combat and vie against their peers. However, for the leaders, it was a different matter. Having existed in the Forbidden Land for ages, they were acutely aware of their comparable strengths, and lacking absolute certainty of victory over one another, they tended to preserve the prevailing balance. Changtian, sprawled on the ground, analyzed the underlying reasons for this phenomenon. He continued, raising 2 fingers in emphasis. It is quite simple to disrupt this equilibrium, and there are 2 methods to achieve it. The emergence of another giant, one that poses a threat to the existing titans, would naturally disturb their tranquility, as Changtian articulated. In essence, he was referring to himself. The resources and space within the Forbidden Land are limited, already divided among the prevailing giants, who would naturally resist any encroachment from other races vying for their sustenance. Thus, should any alien race exhibit signs of ascendance, they would inevitably face a united front of opposition from others. Changtian finds himself in a similar predicament. However, his rise has been remarkably swift, having vanquished formidable foes like the Golden Lion and the 7-armed demon, which left the other giants astounded, compelling them to begrudgingly acknowledge his existence. Beiqinghan interjected, casting a sidelong glance at the boastful black dragon, suggesting that after all this talk, Dragon Daddy was merely indulging in self-aggrandizement. She clapped her hands in a calm, yet dismissive manner, exclaiming, "Wow, Daddy is so impressive." This elicited a moment of pride from Changtian, for sometimes the joy of a man is as simple as receiving a compliment from his daughter, which can brighten his spirits for an entire afternoon. "What else is there?" she urged, signaling for Dragon Daddy to get to the crux of the matter. While he had mentioned 2 methods, he had only elaborated on the first. There was no need for further suspense. The second method is. Chapter 50. The 7-armed demon god achieves great merit as long as there exists a common interest. The peace among these diverse races is destined to be shattered. For instance, The seven-armed demon god previously drew out the 7 formidable leaders of the alien races with the objective of breaching the Forbidden Zone. Changtian did not conceal anything and straightforwardly stated that the only motivation capable of compelling those old geezers to take action is the matter of profit. Oppressing newcomers stems from self-interest, and breaching the Forbidden Zone is equally driven by the same principle. Upon hearing Changtian's analysis, Beiqinghan felt a surge of anxiety. She had previously understood that beyond the kingly level, there existed the totem tier. Initially, she thought that even if the Forbidden Zone housed numerous kings, humanity's current strength had vastly improved. United, they might not be able to triumph. Yet survival should not pose a significant challenge, much like during the first wave of aberrations. However, the totem tier. Honestly, witnessing the cataclysmic battles of the 8 great leaders filled her with despair, as such power was certainly beyond the capabilities of contemporary humanity. Truly, they embodied the essence of a clan totem. Fortunately, the subsequent defeat of the 8 leaders brought Beiqinghan some relief. Yet now, with Changtian's words, does this imply that those alien leaders might indeed unite and attempt to break free from the Forbidden Zone? Beiqinghan could not help but inquire further. Changtian, however, smiled and shook his head. Regrettably, that is impossible. Although the previous actions of the 8 leaders demonstrated that forcibly breaching the Forbidden Zone was feasible, the betrayal of the 7-armed demon god rendered such possibilities moot. Imagine if the roles were reversed. Would you dare to unleash your full strength against a barrier, knowing that a companion might betray you? Moreover, they do not truly regard each other as companions. Though they may appear amicable now, it is merely a fade dictated by the constraints of the Forbidden Zone. Once they escape its confines, they would instantaneously become adversaries. In such circumstances, I believe those leaders would not hesitate to eliminate potential competitors before their departure. A certain Empress, who had been betrayed by those close to her and wishes to remain unnamed, remarked, "Thank you. Now I understand." Although labeled as alien races by humanity, this term merely serves as a collective designation encompassing countless species. The adage "those not of my kind must have different intentions" holds true among the alien races as well. It is precisely due to the discord among them that humanity managed to navigate the perilous interstices during the early stages of the aberration. The alien beings within the Forbidden Zone experience similar dynamics. While they may appear well-mannered on the surface, it is merely superficial. At critical moments, no one can guarantee that their neighboring alien will not stab them in the back, especially in light of the prior example set by the 7-armed demon god. The already scarce trust among them has been further eroded. In such moments, those who dare to propose a union are met first with skepticism from those around them, who suspect ulterior motives. It can be said that the 7-armed demon god, with singular strength, has utterly extinguished the possibility of profound collaboration among the titans of the Forbidden Land. This can indeed be considered a significant achievement. Beiqinghan mentally noted this merit of the 7-armed demon god and inquired, "So, they can only wait for the Forbidden Land to open up on its own?" "Indeed." Changtian affirmed with a nod. Beiqinghan felt a sense of relief. After all, this would provide the outside world with a bit more preparation time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about Changtian's demeanor. His eyelids twitched slightly, and his expression appeared odd, as if he had glimpsed something strange. Unable to contain his curiosity, Beiqinghan asked, "What is wrong?" "No. It's just that there might have been a slight issue with my previous statement," Changtian replied. He turned to face the inquisitive Beiqinghan and, with a hint of resignation, continued, "Although the titans within the Forbidden Land will not unite to strike outward, those outside can actively venture into the Forbidden Land." Earlier, while discussing this topic with Beiqinghan, he had inadvertently cast his consciousness towards the edge of the Forbidden Land. However, upon doing so, he was astounded. The periphery of the Forbidden Land had been transformed into a wasteland due to the bombardment from the 8 great titans. Even the beings within the Forbidden Land instinctively avoided that area. Yet, in a place where no living creatures should appear, there now emerged a cluster of moving black dots. As he focused his consciousness further, Changtian discovered that those small black dots were, astonishingly, individuals clad in modern attire, wielding weapons. Beiqinghan exclaimed, "What?" Meanwhile, a little earlier, outside the Forbidden Land, Bay City was not far from the Forbidden Land. However, due to the rampant ferocious beasts outside the city, the exploration team had to take lengthy detours to avoid them, significantly affecting their speed. Nevertheless, even so, when they arrived at the outskirts of the Forbidden Land, they were down 1 jeep worth of personnel. "Captain, we encountered a Lord-level ferocious beast on the way. Although we dealt with it swiftly, The number 8 vehicle was too close and was destroyed by the beast. No one on board survived. A man dressed as a squad leader reported to a robust, square-faced middle-aged man with a resolute expression. His name was Zhou Haochuan, the only advanced Lord-level powerhouse in this exploration team, and he held the position of captain. Zhou Haochuan merely nodded to indicate his understanding. The increasing ferocity of the beasts outside the city had made this outcome somewhat predictable. "Calm down," Zhou Haochuan barked. His gaze was as fierce as a lion, exuding immense authority, instantly silencing everyone. "We must be clear about our purpose. If we do not uncover the cause of the anomalies in the Forbidden Land, it will not just be the number 8 vehicle that perishes. All of us, including our families, and indeed everyone in Sunset Base City, will face death." He offered no words of encouragement in this age of anomalies. Such platitudes had long since grown tiresome and ineffective. Zhou Haochuan merely laid the bloody reality before all. Advancing may lead to death. However, should one retreat, all those behind will perish together. The outcome is already all too evident. Those dispatched here have prepared themselves mentally, penning their farewells, while the base city has assured care for the families of the fallen. Thus, there exists but one resolution: to move forward, even in death. They must strive to retrieve even the slightest morsel of valuable intelligence. Under Zhou Haochuan's command, the group divided into 3 smaller teams, each led by a Lord-level powerhouse. As they cautiously ventured into the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 51. Entering the Forbidden Land. Although the exterior of the Forbidden Zone is shrouded by an invisible barrier that confines numerous alien races within, rendering escape impossible, this barrier remains imperceptible to the naked eye. It only manifests in response to immense energy surges, such as the coordinated assault led by the 7-armed demon god and the 7 formidable alien leaders. Such knowledge of the barrier is privy only to the giants within the Forbidden Land. Even the dominant alien races may remain oblivious to its existence. Many of those born within the confines of this realm perceive it as the entirety of their world, if they are so unaware. It is no wonder that the exploration team from the base city is entirely ignorant of the barrier's presence. The process of entering the Forbidden Land progresses remarkably smoothly. With not a single alien encountered along the way, they remain unaware that this is due to the barrier's influence. Within its reach, no alien beings can exist. A sense of disbelief washes over them, as they had anticipated a treacherous journey through the legendary Forbidden Land, yet they find themselves traversing it with such ease. Many among them feel a surge of inexplicable confidence, convinced that the Forbidden Land may not be as fearsome as rumored, and perhaps they could conquer it. The mere thought of their names appearing in future textbooks, becoming legendary figures, transforms their cautious movements into a more relaxed and audacious demeanor. This Forbidden Land seems to be nothing of great concern. We've traveled this far without incident. I believe those tales were concocted by the townsfolk to deceive the uninformed. They exclaim, "Do you think there might truly be treasures within the Forbidden Land? If so, we could strike it rich." The prospect of fortune ignites a flurry of fantasies among them, as if they were heading not into a realm of mystery and peril, but rather a wondrous paradise filled with beauty and dreams. However, Zhou Haochuan does not share their naivety. His expression remains grave, tinged with a flicker of confusion in his gaze. He cannot fathom that a place steeped in countless legends, which has claimed innumerable human champions since the onset of its aberrations, could possibly appear so straightforward. The increasing silence around him only deepens his unease. Amid their conversations, the exploration team has crossed the threshold of the barrier's influence and has officially set foot on the soil of the Forbidden Land. Naturally, they perceive nothing unusual, feeling as though they have merely taken another step forward. Yet, suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the air. Zhou Haochuan whirls around, his eyes blazing with fury as he darts towards the source of the anguished cry. The voice belongs to one of the 3 Lord-level warriors accompanying him. It appears that, upon stepping, a plume of purple smoke erupted beneath the warrior's feet. Ethereal yet exuding a potent corrosiveness, the mist swirls ominously. In an instant, the lower leg of the Lord-level powerhouse was thoroughly corroded, with even the sturdy bones dissolving into a viscous black sludge that fell away. The Lord-level figure narrowly evaded the threat and propelled himself away from the encroaching purple mist with a powerful push from his other leg. However, the exploration team trailing behind him was far less fortunate. Lacking the swift reflexes of their leader and possessing significantly inferior physical capabilities, they had no time to react. A few members were instantly engulfed by the purple mist, their forms disintegrating within the vapor. This entire harrowing process transpired in a matter of moments, leaving them no chance to utter a single scream before they were reduced to mere soil beneath them. A collective gasp echoed among the exploration team, a chill running down their spines. Many were seized by terror, their spirits shattered, as they frantically fled from the vicinity of the ominous mist. Chaos ensued. A scene of utter disarray. Calm down. Stand still. Zhou Haochuan's commanding voice pierced through the turmoil, emanating a formidable aura that instantly quelled the panic. He surveyed the group, his tone grave yet urgent. Do not move, as you may inadvertently trigger other traps. At least the ground beneath your feet is safe for now. Upon hearing this, the exploration team froze in place, paralyzed by fear of making a misstep that could mirror the fate of their fallen comrade. A mournful wail resounded once more as the Lord-level powerhouse gazed in horror at his leg. The section that had only recently succumbed to the purple mist was now rapidly advancing upward. In mere moments, it had traversed past his knee, devouring half of his thigh. With a swift flash, a blade gleamed, slicing through the air. Alongside the cold radiance, the half-consumed thigh fell away. Thud. The severed limb hit the ground. And in no time, it had been entirely devoured, leaving behind a grotesque, bubbling mass of dark ooze that continued its relentless assault on the earth. The popping of the bubbles sounded as if they were detonating within the hearts of all present, sending a jolt through their chests. They were gripped by a profound unease, a cold sweat breaking out along their spines. How formidable was the body of a Lord-level powerhouse? It transcended the ordinary, with flesh that was remarkably resilient and bones harder than steel. Yet, before that enigmatic purple mist, it exhibited no resistance whatsoever, being utterly consumed. What on earth was this substance? The sound of a sword being sheathed resonated through the air. Zhou Haochuan decisively withdrew his long blade, having acted swiftly to sever the corroded thigh, thereby preventing further harm to the body. He rushed forward to staunch the bleeding of the Lord-level warrior. Thank you, Captain. The Lord-level figure expressed with gratitude in his eyes, fully aware that it was Zhou Haochuan who had saved his life. After the bleeding was controlled, Zhou Haochuan offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Take good care of yourself. Having lost a leg, this individual is rendered incapacitated, at least for the duration of this expedition. Upon entering the Forbidden Grounds, they have already suffered the loss of a formidable Lord-level combatant, a significant blow to their overall strength. Even if they manage to return to the base city, the amputation will greatly affect his capabilities, effectively severing his ties with the upper echelon of power in the future. He rises and gazes at the exploration team. The recent incident has been witnessed by all. A Lord-level powerhouse was so easily stripped of a limb without any resistance. He nearly perished on the spot. To avoid becoming the next casualty, everyone must remain on high alert. This is a forbidden area. Even the mightiest among humanity would stir not a ripple upon entering. All we possess is the vast unknown. Chapter 52. The Northern Cold. Why are you still coming in to deliver? Under the command of Zhou Haochuan, the exploration team embarked on their inaugural journey into the Forbidden Zone. Each member moved with utmost caution, testing the ground with their feet before daring to take a step forward. It felt as if the ground concealed landmines, ready to explode with the slightest misstep. Yet, what they truly feared was far more terrifying than any conventional explosive device. At the commander level, one could essentially disregard the threat of landmines. Even if one were to step on one, there was a significant chance of evading the blast. Even if not, survival was likely, with injuries being the worst outcome. However, the eerie purple mist posed a different threat altogether. It could corrode the flesh of even the most formidable leaders. And had Zhou Haochuan not reacted swiftly to sever the leg of a comrade, the outcome could have been far graver, perhaps even a loss of life itself. Given this peril, the exploration team exercised extreme caution. Nevertheless, reports of injuries and even fatalities surfaced with alarming frequency. One group of 3 plunged into a toxic mire, leaving no trace behind. It was surmised that the purple mist had likely emanated from this poisonous pit. Another team discovered a member had vanished, only to find a peculiar fissure in the ground upon returning. Their investigation led to yet another individual being consumed by the crack. A third group encountered a glacier. Although they prudently refrained from entering, they were still ensnared by the frigid air it expelled, freezing them solid. As these grim tidings reached him, Zhou Haochuan's expression darkened with increasing severity. Doubts began to creep in regarding the wisdom of their venture into this forbidden realm. Thus far, they had not even glimpsed a single living creature, yet they had already suffered significant losses. The enigmatic Forbidden Zone revealed its terrifying fangs for the first time to these intruders. In truth, Zhou Haochuan was mistaken. Given the strength of his exploration team, had they approached the Forbidden Zone from an alternate direction, they might have withstood the perils long enough to evade the king-level threats. Regrettably, they had chosen this path. While it could not rival the catastrophic alterations wrought by calamity-level beings, the totem-level forces, second only to the former, had left residual energies pulsing through this battleground less than a month after their confrontation, creating tremendous obstacles for the exploration team. However, from a certain perspective, this predicament might be fortuitous. After all, had they ventured elsewhere, the team could have momentarily safeguarded themselves against the dangers. But they would soon have drawn the attention of the extraterrestrial beings lurking within the Forbidden Zone. If those desperate for escape were to discover that humans from beyond the confines of the zone had appeared here, they would likely face an even more dreadful fate. In misfortune lies the seed of fortune. Zhang Yufan was a member of this exploration team. He is 16 this year. Having lost his parents to the jaws of a ferocious beast, he lives with his younger sister, relying on each other for survival, while he forages for medicinal herbs. However, due to recent disturbances in the Forbidden Land, his herbal gathering came to an abrupt halt, leading to a financial crisis and soaring prices in the city, rendering their lives exceedingly difficult. By chance, he noticed that the lord of the city was recruiting for an investigative team, offering generous compensation. Zhang Yufan, leveraging his expertise in herb collection, was fortunate enough to be selected. Yet, nearby, he witnessed a person corroded by toxic mists who emitted no cries, merely transforming into a puddle of black sludge on the ground. Although he was mentally prepared for the perils ahead, the harrowing sight still sent tremors through the 16-year-old's body, filling his heart with dread. Calm down. Hadn't he prepared for this? Besides, if he were to perish here, the compensation would amount to 500,000, enough for Yuyo to reach adulthood. Zhang Yufan encouraged himself. Yet, despite his words, he truly wished to survive. He yearned to see Yuyo grow up, to witness her marriage. Well, perhaps that thought was better left aside. After indulging in such musings, his anxiety began to ebb. He scanned his surroundings. Prior to his arrival, he had heard tales of treasures abundant within the Forbidden Land, with spiritual herbs flourishing and even the rivers flowing with dew infused with spiritual energy. However, despite his time spent here, he had yet to encounter a single spiritual herb. The ground was littered only with poisonous swamps. Zhang Yufan resolved to explore a bit further. However, he had not ventured far when he turned a corner and was met with a breathtaking sight. The severed remains of a colossal body sprawled across a great mountain. Beiqinghan exclaimed, "What?" Upon hearing Lu Changtian's words, her bright eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? Did Long Daddy say that humans had ventured into the Forbidden Land? Was this a mistake? Just moments ago, she had been relieved that the terrifying alien races within could not escape the Forbidden Land, granting humanity more time to develop. But what was this about humans voluntarily entering? She had never expected to encounter humanity in this manner. Lu Changtian murmured to himself. Although he had transformed into a young dragon upon crossing over, he still considered himself a member of the human race, longing to find a kindred spirit. Unfortunately, he had yet to see one. As time progressed, however, his mindset shifted, and he nearly forgot about his search. It was only upon discovering Beiqinghan that he recalled his quest. Though he did not find anyone, it had not weighed heavily on his mind. Now, unexpectedly, he had encountered humans. Perhaps the recent disturbances caused by the 8 great powers attacking the barriers of the Forbidden Land had drawn them in? Lu Changtian speculated. In truth, there was little to speculate. This was the only significant event in the Forbidden Land that could affect the outside world. Should they be deemed unfortunate? Or should they count themselves lucky? He gazed at the humans, just in time to see one being consumed by the toxic mists, transforming into black sludge. Beiqinghan anxiously inquired, "Father, will those people be in danger?" She felt somewhat frustrated, recognizing her own weakness, as she had to rely on Lu Changtian to relay information. Lu Changtian chuckled and replied, "What is the matter? Are you worried about them?" Indeed, Beiqinghan was concerned, yet she was uncertain of Lu Changtian's stance. Thus, she cautiously tilted her head to observe his expression. Lu Changtian smiled, gently ruffling Beiqinghan's small head. "Rest assured, although those individuals will face the residual energy from the battle, they need not fear detection by the other races. It can be considered relatively safe." He reassured her with a grin. Suddenly, a massive dragon claw appeared above her, rendering Beiqinghan motionless. Fearing that her father might miscalculate his strength and inadvertently bestow her with a crown of light. Oh! At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief internally, grateful that they would not be discovered. She thought to herself, hoping that these individuals could swiftly depart the forbidden grounds before being noticed by the other races. Chapter 53, The Severed Corpse. The Terrifying Forbidden Zone. On the periphery of the Forbidden Zone, Zhang Yufan stood in sheer astonishment, gazing at the distant peaks that soared skyward, their lengths unfathomable. Upon this unending range of mountains lay an enormous carcass. The surface of the corpse was cloaked in a deep purple, impenetrable exoskeleton, flanked by numerous appendages. The sharp tips of these limbs pierced the rocky terrain like blades, rendering the solid stone as fragile as parchment before their might. This was undeniably the remains of a colossal centipede, a creature of such staggering proportions that it bordered on the unbelievable. Most alarmingly, this corpse was but a half. It hung precariously from the mountain, with a strange purple fluid seeping from the severed edge, reminiscent of the creature's lifeblood. Understanding that the spectacle before him transcended the limits of his comprehension, Zhang Yufan promptly reported his findings. In a short span, Zhou Haochuan, upon receiving the news, arrived at the scene accompanied by an investigative team. The members of the team all lifted their gazes, their expressions a mix of shock and awe as they beheld the massive remnants. Many gasped in horror. Heavens! What on earth is this? Is this truly a centipede? Impossible. How could a centipede grow to such an immense size? This is akin to a dragon. What level of otherworldly creature is this? A sovereign? Or perhaps a king? Unfathomable. The presence of such a terrifying beast within the Forbidden Zone explains the fate of those who have ventured in. None have returned alive. This is an entirely different magnitude. Were such a monstrous entity to emerge into the world beyond, it could easily encircle the base city with its very form. Fortuitously, it has met its demise. The carcass of the thousand-legged centipede, while already lifeless, still invoked an overwhelming sense of awe among the onlookers. It was difficult to fathom the sheer power this terrifying creature must have possessed in life. One could only imagine that a mere twitch of its body could obliterate mountains and fill chasms. In its presence, they felt as insignificant as ants, destined to be crushed beneath its weight. Many among them felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness it is already dead. Meanwhile, Zhou Haochuan had already darted forward, lightly touching the mountain with his toes. With a swift leap, he ascended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself atop the centipede's remains. The sight from afar had been astonishing, yet as he approached and took a step upon the carcass, Zhou Haochuan was overwhelmed by a profound sense of his own insignificance. It felt as if he was not standing upon a beast, but rather upon an expansive, boundless expanse of purple earth. For a moment, he was at a loss as to his next move, akin to a bewildered ant. Perhaps I should first examine the area behind. Zhou Haochuan resolved to investigate the point where the thousand-legged centipede had been severed. In an instant, it was as if a chasm had opened in the purple expanse, a gaping abyss stretching before him like a gateway to the underworld. Zhou Haochuan lowered his gaze and beheld a violet, corrosive liquid seeping from the cross-section of the colossal centipede's corpse, spreading diffusely and saturating the ground below. His brow furrowed as he swiftly retracted the head he had previously launched. He sensed an overwhelming corrosiveness. The purple liquid evoked memories of the prior encounter with the purple mist that had corroded a Lord-level being. Taking a moment to ponder, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. The centipede's carcass was immense, though merely half remained. Reaching the head still demanded considerable exertion from Zhou Haochuan. Particularly challenging was the fact that the body clung to the mountain peak, forcing him to repeatedly ascend and descend. After a considerable interval, he finally reached the apex of the creature's head, where a more astonishing scene unfolded before him. There, upon the top of the centipede's head, a massive indentation was evident, with the surrounding exoskeleton explosively shattered and viscous fluid splattered beneath. At the very center of this depression lay an enormous fist imprint, infused with an energy of utter devastation. It was this imprint that constituted the fatal blow to the gargantuan centipede. Zhou Haochuan swiftly deduced the sequence of events in his mind, painting a vivid picture. The centipede had first been cleaved in half by an unknown adversary, yet, buoyed by its formidable vitality, it had not succumbed immediately. Instead, it had thrashed desperately on the ground, shattering numerous mountain peaks. The corrosive liquid he had previously observed, which had diffused across the area, was likely the creature's bodily fluid released during its struggle. At that moment, the enigmatic foe struck again. This time, a single punch obliterated the centipede's head, shattering its exoskeleton and splattering its ichor, resulting in the immediate demise of this incredibly resilient giant. Although Zhou Haochuan had reconstructed the battle in his mind, he was increasingly astounded. This centipede was colossal, akin to a mountain. How formidable must the being be that could slay such a creature with but a single blow? What had transpired within this forbidden realm? The lack of information rendered any conclusions elusive for the time being. While contemplating, Zhou Haochuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the centipede's body and the purple exoskeleton above it. It occurred to him that the remains of this ferocious beast could be fashioned into weapons or armor. Although these purple shells seemed ineffective against the overwhelming might of the unknown enemy that had shattered its body and obliterated its head, that was merely a testament to the enemy's strength. For those who could wield them, these purple shells still held significant value. Not only Zhou Haochuan, but the other members of the exploration team also realized this potential. Their mission extended beyond uncovering the truth of the anomalies. It was also driven by the prospect of treasures that might lie within the Forbidden Zone. Yet, thus far, no such treasures had come to light. Yet, the corpse of this colossal centipede is an invaluable treasure. Many individuals felt a surge of excitement, and quite a few immediately climbed upon the giant's remains, attempting to dismantle it. However, given their capabilities, how could they possibly breach the defenses of a totemic beast? Despite exerting all their strength, they could not pry even a fragment from its body. Observing that brute force was futile, some resorted to cunning tactics. They scurried to the spot where the centipede had been severed and indeed discovered shattered exoskeleton fragments. One individual reached out to seize a piece, but inadvertently came into contact with the creature's exuded bodily fluid, resulting in his swift dissolution. Zhang Yufan, too, took action. However, rather than competing with the others, he searched in the vicinity, hoping to uncover some shards that had been dislodged during the battle. As fate would have it, he indeed found a purple fragment nestled within a small ditch. Chapter 54. Exposed Movements. With a clear objective, the search became significantly more straightforward. Having deduced that a fierce battle may have transpired in this region, Zhou Haochuan commanded the exploration team to direct their efforts toward this particular area. Their search bore fruit as they uncovered a multitude of alien corpses strewn across the land, resembling a meteor shower of shattered remains. The bodies were so thoroughly mangled that the exploration team could not discern the identity of the fallen beings amidst the scattered flesh. Encased within the glacier, a colossal alien lay frozen beneath the imperishable ice, buried beneath a thick layer of snow. Had it not been for the serendipitous glance of one team member, this discovery might have remained forever concealed. A crimson pool of blood, akin to a resplendent ruby, was embedded in the earth, exuding a dense aura of malevolence. Yet, whenever an individual approached, the tranquil pool would erupt violently, transforming into a formidable divine hound, its roar reverberating through the air, instilling a sense of dread with its overwhelming presence. Zhou Haochuan listened intently to the reports gathered by the exploration team, feeling an increasing weight upon his heart. In his hand, he held a purple shield, roughly half a meter square, its edges irregular and jagged. This fragment was a meager piece he had managed to extract from the periphery of a fist imprint using every means at his disposal. Upon testing it, he was astounded by its exceptional defensive capabilities. Even his own weapon left no mark upon its surface. The revelation was profoundly shocking. It was unfathomable to conceive what kind of adversary could slay a centipede possessing such remarkable protective armor. Originally, the intent was to search for any traces of the unknown enemy nearby. However, unexpected discoveries awaited them. Instead of the foe responsible for the centipede's demise, they uncovered 3 other fallen aliens. One lay encased in ice, another reduced to mere fragments, and a third, though its body was not found, was signified by a blood pool radiating a terrifying aura. Each of these 3 beings possessed strength that rivaled the centipede, undoubtedly a terrifying presence of royal caliber. Zhou Haochuan surmised that the fallen aliens in this vicinity were potent beings of kingly status. He had an inkling of the truth behind the anomalies in this forbidden zone. There were at least 5 powerful royal aliens, possibly more. For reasons unknown, these beings had engaged in a cataclysmic battle here, the magnitude of which was so immense that it could be perceived even from 100 miles away, sending shockwaves that incited the nearby beasts into a frenzy. Ultimately, the conflict concluded with the downfall of the centipede and several other aliens. Nevertheless, despite piecing together the general sequence of events, Zhou Haochuan felt increasingly burdened rather than relieved. Because, where was the enemy that had vanquished them? Zhou Haochuan's countenance darkened. Since there are inevitably losers in battle, there must also be victors. The centipede and other foreign races have clearly fallen, yet he could discern no evidence of the victor's presence here. Had he remained in ignorance, it would have been better. However, now that he is aware of the existence of another formidable being, one capable of annihilating the centipede and 2 other foreign entities, right within this forbidden land, Zhou Haochuan finds it impossible to maintain his composure. Thus, he gazes towards the vast expanse of the forbidden land beyond the battlefield. After thoroughly examining the remnants of the battlefield and confirming that no further valuable intelligence could be gleaned from this site, the exploration team finally shifted their focus to the entirety of the forbidden land. Under Zhou Haochuan's guidance, They left behind a legless Lord-level warrior and a portion of their ranks to guard the battlefield ruins. The remainder of the group, led by him and 2 other Lord-level leaders, ventured into the Forbidden Land. The 3 teams advanced cautiously. Upon departing from the battlefield remnants, the scene before them was indeed strikingly different. Before them lay dangling grass. This was worth 50,000 for a single stalk in the outside world. How astonishing that it grows here. This is Lingyuan liquid, one of the crucial materials for crafting enhancement solutions. And this, the members of the exploration team frequently exclaimed in awe. Although it was not as exaggerated as the rumors suggested, where even the wild grass by the roadside was deemed a rare treasure, the resources within the Forbidden Land were undeniably abundant. Various spiritual herbs emerged in profusion. Naturally, aside from these precious herbs, foreign races began to appear as well. They soon encountered a foreign entity. However, this being was relatively weak, merely at the commander level, and with a flash of cold light, Zhou Haochuan swiftly dispatched it. The other 2 teams faced similar circumstances, encountering foreign entities of lesser strength, all of which they managed to handle with ease, suffering no casualties. Nevertheless, as time progressed, the foes they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Soon, they faced a Lord-level foreign entity. This creature had an unusual appearance, resembling a humanoid yet possessing a pair of insect-like compound eyes, with curved blades in place of hands and delicate wings sprouting from its back. The foreign being's compound eyes rotated, scrutinizing the unknown beings that had suddenly appeared before it. The unfamiliar aura and unrecognized race hinted at a formidable strength. Without warning, the wings of this foreign entity began to beat rapidly, its form nearly transforming into an afterimage. The dual blades descended. Whoosh! Leading this exploration team was a seasoned Lord-level warrior named Xiang Huayan, with extensive combat experience. He wielded a spear with ferocious grace, successfully parrying the foreign entity's dual blades. In an instant, sparks flew, and the clash of blades and gunfire filled the air. Both sides unleashed their full combat prowess, with blade energy and gunfire scattering like sparks, creating gaping holes in the surrounding trees and rocks. After a brief entanglement, it became evident that subduing this peculiar race would not be achievable in the short term. Moreover, there were many others behind it. Although their strength was slightly inferior, they still posed a tangible threat. Within the Forbidden Land, sustaining injuries is akin to facing death. Weighing the pros and cons, the foreign entity opted to withdraw. The dual wings vibrated rapidly, and the figure of the alien swiftly retreated, vanishing amidst the dense foliage. Team 3. What is going on? Respond immediately. The voice of Zhou Haochuan resonated through the communicator. Xiang Huayan connected the call and replied, "All is well. We merely encountered a Lord-level alien and were engaged in battle moments ago." Zhou Haochuan inquired without delay, "A Lord-level alien? What is the current situation?" "There were no casualties. Unfortunately, we could not eliminate that alien, as it managed to escape," Xiang Huayan responded. Zhou Haochuan sighed in relief and continued to issue commands. "As long as there are no casualties, do not pursue recklessly. We are unfamiliar with the forbidden area. Our priority is to proceed with caution." "Understood." The voices of Zhou Haochuan and another Lord-level powerhouse, Ding Kaifei, echoed through the communicator. This was Zhou Haochuan's strategy. Their objective was to uncover the powerful alien that had slain the 1,000-legged centipede, inciting the anomaly. A mere Lord-level alien had fled. There was no need to jeopardize their position for such a trivial matter. Little did he realize, however, that this very decision would lead to the complete exposure of their information. With the departure of that Lord-level alien, news of humanity's presence in the forbidden area began to spread throughout its depths. Chapter 55. Unable to defeat the Black Dragon, yet you think you can overcome me? With the movements of this Lord-level alien, many beings within the Forbidden Zone became aware of the emergence of a new and unfamiliar race. The turmoil intensified, eventually reaching the ears of some of the giants who had yet to succumb to slumber. An alien titan initiated contact with others, sharing this news. "I have just received some information." "What? Is it concerning the Black Dragon?" An alien giant immediately responded, his emotions palpable through their mental connection. One could almost envision the grimace etched across his face, revealing the depth of his ire. "What? There is news about the Black Dragon? Where? Where is that Black Dragon? I can hardly contain myself. The Black Dragon! After all this time waiting, I finally have a lead on you. Haha. At last, at long last, I can find peace." Other aliens, upon hearing this, were equally electrified, eagerly inquiring whether there was indeed news of the Black Dragon. They had been anticipating the creature's next mischief, hoping to catch it in the act. However, Since that fateful day it consumed a great river, the black dragon had fallen silent, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. Numerous titans, invigorated, awaited tidings from their comrade, itching to take action. Some aliens even wept tears of joy, relieved that they might finally find rest. Yet, the alien titan who initiated the communication fell silent, seemingly taken aback by their fervent reactions. How deeply had this black dragon tormented them? He forced a smile, feeling a twinge of pity for these giants, once the embodiment of terror within the forbidden zone. Now appearing so vulnerable. Despite his reluctance, he had to shatter their hopes with two simple words. Not at all. The lively mental exchange was abruptly deflated. Upon hearing those words, the previously exuberant aliens became despondent, their enthusiasm waning like the aftermath of withdrawal. Disperse, disperse, it's nothing. Some giants vocally chastised the initiator of the communication. What was the point of contacting us if it wasn't he about the black dragon? You've led us on for naught. I only wish to hear news regarding that black dragon. Do not bother me with trivial matters. Adult. I shall return to waiting for the black dragon. One alien giant speculated. Are you trying to mimic that black dragon, intentionally rousing us for your amusement? His suspicion was that this titan had deliberately provoked them, aware of their recent turmoil instigated by the black dragon, seeking to tease and incite them further. Quite possible. They mused. After all, the giants of the Illusory Spirit Clan are renowned for their prowess in mental manipulation. The Illusory Spirit Clan, indeed, was the very lineage of the first speaker, a unique race straddling the realms of the material and the spiritual, capable of infiltrating the minds of other beings. With a spirit of disturbance, one acquires the special energy they require. The spiritual realm of so many titans is disrupted by the black dragon, leaving them in a state of mental disarray. For the Illusory Spirit Clan, this situation presents a bountiful opportunity. The matter of the black dragon remains unresolved. And now another foolhardy individual dares to emerge? Illusory Spirit Clan's titan, unless you provide a reasonable explanation today, the gathered assembly shall not be easily swayed. Unable to defeat the black dragon, do you think I cannot contend with you? I shall come directly to your abode. Count me in. Damn it. If you do not show a hint of deference, you truly believe that the titans are mere playthings. An alien race stirs restlessly. These past few days have been fraught with turmoil instigated by the black dragon, leaving them with no outlet for their frustration. The appearance of this titan from the Illusory Spirit Clan has offered them a splendid excuse. Once again, unable to vanquish the black dragon. Do you think I cannot best you? In an instant, the Illusory Spirit Clan titan appeared to have incurred the wrath of the masses. He himself had not even realized the transformation of his inquiry into an accusation of being an accomplice of the black dragon, as he sensed the alien presence swiftly approaching. Panic set in. Their clan's unique existence indeed poses a challenge, granting them distinct advantages against many adversaries. Yet these titans are ancient beings, each possessing their own peculiar methods. More importantly, they are numerous. Indeed, it is as simple and direct as that. Faced with the collective ire, the Illusory Spirit Clan titan decisively chose to kneel in submission. I apologize. I was mistaken. I truly did not intend this. I merely had inquiries to make. There was no alternative. Defeating them was out of the question. He was neither the black dragon nor the seven-armed demon god, and among titans, he was comparatively feeble. At best, he possessed some unique abilities. As for fleeing, what a joke. All the titans were present in this forbidden ground. Where could he possibly escape to? Unable to fight or flee, the Illusory Spirit Clan titan acknowledged his error with remarkable resolve, a sight both poignant and stirring. TCH. The Illusory Spirit Clan titan remained uncertain if he had misheard, as amidst his confession, he caught the sound of discontented sking. Their mental communication continued. They actually yielded so easily. Does this fellow possess no dignity as an alien race? How dull. I still seek an opportunity to vent my frustrations. As a titan of the Illusory Spirit Clan, one cannot display such weakness. At the very least, allow me to strike you once. Illusory Spirit Clan titan. Very well, confirmed. That was not an illusion. Moreover, what on earth is this latest development, revealing all my inner thoughts? So, you merely could not locate the black dragon and are seeking an opportunity to vent your frustrations on me? The Illusory Spirit Clan titan found these titans utterly shameless. So what do you intend to say? We are rather busy, and should you disturb us without cause, you are aware that there will be alien titans present. The leader of the Phantom Spirit Clan curled his lip in disdain. Busy? What utter nonsense! Are you not merely lounging in your caves, awaiting the emergence of that black dragon? However, having narrowly escaped a recent ambush, he dared not provoke further misfortune and instead shifted to the matter at hand. I have received word that on the periphery of the Forbidden Zone, precisely at the site where the Black Dragon clashed with the seven-armed demon god, an unfamiliar race appears to have emerged. An unfamiliar race, you say? Hardly a cause for alarm, a nonchalant voice from another alien leader replied. The Forbidden Zone is home to a multitude of races, and the rise and fall of clans is a commonplace occurrence. The current state of the Forbidden Zone is vastly different from its original composition. A significant number of the races have already been replaced. Even for a leader, it is impossible to possess intimate knowledge of every race, nor is it necessary, as any of them could face annihilation at any moment. They need only remember the races of those leaders. Only clans with the presence of leaders can thrive in the Forbidden Zone for the long term. Of course, that is not guaranteed. These leaders suddenly recalled that not long ago, a clan led by a prominent figure had been eradicated. Indeed, it was the very alien leader who had been betrayed by the seven-armed demon god. If even clans with leaders can meet such fates, it is hardly worth concerning oneself with the others. The Phantom Spirit clan had encountered a similar fate until he ascended to leadership, finally gaining the attention of the powerful. I am well aware of this, yet those human beings seem to have originated from beyond the Forbidden Zone. What? Chapter 56. Lu Changtian. I sense the aroma of deceit. What? The communication of divine consciousness fell into silence, seemingly stunned by this unexpected revelation. Immediately, the leaders began to inquire. Are you certain that this unfamiliar race is of the human lineage, and they have emerged from beyond the Forbidden Lands? If it transpires that you are trifling with us, you are well aware of the consequences, are you not? No one can mock the leaders repeatedly and emerge unscathed. One of the leaders intoned coldly, laden with menace. As if recalling something, the leader paused momentarily and added, except for that black dragon. The chief of the illusory spirit clan struggled to maintain composure, repeatedly reminding himself, laughing will lead to punishment. Laughing will lead to punishment, and finally managed to suppress it. Of course, I do not possess the formidable strength of the Black Dragon, nor would I dare to toy with such a significant matter before you all. Those individuals are currently at the periphery of the battlefield remnants with your capabilities. If you harbor doubts, you may verify it for yourselves, he continued, then refrained from further elaboration, allowing the leaders to investigate on their own. This display of magnanimity instantly instilled a sense of belief in his words among the alien leaders. Their trust stemmed primarily from their own prowess, believing that the chief of the illusory spirit clan would not dare deceive them. Nevertheless, many of the aliens chose to verify for themselves, their divine consciousness traversing the skies. Indeed, they soon beheld unfamiliar figures, creatures with 4 limbs, standing upright, devoid of any claws or protrusions. They were either similar alien races or undoubtedly human. Furthermore, their peculiar attire did not resemble that of the Forbidden Lands. They must have originated from beyond the confines of those lands. After a brief investigation, these aliens swiftly confirmed the identities and origins of these individuals. Yet, what followed was a deeper shock. But how can this be possible? On what grounds do these humans disregard the existence of barriers and venture into the Forbidden Lands? They are clearly so weak, lacking even a dominant leader, with the one in charge merely a high-ranking lord. How is it conceivable that such strength could surpass the barriers? Some aliens could scarcely believe it, for the outcome was utterly preposterous. Within the Forbidden Lands, countless dominators and numerous kings existed, with several totem-level giants as well. Yet, even with such a formidable assembly, they remained confined by the restraints of the barriers, imprisoned within this minuscule realm, unable to breach even an inch. Even the seven-armed demon god had failed to escape previously. And these feeble humans, by what right do they achieve what so many powerful beings within the Forbidden Lands could not? This is impossible, some of the aliens speculated. It is worth mentioning that in that earlier battle, the seven-armed demon god and the black dragon appeared to have shattered the fabric of space, both plunging into the chaotic void, after which the black dragon returned with formidable might. Could it be that this incident affected the barriers, rendering the Forbidden Lands ineffective? Another alien immediately refuted this notion. Impossible. I have already attempted this. The restraints of the barriers still persist, and we are unable to venture forth. Upon witnessing the fragmentation of space, it is inevitable that one might ponder this notion. And the alien being had indeed made an attempt. Regrettably, the outcome was steeped in despair. Once again, he was thwarted. He was left uncertain whether it was due to the recent assault by the seven-armed demon god, for the suppression of the restrictions was exceedingly intense. Could it be that the humans were spared due to their inherent frailty? This hypothesis was proposed by yet another alien leader. It was, in fact, a blind spot. And there was no means to test it. Those present among the aliens were either totems or sovereigns, with not a single overlord among them, let alone a lord of lesser stature. As for dispatching weaker aliens to probe the situation, these beings had certainly attempted such measures, but alas, the results were consistently unfavorable. While this left the aliens feeling dejected, it also afforded them a modicum of solace. After all, if even a totem was confined within this forbidden realm, how could a mere lord hope to escape? Would that not render their efforts futile? Regardless, the priority remained to apprehend these humans. Had we not previously acted in this manner? An alien leader promptly made a decision, quickly garnering the agreement of the others. Previously, there had been sporadic appearances of humans within the forbidden domain, yet their numbers were exceedingly scant, perhaps only 1 or 2. At that time, they had seized these humans, intent on extracting information regarding their passage through the barrier. Unfortunately, those individuals claimed complete ignorance of the restrictions, merely wandering and unawares. This led the aliens to speculate whether the restrictions had faltered, prompting them to test it themselves, resulting in a near-fatal encounter with the barriers. They had fled in disarray. Although the current number of humans was somewhat greater, their strength was significantly diminished. Capturing them would be a mere formality. One of the leaders immediately volunteered. I am relatively close to their location. Allow me to handle this. Huh, such eloquent words. I suspect you wish to monopolize this batch of humans, came the retort. That would be inadvisable. We all wish to escape this forbidden place, and these humans ought to be fairly distributed. On what grounds? My prowess is superior. Thus, I am entitled to a greater share. My kin should also receive their due. While quantity alone may not hold significance, possessing a larger number could enhance their experimental opportunities, thereby increasing the likelihood of uncovering methods to traverse the restrictions. In an instant, many aliens found themselves stirred with anticipation. To the exploration team, they appeared as mere prey upon a chopping block, ready for slaughter. Suddenly, an unfamiliar consciousness intruded upon their discourse. The voice was soft, akin to a sigh whispered in one's ear. Yet, to the aliens, it resonated like thunder, reverberating ominously within their ears. Their minds trembled in disarray. They had been communicating privately through their consciousness, and now an outsider had infiltrated their exchange. Who? Who is it? The multitude of aliens quaked. This consciousness was entirely foreign, evidently not belonging to any of the present beings. Who, then, had been lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping for so long? Even in the absence of any vocal utterance from the opposing party, none of the formidable figures present have yet discerned the source of the mysterious consciousness. As these titans speculate about the identity of this enigmatic presence, it manifests once more. This time, the information conveyed by the consciousness is considerably more substantial, ripe for analysis. One of the giants recognizes the owner of this consciousness from the fluctuations, and a look of astonishment crosses his face. Black Dragon, it is you. How did you know we were communicating through our minds? What have you overheard? The giant's voice betrays a hint of panic. It must be noted that they had been deliberating here, expressing their intent to confront the Black Dragon. And now, the principal has arrived at their doorstep. When? Perhaps it was when one of the giants was heading to the territory of the illusionary spirit clan, Changtian remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. With this gesture, the consciousness took on an aggressively invasive quality. You all appear rather anxious, as if you fear me. Have you spoken of matters that you would prefer I remain oblivious to? Chapter 57. My sincere gratitude. Changtian was aware that the Titans possessed means to communicate with one another, as they all resided within the same forbidden domain. Although their relationships could hardly be termed as amicable, they were familiar enough to acknowledge one another. For beings of totemic stature, the confined space of the Forbidden Land resembled nothing more than a personal garden. To mitigate friction and avoid unnecessary damage within their realm, these giants would occasionally engage in dialogue, particularly when certain events unfolded. Given Changtian's current prowess, he was indeed capable of entering this elite circle. However, his rapid ascension had taken the other races aback, leaving them scarcely aware of his transformation into a totem. Moreover, recent occurrences had left these titans seething with animosity towards the Black Dragon, rendering them reluctant to initiate contact with Changtian. Consequently, he found himself somewhat uninformed about their communications. Nevertheless, upon encountering the presence of those foreign humans, and considering the nuanced attitude of the Forbidden Land towards the human race, Changtian could not help but take an interest in the giant's reactions. His observations revealed that several titanic presences had become active, directing their focus towards the domain of the illusionary spirits. He sensed their consciousnesses engaged in a dialogue. Curiosity piqued, Changtian infiltrated their discourse, eavesdropping on their deliberations concerning the handling of the intruding humans. The Titans, upon hearing this, were visibly agitated, gritting their teeth and casting threats towards the illusionary spirit leaders. Curse it, all this turmoil is due to you attracting the attention of that black dragon. The illusionary spirit leaders trembled, feeling a sense of grievance. Some Titans were eager to take immediate action against their counterparts, yet they understood that they must first deal with the black dragon. Regarding those humans, let us not rush into that matter, Changtian interjected, revealing a greater intrigue in other affairs. It seems you have matters you are quite reluctant to share with me? The diverse races momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. Were they to confess to this black dragon that they were secretly plotting retribution? That would be akin to self-detonation. In a hurried attempt to divert the conversation, one Titan coughed and said, "Oh, it's nothing. We merely thought you might be recuperating from your battle with the seven-armed demon god, as you have been rather quiet of late." Other Titans, equally perplexed and weary from the black dragon's erratic behavior, focused their consciousness, intrigued and anxious. They could not comprehend how this dragon oscillated between tumultuous activity and complete silence. Was it a case of mental fragmentation? The mental state of the black dragon remains uncertain. However, it is evident that if things continue in this manner, it may drive them to the brink of madness. Injured? Such injuries could surely be mended with but a single night's rest. Changtian, oblivious to the torment inflicted upon these foreign beings over the past few days, merely perceived their actions as attempts to gauge his strength. They presumably intended to assess their own standing by evaluating his injuries. Thus, he spoke casually. For who among them could not boast of their prowess? The numerous foreign entities were left speechless. They had witnessed Changtian emerge from the chaotic void, his presence commanding and oppressive, yet his form was drenched in blood and marred by wounds. Even for a being of great stature, such injuries could not be healed overnight. They required an extended period of recuperation. A misstep could lead to irreparable damage, even the risk of demise. Yet this black dragon claimed that a mere slumber would suffice to restore him? How infuriating! Such formidable strength of the dragon clan. Some among the foreign races were nearly envious to the point of despair. Even at the totem level, the disparities in innate abilities among races remained apparent. As for the recent tranquility, it was merely a pause following the experimentation of various techniques. With this cessation, naturally, there was little of note occurring. Changtian continued, unwilling to reveal the matters concerning Beiqinghan to these powerful beings. Their earlier discourse suggested that, while they might not harbor overt hostility towards humanity, they certainly did not regard humans as equals. Once again, the foreign leaders fell into silence. It was no wonder they had waited so long without witnessing the black dragon's return to mischief. It turned out that this individual had concluded his experiments and was now resting. What, then, were they waiting for? A sense of disillusionment washed over the leaders, as if their anticipation had been in vain. What madness were these beings indulging in? Changtian, perplexed by the unfolding events, sensed an intricate shift in the emotions of the foreign leaders through his consciousness, akin to a severe provocation. Their agitation was palpable, reminiscent of madness. Could it be that their prolonged confinement in the Forbidden Lands had driven them to insanity? This contemplation led Changtian to empathize with their previous frenzy upon encountering the outsiders. His gaze shifted towards these leaders, now tinged with pity. Such noble figures, sadly, had succumbed to madness. The foreign leaders felt an inexplicable sense of offense from the black dragon's consciousness. Who do you think is to blame for this? It is all your doing. A simmering resentment built up within them, yet they could not unleash it upon the black dragon, deepening their frustration. They then returned to the initial inquiry, shifting the focus to humanity. Surely, you are unaware, black dragon, that beyond the Forbidden Lands lies a world where these humans originate. They possess the ability to traverse the barriers of the Forbidden Zone. You should comprehend the implications of this. Perhaps we can discover a way to escape this forbidden realm through them, an alien remarked, attempting to shift the subject. Yet, as the conversation progressed, they became unwittingly agitated. I am more aware of this than you, Changtian replied. It is likely that the recent assault by the seven-armed demon on the barriers of the forbidden territory, along with my subsequent shattering of the spatial confines, has influenced the external world, thus attracting these humans. Therefore, in a certain sense, you ought to express gratitude towards me for revealing a glimmer of hope to escape this forbidden land. What on earth? Are these individuals truly drawn here by you? The increasingly agitated alien was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Then I must sincerely thank you. Chapter 58, Changtian. You are doomed. Mark my words. For the Titans. They have lingered in the Forbidden Land for far too long, harboring an insatiable yearning to venture into the world beyond. And now, some humans from outside the Forbidden Realm have appeared before them, potentially possessing the means to traverse the barriers. This could be the singular opportunity they have awaited for countless years, compelling these Titans to take decisive action. Since the Black Dragon is aware that these individuals are here due to his influence, the situation becomes considerably simpler. Black Dragon. You too must yearn to escape the confines of the Forbidden Land. If we could glean something from those humans, it would benefit both you and me. Why not join forces and venture out of this prison together? The outside world is within our grasp. Although this telepathic chat group was initially established to retaliate against the Black Dragon for disrupting their slumber, its members are all victims. Yet, business is business. Titans are devoid of principles. As Changtian previously analyzed, ample benefits can swiftly overturn the stances of these Titans, transforming foes into allies. The Titans now feel they have slumbered for far too long. The Black Dragon's disturbance is merely the catalyst they required to awaken and stretch their limbs. Changtian does not take their current alliance seriously, as they may soon turn against him once more, driven by the desire to escape the Forbidden Land. He stated, "If you truly wish to leave this place, it is prudent to preserve those humans. Should these Titans act recklessly, they may find those humans dead, rendering any means of escape unattainable." Changtian's words caused many of the otherworldly beings to furrow their brows, pondering his implications. What does the Black Dragon mean by preserving these humans? How then shall they exit the Forbidden Land? Conversely, some beings felt a surge of joy and quickly exclaimed, "So you are here to thwart our plans? Fellow Titans, why waste words with this Black Dragon? Let us subdue him directly. With so many Titans gathered here, can a single Black Dragon truly defy us? We shall share his remains. The dragon's corpse is a valuable prize." A concealed otherworldly being incited the emotions of the other Titans, seeking to rally them against Changtian. A few Titans were swayed by this rhetoric. In an instant, the atmosphere within the telepathic communication shifted dramatically, and several beings began to display hostility towards Changtian. Waves of formidable energy surged forth, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse, intent on forcing the rebellious dragon into submission. Within the dragon's lair, flashes of energy flickered as psychic pressures clashed violently. The Lan Jiao clan, the Luotian clan, and that Blood Slaughter clan member who had been deliberately concealing his aura, although he believed himself to be well hidden. Before Changtian, his vibrant psychic presence danced about like a jester. Changtian did not anticipate this unexpected gain. Seizing the opportunity, he meticulously noted the identities of those Titans who displayed hostility towards him, planning to settle scores in due time. Humph! A bunch of decayed, withered old fools. Daring not even to appear before me, do not hold yourself in such high regard. With a cold snort, he unleashed his formidable dragon might. The astonishing aura transformed into a fearsome dragon, tearing apart the oppressive pressure exerted by the several Titans. What was merely a confrontation of intangible forces resonated with a thunderous roar, echoing like claps of thunder. The resounding dragon's roar reverberated, as the overwhelming dragon might surged from the dragon's lair, sweeping across the surroundings. Heaven and earth bowed in submission, and all beings prostrated themselves. Even in their mental communication, the Titans could not help but reassess Changtian. They had never wished to oppose the Black Dragon. After vanquishing the seven-armed demon god, this Black Dragon had grown even stronger. It had forcefully shattered the pressures imposed by multiple Titans. The current strength of the Black Dragon, even among the Titans, could be considered among the foremost. Could he continue to break through within the Forbidden Zone? Impossible. Some alien races asserted that he was one of the oldest Titans, privy to certain secrets, which lent them such certainty. Nevertheless, even so, in the grand unfolding of the future, he would undoubtedly have his place. However, they were also astonished by Changtian's formidable strength and rapid ascension. The pace at which the Black Dragon grew stronger was astonishingly swift. Noticing that the other alien races were subtly contemplating retreat, the concealed Titan of the Blood Slaughter clan cursed inwardly. He had painstakingly seized this opportunity to incite discord between the Black Dragon and the Titans of the Forbidden Zone, only to see them abandon it so readily. Truly a band of inept fools. Yet, no matter how furious he felt, he could only continue to hide his identity and sow discord. What if one possessed great strength? As long as they obstruct our path, they are our adversaries. Black Dragon, I shall ask you once more, do you truly wish to stand against the entirety of the Forbidden Zone? attempting to leverage the might of the Forbidden Zone to force Lu Changtian to yield. In response to this situation, Lu Changtian remained resolute. "Spare me your grandiose accusations. Bloodslaughter clan, do not think that I cannot recognize you just because we are communicating mentally, threatening me with the entire Forbidden Zone. Can you truly represent it?" Ascending into the sky, Lu Changtian's dragon gaze burned crimson as he looked in a particular direction. In that instant, the Titan of the Bloodslaughter clan felt as though a pair of blood-red dragon eyes had materialized behind him, instilling a profound terror. His blood boiled violently, forming a shroud of crimson that obscured his line of sight. Amidst the swirling blood aura, the Bloodslaughter clan found a semblance of reassurance. Before he could utter a word, he was met with Lu Changtian's dragon roar, descending like celestial music. Whether the other Titans could exit the Forbidden Zone was another matter. However, you, I assure you, shall not leave the Forbidden Zone. Damn it. The Titan of the Bloodslaughter clan's gaze darkened. He had been recognized and threatened by this black dragon. By what right? He was on the verge of becoming the public enemy of the Forbidden Zone. How dare this black dragon threaten him? Ignoring the enraged Titan of the Bloodslaughter clan after pronouncing his death sentence, Lu Changtian turned his attention to the remaining Titans, coldly declaring, "And you, a bunch of fools. Did you truly believe that, with those human clans, you could escape the Forbidden Land? Black Dragon, do not be so arrogant. Some foreign races find it difficult to maintain their dignity. After all, he is a prominent figure. Can he endure being so brazenly insulted by the Black Dragon without concern for his reputation? Have I spoken incorrectly?" Lu Changtian's tone remained frigid as he instantly recognized the speaker among the foreign leaders, his dragon-like gaze piercing through. "Can you guarantee that you will uncover a means of escape from those humans?" At this, the foreign leader fell silent. "Or perhaps you all possess the certainty of success." Lu Changtian directed his inquiry toward the other Titans. Yet, as his gaze swept across them, each leader averted their eyes. If they had such confidence, they would not still be trapped in this forbidden land. "Indeed, we lack assurance. Do you, Black Dragon, hold any?" "Precisely, regardless of the circumstances. This is an opportunity that must not be squandered." Indeed, some leaders began to raise their voices again. For them, even a minuscule chance is better than none. Lu Changtian remained unmoved, countering with another question. "And what then? Once you have eliminated these humans, what will you do next? Will you continue to wait idly in the Forbidden Land? Or do you expect the humans outside to be as foolish as you? Knowing full well that there is no return, would they continue to send people to their demise?" The foreign leaders. It seems they were insulted by the Black Dragon, yet found themselves unable to retort. They had indeed forgotten this aspect. If all those humans perished and the means to escape the Forbidden Land remained undiscovered, what then? Wait? After so many years of silence, who knows how much longer they would have to endure? Wait for more outsiders to arrive? The human race is not naive, knowing that there is no return. How could they endlessly send people to their doom? Thus, one foreign leader inquired of Lu Changtian, seeking guidance. "Then, Black Dragon, what do you propose we do?" Lu Changtian replied nonchalantly. "There is nothing to be done." The foreign leader was taken aback, never anticipating such a response. Lu Changtian continued. "Those who enter the Forbidden Land do so to uncover the truth. If we allow events to unfold naturally, they will inevitably stir up trouble." Chapter 59, Beiqinghan, assisting father in vanquishing villains. In the face of the unknown, humanity experiences not only fear but also an insatiable curiosity. Take fire and lightning. For instance, while people tremble before their might, they are equally intrigued by their essence, yearning to harness the powers of flame and thunder. Thus, civilization begins to flourish. Similarly, after the emergence of various alien races and ferocious beasts due to mutations, humanity is awestruck by the mythic strength of these creatures, while simultaneously pondering the origins of such power and whether they themselves might possess a similar, legendary prowess. Consequently, they developed methods of visualization. Now, an enigmatic and mysterious forbidden zone lies before them. Whether driven by the desire to protect the city or by sheer curiosity, they are propelled to investigate further. Lu Changtian is acutely aware of this, for he once acted in such a manner. Even as a young dragon, he roamed the forbidden grounds, causing chaos, a veritable exemplar of reckless behavior. The leaders of the alien races were persuaded by Lu Changtian's arguments and began to contemplate the feasibility of his suggestions. Indeed, there is merit to this line of thought. After all, if they can breach the barriers of the Forbidden Zone, they might trigger unforeseen changes. Furthermore, even if no transformations occur, these humans could attract more of their kind, and then it would not be too late to take action. Some of the alien races expressed their confidence in their own strength, believing that these humans could not possibly escape their grasp, with every movement under their vigilant watch. Given this, why not allow these humans a degree of freedom to explore within certain limits? Thus, a constraint shall be established. The most powerful among the humans are merely high-level lords. In my view, it is best to avoid any presence above the kingly tier, including ourselves. However, the existence of dominators can still engage with them, providing a suitable level of tension. The specifics will be managed as the situation unfolds. Changtian remarked that he would not impose a blanket rule for all beasts within the Forbidden Zone to shun the humans. Such an expectation is utterly unrealistic. The Forbidden Zone is not solely inhabited by giants. There are numerous races, and complete restriction is impossible. Moreover, akin to a game, one cannot start by having the boss block the entrance, as it would ruin the gaming experience. There must be adversaries present. Some combat is essential. An unobstructed path would swiftly extinguish enthusiasm. The current arrangement is quite satisfactory. It ensures a degree of safety, preventing significant harm to the exploration teams while preserving the aura of mystery surrounding the Forbidden Zone, instilling a sense of urgency within them. The Black Dragon's proposal is commendable. I wholeheartedly support it. If there are no further objections, then this matter shall be settled. This is a plan endorsed by all the leaders. And should anyone dare to defy it in private, it would amount to a declaration of war against all the giants. They would become the enemy of all. A sudden chill enveloped the atmosphere as one of the titans turned to the others, issuing a veiled threat. The words flowed smoothly from everyone's lips. The depths of human hearts remain inscrutable. Within the confines of the Forbidden Land, there existed individuals seasoned by years of cunning. It was conceivable that some might covertly engage in dubious activities. By uttering such statements now, it served as a precautionary measure. After all, this marked the inaugural collaboration between us, and I wish to avoid any discord that might lead to your discontent. Changtian also spoke, emanating a subtle yet palpable aura of pressure. As for why only you might feel discontent, because should you find yourselves in distress, Changtian would undoubtedly revel in delight. In that moment, a few of the more cautious foreign entities felt as though they had been targeted by a slumbering dragon, its narrowed eyes fixed upon them. It was as if two blood moons had risen behind them, sending chills down their spines. They hastily assured their unwavering compliance with the organization's decisions, firmly pledging to adhere to the path delineated by the Titans. As the mental communication dissipated, Changtian was met with the concerned gaze of Beiqinghan. Sensing that Changtian had concluded his discourse, she anxiously inquired, "Father, are you all right?" The memory of the tumultuous skies above the dragon's lair and the overwhelming powerful auras descending upon them left Beiqinghan with a suffocating sensation. As if she had become an enemy of the Forbidden Realm, Changtian offered her a reassuring look, smiling as he replied, "Rest assured, I am unscathed. Those scoundrels are truly despicable. They actually conspired to bully you, Father." Beiqinghan exclaimed indignantly, her small fists clenched in righteous fury. She felt that the foreign entities had utterly lost their sense of shame. Despite being titans themselves, they resorted to banding together to exert pressure on her father. Changtian chuckled, choosing not to disclose that he had not been bullied at all. Rather, he had turned the tables and issued a threat to the Bloodshackle clan's titan. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, he lamented, "Alas, what can I do? Father possesses but a single dragon, while they are numerous. If you wish to prevent Father from being bullied, you must quickly grow stronger and protect me in return." "Yes." Beiqinghan nodded earnestly. "I will strive to become powerful enough to defeat those villains and safeguard you, Father." Beiqinghan was resolute. "He raised me when I was small. I will support him in his old age." It was Changtian who had discovered her amidst the perils of the Forbidden Land, allowing her to thrive in safety. When she grows up, she too would ensure her father's protection. Though she felt weak now, Beiqinghan firmly believed that such an opportunity would arise. Changtian laughed, intending merely to tease the little one, yet he was taken aback by her earnestness. "Ha! The little one is so serious. Where exists a father who requires protection from his daughter? You should rest easy." Changtian gently tugged at Beiqinghan's cheek with his fingertips, coaxing a slight smile to grace her lips. "Oh, please don't pinch my face. It hurts." Beiqinghan struggled to maintain her composure, brushing aside Changtian's hand and rubbing her slightly reddened cheek. Did this dragon father truly comprehend how earnest she had just been? Fortunately, her resilience had been fortified by the dragon's blood, or else she might have been left with a mark from her foolish dragon father's playful pinch. "Hiki." Lu Changtian chuckled heartily. Instead of feeling angered by the little one's complaints, he wore a silly grin akin to a doting father, delighting in the sight of Beiqinghan tenderly massaging her cheek. Chapter 60. What will a dragon and a bird produce? Ha ha ha. I remarked on how those old fellows have recently been behaving unusually, even foregoing sleep. It turns out that outsiders have appeared within the forbidden grounds. Are they intending to discover a way to escape from this place through these individuals? With their intellect, do they truly believe they can achieve that? The sky-devouring hound scoffed at the thoughts of these foreign beings, entirely dismissive of their aspirations. If they genuinely wished to escape the forbidden land, they could have simply fought their way out alongside him, rather than indulging in such trivial pursuits. Had several more powerful entities arrived back then, they would have long since ventured outside. Lu Changtian remained silent, feeling that the sky-devouring hound lacked the authority to voice such opinions. At least this creature had not been betrayed by the seven-armed demon god, unlike the sky-devouring hound, who, had he not fortuitously intervened, might have become mere sustenance for the demon god. Moreover, the reason these foreign leaders were not sleeping was not due to the exploration team, but rather because they were disturbed by his incessant noise. Of course, there was no need to vocalize such truths to embarrass the sky-devouring hound. It was only courteous to spare him some dignity. Indeed, he was currently conversing with the sky-devouring hound, relaying the conclusions discussed with the other leaders. As for why the sky-devouring hound, despite being a powerful entity, was unaware of such news, it was primarily because those foreign leaders had gathered together solely to create trouble for Lu Changtian. Since the last incident involving the seven-armed demon god, the relationship between Lu Changtian and the sky-devouring hound had improved. Naturally, the other foreign beings would not include him in their schemes. Likewise, entities such as the Phoenix and the Hollow Clan were also excluded from such matters. Rest assured, Black Dragon, I will ensure that the younger ones in my clan behave themselves for the next few days, the sky-devouring hound assured, before swiftly changing the subject. By the way, how have things been between you and that bird lately? If you ask me, since she has even bestowed upon you her true feathers, it signifies her consent. You should simply take action, let the offspring come forth. Like every overzealous advisor, the sky-devouring hound grew increasingly animated, gesturing grandly as he extolled the virtues of the situation. He almost wished for the black dragon to finalize matters on the spot, having even prepared a gift for the occasion. As the conversation unfolded, the sky-devouring hound abruptly realized a significant dilemma. Hiss, speaking of which, you two, a dragon and a bird, belong to different species. What will your offspring be, a dragon or a bird? I believe a dragon would be preferable, majestic, and imposing. What do you think, Black Dragon? Huh? Why the silence? The sky-devouring hound continued to ramble, intending to solicit Lu Changtian's perspective, yet he received no response. It was only then that he noticed Lu Changtian had withdrawn his consciousness, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Never mind, let us attend to the matters at hand. He summoned several members of his clan who had reached the king level in strength, instructing them to remain within the clan and avoid contact with those humans. After issuing these orders, the sky-devouring hound speculated that perhaps his brother, the Black Dragon, was a bit shy, hence his avoidance of the topic concerning the Phoenix. Although it may come as a surprise that the lascivious Black Dragon would exhibit shyness in such matters, as a brother, is it not one's duty to stand by one's kin in times of need? He had even prepared a gift. Thus, he took the initiative to contact the Wandbird. Wandbird, when do you and the Black Dragon plan to have a child? Shut up, Tin Sky Hound. If you do not wish to be beaten like a stray dog, then cease your chatter. However, before he could finish his sentence, the icy voice of the Wandbird echoed in their mental exchange. The Wandbird was furious. This wretched dog had touched on a sore spot. The last thing she wanted to hear about was that Black Dragon. After receiving a scathing reprimand, the connection was severed. Having been rebuffed twice in succession only fueled Tin Sky Hound's ire. He glared at a sluggish royal clan member who had yet to depart, his annoyance growing. You, what are you dawdling about for? Are you idle? Do you have nothing better to do? This Tin Sky Hound, named Tun Feng, was the very one who had a history with Lu Changtian. Tun Feng was left bewildered by the clan leader's outburst, his mind buzzing, unsure of what had provoked such madness. Wasn't it you who said we should remain within the clan? He felt utterly wronged, casting a resentful glance at his clan leader. Tin Sky Hound, the chief, was instantly invigorated. Oh, this fellow dares to look at me like that? How bold! What are you staring at? No strength, no partner. Get out of my sight. Either you break through or find a mate. Otherwise, do not return to see me. A swift series of rebukes sent Tun Feng packing. Tin Sky Hound felt a sense of relief wash over him. Ah, indeed, when in a foul mood, one must exert pressure on others to feel better. Changtian. His expression devoid of emotion severed his mental communication. He suspected that this Tin Sky Hound had sustained some damage to his wits during the last battle with the seven-armed demon god. The impression he had given then was of a formidable, regal hound, yet now he seemed no more than a foolish mutt. Recalling the scene prior to the treasure vault, where two Tin Sky Hounds had fought like wild dogs, he began to question whether there was something fundamentally amiss within this clan. At that moment, Beiqinghan noticed Changtian's expression of exasperation and could not help but chuckle. Changtian shot her a glare, extending a paw to pinch her cheek, growling. "You dare to laugh? Do you not realize you are on the verge of acquiring a stepmother?" "Stepmother? Is that one bird? I think she is quite beautiful and seems well suited to you, Dad," Beiqinghan suggested, considering the myriad legends about dragons often depicting them as inherently lascivious. And given that her dragon father was a solitary creature tasked with raising her alone, Beiqinghan felt it might be rather nice for him to find companionship. "Are you not afraid that your father will be taken away by your stepmother?" Changtian inquired, his irritation evident as he realized that this little one had developed an affection with the arrival of his stepmother. The days of joyfully monopolizing her father's affection would come to an end. She would be subjected to the cruelty of a wicked stepmother, with meager meals and endless chores to endure. He vividly painted a grim picture of the future, hoping to instill fear in the young girl before him, eliciting a frightened expression. Yet, Beiqinghan was entirely unfazed by his ominous warnings. "But that phoenix doesn't seem so malicious," she retorted. "Not necessarily," Changtian replied. "The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Perhaps all her charm is merely a facade." "But," Beiqinghan persisted, her innocent gaze fixed upon the fierce dragon before her. "Daddy, you will protect me, won't you? Just because you have a stepmother now. Does that mean you will abandon little Bai?" Changtian, taken aback, could only stammer, "I concede, of course, I would never forsake you." How cunning this little one was. "Hiki." Beiqinghan giggled softly. "The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Has Dragon Daddy forgotten that his daughter is quite lovely as well?" Naturally, had Changtian been privy to her thoughts, he would have replied, "At this moment, you are not merely beautiful. You can only be deemed adorable." Chapter 61. Are the giants of the Forbidden Land so idle? The exploration team was divided into 3 small squads, maintaining a certain distance from one another as they collectively ventured towards the forbidden area. Logically, in an unfamiliar and perilous environment, it would be prudent to consolidate their strength. However, the current situation was rather exceptional. Judging by the alien corpses discovered at the battlefield ruins, if such formidable beings truly existed within the Forbidden Zone, the overall strength of the exploration team, even when united, would be rendered futile against such entities, an endeavor doomed to failure. Rather than risk a complete congregation, it was deemed wiser to disperse and explore, allowing for mutual support. Should they encounter an unassailable foe, others would have the opportunity to escape with vital intelligence, providing the outside world with an initial understanding of the forbidden area. Zhou Haochuan and his companions had exerted every effort to prepare adequately. As their exploration progressed, the strength of the alien beings they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Initially, they faced a few leader-level beings, with the majority being high and even mid to low-tier beasts. However, as they advanced, it became common to stumble upon leader-level creatures, or even stronger beasts, on the roadside. The terror of the Forbidden Zone was once again laid bare before them. In the outside world, where could one witness such a congregation of lord-level beings? This overwhelming presence inflicted great pressure upon the exploration team, leading to a mounting toll of casualties. Boom! A powerful punch landed heavily upon the alien before him, the tremendous force surging into its body, causing its vitality to surge and its breath to fluctuate. The energy erupted from within, shattering a massive boulder behind it into dust. Taking advantage of this opening, Ding Kaifei launched a relentless assault, his fists a flurry of motion. The leader-level alien was forced to raise its 4 limbs in a desperate defense. Indeed, this alien possessed 4 arms, 2 of which resembled insect appendages. Its power nearing the pinnacle of the leader level, a mere step away from lordship. This posed a significant challenge for Ding Kaifei, who specialized in martial arts. At that moment, Ding Kaifei abruptly ceased his barrage of punches, lowering his stance. One leg struck out like a venomous serpent, sweeping across in an instant. Whoosh! One of the alien's feet was sent flying, its balance shattered, causing its entire body to topple. The forearms slightly spread apart, revealing the head that had been shielded behind. A look of bewilderment washed over its face, utterly unprepared for the sudden shift from a boxing contest to a leg strike. Where was the promised spirited exchange of blows? The cunning human was anything but predictable. Ding Kaifei had no intention of engaging in any chivalrous discourse. This was no boxing ring. When facing alien adversaries, survival took precedence over all else. Had this alien's lower body not been encased in a shell, he would have employed a far more humiliating tactic than a sweeping kick. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Kaifei unleashed a series of powerful punches toward the alien's face, transforming its countenance into a blooming canvas of bruises. Each strike possessed the might to shatter a colossal boulder weighing 10,000 pounds into fragments. For a moment, it seemed as though two earth dragons were entwined in fierce combat upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and resonate with a thunderous roar. Ultimately, Ding Kaifei emerged victorious. When he rose once more, the head of the alien adversary lay in ruins, reduced to mere pulp. A mixture of red and white splattered across the ground. With a swift flick of his fist, he discarded the brain matter and blood clinging to it, leaving behind a scattering of crimson and ivory droplets. He gasped for breath, having exerted his utmost strength in an effort to conclude the battle as swiftly as possible. Nevertheless, casualties were inevitable. A report was delivered. Captain Ding, an alien suddenly appeared, and 3 individuals, caught too close to the action, perished on the spot. The exploration team fell into a somber silence as more and more comrades departed from their ranks, the weight of pressure becoming unbearable. Ding Kaifei found himself powerless in this situation. They could not even retrieve the bodies of the fallen, merely instructing that they be buried on-site to prevent being devoured by the beasts of the Forbidden Land. Having completed this grim task, Ding Kaifei picked up the communicator at his waist, placing it to his ear to connect. "Hello, it's me. The situation has been resolved." "That's a relief," came the voice on the other end, exhaling a sigh of relief. They had been in a state of anxiety, concerned about interrupting Ding Kaifei and potentially affecting the battle's outcome, waiting for him to make contact after the fray had ended. Once the scheduled communication concluded and safety was reported, Ding Kaifei remarked, "The quality and quantity of the alien entities and beasts we encounter are escalating. We have lost 3 more individuals, bringing our total casualties to nearly 30%. On the other end, Xiang Huayan's voice responded, "The same is true here. I am struggling to keep up, and many in our ranks have become separated amidst the chaos." Like every young person, Xiang Huayan had initially entered the Forbidden Land with lofty aspirations, believing he could achieve something monumental. Yet now, he felt increasingly numbed by the sheer number of ferocious beasts. Moreover, a true ruler had yet to manifest. Even the unknown aliens he had witnessed being slain on the fringes of battle had not reappeared. Ding Kaifei furrowed his brow. He would not assume that the absence of foes exceeding the dominant level signified the absence of such entities within the Forbidden Land. Such a notion was implausible. With so many Lord-class beings present, it was conceivable that a few could emerge as dominators or even true monarchs. Not to mention the terrifying alien corpses previously observed on the battlefield's periphery. Could it be that there were no victors at all, and that the alien had perished alongside them in a mutual demise? Xiang Huayan pondered this possibility, recalling that human champions occasionally succumbed to injuries sustained in battles against aliens, leading to their untimely deaths. The vitality of beasts was indeed formidable, yet this scenario was not entirely out of the question. The likelihood remained slim. Ding Kaifei shook his head, a foreboding sensation stirring within him. In the Forbidden Land, there must undoubtedly exist sovereigns or even kings among the alien races. Yet, they have not made their presence known. What could be the reason for this? It seems implausible that they are deliberately hiding, akin to spectators watching a film, observing the struggles of others. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ding Kaifei's mind, an idea he himself deemed improbable. How could such terrifying entities possess the leisure to indulge in such thoughts? At that moment, Zhou Haochuan's voice broke through the silence. "Look at the communicator. It displays our positions." The two hastily accessed the positioning panel on their communicators, revealing 3 luminous points, each representing the location of their respective teams. Ding Kaifei's gaze sharpened as he realized something alarming. "No, the distance between us is increasing." To facilitate mutual support, the 3 teams had maintained a certain distance from one another. However, now, the luminous points on the communicator indicated an ever-widening separation. At this juncture, Xiang Huayan also came to the same realization, but it was already too late. Previously, they could occasionally hear the sounds of the other 2 teams engaging in battles with ferocious beasts, but now, It had been quite some time since any such sounds were heard. Moreover, many of those around them had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Chapter 62. Lu Changtian. Within the depths of the dragon's lair, Lu Changtian observed the plight of the exploration team as if watching a film. His large head shaking in disapproval, emitting a low, resonant lament that seemed etched into the very core of his being. Too incompetent, too incompetent. In truth, the members of this exploration team had exercised considerable caution. Their strategy of splitting into 3 collaborative groups was not inherently flawed. Yet, at the heart of the matter, one word sufficed: incompetent. Their lack of strength rendered all their plans utterly laughable. Akin to the scenes in a movie where humans venture onto the perilous Skull Island, subjected to the relentless torment and slaughter by the island's colossal beasts. The current situation mirrored that cinematic portrayal remarkably well. He shared the visuals from his consciousness with the small companion beside him, Beiqinghan, watching in frustration. Yearned to rush into the outside world and deliver a sound thrashing to those who had dispatched the exploration team. Under the restraint of her father the dragon, the formidable beings of the Forbidden Land remained hidden away, with only the conquerors daring to emerge. Though still powerful, they were not invincible. Had any of her conqueror-level warriors been present in the exploration team, they could have easily coped with the challenges. Yet, what was the reality? The highest-ranking member of the exploration team was merely a senior lord. It was absurd that not a single conqueror-level figure was sent. What of her warriors? Were they all annihilated? Had she been the Empress at that time, such traitors would have been swiftly dealt with through military justice. This was unbearable. Beiqinghan could no longer watch. She, as a lord, could have taken on 10 of such weaklings. With such meager strength, how dared they venture into the Forbidden Land? Even now, she still recognized her identity as the Empress. This was not mere bravado. Though she had been betrayed, that was the concern of those traitors. She would punish those who dared to betray her. Yet, she would not extend her wrath to all humanity. The downtrodden would always suffer. What was it? Could she not let go of these people? Noticing the small creature's troubled expression, Lu Changtian understood her thoughts all too well. In truth, if you desire, I could easily drive away those ferocious beasts, with just a flick, Lu Changtian remarked, gently raising his dragon claw, though he felt he had already done enough. If these individuals could not survive, they could only blame their own shortcomings. One must take responsibility for their choices. Since these individuals chose to enter the Forbidden Land, they must be prepared for the possibility of death. However, if his daughter wished it, a mere wave of his claw would suffice, and he would not mind. Yet, Beiqinghan interjected, no. She understood well that should Lu Changtian strike, even the 7-armed demon god, a being of totemic stature, could be severely wounded by his claw. These lesser ferocious beasts would pose no challenge. Nevertheless, she could not exploit her father's affection to coerce him into aiding humanity. Very well. Lu Changtian felt a sense of comfort within. This little one was not raised in vain. She still cared for him. With a sigh, he lowered his head once more. His dragon-like eyes fixed intently upon Beiqinghan, his tone taking on a gravity that was unmistakable. A deep voice emerged from the vast maw of the dragon. However, should you find yourself in peril, I shall disregard the fates of others and forcibly bring you back. Do you understand? Since the little one cared for her and had no intention of leveraging his power to assist those individuals, he accepted this concern with gratitude. Nevertheless, the little one was his daughter. When the need arose, he would not hesitate to act decisively, without consideration for anything else. Indeed, Beiqinghan nodded, warmed by her father dragon's attitude, and she had no intention of rejecting his goodwill. She would, however, strive to protect herself, avoiding any situation that would compel her father to intervene. Then let us proceed, Lu Changtian proclaimed. Beiqinghan selected a location and requested her father to transport her there. A shadow of the dragon, accompanied by her petite figure, departed from the dragoness lair. Bang, bang, her heart thundered violently, akin to a colossal hammer striking against her chest, reverberating throughout her being. Zhang Yufan's eyes widened in terror as he gazed upon a fearsome beast lurking in the shadows ahead. Its aura was formidable, even surpassing that of the 2 leaders within the exploration team. Undoubtedly, it was a powerful Lord-level beast. He had initially been part of a small squad operating within the Forbidden Zone. However, as the attacks from alien entities grew increasingly frequent, he found himself unwittingly separated from the main forces. He had intended to find a way to reunite with them, but scarcely had he taken a few steps before he stumbled upon a Lord-level beast. Zhang Yufan held his breath, striving to remain silent, and cautiously turned to stealthily retreat. Yet, it was ultimately too late. The Lord-level beast was meandering aimlessly when it suddenly caught a whiff of something, its fierce gaze locking onto a specific direction. With a powerful leap, it charged forth. He had been discovered. At this moment, any attempt at silence was futile. Zhang Yufan took off at a sprint. In the face of life and death, he unleashed a speed that transcended his physical limits, his legs propelling him swiftly. However, the speed of the Lord-level beast was not something he could hope to match. Its massive form barreled through the terrain like a juggernaut, toppling trees and boulders in its path. Some rocks even tumbled perilously close to Zhang Yufan, causing him to stumble. In the blink of an eye, the beast overtook him, blocking his escape. He could even smell the foul stench emanating from its gaping maw. At that moment, despair gripped Zhang Yufan's heart. Reality was not a novel, devoid of miraculous last-minute triumphs. Moreover, even in stories, the disparity in strength between protagonists and their adversaries was seldom vast, at most, a single realm. Yet, he regrettably found himself as merely an ordinary human, facing a chasm of 4 realms between him and the Lord-level beast. Even if he were to experience a sudden surge in power, he would only transition from an ordinary person to a low-level cultivator, making no significant difference in the face of a Lord-level foe. Then, unexpectedly, the beast diverted its attention away from him, gazing into the distance. It crouched low, its limbs gripping the ground, and emitted a low, rumbling growl. Roar. What is he wary of? Are there other ferocious beasts? Zhang Yufan pondered. If another beast were to appear and engage in combat with this one, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to escape. He cautiously retreated, his gaze fixed on that direction. To his astonishment, what materialized before him was not another Lord-level beast, nor even a beast at all. It was a human? Zhang Yufan gaped in disbelief, stunned by the figure emerging in the distance. Indeed, what lay within his line of sight was a human. Or rather, a human child. How could a human child possibly be here? Zhang Yufan was taken aback. The perilous act of exploring this forbidden zone was already an extreme challenge for an ordinary person like him. How could a child be allowed to accompany him? Where on earth did this child come from? Beiqinghan, on the other hand, observed the human and the beast before her, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. What an intriguing coincidence this is. This chapter seemingly illustrates the differing attitudes of the protagonist and the Empress toward humanity. Chapter 63, Golden Lion Bone China Chopsticks. Crafted with care by the Black Dragon, Beiqinghan's expression was one of mild surprise as she gazed at the formidable beast across from her, particularly the Lord-level creature. The beast possessed robust limbs, with short fur covering most of its body, while its tail ended in a tuft of long hair, and an impressive mane adorned its neck. Indeed, this was a Lord-level lion beast. Is it fate? It seems I share an extraordinary affinity with creatures of this form. Even Beiqinghan couldn't help but start to muse. Upon reflection, whether in her past life or this reincarnation, she appeared to have a peculiar bond with lions. In her previous life, it was the sight of a powerful lion beast that inspired her to create her unique cultivation method, ultimately leading her to achieve the status of Empress. After being reborn in the Forbidden Land, the first thing she witnessed was her dragon father battling a golden lion. The first morsel she consumed was roasted lion head, and her garments were crafted from lion skin. Now, even her first true confrontation was with a lion-shaped beast. It seems there is indeed a recurring theme of conflict with lions. As Beiqinghan scrutinized the Lord-level beast, the lion beast remained wary of her presence. With a significant level of intelligence, it was almost indistinguishable from humans. Its large eyes reflected a mixture of suspicion and curiosity as it assessed Beiqinghan. This bipedal youngling was clearly not of its kind, yet inexplicably, it detected a trace of kinship emanating from her. Additionally, there was a faint, bloodline-related pressure, akin to encountering an overwhelmingly powerful relative. Simultaneously, it sensed a hint of an arch-nemesis. However, among beasts, lions were renowned for their might. What could possibly be a rival? The lion beast found itself perplexed, its claws scratching the ground as a deep growl reverberated through the air. Roar. In the realm of beasts, 2 tigers cannot coexist. Nor can there be 2 lion kings. Within a pride, 2 lions cannot share the throne. When 2 kings meet, a battle is inevitable, and the vanquished must be expelled from the group. This principle held true among all beasts, despite not understanding the nature of the bipedal creature before it. The lion beast perceived this as a contest for supremacy. Roar. Its roar crescendoed from a low rumble to an exalted bellow, the majesty of the Lion King laid bare. Intriguingly, rather than flee, this creature seemed to willingly accept the challenge. Beiqinghan was taken aback. She had anticipated that her totemic lion king pelt would frighten off the lion beast. To her surprise, the beast exhibited a degree of courage and proactively sought combat. In that case, let us engage in battle. Beiqinghan felt a surge of anticipation, although the beast was of lord-level strength. Her own physical prowess was sufficient to contend with even the commander level. Moreover, the visualization technique of Dragon Father was inherently designed to suppress the golden lion, thus endowing it with a natural dominion over lion-like beasts. Coupled with an array of lion-themed equipment, Beiqinghan felt a considerable confidence in her prospects. After all, Dragon Father had vanquished a totem-level golden lion. Now, it was her turn to inherit the family legacy and eliminate this lord-level beast. What was happening? Zhang Yufan was utterly bewildered. First, a human child unexpectedly emerged, diverting the attention of the lord-level beast. Then, these two appeared poised to engage in battle. This adversary was a formidable foe, one even the strongest of the exploration team might struggle to confront, yet this child dared to challenge it. It was a lord-level beast. We cannot possibly contend with it. We must flee, thinking of his younger sister. He felt compelled to intervene and not allow a young girl to fall victim to the jaws of a lion. Beiqinghan glanced at the young man, surprised. She had anticipated that someone in such peril would still come to her aid. It was unexpectedly noble of him. She mentally awarded Zhang Yufan a good person card. However, retreat was not an option for her. She intended to follow in her father's footsteps. That boy over there, you are correct. You are no match for this beast. It would be wise for you to step aside, Zhang Yufan. No, dear sister, it is you who should flee. Furthermore, what is up with that young man? He seems rather pretentious, though he is clearly younger than I. Ignoring Zhang Yufan's reaction, Beiqinghan perceived this teenager as still quite juvenile, thus adopting a slightly pretentious tone when speaking. She focused her gaze on the imposing lord-level lion beast, which, surprisingly, did not seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. It seemed to possess a degree of lion-like pride, disdainful of such underhanded tactics in the contest for supremacy. Consequently, Beiqinghan resolved to treat this opponent with utmost seriousness. She reached into her waist pouch, retrieving a long, slender stick. The staff was pure white, resembling jade, and emanated a faint luminescence, clearly crafted from exceptionally rare materials. Its peculiar design struck Zhang Yufan as odd. Most staffs are uniformly thick or, like a mace, thicker at one end. However, this stick gradually widened from one end to the other, resembling an oversized chopstick rather than a weapon. In reality, it was indeed a pair of chopsticks. Considering that they could not rely on barbecues for sustenance indefinitely, and with her being a young lady, Beiqinghan felt it inappropriate to eat directly from her hands as Zhang Yufan did. Hence, Long Tian had crafted several chopsticks, larger ones for himself and smaller ones for Beiqinghan, to set an example and teach her the proper etiquette of dining. By the way, the raw material for crafting these chopsticks is graciously provided by the golden lion. Warmer than ivory, more enduring than bamboo, the bones of the totemic golden lion. Meticulously refined through the process involving the totemic black dragon. The entire process is infused with dragon flame tempering, crafted with utmost dedication and care, resulting in these exquisite pairs of chopsticks. Even when immersed in magma for a hot pot experience, they leave no scorch marks on the surface. The sensation is unparalleled. They have been temporarily appropriated by Beiqinghan for use as a weapon. Although she previously wielded a sword, mastery of one technique allows proficiency in many, especially given the totemic quality of the material that sufficiently compensates for all needs. Beiqinghan, holding the fine end of the chopsticks, pointed the thicker end towards the ferocious lion beast, preparing to engage in battle. However, the beast suddenly weakened in its forelegs, sliding down to the ground before Beiqinghan, trembling in fear. Beiqinghan, Zhang Yufan, boldly and shamelessly requesting a gift. Chapter 64, Beiqinghan, I am Lu Dijia, a lord-level beast. Although I hold a relatively low position within the Forbidden Realm, I am still significantly stronger than mere cannon fodder. In the outside world, however, I am a formidable entity. Above me are the overlords and king-level beasts, who dominate their territories and command countless otherworldly beasts, ruling their domains with absolute power. Much like the monarchs of various nations, they inhabit their own realms, and under normal circumstances, humans would not dare to provoke them. This is to avoid inciting the wrath of these kings, which could lead to catastrophic wars and the loss of countless lives. Of course, this was the situation now. But in the time when Beiqinghan was still present, things were different. What kings? She fought against kings. However, in this current state of relative peace, where significant friction between humans and king-level beasts is absent, The Lord-level beasts represent the most potent beings that ordinary humans can encounter. They possess formidable physiques and an array of extraordinary and powerful abilities. Even the most advanced missiles would scarcely inflict any meaningful damage upon them. A single Lord-level beast poses a tremendous threat to a small base or city. Just moments ago, right before my eyes, a lion beast, one of the more powerful among the Lord-level beasts, unexpectedly knelt down before a young human girl. Its smooth motion carved 4 deep grooves into the ground. Adopting a posture of complete submission, Zhang Yufan stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Not only Zhang Yufan, but even Beiqinghan was taken aback, unable to fathom such an odd occurrence. This lion just knelt down? She couldn't help but tap the beast's head with a chopstick-sized object. Hey, weren't you going to fight? What happened to your earlier ferocity? You're embarrassing your kind. As Beiqinghan urged the lion beast to rise while tapping its head, the lion remained unmoved, shaking its large head vigorously. Upon witnessing the young human child produce that peculiar stick, the lion beast felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the depths of its very bloodline, one that far surpassed its own. It immediately concluded that the stick was crafted from the bones of an esteemed ancestor of its lineage. Moreover, it realized that even the clothing and shoes worn by this human child exuded the essence of that supreme lion ancestor. Oh my goodness! The lion beast was instantly filled with dread. Had this child skinned and stripped a powerful lion beast to utilize its entire being? It was utterly brutal. Fighting? That was out of the question. It never imagined that the skin of that powerful ancestor could be fashioned into clothing. It certainly did not consider itself to be stronger than that unseen supreme being. It seems that even the qualification to become clothing is lacking, perhaps destined to be reduced to mere foot rags. Thus, the ferocious lion beast promptly knelt down, its submission remarkably decisive, devoid of any psychological burden. A low, ingratiating growl escaped the lion's throat as its massive body rolled onto the ground, presenting its soft belly to the sky. In that moment, it bore no resemblance to a fearsome lion, but rather resembled a docile kitten, eager to please its master. Zhang Yufan mused, "This world must be mad." He shook his head, a sense of foreboding dawning upon him. Perhaps from the instant he entered this forbidden realm, he had already met his demise. Everything unfolding before him felt like a dream. How else could such absurdity occur? A Lord-level lion beast, behaving like a mere kitten, striving to win over a human girl. That girl was scarcely taller than his waist. With a playful demeanor, the lion beast pawed at the air, chasing the chopsticks in Beiqinghan's hand, akin to a kitten attempting to catch a dangling toy. Beiqinghan gently lifted the chopsticks, evading the 2 approaching paws, and then gave the lion beast's head a couple of firm taps. If it wished to avoid ending up like the chopsticks, it ought to relinquish its grasp. After all, these were the utensils for Dragon Father's meals. What if they were to become soiled? The lion beast immediately froze, a wave of relief washing over it, narrowly escaping a fate of companionship with a predecessor. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan pinched his thigh, gasping in astonishment, hopping about while clutching his leg. He finally reconciled with this absurd reality and expressed his gratitude to Beiqinghan. "Thank you for saving my life. May I know how to address my benefactor?" "I am Bei." Just as Beiqinghan was about to reveal her name, she paused, realizing it was the name of the Empress. Why would a young girl appearing in this forbidden land share a name with the Empress? While it could be described as a mere coincidence, it might evoke certain associations. Thus, Beiqinghan opted to adopt another name. After a moment of silence, she looked at Zhang Yufan and uttered a name she had never anticipated using in her lifetime. "I am Ludi Giadanagaya." "Zhang Yufan? What is that?" Although he found the name somewhat perplexing, upon hearing it, he experienced a sudden clarity. Simultaneously, the circumstances for other exploration teams were far from favorable. Zhang Yufan was fortunate to encounter Beiqinghan just in time, who rescued him from the jaws of the ferocious beast. Others were not so lucky, having become separated from the main group in this perilous forbidden land. Most lacked even the strength of a commander, rendering survival utterly impossible. Even the 3 Lord-level individuals, including Zhou Haotuan, were not faring well. They possessed the greatest strength within the exploration team, and the number of people surrounding them was considerable. Naturally, those who were drawn to them must confront the greatest number of foreign tribes. Even ants can bring down an elephant. What's more, they are not merely facing ants, but rather terrifying beasts. Among these adversaries are not only equals but also entities that are even more formidable. It is evident that the foreign tribes do not seek their annihilation but have ulterior motives. Otherwise, the exploration team would not have survived this long. At this moment, In a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one exit, the exploration team led by Ding Kaifei is being relentlessly pursued by a multitude of foreign tribes, engaging in a strategic retreat while fighting off their attackers. Eventually, they seize an opportunity and withdraw into the valley. Unbeknownst to Ding Kaifei, atop the mountain overlooking the valley, a foreign entity stands sentinel, observing every event transpiring below. This being exudes an aura of regal stature. Chapter 65. Will the monarch-level meeting include you? A being of an alien race stood atop the valley, observing the unfolding events below. The aura emanating from him was formidable yet peculiar, intermittently revealing a monarch-level presence while his exterior resembled that of a sovereign-level creature. He belonged to the Heart Devourer clan. The name alone suggests that this alien's abilities are intrinsically linked to the heart, capable of consuming the hearts of other races and usurping their bodies. There might even be a connection with the Hollow clan. Indeed, this connection holds true. When the Forbidden Land was first established, neither the Heart Devourer clan nor the Hollow clan existed within its confines. Both races evolved over an extensive period. Notably, their emergence occurred in close temporal proximity, leading to a legendary tale. The legend states that the Heart Devourer clan was the first to appear within the Forbidden Land. Subsequently, they consumed the heart of an alien but allowed that alien to escape, which turned out to be the progenitor of the Hollow clan. This progenitor survived and gradually birthed the Hollow race. With this origin, the relationship between the Hollow clan and the Heart Devourer clan has been akin to that of sworn enemies, engaged in perpetual conflict within the Forbidden Land for countless years. They have exchanged victories and defeats but have never completely annihilated one another. Eventually, a member of the Hollow clan broke through to become a totemic giant, disrupting the balance of power between the two races. Under the leadership of this giant, the Hollow clan reached unprecedented heights, decisively overpowering the Heart Devourer clan, relentlessly hunting down its members and nearly eradicating them from the Forbidden Land. This particular Heart Devourer is one of the few survivors from that great purge. Utilizing his clan's innate talents, he continually seized hearts to change his body, concealing his identity as a Heart Devourer, thus managing to persist until the present day. It is worth noting that his true strength is monarch level. However, the body he currently inhabits is merely at the pinnacle of sovereign level, which accounts for his peculiar aura. Therefore, he exists in a state that could be described as a half-step monarch. As for why he has appeared here despite the giants of the Forbidden Land having decreed that beings above monarch level cannot intervene under penalty of obliteration, the explanation is straightforward. He is currently at half-step monarch level, and the giants overlooked him when notifying the monarchs, leaving the Heart Devourer clan unaware of the current circumstances. He found it somewhat strange that even he had noticed the presence of these humans, the giants surely could not have missed them. Yet, why had they not appeared? Were they all in slumber? Though he was perplexed, this situation aligned perfectly with his intentions. Among the powerful within the Forbidden Land, whispers circulated that humans could traverse the Forbidden Land, possibly harboring secrets to enter and exit its confines. Although those titans have produced no significant results, I, on the other hand, am different. At this juncture, the expression of the heart-eating tribe member suddenly transformed, brimming with haughty confidence. As if dismissing the many giants within the Forbidden Land entirely, he possessed an arrogant belief that, relying solely on his own alien lineage, he could surpass the years of research conducted by those formidable beings. My tribe is endowed with unparalleled advantages, capable of forcibly seizing the bodies of other races. Even if I remain ignorant of the reasons behind humanity's unfettered access to the Forbidden Land, once I capture their bodies, there should be no impediment to traversing that barrier. With such innate gifts, my tribe rightfully deserves to be regarded as the most exceptional race within the Forbidden Realm. How infuriating it is that the Hollow tribe's giant has sought to eradicate my kin. The heart-eating tribe harbors profound resentment towards the Hollow tribe's leader, for his actions have marred their rightful glory in the Forbidden Land. Instead, due to the machinations of that Hollow tribe giant, everything has altered. The tribe has faced annihilation. Even now, I must conceal my identity within the Forbidden Land, fearing the exposure of my heart-eating lineage, inviting the wrath of the Hollow tribe. I only dare to seize the bodies of those at the Dominator level, shying away from the kings, lest I draw attention to myself. He conveniently overlooks the fact that should a giant arise within their ranks, it would be the Hollow tribe facing near extinction. The struggle among races is indeed merciless. Yet now, a glimmer of hope emerges. By seizing the bodies of those humans and escaping the Forbidden Land, no matter how formidable the Hollow tribe's leader may be, he shall not hinder me. The world is vast, and I can roam freely. Perhaps even those coveted treasures long sought by the Titans will fall into my hands. The heart-eating tribe member is filled with ambition and fervor. What of the Hollow tribe's giant? No matter how tyrannical he may be, slaying my kin and forcing me into hiding, his power is ultimately confined within the Forbidden Land. But I am different, even if my strength pales in comparison. I possess the means to depart from this place. For now, unable to confront the Hollow tribe's giant directly, the heart-eating tribe resorts to psychological triumph. Feeling a sense of ease wash over them. How delightful. The capabilities of these humans appear rather lacking. The heart-eating tribe member gazes into the valley, his dominator-level perception allowing him to discern the strength of each individual below with clarity. Astonishingly, the highest among them only achieves the rank of lord. The heart-eating tribe feels disheartened. The strength of their kind largely hinges upon the hearts they have devoured and the bodies they have claimed. Such weakness among these humans will undoubtedly diminish his own prowess. Nevertheless, it matters not. The priority is to exit the Forbidden Land. Once liberated from the presence of those Titans, I can then deliberate on subsequent matters. Having made his decision, the heart-eating tribe member maneuvers his body down from the mountain peak. Meanwhile, within the valley, Ding Kaifei's countenance is heavy with gravity. Upon reflecting on their journey thus far, he is astonished to realize that their path has been leading directly towards this valley from the very beginning. It is as if an invisible hand has been quietly guiding them forward, employing various alien races as bait. The ability to manipulate such a multitude of diverse beings indicates that the mastermind's strength is undoubtedly far beyond that of mere leaders and lords. They must be a sovereign, perhaps even a monarch. Just as this conjecture formed in his mind, Ding Kaifei suddenly sensed a commotion emanating from the direction of the valley's entrance. He observed as fierce beasts began to collapse, falling as if they were harvested like wheat, as though an invisible scythe was reaping their very lives. Before he could feel any sense of relief among the fallen beasts, as the number of presences dwindled, a singular aura, vastly superior to the others, suddenly arose. Standing out like a crane among chickens, cold sweat streamed down Ding Kaifei's forehead. This is Chapter 66. No matter what, it's certain death. The strength of these outsiders is indeed pitifully weak. It is remarkably challenging to deal with mere commanders and lords. Such disappointment. These feeble humans, even if captured, would yield little in terms of research. Several powerful figures privately critiqued the exploration team, expressing their disillusionment with this expedition. Fortunately, they heeded the counsel of the Black Dragon and refrained from allowing any beings of kingly rank or above to intervene. Otherwise, they could have been annihilated in an instant. And it is likely no human would dare to show their face again. Some among the other races felt relieved. What is happening over there? Why does it exude an aura of a sovereign level? One of the giants took note of a powerful foreign presence near a lord-level human. Moreover, this aura seemed to oscillate between that of a sovereign and a king. Was there no one to advise him to ignore those humans? Who was responsible for him? One giant scrutinized the situation with dissatisfaction. They had stipulated that sovereign-level entities should ideally avoid direct confrontation with those humans. Otherwise, scaring them away would deter future incursions. He must not have reached the level of a king yet, which is why he overlooked this during the notifications, remarked another foreign giant. Even giants do not possess complete knowledge of everything within the Forbidden Zone, especially regarding those caught between the ranks of sovereign and king. To call him a king would be premature, as he has yet to attain that strength, unable to penetrate that circle. To label him a sovereign, however, would be misleading, as he surpasses the majority of sovereigns in strength, and thus, he is reluctant to associate with them. He finds himself precariously positioned on the periphery of two realms, compounded by the fact that this sovereign appears to be quite solitary, leading to his unceremonious neglect. Reality proves that the world is but a grand farce, and even these giants are not exempt. Nevertheless, it is merely a sovereign, and it does not significantly alter the grand scheme. If that is the case, why not bring forth a few more? They must not allow the Forbidden Zone to be taken lightly. After all, the Forbidden Zone is their dwelling. It cannot be dismissed. It is hoped that when they next enter, they will bring forth results that satisfy us. One foreign entity remarked, deciding to proceed with the plan and advance to the next stage. What needed to be revealed has been adequately exposed. It is time to cast this bait into the outside world. Meanwhile, on the side of Beiqinghan, the two were swiftly traversing upon the back of a lord-level lion beast. To be precise, Beiqinghan was seated atop the lion beast, while Zhang Yufan clung to its front paws, utilizing all fours to maneuver. Initially, Beiqinghan intended for him to ride alongside her on the back. However, for reasons unknown, Upon her mounting the lion beast, it exhibited a demeanor of compliance, obediently lowering its head to the ground. Yet, when it came time for Zhang Yufan, the lion beast displayed an unusual resistance, fidgeting restlessly. Even when Beiqinghan produced chopsticks made of golden lion material and struck its head firmly, the lion beast remained obstinate and unyielding. Zhang Yufan, displaying remarkable awareness, directly clung to the paw of the fierce lion beast. "Oh, Da Huang, why won't you let him ride?" Beiqinghan inquired, tapping the lion's head with her chopsticks, puzzled. The lion emitted a mournful howl, feeling utterly wronged. It was not his intention. However, the moment he attempted to allow Zhang Yufan to mount, an icy dread enveloped him. It felt as though he was being scrutinized by an extraordinarily fearsome entity, which conveyed a dire message. Should he permit Zhang Yufan to ascend, his fate would be sealed. He dared not even bristle. For the moment he sensed his fur prickle, that terrifying presence sent another warning. If his bristling fur pricked the two-legged beast laying on his back, he would be doomed. He could not expose this menacing force, lest he meet his end. Thus, he could only emit a sound of grievance. Witnessing this scene, Changtian, concealed in the shadows, revealed a satisfied expression. "Good on you, little lion, for recognizing the situation. I want to let you accompany the golden lion." The scoundrel, still wishing to approach my daughter? Dream on. He glared fiercely at Zhang Yufan. The protagonist, having inadvertently trespassed into a forbidden zone, was pursued by ferocious beasts and found himself in a dire predicament, only to be rescued by a woman who suddenly appeared. This was a classic narrative trope seen in countless novels, the fateful encounter between the male and female leads. Changtian had not anticipated that what he had envisioned only recently would manifest before his eyes so soon. Xiaobai was far too careless. Hadn't Tia just warned her to be wary of those around her? Fortunately, I am here to protect her. Changtian mused, feeling quite the exemplary father. As he concealed himself in the shadows, safeguarding his precious daughter from the potential dangers that lurked outside, he felt profoundly moved by his own vigilance. Of course, Beiqinghan was oblivious to the fact that all that had transpired was orchestrated by her dragon father from the shadows. Had she known, she would have been utterly speechless. After all, she appeared merely as a child. Was her dragon father not being overly protective? Little did she know that it was precisely this reason that made Changtian particularly anxious. Oh, let it be. She had assumed that the lion beast's proud temperament was the reason it refused to allow Zhang Yufan to mount. Previously, witnessing the lion beast kneel so decisively, she had presumed it to be devoid of principles. It seemed she had misjudged the lion. "Young man, you must have heard the terrifying legends surrounding this forbidden land. Haven't you? With your meager strength, how dare you venture here? Are you not afraid of death?" Beiqinghan suddenly called out to Zhang Yufan, who was still clutching the lion's paw below. Though he found it somewhat peculiar that someone who appeared merely as a child spoke from a position of authority, Zhang Yufan considered the notion that powerful cultivators could retain their youth and maintain a youthful appearance. Surely, this individual was no exception. It was just that she seemed excessively youthful, almost like a child. However, he found it difficult to comment on others' preferences. Upon hearing Beiqinghan's inquiry, he candidly revealed the reason. "For the sake of financial sustenance, both my sister and I require money." Indeed, he was quite forthright. Beiqinghan nodded gently, seemingly unperturbed by this answer. In truth, the motivations behind many decisions are often quite simple at their core, including her own, which initially stemmed solely from the instinct to survive. Observing the lengths to which he would go for his sister, one could see he possessed a sense of responsibility. A silver-tongued little rascal. How audacious to invoke his sister to elicit sympathy from Xiaobai. Changtian felt a pang of irritation, although Zhang Yufan uttered merely a single sentence. To Changtian at that moment, it seemed that anything this little rascal said was suspect. Though they were in a supposedly safe environment, Zhang Yufan inexplicably sensed an unsettling chill creeping down his spine, as if being watched by some unseen presence. Just as he pondered this, his gaze was suddenly drawn to something. Coincidentally, Beiqinghan also emitted a sound of surprise. "Hey, Da Huang, hold on." Zhang Yufan could be considered a supporting character with a modicum of significance, not part of the Empress's pairing. The Empress has no pairings. Chapter 67. Why does Dragon Daddy relieve himself anywhere? The ferocious lion beast was moving swiftly. Upon hearing the command from Beiqinghan, it abruptly halted, its limbs sinking deeply into the earth. Its entire body transitioned from a state of extreme motion to one of utter stillness, and the immense inertia nearly sent Beiqinghan tumbling off its back. She quickly grasped the mane at the beast's neck. At this moment, Beiqinghan's strength was akin to that of a true young dragon. Her firm grip caused the lion beast to feel as if several strands of its mane were being yanked away, floating down before its eyes, almost bringing it to tears. "Woe is me, my beautiful mane." The lion beast dared not express its anger, instead mourning silently for its lost locks. "De Huang, you must be more careful," Beiqinghan admonished, feeling that the lion beast was somewhat inadequate as a mount. It is well known that Dragon Daddy's speed far exceeds that of the lion beast. Yet it manages to be both swift and steady, never giving her the sensation of being thrown off. "You must pay more attention in the future." The lion beast lowered its head obediently, emitting a compliant sound. "Let us explore that way," Beiqinghan directed with her little finger, and the lion beast trod in that direction. Before them lay a canyon. The canyon was not particularly deep, nor were its sides steep at the bottom. A crystal-clear stream flowed gently. A soft lawn flourished on the flat ground on either side. Amidst a cluster of ordinary weeds, a few peculiar spiritual herbs glimmered faintly. Indeed, it was the famed dragon transformation grass, and there was an astonishing abundance of it. Zhang Yufan recognized these unique herbs and gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening. As an ordinary person who made a living by foraging for herbs, he was well acquainted with numerous precious spiritual herbs, including the legends surrounding dragon transformation grass. When he heard of the abnormalities in the forbidden area and the appearance of a massive dragon shadow overhead, he had speculated whether dragon transformation grass could be found within, hoping to perhaps stumble upon a specimen and sell it for a handsome sum. Unfortunately, while on the fringes of the battlefield, he had seen no trace of dragons at all. He had almost given up, convinced that perhaps dragon transformation grass was merely a myth. Little did he know, fortune favored the bold, and his relentless pursuit had borne fruit. It was said that dragon transformation grass thrived on the essence of dragons, yet here lay such an abundance. Zhang Yufan recalled the information he had gathered about dragon transformation grass, and a terrifying suspicion suddenly arose within him. The existence of dragon transformation grass was intricately tied to dragons, but with so much of it here, he was left utterly astounded, nearly speechless. Could this possibly be a dragon's lair? Moreover, he recalled the colossal dragon shadow from the legends, as well as the analysis from the exploration team regarding that unknown entity, which had vanished after slaying several otherworldly beings on the fringes of the battlefield. Zhang Yufan even began to suspect that the dragon residing here might very well be the same entity as those two. Upon reflection, he suddenly perceived that the once tranquil and picturesque valley had transformed into an abode of sheer terror. It resembled a voracious dragon's lair, from which a fearsome dragon could emerge at any moment. Indeed, it was undoubtedly the legendary dragon transformation grass. Beiqinghan, having glanced at it twice, recognized it as such. Her impression of the grass profound. As for Zhang Yufan's conjecture, she had overheard it as well. "You are mistaken. This is not a dragon's lair. My dragon father resides at home with me. How could this possibly be a dragon's den?" Zhang Yufan paused, bewildered, and inquired. "Then why are there so many dragon transformation grasses here?" At this, Beiqinghan's expression grew somewhat complex, as if recalling some rather unpleasant memories. Though considerable time had elapsed, she still felt a peculiar sensation in her hands. Unconsciously, she wiped her small hands on the fur of the fierce lion beast nearby. As for Zhang Yufan's question regarding the abundance of dragon transformation grass in this area, Beiqinghan's mind conjured images of the dragon cave, the location where she had discovered the grass previously, in the present gorge. She mentally mapped the positions of these three sites and examined the distances between them. Suddenly, she fell silent. She sensed that she might have uncovered the truth about this valley. "Dragon Father, why do you relieve yourself indiscriminately?" At that moment, from a distance behind Beiqinghan, Lu Changtian unexpectedly sneezed. "It must be that little white is thinking of me again." At his level of cultivation, he had developed a certain sensitivity to the thoughts of specific individuals who longed for him and uttered his name. He had just realized that the little one was once again pondering him. A paternal smile spread across Lu Changtian's dragon visage as he chuckled. "It's only been a short while since we last met, yet this child is indeed quite attached to his father." Unbeknownst to him, his foolish dragon father's evolution allowed him to sense the little one's thoughts, mistaking her playful jibes for affection. With the truth now unveiled, Beiqinghan surveyed the surrounding valley. The gorge was enchanting, with a gentle stream flowing crystal clear, the riverbanks adorned with soft, verdant grasses, interspersed with ethereal herbs that emitted a faint glow, imparting an idyllic sense of serene harmony. Yet, the more she contemplated this beautiful scene, the more she struggled to accept its reality. "What is wrong, benefactor? Is there an issue here?" Zhang Yufan inquired curiously. sensing that the benefactor seemed intimately familiar with the place. Returning to herself, Beiqinghan spoke with an air of calm, as though nothing had transpired. It's nothing. In any case, this is not a dragon's lair, though the dragon transformation grass is indeed genuine, considering her foolish father's reputation. She refrained from revealing the truth about this place, nor did she disclose the reality of the dragon transformation grass, to uphold her father's image. She felt the burdens of being his daughter were indeed quite heavy. Oh, Zhang Yufan did not delve into why his savior possessed such knowledge. It is evident that the other party possesses a deeper understanding of the forbidden grounds, and it is only natural for them to have a bit more knowledge. In such circumstances, it is wise to refrain from excessive inquiries. As for these miraculous dragon transformation herbs, although Zhang Yufan felt an undeniable allure towards them, he was acutely aware that their origin lay with this enigmatic benefactor. He could only accept what was offered, if it were withheld, no matter how great the need. He could not take it. I shall forego the dragon transformation herbs. If you desire them, you may gather them yourself. Beiqinghan promptly declined. What a jest! The mere sight of the herbs reminded her of the events of that day, and she had no inclination to accept them. With a swift gesture, she dismissed the offer while simultaneously rubbing her hand through the mane of the ferocious lion beast. The lion beast. It feels as though something is amiss. Chapter 68. Do you understand my pain? You do not. In a secluded valley, reminiscent of a utopian paradise, Zhang Yufan carefully extracted a small herb shovel, meticulously clearing the ordinary weeds surrounding the dragon transformation grass. He gently inserted the shovel into the soil, excavating the earth while preserving the roots of the precious herb. With great caution, he retrieved a small bag, placing the dragon transformation grass along with the soil inside, sealing it tightly. This method effectively ensured that the herb's medicinal properties would not diminish. Beside him, perched on the back of a lion beast, Beiqinghan observed, to be fair, Zhang Yufan's movements in harvesting the spiritual herb were indeed careful and professional. However, her awareness of the true nature of the dragon transformation grass made her increasingly puzzled. Choosing to avert her gaze, she absent-mindedly brushed her hand against the lion beast's mane, lost in thought. The lion beast, too, fell into contemplation, pondering why Beiqinghan persistently caressed the fur on its neck. As it ruminated, the lion beast curiously watched Zhang Yufan harvesting the dragon transformation grass, noting how peculiarly the plant thrived. Approaching a nearby dragon transformation grass, it extended a paw, attempting to prod it. Just then, a chilling voice emanated from above. If you dare touch that grass, I shall strike your paw. The lion beast froze, halting mere inches from the dragon transformation grass. Quickly retracting its paw, it brought its front limbs together, sitting obediently like a well-behaved kitten. Bored while sitting, Beiqinghan seized the opportunity to inquire about matters concerning the outside world. Did you enter to explore due to the recent anomalies in the forbidden area? Indeed, came the reply. Why are there only 3 Lord-level leaders and no Overlord-level experts? I recall that the Empress had stipulated that any actions involving Overlord-level alien races must be led by an equally ranked Overlord. Beiqinghan furrowed her brow as she questioned. That was a rule established during her time. Ideally, she wished for 2 Overlord-level human experts to confront a single Overlord-level alien, minimizing casualties on the human side. Unfortunately, due to a lack of personnel, it fell through. Although those outside are unaware of the precise circumstances within the forbidden area, at the very least, a single Overlord-level expert should have been dispatched. This is what perplexes Beiqinghan. Overlord level? The highest in the city is only Lord level, Zhang Yufan exclaimed, raising his head in surprise, speaking with an air of certainty that left Beiqinghan astounded. Moreover, did the Empress not vanish over 3 years ago? Are you not aware? Esteemed benefactor? What? Beiqinghan gasped, astonished. Over 3 years? How could that be? Clearly, since her reincarnation. She had only spent a few months within the forbidden area. Why, then, did it seem to the outside world that she had been missing for 3 years? Was the flow of time different between the interior and exterior of the forbidden area? Or was this 3-year duration indicative of the activation time of the reincarnation secret technique? The air around Beiqinghan suddenly transformed into an aura of haughty coldness, reminiscent of a sovereign reigning atop the mountain summit. It felt as though she had reverted to her former self as the Empress. You, reveal to me everything that has transpired over the past 3 years. I do not know. Zhang Yufan was instantly taken aback, astonished by the formidable presence Beiqinghan emanated, far surpassing even the Lord-level captains of the exploration team. Unbeknownst to him, this was a natural manifestation of Beiqinghan's essence as Empress. He began to comprehend why that fearsome lion beast had knelt in abject submission upon encountering its benefactor. The lion beast lamented, "No, you cannot fathom." Its countenance bore the weight of countless experiences far more harrowing than Zhang Yufan could imagine. Could one envision the sensation of a mere lord-level beast? Striving for supremacy yet not even a king, suddenly witnessing a totem-level elder being flayed and stripped to create garments and utensils? It was beyond comprehension. Under the imperial pressure radiating from Beiqinghan, Zhang Yufan, who had not intended to conceal anything, spoke without hesitation. Nevertheless, he was merely an ordinary individual, possessing scant knowledge of the upper echelons of power. He was aware only that 3 years prior, the Empress had vanished, with the official explanation being that she had perished in battle against a king-level beast. This reasoning was hardly convincing to all, for the Empress had previously slain numerous kings. However, it was spoken by one of the 7 great generals who had once served under her, and though doubts lingered, acceptance was the only recourse. With the Empress gone, there was no one to command the loyalty of the 7 generals, resulting in their inevitable fracturing as they led disparate base cities. After speaking extensively, Zhang Yufan felt parched and took a moment to collect himself before continuing. That is the essence of it. Beiqinghan listened in silence, her emotions swirling in complexity. She had not anticipated that after her death, or rather, her reincarnation, so much turmoil had unfolded. The generals had split, and the base cities now waged their own wars. It was as if she had been thrust back into the past. Among the generals, some remained loyal to her. The division likely stemmed from those faithful ones uncovering some unsettling truths. Pausing, Zhang Yufan continued, "Many still long for the Empress. Under her leadership, humanity truly witnessed a gradual revival. My sister was also an ardent admirer of the Empress, dreaming of becoming the next in her lineage when she was younger. Much of what I have shared was gleaned from her. In the struggle for survival, he had little time to delve into the affairs of the powerful, consumed instead with the pressing need for sustenance. Yet, when his sister spoke of those times, he would occasionally reminisce, recalling that life under the Empress had been less arduous than it was now. Beiqinghan was never one to be easily swayed by emotions. Upon hearing that everything she had accomplished was nearly lost, she felt a tinge of regret, yet deemed it inconsequential. However, the knowledge that there were still individuals who thought of her, who aspired to become the Empress and continue her legacy, lifted her spirits somewhat. She advised, "The forbidden grounds are perilous. They are not a realm for you to tread upon at present. Depart quickly." In truth, the members of the exploration team had already come to this realization. Although the forbidden grounds were abundant in resources and rich in spiritual herbs, the associated dangers far surpassed anything they had encountered outside. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar as a mountain peak collapsed with a resounding crash. Chapter 69, Changtian, there is no other like me in this forbidden land. Although it may seem that a great deal has transpired, in reality, the exploration team has been in the forbidden land for less than 3 days. During this brief span, most of their time has been spent exploring the edge of the battlefield. They have only departed from the edge for a few hours. Even now, they remain meandering around the periphery of the forbidden land. Yet, in those few hours, they nearly faced complete annihilation, not far from the edge of the battlefield. A mountain peak collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a torrential rain began to pour from the sky. However, the color of this rain was a shocking blood red. It was a rain of blood. Countless droplets cascaded from above, each drop imbued with tremendous force, instantly piercing through the rocks, while the earth was battered, leaving it riddled with gaping wounds. On the fractured ground, blood flowed freely, pooling into pits that sent chills down one's spine. The acrid scent of blood rose to the heavens, and the ground was covered with winding rivers of crimson, as if tormented souls were wailing in anguish. The scene was utterly horrifying. Amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, Zhou Haochuan gazed in terror at the surroundings. Centered upon him, a 50-meter radius had transformed into a lake of blood, with the water filled with a vivid scarlet hue. The only solid ground beneath him remained where he stood, appearing as a solitary island amidst the lake. A sovereign. Absolutely a sovereign. To encounter a being of sovereign caliber so early on, Zhou Haochuan was astounded as he beheld the alien figure not far away. Under the torrential rain of blood, the entity seemed to meld with the crimson downpour, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Yet, the sheer magnitude of its presence left no doubt. It was a terrifying being of sovereign level, and to think they had only just departed from the edge a few hours ago. Does the area they have explored in this forbidden land even constitute 1,000th of its total expanse? The existence of a sovereign-level entity had already manifested. One could hardly fathom what other horrors lay hidden within this vast, boundless forbidden land. Even though they had yet to identify the alien that emerged victorious from the edge of the battlefield, It no longer mattered. Zhou Haochuan had already made his resolution. Undoubtedly. Even without confronting that alien, this forbidden land was beyond the reach of humanity at present. At least, the Sunset Bay city lacked the strength to contend with it. Zhou Haochuan's mind was set on departing the forbidden land and conveying this information to the outside world. Oh, a mere Lord-level human has somehow survived my strike? The alien, drenched in crimson, appeared as though its very form was congealed from blood, presenting a unique state that lay somewhere between liquid and solid. It was indeed a member of the Bloodshatter clan. The torrential blood rain did nothing to obscure its vision. Rather, it was harnessed, becoming its senses. Everything within the blood rain was perceived through its awareness. It could distinctly sense the presence of human life within that lake of blood. So that acid. It relies on that peculiar shield. With the prowess of a lord of humanity, survival from the previous strike was utterly inconceivable. The only plausible explanation lay with that peculiar purple shield. The human had deliberately employed the shield for his protection. The sovereign of the Bloodslaughter clan manipulated a drop of blood rain, attempting to infiltrate it. Curiosity piqued as to what could possibly allow a mere lord-level human to withstand his attack. He was astonished to discover that the oddly shaped shield appeared impervious, as the blood rain failed to penetrate it in the slightest. Furthermore, he sensed an extraordinarily potent aura emanating from the shield, a presence that not only surpassed his own but even transcended that of a monarch. Having hailed from a prominent clan, and having had the fortune to witness the might of clan leaders up close, he quickly recognized it. It was the aura of a totem-level being. This was material from a totem-level entity. Contemplating the reasons for these humans' presence, the Bloodslaughter sovereign surmised that the purple shell must be derived from some totem. His excitement surged. The rarity of totem-level materials was unparalleled, something he had never hoped to possess, yet here it was before him. Especially since this shell could serve as armor, it would perfectly compensate for the Bloodslaughter clan's inherent weakness of insufficient strength due to their blood-based constitution. These humans were indeed his fortuitous stars. He was determined to claim this shell for himself. I will hold off this foreign entity. You all take this opportunity to flee. Leave the forbidden ground and inform those outside about what has transpired. And never return. Zhou Haochuan made his decision, speaking swiftly to those beside him. Utilizing the formidable hardness of the centipede shell, he had barely managed to save a few amidst the torrential blood rain. Captain. Among the original 3 leaders assigned to Zhou Haochuan's team, only one remained. Aside from him, there were a few survivors who had been fortunate enough to remain unaffected by the blood rain due to their distance. Upon hearing Zhou Haochuan's words, they understood all too well that he was willing to sacrifice his life to afford them a chance at survival. Zhou Haochuan smiled, patting the centipede shell in his hand. Fear not, I still possess this. There is not no chance of survival. The survivors felt a warmth in their eyes during the edge of battle. It was only Zhou Haochuan who had reaped rewards. Some remained silent, harboring unvoiced grievances, yet all such sentiments vanished in light of his current actions. The remaining leader gritted his teeth and resolutely turned away. Let us go. There was no time for sentimentality. They could not allow their captain to sacrifice himself in vain. Someone had to survive and leave the forbidden ground to relay the events to the outside world. The forbidden ground was fraught with peril. Under the leadership of the remaining leader, the surviving members hastily departed towards the edge of the battlefield. They had entered from that direction, making them familiar with the terrain. And thus they would exit through the same route. During this process, Zhou Haochuan vigilantly observed the blood on the ground in the opposing Bloodslaughter clan, wary of a sudden attack. However, even as several individuals departed, the member of the Bloodslaughter clan showed no inclination to strike. He expressed his surprise, remarking, "You actually did not intervene. They are merely ants. Letting them go signifies your ignorance of the forbidden zone." The Bloodslaughter clan's leader spoke coldly. Yet, he could only feign bravado with his words. Even if he were to act, he would not dare to annihilate the exploration team entirely. After all, the giants required some individuals to exit the forbidden zone. Should he slay them all, it would constitute a breach of the giants' covenant. In such a case, even the Bloodslaughter clan's leaders would not risk their standing for a minor character like him. Indeed, not every giant possesses the audacity of the Black Dragon, who has managed to navigate the treacherous waters among numerous giants and still thrives to this day. In truth, throughout history, only Lu Changtian has been able to boast such survival. Zhou Haochuan remained silent, crossing his arms to shield himself with the exoskeleton of a centipede. They were still some distance from where they had entered the forbidden zone, and he needed to buy as much time as possible to create an opportunity for others to escape. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 70. There are malefactors seeking to harm this Empress. Beiqinghan is also in the vicinity of this battlefield. Along the way, she fortuitously rescued several survivors from an exploration team, instructing the lion beast to escort them to the edge of the forbidden land and urging them to depart swiftly. Having granted the lion beast its freedom, she chose to show mercy, appreciating its discernment. What followed was a sight most harrowing. The earth lay shattered, and rivers of blood flowed abundantly. The architect of this horrific tableau was none other than a sovereign of the Bloodslaughter clan. Is this Bloodslaughter sovereign truly so formidable? Beiqinghan marveled. In truth, in terms of sheer power, whether considering the initially appearing golden lion or the subsequent 7 titans and the 7-armed demon god, they were all titans within the Forbidden Land, undoubtedly totemic entities, vastly superior to this sovereign of the Bloodslaughter clan. Yet, they were all totemic beings, a realm Beiqinghan had never encountered during her previous life as Empress. Although she was astounded by the might of totemic beings, she felt no other sentiment, merely considering this display as a standard level of totemic prowess. However, the sovereign level was different. This was a realm she had once attained, and in the outside world, she had slain numerous sovereigns and even king-level foes and beasts. Yet, the destruction wrought by this sovereign-level entity rivaled that of weaker kings. This was, in fact, quite normal. For the Bloodslaughter clan was backed by an entire lineage, with totemic titans residing within the clan. In the realm of fantasy literature, this disparity could be likened to the divide between disciples of grand sects and wandering cultivators from the wild. Even within the same realm, their strengths could not be compared. This is what is referred to as foundation. Ultimately, there remained a gap when compared to true kings, those whom I could effortlessly defeat in the past. Yet the current me might struggle to withstand this tempest of blood. Beiqinghan discerned this. The individual willing to sacrifice his life for the chance of survival for his companions was commendable. She then cast her gaze towards Zhou Haichuan. Perhaps due to her past betrayals, she held a considerable admiration for someone like Zhou Haichuan, who was willing to lay down his life for his comrades. Alas, it was futile. Despite her regrets, there was naught she could do, nor could she summon her father, the dragon. Unbeknownst to her, Changtian was also in the vicinity. In fact, upon witnessing Beiqinghan release the lion beast, Changtian pondered for a moment before seizing it. At that moment, the lion beast was prancing joyously, emitting jubilant roars, seemingly grateful for its escape, unlike that totemic senior who had become a mere ornament on the 2-legged beasts. However, its elation was short-lived as the skies abruptly darkened. Before the lion beast could comprehend the situation, it found itself ensnared within an enormous claw. Its 4 legs flailed in the air, utterly unable to advance an inch. Ow! It let out a puzzled cry, turning its head in confusion to gaze upon the owner of the claw. Suddenly, the lion beast was filled with terror as it beheld a colossal dragon. A dragon so fearsome that it could grasp the lion with a single claw, as though it were merely a small kitten. Even more alarming was the familiar aura emanating from this dragon, reminiscent of something the lion had encountered before. After a moment of reflection, he swiftly recalled the source of this familiar essence. He had sensed it from the 2-legged creature's offspring, as well as from the chopsticks crafted by a revered elder of the lion clan. Thus, despair enveloped the lion beast entirely. He feared he might meet a fate akin to that of the aforementioned elder, with his skin fashioned into garments and his bones transformed into chopsticks. However, Changtian harbored no such thoughts. He had observed Beiqinghan riding the lion beast with apparent delight. Though the creature's lack of skill had nearly sent the little one tumbling off, he intended to seize the opportunity to cultivate the lion's riding prowess. Yet, suddenly, what was this? It had become motionless? Was it dead? Changtian was taken aback. Just moments ago, it had been lively and full of energy. How could it have transformed into a lifeless form in the blink of an eye? He shook the lion beast in his grasp, and it hung limply in the air, as though bereft of its spirit. Originally, he had hoped to nurture it as a mount, but given its current state, it seemed unlikely it could serve in that capacity. Perhaps it was better suited for a meal instead. As he raised his claw, feigning to devour the lion beast, he muttered, "What? To be a mount? Not to be skinned and have my bones extracted?" Upon hearing the black dragon's musings, the lion beast, which had been resigned to its fate, suddenly regained its vigor. Although destined to be a mount, it was preferable to perish in servitude than to face an untimely demise. Moreover, any creature that could transform a lion clan elder into chopsticks must surely be a totemic powerhouse. Other ferocious beasts would envy such an opportunity to serve as a mount. Thus, the lion beast straightened up, shedding its previous appearance of having been utterly drained. It began to struggle energetically, casting its gaze toward the black dragon and emitting a few roars. With a display of renewed spirit, It seemed to proclaim its suitability as a mount. Unbeknownst to Changtian, the lion beast's internal monologue was quite elaborate. Witnessing the lion beast's revival and its newfound enthusiasm for being a mount, he decided to release it. Little Bai appeared to have developed a fondness for the lion, and it would be a pity to slay such a creature. With the lion's vitality restored, Changtian shifted his focus to the blood-soaked battlefield ahead. With his strength, he was undeterred by the torrent of blood obscuring his vision, allowing him to discern clearly the presence of a Dominion-level Bloodshard clan member. A Dominion-level Bloodshard, no less, and one of advanced status, not far from the kingly tier. I had stipulated that no beings above the kingly level should intervene, yet they dispatched an advanced Dominion-level warrior. The Bloodshard individual certainly possesses cunning. Changtian squinted. A mere Dominion-level opponent was hardly worthy of his attention. However, his thoughts were quite unrestrained, leading him to contemplate other possibilities. Speaking of which, the Blood Fiend clan possesses unparalleled expertise in the study of blood, surpassing even my own knowledge. Perhaps there are some related treasures within their clan. Next time I prepare a medicinal bath for Xiaobai, I might devise a way to procure one. Beiqinghan inexplicably felt a chill envelop her, as if some dreadful event were about to befall her. Someone harbored malicious intentions towards this Empress. She cast a dubious glance around, yet could not discern the source of her ominous premonition. Thus, she chose to dismiss the thought. After all, with Dragon Father by her side, she firmly believed he would never allow her to come to harm. Chapter 71. Is this your escape route? The river of blood surged forth, rising like a colossal blade of crimson, transparent and lustrous as a gem, yet exuding a malevolent aura. Everything in its path was cleaved in two, leaving a deep trench in the earth, its edge smooth as glass. Zhou Haichuan swiftly raised the shell of a centipede before him, successfully blocking the strike. However, he was still sent flying by the tremendous force of the blood blade. As the blood blade detonated, each droplet burst forth with formidable power, piercing through the rocky ground and leaving a myriad of wounds across Zhou Haichuan's body. He gritted his teeth against the pain, breathing heavily, calculating the time. They should be nearing the edge of the forbidden zone. Thus, only the mighty alien before him remained. Zhou Haichuan understood that the odds of escaping from such a formidable foe were exceedingly slim. Yet, even in the face of death, he was determined to demonstrate the indomitable spirit of humanity to this alien being. His resolve surged with unprecedented vigor as he gripped his battle blade with one hand and steadied his shield with the other, withstanding the torrential rain of blood. He charged toward the bloodthirsty clan's overlord. Foolish. The overlord of the bloodthirsty clan responded with indifference, having survived only by relying on his totem-grade shell. Did he truly believe he could defeat him? With a mere wave of his hand, the surrounding blood fell under his command, transforming into a multitude of blood spears. The air was thick with these blood spears, crafted from flowing crimson, obscuring the sky behind them. In the next moment, they surged toward Zhou Haichuan like a torrential deluge. It was a terrifying sight, though not as dense as the blood rain. The sheer number of spears was suffocating. Each spear held the force equivalent to that of a low-tier overlord strike. Yet, such a horrifying spectacle ignited the fire of determination within Zhou Haichuan. His heart raced with unprecedented speed, his spirit soaring as he shielded himself with the centipede shell while fiercely locking his gaze on the oncoming blood spears. The blade in his hand shimmered with a cold light as he unleashed a strike unlike any before, carving a line through the air and meeting the blood spear head-on. At the moment of contact, Zhou Haichuan felt a violent tremor in his hand, as if the blade might slip from his grasp. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he held on with all his might, refusing to retreat and even exerting greater strength. Until, at last, his grip faltered, blood flowing from his split palm, and the blade was wrenched from his hand. His entire being was sent hurtling backward by the impact of the blood spear colliding with the centipede shell. Yet, he laughed. "Ha! I did it. I succeeded. I shattered a blood spear. A mere lord managed to break one of my blood spears?" The overlord of the bloodthirsty clan was equally astonished. Though the power of a single blood spear was trivial, it was still an attack worthy of an overlord. And yet this human, merely a lord, had managed to withstand such a blow? Ah, I see now. He has broken through and become an overlord. However, soon. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Zhou Haichuan, the Bloodslaughter clan's overlord suddenly understood. The term overlord differs from lord by but a single character, signifying the essence of dominance. If one aspires to be a king, one must possess the regal will to command the world. Conversely, a conqueror must embody an indomitable spirit of supremacy. In the base city, Zhou Haichuan found himself entangled in trivial matters. Upon entering the forbidden zone, He treaded carefully in the presence of alien races, exhibiting no semblance of that unwavering resolve. Yet now, having dispatched the exploration team and confronting the alien beings, he unexpectedly manifested the will of a conqueror, thus becoming the overlord. The Blood Slaughter clan's overlord scoffed. Becoming an overlord and shattering one of my blood spears brings you such joy? As long as there is blood in the surroundings, my blood spears are inexhaustible. A mere spear? I could conjure hundreds upon hundreds with ease. As his words fell, the blood river surged below, and the reverse-flowing blood quickly coalesced into blood spears in the air. Not only did it replenish the void, but it also produced a significant surplus. Of course not. It is merely the symbolism behind it that brings me joy, Zhou Haochuan replied, his laughter resounding as if he had accomplished a most delightful feat to him. This was not merely about a single blood spear. Since entering the Forbidden Zone, they had been in flight, evading confrontation with the formidable alien races. And now, although he had merely shattered one spear, it represented his proactive assault, a roar of humanity against the alien foes. The Blood Slaughter clan's overlord could not fathom Zhou Haochuan's perspective. Yet that did not hinder his subsequent intentions. A breakthrough, indeed, a human of overlord caliber holds greater value. The Blood Slaughter clan's physiology is divided into two components, the external blood and the core that governs it. The blood can absorb that of other powerful alien races, acquiring some traits from them. Previously, when at the Lord level, the Blood Slaughter clan's overlord dismissed it, but now, human blood of overlord quality could hold considerable worth for him. It might even aid in his escape from the Forbidden Zone. An endeavor unattainable by even the giants of his clan might be within his grasp. The battle raged on. Let me show you that even among overlords, there exists disparity. The Blood Slaughter clan's overlord sneered. For one like Zhou Haochuan, a single spear could spell death. Behind him, a multitude of blood spears gradually converged in one direction. They shattered and transformed into streams of blood. Ultimately, all the blood spears vanished, congealing into an unprecedented, colossal blood spear that radiated a terrifying aura. Go! Commanded the Blood Slaughter clan's overlord, as the monstrous blood spear shot forth with deadly intent, aimed directly at Zhou Haochuan. Zhou Haochuan, are you serious? Is this truly your spear? Instantly alarmed, he hastily retrieved the shell of a centipede, bracing it with both hands before the impending blood spear. Boom! Zhou Haochuan felt as though he had been struck by a meteor. The force transmitted to him was so immense that even his formidable body, now at the pinnacle of power, seemed on the verge of collapse. This revelation filled him with dread, despite both being at the peak level of dominance. The strength of this alien race was still terrifyingly formidable, although Zhou Haochuan had successfully transcended to become a sovereign. The gap in power compared to the Blood Slaughter clan's ruler was still insurmountable. The disparities in absolute strength and the foundations of their respective powers were vast. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, leveraging the momentum from the blood spear's impact, Zhou Haochuan's figure swiftly propelled backward, vanishing into the distance. Changtian remarked, 666. Is this truly your escape route? Chapter 72. No salvation, awaiting death, farewell what? The expression of the Blood Demon clan's sovereign shifted abruptly. Taken aback by the audacity of this human, he hastily manipulated the blood, igniting the blood spear. A thunderous explosion resounded as a colossal crimson blossom erupted in the air. Alas, it was ultimately too late. As the blood petals withered, Zhou Haochuan's figure had vanished without a trace. This human possesses a certain intrigue. Lu Changtian observed from the shadows. Initially indifferent, he found unexpected delight in the unfolding events. Zhou Haochuan's method of escape struck him as rather fascinating, and it would be a pity for him to perish here. Silently, he summoned energy, discreetly altering the trajectory of the blood spear to aid Zhou Haochuan's escape. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, Zhou Haochuan delayed for time while the leader, along with the remaining survivors, fled without looking back. Finally arriving at the entrance to the Forbidden Land, though he felt reluctant, he understood all too well that he could not allow the sacrifices of others to be in vain. To his surprise, upon reaching this location, they encountered two other groups of surviving explorers. As the survivors gathered, they surveyed the dwindling number of their comrades, their expressions somber, engulfed in silence. There had been so many when they set out, yet now less than 30% remained, and they had barely explored the Forbidden Zone for a few hours. The Forbidden Land is truly terrifying. I was comparatively fortunate, as I only spotted 5 Lord-level entities from a distance. Realizing they were beyond my capabilities, I promptly retreated. Xiang Huayan remarked. He was astonished by his own words. When had 5 lords become merely a matter of fact? He had completely shed the youthful exuberance he possessed upon first entering the Forbidden Zone. The enigma and terror of this place had left a profound impact on him. He turned to another lord, Ding Kaifei, and inquired, "Your situation should be somewhat similar, I presume?" "Indeed, I encountered a sovereign-level being. Fortunately, I discovered a valley and managed to hide within." Ding Kaifei began to recount his team's ordeal, yet his words were abruptly interrupted. He noticed that Xiang Huan appeared to be reacting oddly, fixating on him with an intense gaze. "Wait." Xiang Huan leaned closer to Ding Kaifei, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized him from head to toe, as if inspecting something peculiar. "What's the matter?" Ding Kaifei queried, perplexed, wondering if Xiang had discerned something. Ignoring the question, Xiang Huan continued his examination for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Have you achieved a breakthrough?" "So that was it." Ding Kaifei exhaled in relief, fearing he had revealed something significant. Meeting Xiang's inquisitive gaze, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I inadvertently advanced to an intermediate lord during a battle with an alien entity." "Indeed, a breakthrough." Xiang Huan displayed an expression of realization. Recognizing that Ding Kaifei was merely a few years his senior, possessing a more composed demeanor, he had always regarded him as a rival. Upon encountering Ding Kaifei earlier, he sensed a notable increase in his aura. Inquiring further, his assumptions were confirmed. After all, they were comrades from the same base city, and one's advancement in strength should indeed be a cause for celebration. Yet, upon comparison, the disparity was stark, particularly when he recalled the torment he endured at the hands of the foreign entities in the Forbidden Land, which nearly shattered his resolve. Meanwhile, the individual before him appeared unfazed, having even surpassed his own limits, which only compounded his complex emotions. He felt it might have been better not to pose the question at all. Nevertheless, youthful in spirit, Xiang Huan soon found joy in his comrade's achievement, offering a warm smile of congratulations. "Congratulations on your breakthrough." "Thank you," Ding Kaifei responded, somewhat awkwardly. They then inquired about the situation of the last Lord-level member of their exploration team, Zhou Haozuan. The commanding officer's expression immediately darkened, his tone heavy with sorrow. "We encountered a sovereign-level foreign entity in the Forbidden Land. Captain Zhou chose to confront it alone to cover our retreat, buying us time." "What?" The revelation stunned everyone present. They had not anticipated that Zhou Haozuan would also face a sovereign-level adversary. Out of 3 teams, 2 had encountered sovereigns. The density of such powerful entities within the Forbidden Land was astonishing. Xiang Huan's anxiety escalated, and he was eager to return. "What are we waiting for? We must hasten to aid Captain Zhou." "Calm down. What can you do against a sovereign-level entity?" Ding Kaifei interjected, exhibiting a greater sense of reason. He understood that, given their current capabilities, confronting a sovereign would likely spell doom. He turned to the commanding officer and asked, "Can you identify the race of that sovereign, or describe any distinguishing features?" The officer shook his head, replying, "I cannot ascertain the race of that sovereign, but its form appeared to be composed of coagulated blood, and its methods of attack were blood-related. It could unleash torrents of blood rain, each drop capable of penetrating rock, summoning blood waves, and forming blood blades for assault. Do you think Captain Zhou will survive?" The officer inquired, aware of the slim chances, yet hoping for some comforting response. Ding Kaifei's response was grim. "There is no hope. Prepare for the worst. Farewell." From the commanding officer's description, Ding Kaifei recognized the distinctive traits of the sovereign-level foreign entity. It belonged to the Bloodslaughter clan. This race was formidable within the Forbidden Land, with powerful leaders and deep-rooted heritage. To say nothing of Zhou Haozuan, who was merely a lord-level combatant, the strength of a sovereign from the Bloodslaughter clan could easily rival that of a weakened monarch. Indeed, take the Heart Devourers for instance. It is inevitable as their combat prowess largely relies on the bodies they seize. The previous host was merely a ruler, so it is quite reasonable that they could not prevail. My condolences. Ding Kaifei fell into silence for a moment, extending his hand to pat the shoulder of the commander. The commander displayed a sorrowful expression, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but he noticed that those around him had caught sight of something and were gazing into the distance. He too turned his gaze in that direction. There, he observed a dark silhouette swiftly approaching, which gradually morphed into the figure of Zhou Haochuan. He twisted his body, using the shell of a centipede as a cushion beneath him, and landed, with a thunderous crash. Cough, cough. The ground trembled, creating a large crater, as Zhou Haochuan emerged from the dust and smoke. Despite his battered appearance, he exuded a formidable aura of dominance. Ding Kaifei was instantly rendered speechless. Not that I am envious, for I am merely a mid-level lord. How have you ascended straight to a ruler? Chapter 73. Oh no. I've encountered the Black Dragon, Ding Kaifei, or rather, the king of the Heart-Eating clan. A mere lord-level Ding Kaifei was naturally no match for the king of the Heart-Eating clan. Long ago, in that valley, he had already been devoured, his heart taken, and his body usurped. The power of a lord is woefully inadequate against the might of a king from the Heart-Eating clan. Yet, he found himself with no choice but to elevate the strength of this body to a mid-level lord, while also ensuring that this enhancement did not arouse suspicion among the other human clans. The king of the Heart-Eating clan believed himself to be exceedingly cautious, only to be astonished by Zhou Haichuan's exaggerated leap from lord level to overlord level. He even harbored doubts, wondering if this human had also been possessed by a member of the Heart-Eating clan. Xiang Huan similarly sensed that domineering aura. The young man stepped forward, speaking candidly. Captain Zhou, have you broken through to overlord level? Zhou Haichuan replied. It was merely a stroke of luck. Had it not been for an accidental breakthrough, I would surely have perished there. He reflected on the recent battle, still feeling a chill of dread. Had he not boldly seized the opportunity presented by the Blood Shadow clan's assault to escape, even with an overlord-level breakthrough, he would have met his demise. Unbeknownst to him, had Lu Changtian not discreetly altered the direction of the force, his escape would have been impossible. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Even Zhou Haichuan, having attained overlord level, had to flee in such a disheveled manner? The Forbidden Zone was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, some of you managed to escape, Zhou Haichuan remarked, noting the stark contrast between the few survivors and the original expedition team. At least they had survived. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a young man. I recall your name is Zhang Yufan, am I right? How did you manage to escape? He recognized this young man, who had discovered the corpse of the centipede. Had it not been for that shell, he would have perished at the hands of the Blood Shadow clan's overlord. He had harbored some regret, thinking that in such a perilous forbidden zone, this young man might have already fallen. To his surprise, he found him alive. We encountered a senior human in the forbidden zone. She saved us and brought us here, Zhang Yufan explained succinctly. I see. Zhou Haichuan nodded in understanding. He recalled that many human ancestors had ventured into the forbidden zone to uncover its mysteries, yet none had returned. It was likely that the senior Zhang Yufan met was one of those lost souls. He felt he had unraveled the truth and could not help but exclaim, the Empress. And this unnamed human. The tranquility we now enjoy is due to the sacrifices made by our ancestors who bravely tread the treacherous path within the forbidden zone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufan's expression shifted subtly. He sensed that Zhou Haichuan's conjecture might have misinterpreted the situation. For instance, the savior appeared merely as a child and did not seem to bear the weight of such burdens. Recalling the ferocious lion beast that knelt in submission before its savior, its head struck by a stick to serve as a mount, Zhang Yufan couldn't help but think that it was not the savior who bore the burden of progress, but rather that savage beast. The king of the Heart-Eating tribe was astonished. Besides themselves, there existed other humans in the Forbidden Land. Moreover, it seemed that they had been there longer than these individuals. He regretted not learning this information sooner. Otherwise, he could have seized that human's body. Nevertheless, he considered himself fortunate to have escaped. Compared to him, the tyrant of the Blood Slaughter tribe must be absolutely furious. A prize lost. The king of the Heart-Eating tribe thought, turning to gaze into the distance where his companions were about to come ashore. Watching these alien tribesmen go mad in the Forbidden Land was increasingly gratifying. Zhou Haichuan also urged them to leave, fearing the alien tribes might pursue them. The tyrant might be coming. They needed to hurry. The king of the Heart-Eating tribe had surmised correctly. Watching Zhou Haichuan flee, the Blood Slaughter tribe's tyrant was instantly consumed by rage. Even the flowing blood river seemed to boil with fury. The surging waves resembled gaping maws, eager to devour anyone in their path. He was furious. Alongside his anger, fear lurked within him. He had come bearing the orders of the tribe's leaders to bring back as much human blood as possible, using the Blood Slaughter tribe's innate abilities to uncover their secrets. He thought that a lord-level Zhou Haichuan could easily replace many ordinary individuals, and coupled with the allure of the thousand-legged centipede shell and the giant's agreement, he allowed those few survivors to escape. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Haichuan managed to break through to the tyrant level at the critical moment and fled. Propelled by the Bloodspear's force, the thought of failing the task assigned by the giants filled the Blood Slaughter tribe's tyrant with dread. He might end up thrown into the ancient blood pool, stripped of all his blood, becoming sustenance for the others. Who was it? Surely, someone was manipulating events from the shadows. Who could it be? He shouted in fury. Even if that human had finally ascended to the tyrant level, his spear had concentrated all its power. How could it be blocked by a mere newly ascended tyrant? Thus, someone must have been aiding that human from the shadows. He was determined to find that individual and bring them back to the giants as a means of redemption. In truth, if Changtian had been aware of the Bloodslaughter tribe's intentions, he might have willingly revealed himself, allowing the tyrant of the Bloodslaughter tribe to take him back. After all, he was already planning to stir up trouble with the giants of the Bloodslaughter tribe. The rage of the Bloodslaughter tribe's tyrants surged forth, causing the blood river to swell violently, rising rapidly like a tide, engulfing the surroundings. The boiling waters coalesced into blades of blood, spears, and arrows, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. In an instant, crimson weapons filled the air, and the battlefield was left in utter devastation. Who was it? Suddenly, the Bloodslaughter clan's sovereign seemed to sense something amiss, as a surging river of blood transformed into a tsunami of crimson. It cascaded relentlessly, overwhelming everything in its path. The scarlet deluge appeared to manifest faces, wailing in anguish, as it engulfed all it encountered, leaving a sanguine layer pooling upon the ground. This sight alerted the Bloodslaughter sovereign to the presence of an alien entity hiding in that very place. A Lord-level lion? He furrowed his brow, clearly. A Lord-level lion lacked the requisite strength. Yet, it could serve as a convenient scapegoat. With a cold chuckle, he resolved to manipulate the blood to ensnare the lion and bring it back to his clan. If one were to assign blame, let it be for their misfortune. However, he suddenly noticed that behind the Lord-level lion, an enormous shadow materialized in what had been an empty space. The Bloodslaughter sovereign realized with alarm, "This is bad. I've encountered a black dragon." Chapter 74. Two unfortunate souls. The lion beast felt incredibly unfortunate, pondering whether today was an ill-fated day for venturing outside. Though it possessed the strength of a high-level lord, it was still a considerable distance from becoming a sovereign. In the Forbidden Land, its power was rather insignificant. However, if it remained prudent and refrained from provoking the formidable alien races, as well as the sovereigns and kings, it could barely scrape by. As customary, it remained within its modest territory, surveying its domain like a regal lion. To its dismay, it soon discovered two bipedal creatures intruding upon its land, inciting its ire. Just as it was about to subdue these intruders and showcase its might as the king of beasts, the smaller bipedal creature unexpectedly brandished a massive club, radiating the aura of a powerful ancestor from the lion clan. Consequently, the lion beast knelt down, doing so with an unexpected grace, willingly assuming the role of a mount. Having only recently retired from a fulfilling career as a steed, it now encountered a fearsome black dragon, the very one that had slain the lion clan's greatest warrior. Like a mere kitten, it was captured and could do nothing but obediently follow behind. Just when it thought this dismal day had reached its conclusion, it was once again discovered by the formidable Bloodslaughter clan's sovereign. The Bloodslaughter clan was renowned within the Forbidden Land as a powerful race, boasting might that surpassed even high-level sovereigns, a full tier above its own strength. The lion beast felt its legs tremble in fear. Simultaneously, the Bloodslaughter clan leader found himself equally unfortunate. Hailing from a prestigious clan within the Forbidden Land, his power as a high-level sovereign felt rather inadequate amidst the formidable presence of multiple kings within the Bloodslaughter clan. If not for the recent decree prohibiting the appearance of sovereign-level beings, he, being caught between the ranks of sovereign and king, would have remained unnoticed. When summoned by the clan's leaders to retrieve a few humans, the Bloodslaughter sovereign was filled with exhilaration. He recognized the significance of this task, which could determine his fate of escaping the Forbidden Land. If he succeeded, he would undoubtedly earn the attention and rewards of the clan's leaders. Upon discovering the Lord-level human adorned with the shell of a centipede, the Bloodslaughter sovereign felt that these humans were indeed his lucky stars. However, events soon took a strange turn. The Lord-level human unexpectedly ascended to sovereign status and successfully escaped, not only losing the centipede shell but also facing punishment from his clan. Just when he finally located a Lord-level lion beast to serve as a scapegoat, he was confronted by the appearance of a black dragon behind it. My goodness! The Bloodslaughter sovereign felt as if the heavens were collapsing upon him. What was this black dragon? It was a figure of immense renown within the Forbidden Land, frequently discussed by countless alien clan leaders, and repeatedly invoked by the clan's own leaders. Undoubtedly, it was a totemic giant. Yet at this moment before my eyes, the esteemed black dragon, revered even among titans, manifested with a shimmering presence. Positioned behind the ferocious lion beast, it was likely that my previous assault had indeed struck true. Though my strength was insufficient to even graze the dragon's scales, it nonetheless constituted a provocation towards the titan. the Bloodshard clan's sovereign felt his very core quiver, his blood nearly unraveling in turmoil. Black Dragon, why are you here? The lion beast, sensing the gravity of the situation, stiffened. Indeed, with the Black Dragon at my back, what did I have to fear? What of the sovereign? If you possess the courage, confront the Black Dragon directly. Thus, the lion beast steadied its trembling legs, standing tall and resolute, exuding an imposing aura as it faced the Bloodshard clan's titan. Roar. Was it not you who was so brazen moments ago? Changtian paid no heed to the lion beast's bluster. He had not intended to engage with the Bloodshard sovereign. Yet the latter had sought him out. The immense dragon form slightly elevated, its wings unfurling like two obsidian canopies, nearly cloaking half the sky. Squinting, a subtle yet potent dragon might emanated towards the Bloodshard sovereign. Must I report my presence to you? It is you, the High Sovereign, who has found yourself here. Confronted by the overwhelming presence of a totem-level titan, the Bloodshard sovereign's body, saturated with blood, began to crumble. It dissolved into countless streams of crimson, swiftly reversing to coalesce once more, only to disintegrate again, this cycle perpetuating. This Black Dragon truly seeks my demise. The Bloodshard sovereign trembled. Wait, Black Dragon. I was sent here by my clan's titan. I am a High Sovereign, bound by the covenant that prohibits actions against beings above the king level. You cannot slay me. As he spoke, the Bloodshard sovereign regained some composure, feeling his confidence swell. Indeed, the Black Dragon was formidable, yet he too acted under the orders of a titan. A titan stood behind him. Moreover, as a sovereign, he had not violated the rule against engaging those above king level. The Black Dragon had no justification to strike him. Rather, it was the Black Dragon who. The prohibition against actions above king level was established by the titans themselves, including the sovereign of my clan and you, Black Dragon. Yet, your presence here seems somewhat inappropriate. The Bloodshard sovereign subtly conveyed a dual message. I am a sovereign, without breach of agreement. My presence here is entirely justified and lawful. However, as a totem-level titan, your appearance here contravenes the established rules. Furthermore, to act against a mere sovereign who adheres to the covenant seems rather improper, does it not? Simultaneously, he fervently reached out to his clan's titan. Save me, save me, save me. In the nick of time, the Bloodshard clan's titan finally responded, alleviating the oppressive aura. Black Dragon, spare him, as a titan. What need is there to engage seriously with a mere High Sovereign? The leader of the Bloodslaughter clan was exceedingly enraged. This so-called dominant figure had allowed a mere Lord-level human to escape, and in a fit of madness, had provoked a troublesome Black Dragon. Truly, a being more adept at causing failures than achieving success. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he was still a member of his clan, one whom he had personally dispatched. If he were to perish here, it would tarnish his own reputation. Thus, the Bloodslaughter clan's leader decided to take action. It was no longer a matter of whether he would spare him. It was the Black Dragon that had initiated the attack, rendering him a victim as well. Changtian spread his claws, adopting an expression of innocence. You are hardly a victim. The leader of the Bloodslaughter clan seethed with rage. A victim? This Black Dragon was truly shameless. How could a mere monarch-level attack possibly harm him? We both know that with your totem-level strength, even if my clan's monarch were to bleed profusely, it would not inflict a scratch upon you. There is no need to fabricate such excuses to justify your intentions. The Bloodslaughter clan's leader spoke with a rigid tone. Observing this, Changtian replied, Oh, very well then. In the next moment, he struck down with a claw, as if swatting a mere mosquito, obliterating the core of the Bloodslaughter clan's monarch, blood splattering across the ground. Chapter 75. No more acting with a resounding crack. Changtian's enormous dragon claw descended, striking down like a hand swatting a mere mosquito, extinguishing the life of the Bloodslaughter clan's overlord with a single blow. When the claw lifted again, only a splatter of blood, resembling an explosive spray, remained on the ground. The overlord perished in confusion, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Logically, with the clan's prominent figure finally arriving to confront the Black Dragon, he should have felt secure. Yet, what transpired was a sudden betrayal. The Black Dragon, who had been amicable moments before, turned hostile and swatted him down as if he were a mere fly. In hindsight, he mused that perhaps he shouldn't have summoned the ancestor, for it had led to his own demise. The Bloodslaughter clan's chief was equally enraged, caught unawares by such a development. As a dignified leader, he had personally intervened, attempting to persuade the Black Dragon to spare the life of this overlord. To his dismay, the Black Dragon showed no regard for his authority, executing the overlord right before his eyes. Although, for the formidable Bloodslaughter clan, a single overlord was not a particularly valued asset. Creating one was hardly a challenge. This situation was different. The Black Dragon had acted defiantly, killing the overlord in his presence. That dragon's claw, while seemingly directed at the overlord, had effectively slapped the chief's own face. Black Dragon, what is the meaning of this? The chief's thoughts darkened, his voice resonating like thunder across the heavens. Even the sky appeared to dim slightly, imbued with a terrifying aura. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming presence, Changtian remained composed. He merely arched his dragon form and unfurled his wings in a manner that seemed to engulf the sky, overshadowing his opponent's imposing stature. With an innocent tone, he retorted, "Did you not instruct me to forego excuses and act decisively? Now that I have done as you commanded, why do you appear displeased?" If the Bloodslaughter clan's overlord had heard these words, he would likely not have found peace in death. It was no wonder that their amicable discussions had turned sour. The ancestors' arrival had prompted the Black Dragon to take action. It seemed that it was indeed the ancestors' urging that had incited this violent response. The overlord faltered in his speech, pondering how he had indeed uttered such a phrase moments ago. However, his intent had been to suggest that the Black Dragon should not be so petty as to hold a grudge against a junior, not to incite immediate violence. Was the Black Dragon's comprehension truly so flawed? How could one with such a deficient intellect have attained such formidable power? At that moment, the Black Dragon shook his head, displaying an expression of exasperation and resignation, letting out a long sigh. "You are indeed a challenging one to please." The blood pressure surged dramatically, overwhelming the Bloodshackle clan's leader, who felt as though his very veins were on the verge of bursting, akin to water reaching a fierce boil. Who, pray tell, is so difficult to appease? The leader had no desire to confront the Black Dragon at this moment. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would require meticulous preparation. Yet, the audacity of this Black Dragon was infuriating. He demanded, "Black Dragon, do not divert the topic. My kinsman, albeit a sovereign, is entirely within the bounds of our agreement by being here. Yet you, a colossal figure, appear before us and have slain my clan's duly appointed sovereign. Are you intent on violating the mutual accord established by the leaders?" The Bloodshackle clan's leader adopted a confrontational stance, demanding an explanation from the Black Dragon. However, Changtian was already prepared for such an encounter and responded with a smile. "I have not violated any agreement. The pact merely states that beings of sovereign rank or higher should not present themselves to humans. It does not preclude observing from the shadows, does it? Moreover, I am not alone. Other leaders are also attentive to this matter. I sense the presence of the Shadow Demon clan, the Illusion Spirit clan, and many others. Shall we claim they too have breached the rules?" Changtian narrowed his dragon eyes slightly, perceiving the auras of several elder figures, who, though not physically present, maintained a vigilant watch over the proceedings, given the implications for the outside world. The Bloodshackle clan's leader persisted, "Yet you still manifested." "They did not. That is of no concern to me," Changtian replied with an open-handed gesture, his massive dragon form leaning back slightly, exuding an air of indifference. Maintaining this nonchalant demeanor, he boldly addressed the Bloodshackle leader. "It was your clan's sovereign who, in a fit of madness, attacked indiscriminately and inadvertently targeted me, prompting my emergence. Prior to that, I had been skillfully concealed. Not only the humans but even the leaders were oblivious to my presence. Feel free to inquire." In truth, the leaders had already taken note of the commotion. Upon hearing Changtian's words, several of them nodded in agreement. The Black Dragon spoke the truth. They had been monitoring the situation, yet before this revelation, they had been entirely unaware of the opposing presence. The art of concealing one's aura was extraordinarily sophisticated. It could evade the scrutiny of the leaders. The Black Dragon was not only adept in direct combat but also in this stealthy approach. No wonder he was able to successfully ambush the seven-armed demon god. It was likely that the seven-armed demon god had been oblivious to the Black Dragon's presence at that time. Totemic leaders. Such beings possess the ability to easily perceive vast expanses with their spiritual awareness. It is inconceivable that a target as large as a dragon could evade their detection, let alone the movements of the wind or the drift of dust. Yet, astonishingly, they remained unaware of the Black Dragon. One leader lamented, "The seven-armed demon god was indeed unfortunate in his downfall. If it were us, we would have likely fallen at the first strike. It is only the seven-armed demon god who could withstand such a prolonged battle against the Black Dragon." Many prominent figures were filled with trepidation. Such tactics employed for ambush are truly terrifying. Placing oneself in their position evokes a profound sense of despair for the alien races. Naturally, some of these leaders pondered other matters. This method of concealment seems oddly familiar. The Hollow Clan's leader felt a sudden unease, recalling certain unpleasant memories. After the fierce battle with the seven-armed demon god, he hastily returned to his clan, intending to utilize the treasures of their vault for healing. However, upon the vault's opening, he discovered it had been completely emptied. Moreover, neither he nor any of his kin had sensed a thing. At that moment, he found himself cursing the thief who had plundered the vault, vowing to seek out the culprit and exact his wrath. Regrettably, he had never encountered a suitable suspect. Either the individuals possessed exceptional stealth but lacked power, or they were sufficiently strong yet acted too recklessly, failing to meet his criteria. Just as he was on the verge of forgetting this incident, the sudden appearance of the black dragon today jolted his memory. He couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that the very creature who pilfered his vault was indeed this black dragon? Chapter 76. Cursed be the Heart-Eating Clan. Before the leader of the Hollow Clan lay both a piece of fortuitous news and a dire revelation. The good news was that he had finally unearthed the identity of the despicable thief who had pilfered their treasury, a being he loathed with every fiber of his being, and that this individual now resided within the confines of the Forbidden Grounds. The bad news, however, was that the thief was none other than the Black Dragon. Alas, the leader of the Hollow Clan felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. Am I to confront the Black Dragon? Is this for real? He recalled with dread how the Black Dragon's claw had grievously wounded the seven-armed demon god, who had been overpowering their seven great leaders. Though the advantage of surprise had played a role, the might of the Black Dragon was unmistakable. After the battle had concluded, he had even expressed gratitude to the Black Dragon for slaying the seven-armed demon god and had intended to present a token of appreciation. The Black Dragon, in a display of magnanimity, had declined the offering. At that moment, he had derided the Changtian howl for its might, yet simplistic intellect, for taking such courteous words at face value. Eagerly, he had rushed forward, presenting the treasured Nirvana pool as a gift to the Black Dragon. Reveling in the thought that he had endeared himself to the creature while outshining his foolish allies. Yet now, he realized, the true fool was none other than himself. In retrospect, he pondered why the Black Dragon had reacted peculiarly upon receiving the Nirvana pool, casting a curious glance at the spot where his heart should have been. Initially, he had assumed the Black Dragon was merely unacquainted with the Hollow Clan, prompting him to offer an introduction. Now, he comprehended that the creature must have deemed him to be lacking in wit. Curse it all. This was entirely the fault of the Heart-Eating Clan. Were it not for their consumption of the heart of his ancestors, he would not now be bereft of such vital essence. In accordance with tradition, the leader of the Hollow Clan hastily shifted the blame onto the Heart-Eating Clan. Yet, the one bearing the most convoluted emotions was not the Hollow Clan leader alone. Although the Nirvana pool he had offered to the Black Dragon was indeed precious, it held little value for him personally. Its loss was merely a matter of regret. However, for another leader, the situation was entirely different. The leader of the Hollow Clan received a communication from another chief of his kind. Are you truly lacking in heart? The Black Dragon refused the gift. Yet you insisted on presenting it. Now I am compelled to follow suit. The transmission was laden with scathing rebukes. The individual on the other end was a foreign leader, saved by Changtian during that great battle. This leader was nearing the brink of apoplexy at the Hollow Clan leader's folly. Damn it. This fool has caused me great distress. I had intended to thank the Changtian howl and leave it at that. But because of this blunder, I was forced to offer the Nirvana pool as well. Our clan's treasury is already bare, and enemies are encroaching upon us. I had to scrape together what little resources remained to present to the Black Dragon. Those days were fraught with torment, nearly leading to his own demise. And now you tell me that this predicament is all due to the witless leader of the Hollow Clan? He dared not lay blame on the Black Dragon. For it was true that the creature had not insisted, generously suggesting that if they could not produce anything, it would be perfectly acceptable to forego the offering. He was determined not to be outdone by the Hollow Clan, which compelled him to strive for greater heights. Thus, damn it, it's all the Hollow Clan's fault. Wait, calm down for a moment. The leader of the Hollow Clan was subjected to a barrage of insults, nearly succumbing to the urge to engage in a violent confrontation. After much persuasion, he finally recounted the events that transpired. So, you mean to say that all of this is the doing of the heart-devouring clan? The leader hesitated, expressing doubt regarding the Hollow Clan leader's assertions. Does this even sound plausible? Indeed. The Hollow Clan leader nodded vigorously, his expression resolute. Having attained the status of a totemic powerhouse, he couldn't possibly be lacking in discernment. That was simply out of the question. Thus, the Hollow Clan leader declared vehemently, it's entirely the fault of the heart-devouring clan. Another leader echoed his sentiments. Yes, It's all the heart-devouring clan's fault. Meanwhile, on the fringes of the battlefield, the remaining survivors of the exploration team were retreating from the forbidden area. Compared to the scene upon their arrival, the sparse crowd now appeared exceptionally tragic. Suddenly, Ding Kaifei, or rather, the heart-devouring monarch currently inhabiting Ding Kaifei's body, experienced an unsettling tremor, as if a dreadful presence had locked onto him. What's wrong? Ding Kaifei's unusual demeanor caught the attention of Zhou Haichuan, who furrowed his brow, holding this young man, who had broken through in the forbidden area, in high regard, suspecting he had uncovered something significant. No, it's nothing. Ding Kaifei replied with an impassive expression. Even though he could not pinpoint the source of the ominous feeling, he was well accustomed to such experiences. More often than not, it was merely those Hollow Clan individuals murmuring about him. This was to be expected, as the heart-devouring clan and the Hollow Clan were sworn enemies, often attributing their misfortunes to one another. This tendency had historically deepened the animosity between the two clans, becoming a time-honored tradition. After all, there was no fundamental conflict between the two clans. The Hollow Clan had long since lost the very hearts the heart-devouring clan coveted. It was purely due to this long-standing tradition. Yet, he pondered which Hollow Clan member was currently murmuring about him. Unfortunately, I am soon to venture into the outside world, and will no longer exist in the same realm. Otherwise, I would surely slay a few Hollow Clan members for sport. Ding Kaifei sighed. It felt like a pity to let such a fine day pass without taking down a few Hollow Clan members to liven things up. Yes, this too is a tradition between the two clans. Well then, Zhou Haichuan, though somewhat taken aback by the apparent transformation of this young man, considered the experiences in the forbidden area and concluded that a lack of change would have been the true anomaly. Over there, I sense something profoundly terrifying, as if some dread entity is about to emerge. Zhou Haichuan directed his gaze toward the direction from which he had just taken flight. From that direction emanated an oppressive and terrifying aura, palpable in its intensity. After his escape, he could hear a tremendous roar from that direction, as the blood-manipulating overlord seemed to be in a furious rage, wreaking havoc in that place. Initially, Zhou Haichuan was concerned that the overlord might pursue him. However, it soon became evident that the overlord's movements had ceased. In its place emerged a far more terrifying entity, one that rendered him utterly devoid of the courage to stand before it and meet its gaze. A colossal entity, a supreme black dragon, its wings unfurled, capable of obscuring the very sun. What manner of existence is this? An overlord? Certainly not. Could it be a monarch? Or perhaps a being of even higher rank? Zhou Haichuan's heart raced, unable to discern the true power of the black dragon, nor even ascertain if it was indeed a monarch. Casting one last glance at the fearsome obsidian dragon, Zhou Haichuan resolutely turned away. The Forbidden Land was far too terrifying. Chapter 77. Logically speaking, individuals of your caliber are unworthy of conversing with me. Out. Those humans actually managed to leave the Forbidden Zone. The restriction showed no reaction to them. Incredible! How is that possible? Although the exploration team believed their actions were discreet and careful, they were, in fact, observed by the giants all along. Even when they exited the forbidden area, it was broadcasted live. Numerous giants witnessed their departure, and the barrier that had thwarted countless otherworldly beings seemed to have no effect whatsoever. There was not the slightest reaction. Some giants, filled with curiosity, speculated that perhaps the barrier had become ineffective and decided to venture forth themselves. However, unlike when the exploration team left, the barrier exhibited a vehement resistance to this particular otherworldly being's approach. The barrier unleashed a violent response, with terrifying energy fluctuations surging in that direction. Intent on obliterating the intruder, the overwhelming force left giants throughout the Forbidden Zone in a state of shock. Still, it was futile. The barrier appeared to have no effect on the human race. The otherworldly giant returned in disarray, having suffered considerable harm from the backlash of the barrier. After this news spread, he began to recuperate. Could it be that the barrier is ineffective against them solely because there are no humans within the Forbidden Zone? Pondered one of the otherworldly giants. This indeed seems to be the most plausible theory. After all, the barrier possesses no consciousness. There is no reason for it to show leniency exclusively to humans, granting them the privilege to enter and exit at will. Of course, whether this privilege is beneficial or detrimental to the humans remains a matter of debate. Nevertheless, for the time being, they are unable to ascertain the truth. One can only hope that once those humans are outside, they will indeed attract more individuals, whispered one of the otherworldly giants, anticipating future developments. Yet, prior to that, they must first resolve the pressing issues at hand, remarked another giant. The Bloodshard giant, Black Dragon, spoke wisely. Had it not been for your clan's overlord attacking him indiscriminately, he would not have appeared here. As for why he is present, we are all aware of Black Dragon's tendencies, are we not? At this point, the otherworldly giant suddenly shifted his tone, appearing quite helpless. It is well known that most giants have their own races and territories, and under normal circumstances, they seldom venture outside. However, there is one notable exception, Black Dragon. Before he ascended to giant status, he relished causing chaos throughout the Forbidden Zone, with his presence felt nearly everywhere. It is only recently that he has settled down a bit, choosing a mountain to establish his lair. Yet, it is evident that this is but a temporary reprieve. Only a short while ago, during the incident with the seven-armed demon god, he emerged to wreak havoc. And now he is back to stir up trouble again, which is perfectly normal. The giants of the Forbidden Zone are well aware of this. Yet they find themselves powerless to intervene. After all, they do not possess the same vigorous energy as Black Dragon, who had recently left them exhausted and mentally drained. And do not think we are unaware of your thoughts. Had it not been for the timely emergence of the Black Dragon, were you intending to allow your clan's sovereign to eliminate those humans? You have overstepped your bounds, Bloodslaughter clan. A towering figure remarked, his consciousness laced with inquiry, piercing towards the Bloodslaughter clan's leader. The giants are not fools. They can discern the ulterior motives of the Bloodslaughter leader. From the outset, the intention was to retain these humans, yet due to the disruption caused by the Black Dragon, that plan ultimately faltered. Perhaps it stemmed from a feeling of resentment, prompting them to dispatch a clan member whose strength merely fell short of the kingly tier to confront these humans, while it appeared to adhere to regulations. There is no doubt, this is merely a clever evasion, the Bloodslaughter leader elucidated. Perhaps our clan's sovereign misjudged the strength of those humans, inadvertently exerting excessive force. At that moment, an exceedingly flamboyant consciousness suddenly resonated nearby. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems the High Sovereign of the Bloodslaughter clan must exert all their might even against a group of humans who are merely at the Lord level? I had no idea. Should I commend the racial aptitude of humanity for transcending an entire tier in battle, or should I lament the weakness of the Bloodslaughter clan, allowing them to be outmatched? This provoked a darkening of the Bloodslaughter leader's countenance, his consciousness sweeping like lightning, seeking out the source of this mocking voice. The power of the totem level was exceedingly formidable. However, upon discerning the source, his expression soured further. It was that Black Dragon. What is this? Here to practice a bit? Noticing the reaction of the Bloodslaughter leader, Changtian first donned a provocative demeanor. Then, he feigned a lack of interest, appearing somewhat disheartened. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Your level of the Bloodslaughter clan, by rights, does not qualify you for engagement with me. After all, you must exert your full strength even against a human of a lower tier. To contend with me, you ought to first cultivate to the level of calamity. Damn it. How infuriating. The Bloodslaughter leader felt that his countenance was darker than the scales of the dragon itself. What does it mean that my level of the Bloodslaughter clan does not qualify to engage with you? We are all totem-level giants. Why does this Black Dragon speak as if he has already attained the level of calamity, exuding such arrogance? The other giants found amusement in this spectacle. Despite all being giants, they should theoretically exist on the same tier. Yet, this Black Dragon, with just a few words, has managed to belittle the Bloodslaughter leader as standing beneath theirs. With this in mind, the attitudes of these giants subtly shifted, casting glances at the Bloodslaughter leader with a hint of condescension. After all, according to the Black Dragon, to engage in equal dialogue with totem-level giants, this Bloodslaughter leader must first reach the calamity level. Considering that their sovereign has already perished, we shall not pursue this matter further. However, we all hope that such incidents do not recur. We trust you will heed this warning, an alien giant proclaimed. Thus, a conclusion was drawn on this matter. He turned to Changtian, seeking his opinion. Heilong, do you have any objections? Changtian calmly shook his head. Of course not. Which adult dragon would harbor anger towards a mere child? Thus, this incident seemed to reach a conclusion. The decision made by all the giants, even if the leader of the Bloodslaughter clan harbored deep dissatisfaction, must be endured and accepted. However, it was later reported by informed sources that within the territory of the Bloodslaughter clan, a roar would occasionally echo, seemingly emanating from the clan's leader. Due to the involvement of such a prominent figure, the sources dared not eavesdrop too closely, only subtly alluding to it. This, however, sparked immense curiosity among countless other races. Chapter 78, The Primordial Blood Pool. The Blood Demon clan was once an immensely powerful race. Legend has it that this extraordinary lineage emerged from the primordial blood pool. And as long as the pool remains intact, the Blood Demon clan can resurrect endlessly. During its zenith, the prowess of the Blood Demon clan instilled great trepidation among numerous other races. Consequently, a monumental conflict ensued. Under the leadership of a formidable alien race, many powerful races, which had long harbored deep-seated grudges, temporarily set aside their enmities and united to wage war against the Blood Demon clan. This fierce battle raged on for an extended period, saturating the cosmos with blood, while mournful cries echoed everywhere. It seemed as if the very world was lamenting this tragedy. In the end, even the Blood Demon clan's greatest reliance, the primordial blood pool, was shattered, scattering into countless fragments and vanishing. Deprived of their most significant support, the Blood Demon clan began to wither. The faction of the Blood Demon clan residing within the Forbidden Land represents a mere remnant of that once mighty race. This faction possesses a fragment of the primordial blood pool, which is the reason for their continued survival. Were it a complete primordial blood pool, the Titans within the Forbidden Land would never allow it, for it could give rise to another powerful race at any moment. However, a fragment of the primordial blood pool is merely a treasured artifact, although it remains precious. Other races possess similar items to some extent, rendering it within the realm of acceptability. Of course, it is primarily due to the formidable capabilities of the Blood Demon clan's leaders that they have endured. Otherwise, given the temperament of these Titans, they would not have left behind even a drop of blood, let alone a fragment. The Blood Demon clan's Forbidden Land houses the remnants of the primordial blood pool. Even in its shattered state, the blood pool retains an astonishing size, hinting at the terrifying magnitude of the complete primordial blood pool. No wonder it could nurture such a powerful race. The fragment of the blood pool brims with blood, which serves as the source of the Blood Demon clan's strength, as well as the root of their existence. However, the current fragment of the primordial blood pool pales in comparison to its original form. The disparity is not merely one of size. The quality of the alien blood accumulated within the pool is also drastically different from its heyday. During its peak, the blood within the primordial blood pool was predominantly of totemic grade, with a significant amount even reaching disaster grade. Alas, with the shattering of the primordial blood pool, the powerful blood that once resided within has long since been depleted. Presently, the blood within is merely what the Blood Demon clan has subsequently gathered. The thought of disaster-grade blood is out of the question. Even totemic-grade beings are now reduced to just 3, while the rest consist of lesser ferocious beasts. The contrast with the past is stark. The fragment of the primordial blood pool is situated at the very heart of the Blood Demon clan's territory, beneath a white dome that appears incongruous with the crimson pool below. Upon closer inspection, however, one discovers that the white dome is constructed from the bones of various alien races. The bones are cracked, with blood continuously flowing from the fissures like cascading waterfalls, pouring into the blood pool beneath. For the Bloodslaughter clan, this is an unequivocal sacred ground, accessible only to those highly esteemed members who are fortunate enough to enter and undergo the baptism of the blood pool. Recently, however, this solemn place has been rife with intense emotional upheaval, with the thunderous roars of its leaders echoing within. Damn it, who dares to speak so recklessly? Nonsense about being bullied by the Black Dragon, crying and wailing. When have I ever wept or lamented? The leader of the Bloodslaughter clan is consumed by rage. It remains a mystery who disseminated such rumors. Yet the outside world buzzes with tales of his alleged victimization by the Black Dragon, suggesting he is too weak to retaliate and thus hides within the clan's territory, lamenting his fate. Some even venture close to the Bloodslaughter clan's domain, claiming to have heard the leader's furious outcries. The embellished nature of these tales has led many curious onlookers to believe them. Boredom within the Forbidden Grounds has made any gossip, especially concerning the leader, spread like wildfire. Only the leader knows the truth of that day. Surely, the one who leaked this information must be the leader himself. He muses, contemplating which leader possesses such a lack of dignity to resort to such vile tactics in an attempt to tarnish his reputation. The Bloodslaughter clan's leader wrestles with fluctuating emotions. At such a high station, actions are seldom driven solely by personal whims. There must be deeper motivations at play. He strives to uncover which shameless leader has been fabricating rumors about him. The situation is dire. He realizes that it is not just the Black Dragon. Many leaders seem to have their reasons for doing so. Due to historical grievances, the Bloodslaughter clan harbors enmity with numerous other factions within the Forbidden Lands, making enemies a common occurrence. The leader's mood grows increasingly dark and furious. Affected by his emotions, the once still blood pool swells into a fierce tempest of crimson. its waters churning violently. Amidst the surging waves, the twisted faces of the vanquished races emerge, emitting anguished cries. These are the foreign entities cast into the blood pool. Among them, three faces stand out, grotesque and terrifying. Those of the totemic beings personally slain by the current leader of the Bloodslaughter clan and subsequently cast into the pool. The blood of these three totemic beings takes form within the blood pool, their mouths agape as they emit distinct cries of despair. Moo, humph, cluck. The three totemic entities take the forms of a pig, a cow, and a chicken. This is one of the blood pool's ancient functions, to manifest the blood of the sacrificed entities in their former likeness. Furthermore, it grants them the power of immortality. The three totemic beings wail in sorrow, their cries imbued with the terrifying aura unique to totemic champions. The sound waves produced by such powerful entities are capable of shaking the very void, their reach extending far and wide. They easily resonate throughout the territory of the Bloodslaughter clan. In an instant, the cacophony of pig, cow, and chicken sounds reverberates through the skies above the Bloodslaughter clan, startling many of its members. What on earth is happening? What sudden cacophony of screams reverberates through the clan? What could possibly have transpired? This sound. It resembles the cries of swine, cattle, and fowl, and carries the essence of totemic power. Could it be that totemic beings of pigs, cows, and chickens have invaded? A member of the Bloodslaughter clan was taken aback. Three formidable leaders launched simultaneous assaults within the confines of the Forbidden Ground. Scarcely a single foreign entity could withstand their might. For an ordinary foreign tribe, the emergence of even one leader would be considered a stroke of incredible fortune. It is noteworthy that, even among the formidable Sky-Eating Hound clan, there exist but two leaders. Moreover, the world is impartial. It grants them two leaders while equally depriving them of something of utmost significance. Even the Bloodslaughter clan possesses merely one leader. How can they possibly contend against the onslaught of three totemic leaders? Oh heavens! Why must my Bloodslaughter clan endure such tribulations? Some members of the Bloodslaughter clan, engulfed in despair, lamented the dire situation. Reflecting upon their clan's history, they feared that yet another existential crisis loomed. Others, possessing greater strength and having attained the rank of monarch, were more informed than the average clansman. Thus, they elucidated to their despondent companions, this is not an external enemy. These three totemic auras are the manifestations of our clan's leaders. What? The previously despondent clansmen were suddenly struck with disbelief. These three totemic forces are not formidable foes, but rather the handiwork of their clan's leaders. To command such power single-handedly over three great leaders, how formidable must their clan's leaders truly be? Even within the Forbidden Ground, they must be peerless entities. Their clan, in essence, possesses the presence of four leaders. Such might, one might surmise, is scarce among the entirety of the Forbidden Ground. However, the expression of the despondent clansmen turned peculiar. Why must it be precisely these three tribes? Chapter 79, the swine, the oxen, and the fowl. The totemic titans are fearsome entities within the Forbidden Grounds, regardless of how diminutive a race may be. The mere emergence of a totemic being will elevate their status dramatically, rendering them a race that cannot be trifled with. One individual can indeed uphold an entire lineage. Much like the essence of this title suggests, it resembles a totem that demands reverence from the subordinate races, beyond the formidable chieftain of the Bloodslaughter clan. The lineage possesses the equivalent power of three additional chieftains, which is undeniably an astonishing revelation. This enhancement to the Bloodslaughter clan's might is primarily attributed to these three extra chieftains. Amidst the cacophony of oinks, moos, and clucks that filled the air, the expression on the clansman's face turned somewhat peculiar. He felt a discordance with the atmosphere of his own tribe. The Bloodslaughter clan is a race of tremendous dread. Even the name evokes an aura drenched in carnage and bloodshed. During its zenith, the mere utterance of this name was sufficient to instill fear in countless other races. Yet here we find three titans, the swine, the oxen, and the fowl, emitting cries of despair. The scene shifted dramatically from that of a merciless assassin to a bustling slaughterhouse in an instant. One must ponder the prowess of these beings. The countenance of the Bloodslaughter clan's sovereign displayed a hint of complexity. He too recognized this unsettling reality. The cries of these three totemic creatures indeed conjured rather ominous associations. He had previously lamented why the Titans would choose such seemingly embarrassing totemic creatures. However, he later experienced an epiphany. It matters not whether it is deemed embarrassing. One must simply acknowledge their totemic status. Despite his formidable strength and resilience, he understood the rationale. Upon hearing this, the earlier clansmen from the Bloodslaughter clan nodded in profound agreement. What of the swine, the oxen, and the fowl? They are nonetheless totemic swine, oxen, and fowl. What of the slaughterhouse? Is it not also steeped in the very essence of bloodshed? Within the remnants of the ancient blood pool, the wails continued to resonate. Moo, Ike, Cluck. The three totemic creatures, the swine, the oxen, and the fowl, were thrashing about in the ancient blood pool, stirring a tempest of bloodshed. The Blood Slaughter Clan's titan murmured, "Why does this sound become increasingly unsettling? It resembles the cries of slaughtered pigs." Initially filled with ire due to the disruption caused by the black dragon, which thwarted his designs, resulting in a scant collection of human blood and the public humiliation of his kin, his anger was soon transformed into sardonic laughter upon hearing the pig-like wails. "Ha ha ha," the Blood Slaughter Clan's titan barked. "Silence! Cease your laughter." Nevertheless, the three blood shadows within the pool appeared oblivious to his command, continuing to writhe amidst the blood sea, stirring the waves and persisting in their cries. The shortcomings of the blood shadows produced by the remnants of the blood pool. The intelligence of the blood shadow avatars is disappointingly low. While they manage adequately during combat, their communication skills are infuriatingly sluggish, often taking an eternity to respond to a command. The cacophony of grunting pigs, mooing cattle, and clucking chickens fills the air, driving him to the brink of despair, wishing he could obliterate these three blood shadow avatars on the spot. Yet, he cannot afford to do so. If they were mere low-level alien beings beneath the monarch rank, it would be one thing, but these three are totem level. Over the years, despite the efforts of the Blood Slaughter Clan's leaders to collect more, they have only managed to secure three. It is not for lack of desire. Rather, the scarcity of totem-level beings within the Forbidden Grounds is well known among the clan leaders. The presence or absence of even one would undoubtedly draw the attention of the other titans. Should they discover that he has been systematically hunting totem-level beings, it would lead to dire consequences, potentially spelling extinction for the Blood Slaughter Clan, with no chance of retreat. To avoid arousing suspicion among the other alien races, the leaders of the Blood Slaughter Clan have spent countless years amassing only these three totem-level beings, and they are of the easily underestimated variety: pigs, cattle, and chickens. Yet, in truth, these three are formidable entities, possessing extraordinary strength. After a considerable wait, the Blood Shadow avatars finally comprehend the command, ceasing their raucous noises and falling silent. The ancient blood pool fragments settle into tranquility. A sigh of relief escapes the Blood Slaughter Clan leader. He had nearly succumbed to the madness induced by the slaughterhouse-like chaos. Had it persisted, he would have had no choice but to retreat. The leader feels a sense of helplessness. Destroying them is not an option. Yet retreat appears to be the only recourse. This predicament stems from that infernal black dragon. The leader's gaze darkens with resentment towards the creature. Had it not interfered, his dispatched overlord would have undoubtedly returned with ample blood. With the power of the ancient blood pool, they might have even uncovered a means to escape the Forbidden Grounds and venture into the outside world. At that point, they could have amassed a significant quantity of blood, restored the ancient blood pool, and rejuvenated their clan's former glory, rather than enduring the torment of the pigs, cattle, and chickens' cries, akin to a slaughterhouse. Moreover, even if departing the Forbidden Grounds were not an option, eliminating the Black Dragon would suffice. Should he succeed in casting the Black Dragon into the ancient blood pool, it would yield the most potent Blood Shadow avatar, which could then inhabit the dragon's scales and bones. This would equate to possessing a living Black Dragon. Such a creature would wield the power to vanquish a seven-armed demon god. Coupled with the existing three Blood Shadow avatars and himself, it would amount to 5 totem-level forces, sufficient to dominate the Forbidden Grounds. Alas, his plans have been uncovered. The Blood Slaughter Clan leader has long coveted the power of the Black Dragon, seeking to eliminate it and cast it into the ancient blood pool. To this end, he even covertly incited discord between the Black Dragon and the other clan leaders during the recent Titans Assembly. Regrettably, not only did he fail, but he was also threatened in turn by the Black Dragon, causing even those formidable figures to swiftly distance themselves from him. A cadre of fools. None shall escape your fate. He meticulously recorded the names of those powerful individuals, and a surge of murderous intent erupted within him. Sensing the rising bloodlust of the Blood Slaughter Clan's leaders, the once calmed ancient blood pool surged back into turmoil. Amidst the tumult, the totemic blood shadows of the pig, cow, and chicken re-emerged. They opened their gaping maws, emitting their distinct and resonant cries. Moo, umph, cluck. The Blood Slaughter Clan leaders contemplated. Perhaps it would be wiser to temporarily disregard the Black Dragon and simply eliminate a few of the giants. First, Let us replace these three imbeciles. Chapter 80. The devouring celestial hound. The black dragon requested the enlightenment dragon grass, revealing that the Bloodshard clan has quite a remarkable background. Changtian displayed an expression of astonishment. His interest in the Bloodshard clan, an alien race that seemed unpalatable, was minimal, resulting in a lack of understanding. The information regarding the Bloodshard clan was obtained by specifically inquiring with the devouring celestial hound. The revelation was somewhat unexpected, as the Bloodshard clan possessed such a significant history and grandeur. Indeed, that ancient war involved countless alien races. With numerous ancestors from both my devouring celestial hound clan and your dragon clan participating in that monumental conflict, the devouring celestial hound remarked, his tone tinged with nostalgia, seemingly lamenting his absence from that great battle. However, Changtian felt such sentiment was unwarranted. If the devouring celestial hound's assertions held true, then with his own strength, even if he had been present in that war, he would merely have been a pawn. Was that ancient blood pool truly so formidable? Changtian inquired. According to the devouring celestial hound's account, the Bloodshard clan's immense power could be largely attributed to the ancient blood pool. A singular treasure could give rise to a race that ranks among the elite in the alien world. He realized that perhaps he had previously misjudged the Bloodshard clan. The ancient blood pool, having been steeped in countless calamities and even beasts surpassing the calamity level, would indeed make for a delectable blood stew. This was something he had to secure. Certainly, the ancient blood pool seizes the essence of heaven and earth, capable of drawing upon the strengths of other alien bloodlines. Bestowing these attributes upon the Bloodshard clan it creates. The Dragon clan's participation in the war was partly due to the perceived desecration of their noble bloodline. The devouring celestial hound asserted, prompting Changtian's agreement. This statement held truth. The pride of the Dragon clan was ingrained in their very beings, influencing him since his rebirth as a dragon. Observing other alien races who regarded themselves as mere pretenders. However, if one were to speak of the desecration of the Dragon clan's bloodline, the devouring celestial hound's clan had certainly partaken in their share of such actions. Thus, it seemed appropriate for the Dragon clan to first engage in a conflict with your clan. Changtian mused, considering that this clan was notoriously known for feasting upon dragons. How could the Dragon clan endure such arrogance? It was likely that they would confront the devouring celestial hound before even clashing with the Bloodshard clan. What a statement. These are merely titles bestowed by outsiders. Do we not coexist harmoniously now? The devouring celestial hound laughed heartily, unconcerned. Moreover, it was not only our devouring celestial hound clan that claimed to feast upon dragons. Races like the golden-winged Dapeng, Kuanpeng, Zhoming bird, and Peacock king all made similar assertions. Some even boasted of consuming 500 dragons in a single day. In reality, there were not nearly enough dragons to satiate their appetites. It was merely braggadocio. Why? Because your dragon clan is powerful and renowned. Those alien races naturally seek to elevate their own status by associating with you, incessantly proclaiming their appetite for dragons. Although there might indeed be some formidable individuals within their clan capable of contending with true dragons, the majority of their sustenance comprises inferior dragons, or even subdragons. The dragon race would never regard them as kin. Perhaps they should even express gratitude, for they have rid the world of such disgraceful beings. With a chuckle, the sky-devouring hound divulged a secret concerning the consumption of dragons. Indeed, it is quite reasonable. Changtian nodded in agreement, reflecting on how these foreign tribes indulge in dragon flesh. To an uninformed observer, it would seem as if dragons are as commonplace as stray dogs, easily bullied by any passerby from these alien races. However, in truth, their so-called dragon fare consists solely of inferior dragons. Such lowly bloodlines could easily be cultivated beside Changtian's toilet with dragon transformation grass. Naturally, these cannot be deemed true dragons and are not acknowledged by the dragon race. Now, I find myself feeling a bit peckish. Black Dragon, do you have any dragon transformation grass? Please procure some for me. It has been far too long since I last savored its delicacies. The sky-devouring hound remarked, having lingered in the forbidden territory for far too long. And with only the black dragon present, he had lost track of how long it had been since he had tasted dragon flesh. As for the black dragon, he was not even worth considering. Not only could he not defeat him, but he was also his dear brother. Would he dare to speak ill of his brother? Clearly not. Yet, the sky-devouring hound contemplated requesting some dragon transformation grass from the black dragon, intending to capture a couple of snakes or fish from the alien tribes to feed them, thus facilitating their evolution into subdragons. It would also satisfy his cravings. Changtian was somewhat surprised that anyone would desire the grass located beside his toilet. Such a thing he would never keep close. I have not retained any of that. Should you seek it from me, I truly have none to offer. However, I can provide you with a few locations where you might find it yourself. He pondered momentarily before relaying a few places, encouraging the sky-devouring hound to seek it out himself. I knew I could count on you. A true brother. The sky-devouring hound exclaimed joyfully, planning to send several clansmen to explore those locations. This would also serve to broaden their horizons and treat them to a delightful meal. He mused that the black dragon was indeed a splendid creature. Not only had he rescued him, but he also supplied him with dragon transformation grass. Reflecting on the notion that he should not only ask the black dragon for favors, but also offer something in return, he inquired, "By the way, Black Dragon, what prompted your sudden interest in the Bloodslaughter clan? It seems their recent leader has encountered some issues. Just a few days ago, strange sounds akin to pigs were heard from their vicinity. Furthermore, it was not merely pig-like sounds, but also the calls of cattle and chickens. It even made me feel a bit hungry. I was beginning to wonder if they were slaughtering pigs over there. Were it not for your timely arrival, I would have considered seeking some meat from them." The sky-devouring hound licked his lips. Of course, at this moment, it would be better to forego that, surely. Sub-dragons are far more delectable than pigs, cattle, or chickens. Upon hearing this, Changtian's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Regarding that, if you wish to ask them for meat, you might be disappointed. Are the Bloodslaughter clan so stingy that they would not even part with a morsel of meat? The sky-devouring hound seethed with anger. He believed that, given his stature, it would be no issue to request some totem-grade pork from the Bloodslaughter clan. For the Bloodshed clan, the essence lies primarily in the blood of foreign races. The corpses hold little significance. To think they would display such disrespect. In a fit of anger, the Sky Devourer proposed a suggestion. Why not unite our strengths, the Black Dragon and I, to deal with the leaders of the Bloodshed clan? It would be akin to reenacting the great battle between our ancestors and the Bloodshed clan. Although it is regrettable that we did not witness that historic conflict, the Bloodshed clan still endures. The Sky Devourer, eager and resolute, rubbed his hands in anticipation. We could also invite the Phoenix. I recall that the Avian warriors participated in that legendary battle. Moreover, it would serve to deepen the bond between the Black Dragon and the Phoenix. For the sake of his dear friends, the Sky Devourer tirelessly devoted himself to the matter. However, Changtian, unwilling to engage in conversation with the foolish creature, abruptly severed the connection. I have matters to attend to. I shall refrain from further contact for now. Chapter 81. Changtian, quite busy, engaged in spreading rumors. Changtian was not entirely disinterested in the Tianhan, but he genuinely had matters to attend to and had been rather occupied lately. He was busy fabricating rumors about the Bloodsaber clan's leader. After all, he was indeed a significant figure, and within the confines of the Forbidden Land. The authority of such a figure was not to be trifled with. No other alien race dared to propagate rumors about a leader, fearing retaliation from that very leader. Yet, fortuitously, Changtian had the audacity to do so, and he harbored no fear of the Bloodsaber leader's vengeance. Rather, he welcomed it. He had not forgotten how, during that previous council of leaders, the Bloodsaber chief had covertly sown discord between himself and the other leaders. The hostility directed at him was unmistakable. Although he was unaware of the origins of this animosity, Changtian remained indifferent. He simply understood that an enemy must be annihilated. Thus, he spread rumors to provoke the Bloodsaber leader into abandoning his lair. Simultaneously, he sought out the Tianhan, a historic alien race within the Forbidden Land, to gather intelligence regarding the Bloodsaber clan. The revelations he uncovered regarding the inner workings of the Bloodsaber clan were astonishingly significant. Nonetheless, this did not deter Changtian from his subsequent endeavors. Consequently, following the tumultuous rumors surrounding the Bloodsaber leader, another piece of news, subtly instigated by Changtian, began circulating within the Forbidden Land. Have you heard? Recently, there were sounds resembling pig grunts emanating from the territory of the Bloodsaber clan. Is it truly the sound of pigs? To my ears, it seems like the bellowing of cattle. Oh, wasn't it a chicken's cluck? Did someone not witness the Bloodsaber leader performing a dance at the sound of the rooster? What dance? Wasn't it said that the Bloodsaber leader, having suffered a blow from the Black Dragon, underwent a drastic transformation and unleashed his wrath upon a pig-like alien? As several aliens congregated, they swiftly realized something was amiss. Why were the reports they received so varied? Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely the effect Changtian sought to achieve. Rumors, by their very nature, lack factual grounding. And if everyone hears the same account, interest waned swiftly. Only through the intertwining of truth and falsehood can one ignite the impulse to uncover the truth. Should they dig deeper, they would unearth even more information. In no time, discussions regarding the Bloodsaber leader proliferated throughout the Forbidden Land. Some claimed that the Bloodsaber leader, inspired by the rooster's call, had spent 2.5 days perfecting an unparalleled dance. Others asserted that the Bloodsaber leader, having sustained severe injuries, had undergone a personality shift and directed his malice towards a pig-like alien to vent his frustrations. The accounts varied endlessly, overwhelming in their multitude. In an instant, the reputation of the Bloodsaber leader was severely tarnished, impacting the entire clan. Many alien races quietly distanced themselves from the Bloodsaber clan, fearing that their own standing would be compromised by association with such a leader. Naturally, none of this concerned Changtian. After disseminating the information, he withdrew, leaving the Bloodsaber leader to face the consequences alone, while he himself reveled in the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Beiqinghan could not fathom why her dragon father seemed so preoccupied of late, occasionally breaking into a silly grin at seemingly nothing at all. As if having heard something amusing, when asked what had transpired, Dragon Father remained tight-lipped. This left Beiqinghan with an insatiable curiosity, akin to a golden lion clawing at her heart, provoking an unbearable itch. "Da Huang, do you know what is happening outside?" she inquired of the nearby lion beast. Upon returning to the dragon's lair that day, Beiqinghan unexpectedly caught sight of the lion beast, only to learn it had been brought back by Dragon Father specifically to become her steed. Although she was aware of Dragon Father's covert protection, a warm feeling enveloped her heart. The lion beast lay on the ground, appearing utterly depleted, as if its very essence had been drained. It had been mistaken in thinking that following a totemic dragon home would grant it a life of luxury, basking in comfort and wielding power within the forbidden realm. However, what awaited was not the dawn of a pleasant existence, but rather the onset of a nightmare. To cultivate it as a mount, physical prowess was paramount. After all, one could not tire after merely a few steps. Thus, upon arrival, Changtian issued an order: run 100 laps around this mountain range. This area was his territory, and the lion beast bore his scent, providing a semblance of safety from formidable foes. Yet, 100 laps. By the time it concluded, the lion beast felt as though it had lost half its life. And this was only the beginning. Following the 100 laps, it was immediately subjected to strength training. Changtian had relocated a mountain, compressing it to a mere several dozen meters in height, yet retaining its colossal weight. He then placed the mountain upon the lion beast's back, compelling it to perform push-ups. After completing the strength training, the lion beast lay prostrate, utterly incapable of rising. Upon hearing Beiqinghan's inquiry, the previously drained lion beast was instantly revitalized, its eyes gleaming with exuberance as it recalled the gossip overheard during its run. It was about the great head's scandalous rumors. Ecstatic, the lion beast sprang to its feet. However, just as it opened its mouth to speak, a terrifying dragon's might enveloped its entire being. The lion beast shivered, locking eyes with Changtian, whose dragon gaze narrowed. "You still possess energy, even to concern yourself with such gossip. It seems the training is insufficient. Go, carry that mountain and run another 10 laps around the dragon's lair." The lion beast was left in a state of shock. 10 laps? While bearing that mountain? If it wished for its demise, it could have simply said so. With a sorrowful howl, the lion beast looked towards Beiqinghan, attempting to beseech its young master for mercy. It had come to understand the dynamics. While the black dragon was undoubtedly the strongest in the household, the mighty dragon was quite fond of this two-legged youngling. If she were to intercede, it might just find salvation. A formidable and majestic lordly beast, at this moment, gazed upon its master with the vulnerability of a forlorn kitten. Beiqinghan could not help but muse. Perhaps it was best to call it a day. The training had reached a sufficient conclusion. He still wished to inquire about the happenings outside. "Oh, woo." The lion beast fervently nodded beside him, exclaiming, "Indeed, I long to accompany my young master. Shall we forego the training?" "Ah, so you've learned to be clever, seeking Little Bai's intercession on your behalf?" Changtian cast a sidelong glance at the lion beast. Regrettably, the creature remained oblivious to the reason behind its additional punishment. It was precisely because the lion beast intended to divulge the affairs outside to Little Bai that Changtian had deliberately withheld such information to protect his innocent daughter from corruption. He resolutely shook his head. "Absolutely not. Moreover, you dare to seek an easy way out? Complete an additional 10 laps. Run a total of 20 laps." Chapter 82. Changtian. One cannot simply dominate the entire Forbidden Land. There is an inherent sense of insecurity. The fierce lion beast ultimately carried the mountain away. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Beiqinghan harbored the impression that her dragon father was purposefully complicating matters for this lion beast. Surely, such a notion must be a mere illusion. After all, her dragon father was a totemic powerhouse, and his adversaries should be the titans residing within the Forbidden Land. Like the golden lion from before, it seemed unlikely that he would vent his frustrations upon this lion beast. Rather, it was plausible that he genuinely intended to train this fierce creature. This was a teaching from a totem-level expert, something that most could only dream of receiving. Thus, Beiqinghan turned to the lion beast and admonished, "Da Huang, you must practice earnestly. Do not let laziness take hold." According to her dragon father's design, this lion beast was to become her steed in the future, at least possessing sufficient strength. The lion beast felt utterly despondent. It had not anticipated that its supposed savior would so easily submit to the terrifying black dragon with just a few words. It had forgotten that, although Lu Changtian doted on Beiqinghan, she was equally obedient to her dragon father. Bearing the weight of a mountain, it trudged forward with heavy steps, its head held high in pride. Though burdened by the peak, I remain proud in this world. As Beiqinghan watched the lion beast depart, she prepared to commence her own cultivation. Despite the lion beast having knelt before her in awe, she understood that this was primarily due to her attire and the chopsticks she wielded. Were a true battle to ensue, even if she could vanquish the lion beast, it would undoubtedly be a hard-fought struggle. She was fiercely competitive and could not bear the thought of her strength being inferior to that of a mere steed. Closing her eyes, Beiqinghan began her visualization. In her mind's eye, the majority of the dragon's form remained shrouded in shadow, only vaguely outlined. The sole exception was a pair of dragon claws, vividly imagined, cloaked in ebony scales. The claws descended with an irresistible allure, as if they sought to dominate the very fabric of this realm. In the presence of such a colossal claw, human will appear utterly insignificant and trivial. As for the golden lion, which had been part of her visualization while it still existed, it had been relegated to the shadows by the imposing presence of the dragon. Beiqinghan cast a glance at the golden lion, now completely overwhelmed by the dragon's aura. Though she had not specifically visualized it, her past life's mastery of this technique, combined with her numerous encounters with lions in this life, ensured that the lion's aspect posed no challenge. After a brief observation, she retracted her gaze and redirected her focus to the dragon. Regarding the dragon claws, further breakthroughs in the short term seemed unlikely, so she decided to visualize the dragon's body today. In truth, any form of visualization, be it of the dragon's body, claws, or other parts, would yield comprehensive enhancements to her being. The distinctions were merely nuanced in their emphasis. When visualizing the dragon's claws, a significant enhancement in strength is observed. Envisioning the dual wings alongside the dragon's head with its formidable eyes allows one to emanate an aura of fierce dragon might. Contemplating the dragon's fangs and jaw enhances one's ability to consume more robustly. Beiqinghan pondered that once the visualization of the dragon's form began to take shape, she would turn her focus to the visualization of her bite, the dragon's head. In contrast, visualizing the dragon's body did not yield any particularly pronounced improvements in any specific area, yet it remained equally vital. After all, the immense power of dragons is largely attributed to their extraordinarily formidable physique. In battles of equivalent levels, this strength allows them to dominate effortlessly. Those weaker than them struggle even to penetrate their outer scales. Although my body is not that of a dragon, it has been invigorated by dragon blood baths. After visualizing the dragon's form, I am certain I will grow stronger. Beiqinghan's heart brimmed with ambition, feeling she was progressing further along the path of becoming a humanoid dragon hatchling. Vivid images filled her mind, featuring her dragon father in various scenes, battling a golden lion, effortlessly swatting its head away with a claw, bathing in flames while fending off the fiery red-feathered bird and emerging from the chaotic void, bloodied yet exuding an aura of dominance and ferocity. Besides these battle scenes, she recalled moments from everyday life. On her first night in the dragon's lair, she had slept inside while her dragon father stood at the entrance, shielding her from the chilling wind. During midday slumber, she would lean against his vast body, enveloped in a comforting sense of security, drifting into a deep and peaceful sleep. Other memories emerged, some reflecting majesty, others calmness, and still others reliability. Images of the black dragon manifested in her mind, ultimately coalescing into the figure of a black dragon. Whenever her recollections faltered, Beiqinghan would discreetly open her eyes and cast a furtive glance at her dragon father, a privilege not afforded to others practicing visualization techniques. After all, Not everyone has a dragon by their side to visualize at will. Imprinting the image of her dragon father in her mind, Beiqinghan resumed her closed-eye visualization. In her mental imagery, the dragon's body gradually approached reality. Is little by mimicking me again? Despite Beiqinghan's belief that she had been stealthy in her glances, how could she possibly elude Lu Changtian's keen awareness? He noticed the little one stealing glances at him, emulating his movements. It was evident to him that little Bai was striving to learn from him, desiring to grow stronger. This thought filled him with considerable warmth. This little creature is indeed quite diligent. Could it be that it genuinely wishes to protect me in the future? Recalling previous conversations, a smile of understanding spread across his face. A child wishing to grow strong in order to protect themselves brings a sense of comfort to a father. However, as heartwarming as that sentiment may be, Lu Changtian sincerely hoped that day would never arrive. This is not merely the sentiment of Lu Changtian. He believes that all parents share this conviction. If possible, they would dedicate their entire lives to providing a haven for their children. However, the frailty of aging bodies renders them helpless. Yet, Lu Changtian is different. He genuinely possesses the capability to protect his child throughout his lifetime. With my current prowess, I should rank among the foremost in the totem tier. There are likely few in the realm of the forbidden who can rival me. With the formidable physique of a dragon, even when besieged by multiple titans, I stand a considerable chance of emerging victorious, and at the very least, I can assure my escape. Yet, it remains insufficient. What if all the titans of the forbidden realm unite to assault me? What if, upon realizing they cannot overcome me, they turn their aggression towards Xiaobai? No, my strength is still inadequate. I lack a sense of security. If I cannot dominate the entire forbidden realm, how can I protect Xiaobai? Chapter 83. Setting a small goal to overcome calamities. Lu Changtian possesses a clear understanding of his own strength, estimating it to be roughly on par with the seven-armed demon god, albeit with a slight edge. However, that edge is minimal. It is worth noting that the seven-armed demon god ultimately fell due to Lu's treachery. Despite the experiences he has endured and the avoidance of the powerful, he does not naively consider himself invincible within his domain. This is partly due to his formidable prowess, which deters the titans from engaging him, fearing they might be outmaneuvered by other giants. Equally, Lu Changtian stands alone, unencumbered by any affiliations. While these titans are often burdened by their vast enterprises and the clans that support them, should he provoke them, Lu could easily retreat into his domain, akin to a dragon vanishing into the ocean, leaving them powerless to pursue him. Conversely, a totemic black dragon lurking in the shadows would induce terror in any titan. However, circumstances have changed. With the birth of his daughter, Lu Changtian feels a newfound vulnerability, compelling him to exercise caution. He can no longer act with reckless abandon. Despite the fact that the titans remain unaware of the shift, it is uncertain what might transpire should his secret come to light. They may turn their attention towards his daughter, Xiaobai. Thus, despite his considerable strength, Lu remains unsatisfied and yearns for greater power. He believes he must possess the strength of a dragon capable of subduing the entire domain to ensure Xiaobai's safety. The titans, if aware of Lu's ambitions, would surely be alarmed by the thought of a single dragon overpowering their realm. His immediate goal is to achieve a breakthrough to the level of calamity. Lu Changtian is convinced that the domain is far more complex than it appears. On the surface, it seems that the highest level of power present is merely totemic. If he can ascend to the level of calamity, he would secure a sense of invulnerability. Meanwhile, as Lu Changtian embarks on his path toward becoming a being of calamity, the external world is rife with turmoil. In the Sunset-based city, the exploration team has suffered unprecedented losses, with nearly 70% of its members perishing before finally retreating from the domain. On their journey back to the base, they faced further assaults from ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Zhou Haichuan has ascended to the Dominator level, decisively vanquishing these creatures. Otherwise, the weary exploration team would have endured yet another devastating blow. Ultimately, the team returned to the base city. During this period, Zhang Tianxing has been living in a state of perpetual anxiety, each day fraught with dread. He yearns for news of the exploration team, yet fears the possibility of receiving grim tidings. He is constantly on edge, startled awake at the slightest sound, convinced that a beast is assaulting the city, ever ready to flee at a moment's notice. In just a few short days, his already thinning hair has become even sparser. Today, Zhang Tianxing continues his daily duties at the Lord's mansion, diligently attending to his responsibilities. While he may be timid and avaricious, he has nonetheless proven to be an effective leader for the city. The residents of the Sunset-based city do not boast of their lives being exceptionally good. Yet at the very least, they managed to survive. Within the Lord's mansion, an uproar arises. What? The price of this batch of supplies from the Chaoyang base city has surged by 30%? Curse that Chaoyang base city. Damn that Wuyauza. They are taking advantage of the chaos. Aware of the anomalies in the Forbidden Land, they dare to pressure me. Changtian, enraged, leapt to his feet, his corpulent figure displaying an unexpected agility as he stomped about in frustration, his curses flying like sparks. Wu Yaoza is the lord of the Chaoyang base city. A nearby aide nodded, adding, moreover, Chaoyang base city has indicated that prices may continue to rise in the future. Zhang Tianxing's invectives grew more fervent, filled with unspeakable vitriol. However, eventually he succumbed to despair, lowering his head. What could he do, knowing that Chaoyang base city was indeed exploiting the situation? There was no recourse. Recently, the Sunset base city had nearly ground to a halt, its resources depleting rapidly, if he did not procure supplies from other base cities. Collapse was inevitable. At that point, he, as the Lord, would truly have no choice but to become a mere model. Perhaps Wu Yaoza would even find out, and then mock him openly. Thus, despite the painful sting in his heart, Zhang Tianxing had no choice but to acquiesce. Damn it, my treasury. Zhang Tianxing felt a profound sense of grievance. He had come to the Sunset Bay City as a lord to amass wealth, yet he found himself losing money instead. Curse you, Wu Yaoza. Once my exploration team returns from the Forbidden Land with a trove of rare treasures, you better not be green with envy. Zhang Tianxing muttered in frustration. Nevertheless, he understood that such a possibility was indeed slim. Throughout history, no human had ever returned alive from the Forbidden Land. Despite sending numerous individuals into the depths, their strength was woefully inadequate. The likelihood of their return was minimal. Perhaps it was his thoughts that summoned fate. Suddenly, a person burst into the Lord's mansion. Lord, the exploration team has returned. The individual huffed and puffed, evidently having rushed over upon receiving the news. What? Zhang Tianxing exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly. Just as he contemplated giving up, it seemed that someone had indeed returned. No, wait. Their return may not necessarily be good news. Perhaps the exploration team was annihilated, and this person is merely the last survivor. They might have secured no treasures, or worse, been possessed by some bizarre entities within the Forbidden Land. Zhang Tianxing clearly exhibited signs of paranoia, swiftly connecting numerous grim scenarios in his mind. Forcing himself to temper his excitement, he inquired of the intruder, how many have returned? Is it confirmed they are our people? What have they brought back? The individual, evidently overwhelmed by Zhang Tianxing's rapid-fire questions, could only respond vaguely. I'm not sure how many, but Captain Zhou Haochuan has returned. And he has even broken through to become a dominator, bringing back numerous unfamiliar medicinal treasures. His words trailed off. Suddenly, he stood frozen, gazing at the desolate emptiness before him. Where is everyone? Zhang Tianxing had long since dashed out upon learning halfway through his words that Zhou Haochuan had ascended to dominance and returned with a precious medicinal treasure. His corpulent form surged forth with unprecedented speed. Wait, what is there to wait for? Damn it, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. So, Wu Yaoza is seizing the opportunity, is he? This time, I shall ensure you take a plunge into the depths of the modeling world. Chapter 84, Trapped by the Titans. As they gazed upon the familiar city of Sunset Base, crossing the towering city walls and stepping into the vibrant urban landscape filled with modern architecture, the exploration team could not help but be overcome with emotion. Tears welled in their eyes as they felt the profound sense of survival after enduring unimaginable hardships. It had been an arduous journey. In the Forbidden Lands, they encountered a myriad of alien beings, each step fraught with the fear of sudden attacks from these otherworldly creatures or ferocious beasts. Every moment held the specter of death, as comrades fell victim to the jaws of the alien races. Yet, at last, they had returned. However, not everyone shared in their joy. Take Ding Kaifei, for instance. Is this truly the world beyond the Forbidden Lands? Ding Kaifei furrowed his brow, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, the strange buildings, the alien streets, the diverse races. Though he refrained from displaying the naive astonishment of a country bumpkin, having seen countless alien species within the Forbidden Lands, he was nonetheless struck by the dissimilarity in their living conditions and customs. One peculiar race even had a unique practice of tying a rope around their necks to suspend themselves while sleeping, a method said to be part of their esoteric training regimen. There have been instances when the Heart-Eater clan had seized a member of this race, only for them to become accustomed to such behavior, leading to near-death experiences that became a source of amusement for the Heart-Eater clan. Ding Kaifei's astonishment lay elsewhere. Was this place truly so weak? There was not a single dominant figure to be found, and most inhabitants appeared to be ordinary individuals devoid of power. Hardly even the lowly beasts of the Forbidden Lands. The Titans had fought tooth and nail, even enduring prolonged slumber. Employing every conceivable method to escape the Forbidden Lands and venture into this realm, Ding Kaifei felt utterly deceived. He had assumed that the external world, which the Titans sought with such fervor, would be far superior to the Forbidden Lands. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed even inferior. The concentration of energy and spiritual essence was markedly lacking. Previously, the Heart-Eater clan's monarch had aimed to seize Ding Kaifei, the Lord-class human, to escape the Forbidden Lands. Once liberated in the external world, free from the Titan's threat, he would have been able to indulge without caution, consuming and claiming the hearts of overlords and even monarchs. Yet now, the Heart-Eater monarch was left bewildered. Where could he possibly find an overlord or a monarch as heart? Oh, wait. There was still one overlord nearby. Ding Kaifei's gaze flickered towards Zhou Haozuan, but it held little significance. Even if he were to devour the heart of this newly minted overlord, it would offer him scant advantage. Cursed be the Titans. He felt as though he had fallen into a trap meticulously orchestrated by them, deliberately painting the external world as an irresistibly alluring haven for alien races, enticing potential threats from the Forbidden Lands, such as himself, to venture forth. Then, the giants could continue to rest easy in their forbidden domain. It must be the despicable Hollow Clan giants. Fearing that I might ascend to their ranks and threaten his position, he resorted to such vile tactics to lure me out of the Forbidden Land. How shameless. The Heart-Eating clan leader cursed vehemently, casting all the blame upon the Hollow Clan leader. What is happening? Xiang Huayan noticed that his companion seemed somewhat unwell. He felt that Ding Kaifei had undergone a significant change. Logically, after escaping a life-and-death situation back to the base city, one should feel joy. Yet, Ding Kaifei not only appeared unhappy but also seemed somewhat disheartened. Xiang surmised that perhaps his companion was mourning for those who remained forever in the Forbidden Land. Thus, he offered words of comfort. Do not be sorrowful. You have done your utmost. The fate of those who perished within is not your fault. What is this human saying? He certainly knew it was not his fault. In this world, all blame lies with the Hollow Clan leader. The Heart-Eating clan monarch cast a glance at Xiang Huayan, deeming him a mere junior lord, inferior even to the newly risen overlord, devoid of any value for consumption. He then averted his gaze. Unbeknownst to Xiang, the companion before him was no longer the familiar figure he once knew, but rather a replacement by an alien entity. Overall, aside from Ding Kaifei, who had been supplanted by the Heart-Eating clan monarch, the members of the exploration team were quite pleased to have returned alive. Lu Changtian remained oblivious to the circumstances beyond the Forbidden Land and was naturally unaware of the intricate thoughts occupying the Heart-Eating clan monarch's mind. Even if he had known, he would likely have found it amusing, recognizing that the Hollow and Heart-Eating clans were indeed two extremes. The Hollow clan was devoid of insight, while the Heart-Eating clan was mired in excessive inner turmoil. As for the schemes orchestrated by the giants, one might wonder what qualifications a mere monarch like him possessed to compel so many giants within the Forbidden Land to conspire on his behalf. Not even the Hollow Clan leader held such esteem. In truth, it was the Hollow Clan leader who was ensnared in the scheme, manipulated by the seven-armed demon god. The events beyond the Forbidden Land were of no concern to Lu Changtian. He was engrossed in his cultivation, striving to uncover the path to transcending into calamity. Time passed swiftly during his training, and in the blink of an eye, the afternoon had vanished, with the crimson sun slowly descending beyond the horizon. Lu Changtian opened his eyes, and within them, the blood moon rose. For a totem-level giant, a single afternoon of cultivation was but a trifling matter, often requiring months or even years of seclusion. However, practicality dictated the need for sustenance. Lu Changtian, robust and vigorous, could forego meals for a time. But little Bai was still growing. The young girl often imitated his posture, lying on the ground, which filled Lu Changtian with concern for her future development, leaving him feeling despondent. If she did not nourish herself properly, what would become of her future? As a father, Lu Changtian was indeed troubled to the core. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that, as expected, little Bai was sprawled on the ground, her body crawling, her back slightly arched, each vertebra connected in a glowing sequence. Resembling a magnificent dragon, she could leap into the air at any moment. From Lu Changtian's perspective, Xiao Bai's movements were surprisingly akin to his own, as she had genuinely managed to emulate a fragment of his essence. After observing for a while, he noted that Beiqinghan was so engrossed in her task that she seemed entirely oblivious to the external world. Ultimately, Changtian decided against interrupting her concentration and prepared to venture out in search of ingredients. Since acquiring the ability to devour the heavens, Xiaobai's appetite had escalated rather swiftly, leaving their home supplies somewhat strained. This was primarily due to the high quality of most items, which contained an abundance of energy. Xiaobai barely took a few bites before becoming overwhelmed by the richness of the energy, rendering her devoid of any sense of satiety. Consequently, Changtian found himself compelled to seek out items with a lower concentration of energy that would still provide a sense of fullness. Chapter 85. The rumor has come true. Above the dragon's lair, a massive ebony dragon coiled, exuding an unrestrained aura of draconic majesty. Changtian had never bothered to conceal his presence. In his earlier days, when his strength was still feeble, he had to tread carefully in the Forbidden Lands to avoid being captured by formidable foreign races. Now, having risen to prominence, he felt empowered to dominate the realm, believing that to mask his aura would render his efforts futile. Thus, he not only refrained from hiding but also released his formidable presence unabashedly, ensuring that all foreign entities within perception were acutely aware of his existence. This was one of the motivations propelling Changtian to strive for greater cultivation except, of course, during instances of thievery. At this moment, Changtian's essence was akin to an announcement to these foreign races. I have arrived. Tread carefully. What an overwhelming draconic might. The black dragon has re-emerged. Has its appearance become somewhat frequent of late? Just recently, it had clashed with another titan. Might it have encountered yet another giant? Speculations arose among the foreign races. While confrontations among king-level ferocious beasts were not uncommon, direct conflicts between titans were rare. Even among rival factions, it was typically the younger warriors who engaged, with the titans seldom taking matters into their own hands. Once they did, it signified a fight to the death, leaving no room for retreat. However, the black dragon was an exception. This solitary creature roamed with an effortless grace, frequently embroiled in disputes with titans, providing the lesser foreign races a glimpse into the realm of giants. Speaking of titans, I recall the last encounter with the black dragon involved a giant from the Bloodslaughter clan, correct? Rumor has it that turmoil has engulfed their territory recently. Indeed, it is said that upon returning, the giant from the Bloodslaughter clan was in a fit of tears, lamenting pathetically. Did I not hear that the giant had undergone a drastic change in temperament, lashing out at swine to vent his frustrations? This is indeed true. I heard the pig squealing with my own ears. Oh my, is the giant from the Bloodslaughter clan truly that deranged? Beings are inherently gossipy. This is not merely a human trait but prevalent among foreign races as well. To them, the titans are exalted figures, held in utmost reverence. Consequently, any gossip concerning a titan naturally captivates the attention of these lesser beings, making them feel slightly closer to the giants. Yet, this time, the proximity was alarmingly close, inciting wariness among numerous foreign races. In the realm of the Bloodslaughter clan, the blood sea roiled, echoing with wails and howls, a sound both mournful and terrifying. Damn it! It must be the black dragon. The giant of the Bloodslaughter clan was seething with rage, causing the blood sea to surge wildly. He had now confirmed that the vile black dragon was behind the rumors swirling about him. Aside from the coincidental timing, it was evident that only this black dragon could conceive such malicious tales. He longed to flay the black dragon, strip its flesh, and cast it into the ancient blood pool, transforming it into a blood shadow avatar to serve him for eternity. A tempestuous sea of blood-conjured ethereal shadows in the air, shrouded in crimson mist, obscuring its form yet emanating an aura of unfathomable terror. The imposing presence of the colossal figure is undeniably evident. Sensing the fury of the Bloodslaughter clan's leader, a response emanates from the ancient blood pool. Moo. Humph. Cluck. The Bloodslaughter clan leader exclaims, enough with the noise. You've ruined the atmosphere. The aura of the Bloodslaughter clan leader leaves the other races in sheer astonishment. Here it comes. The leader of the Bloodslaughter clan has indeed made an appearance. The rumors were true. I can actually hear the pigs squealing. Indeed. The cries are pitiful. The leader of the Bloodslaughter clan has truly stooped to such depths as to target pigs. Although rumors had circulated widely, they remained mere whispers, especially as they involved a formidable figure from the Forbidden Lands. Thus, the other races could only discuss it privately, too fearful to speak openly. However, with the emergence of the Bloodslaughter clan leader, the rumor has received an official endorsement directly from the source. The speculation was instantly validated. To the astonishment of the other races, the rumor turned out to be true. Changtian did not anticipate that while preparing dinner, he would encounter such an unexpected delight. This fellow could hardly contain himself and had chosen to self-destruct right on the spot. Yet, having gleaned some insights from the sky-swallowing roar, He harbored no inclination to fall into a trap. He merely observed from a distance. The Blood Slaughter clan leader soon realized his blunder and promptly retracted his aura, suppressing the Blood Shadow incarnation. The clash between titans was thus brief, appearing swiftly and vanishing just as quickly. Wasn't the Black Dragon supposed to battle the Blood Slaughter clan leader? The other races felt a tinge of disappointment. They had anticipated witnessing a titanic showdown, a rare spectacle that would greatly benefit the kingly and sovereign races. Perhaps they could glean some enlightenment to aid their own breakthroughs. Some of the other races sensed something amiss, their gazes fixated on the hovering Black Dragon. What purpose does the Black Dragon serve by remaining aloft? It seemed to be observing something. Another member of the race suddenly comprehended. Wait, at this hour, could it be that the Black Dragon has emerged to hunt again? He glanced at the setting sun, marking the dinner hour. Due to the presence of Beiqinghan, Changtian's dietary habits had become remarkably punctual, preparing to dine at the appointed time. The other races had caught on to this pattern. In an instant, a wave of panic swept through the races surrounding the dragon's lair, dispelling their earlier nonchalance. They fled in a frenzy, terrified of being chosen by the Black Dragon as its next meal. Run, run. Safety lies within the territories of other titans. Don't dragons feast for long periods? Why has the Black Dragon been hunting daily of late? Run. Wait, why are you pulling me? My apologies, you look more delectable than I do. Please assist me as a buffer. Chaos erupted around the dragon's lair. Creatures took to the skies, dashed on land, and swam in the waters. Various races deployed every conceivable method in a frenzied attempt to escape the region, occasionally resorting to attacking their fellow races nearby. They do not need to run the fastest. They merely need to outrun the alien beings beside them. In contrast, the plant-like aliens remain remarkably composed, displaying no signs of anxiety, and instead seem to be enjoying the spectacle. If it were a battle between titans, they might have to worry about being caught in the aftermath. However, such concerns are unfounded in this scenario. After all, it is well known that the Black Dragon does not feast on greens. Yet, in the skies above the dragon's lair, Changtian cast a glance at the panicked, fleeing animal-like aliens, harboring no intention to intervene. He then redirected his gaze toward the plant-like aliens. Perhaps today he would indulge in a change of pace and join Xiaobai for a vegetarian feast? Chapter 86. The Black Dragon's grocery shopping. It was not that Changtian deliberately chose to deprive Beiqinghan of meat. He was neither a malicious stepfather nor so impoverished that he could not spare a morsel of food. How could he possibly be stingy with such a trivial sustenance? However, he had observed that, rather than meat, the little one seemed to have a predilection for vegetables. This predicament, in fact, could be traced back to him. Initially, when the little one relished the barbecue lion's head, savoring every bite, Changtian, concerned for her tender age and the unhealthy nature of such greasy fare, decided it would be prudent to introduce some vegetarian options into her diet to prevent her from becoming picky. Unexpectedly, it appeared as though he had opened a new door for her, as Beiqinghan suddenly developed a keen fondness for vegetarian dishes. Even the special bird eggs he had painstakingly retrieved held little allure for her. She only consumed them to avoid wasting his efforts. Changtian distinctly remembered how the little one struggled to swallow, tears streaming down her face, yet she remained silent as she forced the egg down. This display moved him profoundly. He felt fortunate that he had not brought the bird back to roast, for otherwise, she might have been overwhelmed and unable to consume it all. To prevent a recurrence of such a situation, Changtian resolved to hunt for himself first, feasting until satiated before returning to share a modest vegetarian meal with the little one. Occasionally, he would tempt her with a glimpse of roasted meat. Yet she would merely cast a glance his way before ignoring it entirely. This only reinforced his belief that she indeed preferred vegetarian fare. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the fact that Beiqinghan was already stuffed and could not possibly ingest another morsel. Her father, the dragon, was overly optimistic about her appetite, consistently preparing in abundance, leaving her feeling uncomfortably full. What particularly amused Beiqinghan was that her dragon father had a penchant for brandishing golden, fragrant skewers before her at the very moment she was unable to eat, allowing the enticing aroma to invade her senses, teasing her relentlessly. Yet, with her belly already swollen, she could consume not a single bite. Each time, she would merely glance at the skewers before turning her head away, silently protesting. Well, perhaps today shall be an exception. I cannot always indulge myself, she resolved, deciding instead to share a vegetarian meal with Xiaobai. In that moment, Changtian felt as though he, the Black Dragon, radiated a brilliant light, illuminating even the forbidden grounds around him. It was the luminous glow of paternal love. He was touched. believing himself to be the epitome of a good father in such a desolate place. He took a moment to survey the various plants and creatures below. No, this one is far too weak, merely a lord-level creature, lacking any value for consumption. This one, however, might just be acceptable, a king-level beast. But it appears rather aged and wrinkled. The texture would surely be unpalatable. No. Changtian began to select with utmost care. In truth, given his formidable dental prowess, it mattered little what he chose. He could consume even the hardest of rocks and chew through the oldest of tree barks. However, the little one was different. The bark from a king-level tree might not yield so easily. Thus, a meticulous selection was imperative. This overlord-level specimen appeared quite suitable, possessing adequate strength and seemingly delightful texture, albeit with a possibly toxic appearance. Changtian then spotted a peculiar entity resembling a mushroom among the alien species. His past experiences cautioned him to exercise caution with such things, as consuming them might lead to unforeseen consequences. While he himself was unperturbed, the little one could not be so assured. For the time being, he relegated it to the backup list. If no other options presented themselves, he could resort to it. As he had a rabbit at home to test for toxins, he mused to himself. That rabbit spent its days eating and sleeping, contributing nothing, and having already indulged in a dragon's bloodbath, it was high time for it to serve some purpose. Fortunately, the rabbit ultimately escaped this fate. As Changtian refrained from assigning it the role of poison tester, he soon discovered a fitting target. This fellow, with king-level strength and an appealing texture. It seemed quite resilient. You shall do. Changtian locked onto his target, unfurling his dragon wings and commencing his pursuit. Meanwhile, below, the plant-like alien species and ferocious beasts remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. They appeared to be mere spectators, pointing and commenting as various ferocious beasts fled in desperation, basking in a sense of serene detachment. Each time the black dragon emerged to hunt, the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Yet, the downside of the black dragon's territory was the constant threat of becoming its meal. But what concern was that for us? The black dragon feasts on flesh, not on vegetation. With no external threats, the titans above pay us no heed. The black dragon's territory is, for us, a sanctuary within a forbidden zone. Most of the land within the forbidden zone has been partitioned among the titans. For the aliens below, survival in this realm necessitates either struggling in the narrow crevices or seeking the protection of the titans. However, the titans are not benevolent beings, lacking kinship. Why would they offer protection without cause? Hence, a price must be paid. Some titans demand tributes of various treasures, precious medicines, and even the essence of one's own blood from the aliens and beasts residing within their territory. In the black dragon's domain, such tributes are absent. The only concern lies in the risk of becoming food. Yet, the black dragon does not consume vegetation. Thus, they inhabit this space, enjoying the black dragon's protection without bearing the corresponding dangers. It is truly a win-win situation. Just as they were reveling in their contentment, the plant-like aliens suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Above the dragon's lair, that dark silhouette of a dragon seemed to be advancing towards them. Wait a moment. Is the black dragon soaring towards us? Chapter 87. Are they stealing food from the black dragon? Are they insane? Changtian did not soar through the skies at full speed. Rather, he leisurely drifted through the air, exuding his draconic majesty. This afforded the various alien races and ferocious beasts ample time to react. Upon seeing the black dragon approaching, the plant-like beings mistakenly believed it was merely another ferocious beast fleeing in their direction, thus attracting the terrifying black dragon. In a flurry, they unleashed their powers to drive the beast away, unwilling to meet a tragic fate at the dragon's hands. Among these alien beings stood a white weeping willow, seemingly innocuous with its myriad branches swaying gently in the breeze. However, when a dominant, ferocious beast drew near, the willow unveiled its formidable aspect. The delicate branches transformed into beams of white light, swiftly piercing through the skull of the dominant beast. The white willow branches, akin to chains of souls extending from the depths of hell, effortlessly penetrated the hardened skull, impaling the beast instantaneously. A trickle of blood oozed from the wound, only to be swiftly frozen. The jade-white willow branches emitted a faint mist, enveloping the blood and forming a layer of white frost that spread across the beast's surface. Soon, the formidable creature was ensconced in a thick shroud of frost. It was only then that the snow willow vine retracted its branches, drawing the fallen beast back to its roots. The roots pierced through the icy layer, burrowing into the creature's body, siphoning the essence within. In an instant, a dominant beast was vanquished, transformed into nourishment for growth. Beneath the roots of the snow willow vine lay numerous similar beast carcasses, creating what resembled a glacial graveyard, filled with the chilling aura of frost-covered remains. The strength of these beasts ranged from lord level to several others of the same dominant caliber as the one just slain. Some were still plump, having been recently hunted, while others had already been drained to mere desiccated husks. This was a king-level snow willow vine. Something felt amiss. Hadn't they already driven the beasts away? Why was the black dragon still heading this way? Confusion arose among the alien races. The ferocious beasts fleeing in this direction had already been repelled, yet the dragon's course remained unchanged. A plant-like beast extended its consciousness, attempting to discern whether any stragglers remained, inadvertently drawing the black dragon closer. Upon sensing the surroundings, the alien was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Though they were fleeing in the same direction. The distances between them were substantial. Otherwise, some plant-like beings would have already collided with others. Initially unaware, the alien now discerned a snow willow vine seizing the opportunity to hunt the beasts. Were they daring to snatch food from the jaws of the black dragon? Were they courting death? The foreign creature trembled in fear, transmitting its consciousness to the snow willow demon vine. It was merely a matter of hunting a few dominators. The black dragon sought to prey only on those of kingly stature among the alien beings and ferocious beasts. The snow willow demon vine conveyed a chilling awareness. Having resided in the black dragon's territory for some time, it had discerned a pattern. The prey deemed worthy by the black dragon was either a high-ranking dominator or a king-level entity. Thus, it chose to evade the black dragon's focus, opting instead to hunt lesser beasts. Otherwise, even a king-level snow willow demon vine would find itself ensnared in its myriad branches, unable to escape. Surely, beneath its roots, there wouldn't be a single king left? This reasoning seemed somewhat valid to the plant-like alien, who couldn't shake an ominous premonition. What if today the black dragon, having feasted on mountain delicacies and oceanic delights, was suddenly tempted to sample something different? It would be prudent to keep a distance. Best not to get splattered with tree sap. Resolutely, the alien extracted its roots from the ground, long tendrils breaking through the soil like serpentine dragons. In an instant, it appeared to have sprouted several long legs, bolting away in a frenzied dash, leaving a cloud of dust and a lengthy trail in its wake. Only upon distancing itself from the vicinity of the snow willow demon vine did it re-establish its roots, burrowing back into the earth. After all, the plant-like alien was not a true plant. It possessed the ability to move. Coward, the snow willow demon vine mused, continuing its solitary hunt. Rarely did ferocious beasts dare to intrude here, thanks to the presence of the black dragon, which sent them fleeing haphazardly into the realm of the demon vine. Meanwhile, those desperate beasts fleeing for their lives seemed to have noticed something. The terrifying black dragon appeared to have diverted its pursuit away from them. Exchanging bewildered glances, they pondered. What is happening? Why is the black dragon no longer chasing us? Has one of our brethren been captured, satiating the dragoness hunger? Could it be that unfortunate soul I left behind? Gratitude surged within one. I shall collect your remains later. Get lost, roared another beast, suddenly enraged, launching itself at a nearby companion. This was the very creature that had schemed against it, slowing its flight in a bid to sacrifice it to the black dragon. That's not right. I don't smell the aroma of roasted dragon meat, one alien interjected, shaking its head. The scent of the black dragon's barbecue was enticing. Wafting from afar, there was no reason for them not to detect it. At times, these creatures would wait at a distance until Changtian had finished his meal, then scurry back to gnaw on the remnants of his bones. Survival in the Forbidden Zone was no easy feat moreover. The food prepared by a totem-level giant was a rare treat, and the leftovers could be considered a feast crafted by a totemic master. What other place would offer such a delicacy to the aliens? Victory. Shall we run or not? The ferocious beasts found themselves in a state of confusion, momentarily hesitating before ultimately deciding to remain still. Besides the imminent threats they would face after departing from the black dragon's territory, another reason weighed heavily on their minds. Even if they attempted to flee, what chance did they have against a totem-level black dragon? It was futile. Thus, the beasts resigned themselves to their fate, halting in place and curiously observing the black dragon as its form descended from the sky, eventually coming to rest before a snow willow demon vine. Suddenly, the snow willow demon vine felt an overwhelming gust of wind sweep through, causing its slender branches to thrash wildly in the air, nearly uprooting the entire tree. No, it wasn't nearly, it was indeed uprooted. Before the vine could comprehend the situation, An indescribably terrifying totemic dragon might enveloped it, followed swiftly by a dragon claw seizing its form, much like pulling a radish from the earth. It was forcibly yanked from the ground. Shortly thereafter, the black dragon's voice, which resonated with an aura of dread in its ears, echoed forth. Ah, splendid. Tonight's dinner shall be you. Chapter 88. Changtian. What level do you think you are to play with me? Changtian uprooted the snow willow demon vine from the ground, with roots and mud. He also pulled out several corpses of ferocious beasts entangled by the roots of the vine, which dangled beneath him. The snow willow demon vine was momentarily stunned, suspended in midair, perplexed by the situation. Could it be that it was truly so unfortunate as to have killed the ingredients coveted by the black dragon? Was there still time to return them? It raised a tendril, offering the several dominant-level beast corpses it had ensnared to the black dragon, intending to barter for its own safety. What nonsense is this? Changtian frowned, examining the corpses of the beasts. They were cloaked in a thick layer of frost, some nearly drained of flesh and blood, resembling desiccated remains, which repulsed him. Particularly, the snow willow demon vine was bringing those grotesque corpses closer to him. Don't touch me. With disdain, Changtian distanced himself from the snow willow demon vine, unwilling to let those things come into contact with him. He vigorously shook it, dislodging the mud and the beast corpses that had been pulled up as well. Black dragon, I have already provided you with food. What more do you desire? The snow willow demon vine emanated a frustrated consciousness. It felt that the black dragon was being excessively unreasonable. It had already delivered the hunted beasts. Yet the black dragon remained unsatisfied, shaking it about. Its tendrils had wilted from the agitation. If you are still not satisfied, there are many more beasts beneath my feet for you to take at your leisure. You seem to have misunderstood something. Changtian observed the snow willow demon vine with keen interest. The dinner I referred to is not the beast you hunted, but you yourself. What? The snow willow demon vine was instantly taken aback. The black dragon had just claimed it intended to eat him. What a jest. Who in the forbidden area does not know that the black dragon does not consume vegetation? Such absurdity, would any foreign race believe it? Indeed. I too find it quite incredible. Changtian nodded in agreement. Yet this is the reality. Fatherly love is quite mysterious. I assent it. It seems you are determined to take action against me today. But my snow willow demon vine lineage is not so easily trifled with. The snow willow demon vine had not anticipated that the black dragon would forego even an excuse and directly seek to confront him. However, it could not simply surrender. Though the black dragon was powerful, the snow willow demon vine was not weak either, especially with its myriad tendrils, which collectively gave it the strength to contend with opponents of a higher realm. It was now a ruler, meaning it possessed the capability to fight even against totems. The tendrils and roots of the snow willow demon vine danced wildly in the air, flourishing in the wind, as if transforming into countless demon vines, thrashing chaotically. Thousands of these vines resembled chains reaching from the underworld, each capable of instantly impaling a formidable beast, yet now they coiled around Changtian's dragon claws, attempting to extend upwards along them. As a multitude of magical vines unleashed their assault, the scene from a distance evoked the chaotic dance of demons, each tendril resembling the sinister appendages of a fiend. Striking the ground, they effortlessly carved immense fissures. Even the most formidable of the alien races would feel a shiver run down their spine and flee at the sight. Yet, alas, he was confronted by Changtian. The snow willow magic vine was capable of engaging foes beyond its rank, and so too was he, surpassing even the capabilities of the snow willow to a greater extent. Moreover, his inherent strength eclipsed that of the snow willow magic vine by a considerable margin. Though the onslaught of the snow willow magic vine appeared daunting, capable of intimidating even the king-tier beings, in truth, those tendrils, potent enough to pin down rulers and ensnare sovereigns, could not penetrate the scales on his body. The chilling aura merely left a delicate frost upon the surface of his scales, failing to permeate. With a mere exertion of force from his claws, the dragon's blood surged, causing the frost to vanish instantaneously, even liberating the entangled magical vines from his formidable might. At that moment, he raised another claw and delivered a resounding slap to the snow willow magic vine. The impact bewildered the vine, causing its tendrils to scatter in disarray. What level is this to attempt binding? Do you even comprehend your own capabilities? Do you wish to continue this charade? Muttering to himself, Changtian did not cease his actions, delivering one resounding slap after another, each strike landing with force. After a relentless series of blows, the snow willow magic vine was left utterly subdued, its tendrils drooping lifelessly, devoid of any semblance of vitality. In the distance, the previously fleeing plant-like alien observed this dismal spectacle, Each time the black dragon's claws descended, the leaves upon his own form trembled uncontrollably, shedding profusely. Ultimately, he gazed with a mix of astonishment and pity at the snow willow magic vine, now ensnared in the dragon's grasp, devoid of any life. I had warned you against stealing from the black dragon. Why did you not heed my advice? Now, you have learned your lesson, haven't you? Simultaneously, those animalistic aliens who remained began to grasp the situation. It appeared that perhaps the black dragon was not here to prey upon them. His target was the snow willow magic vine. What a turn of events. Is the black dragon turning vegetarian? What are you babbling about? The black dragon adopting a herbivorous diet is hardly good news for us. Indeed, let those creatures who previously took advantage of the snow willow magic vine's presence now face their reckoning. Joy surged within the hearts of the animalistic aliens as they turned their gaze upon the plant-like beings, a wave of murderous intent swelling within them. They had long harbored resentment towards these beings. Why should they flee in terror whenever the black dragon sought to hunt, while these plants remained untouched? The situation has changed dramatically. Everyone has become sustenance. Chapter 89. Northern Beiqinghan in the Forbidden Realm, particularly within the territory of Changtian, the alien races erupted into chaos. The conflict between the beast-like and plant-like alien species, long simmering with animosity, exploded into a scene of utter disarray. Even the carnivorous alien creatures seized the opportunity to launch attacks against their plant-like counterparts. Amidst the turmoil, a plant-like alien exclaimed in outrage, "Damn it, Dark Demon Wolf! What on earth gives you the right to bite me for no reason?" He glared at the menacing beast before him, a creature reminiscent of a wolf. Its gaping maw filled with jagged, blood-stained fangs, a clear indication of its carnivorous nature. At that moment, a hint of green, remnants of his own flesh, was visible in the beast's mouth. The plant-like alien seethed with indignation. Other ferocious beasts might be excused, as they are herbivorous by nature, but you, Dark Demon Wolf, what business do you have here causing trouble? The Dark Demon Wolf responded with an air of nonchalance. So what? The black dragon is also herbivorous. Is it not permissible for me to adopt the black dragon's palate for a change? As he spoke, he chewed with his bloodied jaws, savoring his meal, a wicked grin spreading across his face. To my surprise, it's quite delectable, rivaling even the finest elixirs. The plant-like alien was nearly beside himself with fury. Oh, I see how it is. You mimic the black dragon's diet? Do you comprehend the implications of this? A similar situation unfolded in other regions of Changtian's territory. Witnessing the exalted totemic figure of the black dragon consuming herbs, many carnivorous beasts were suddenly intrigued. There must be rationale behind the totemic giant's actions. Following suit seemed prudent. Consequently, their attention swiftly shifted towards the plant-like aliens and beasts, leading to their lamentations, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. After all, approaching the black dragon for assistance might result in becoming its next meal. However, none of this pertained to Changtian. With a resounding slap, he subdued the snow willow demon vine, lifting it into the air, intent on finding a suitable location for cleansing. Meanwhile, within the dragon's lair, Northern Beiqinghan was engaged in visualization when she was abruptly disturbed by a cacophony. The air was thick with the roars of alien species and ferocious beasts, mingled with the thunderous sounds of their clashes and the violent oscillations of energy surges. It was as if a grand battle was unfolding nearby, and the number of participants was substantial, with signs of conflict emanating from all directions. The tumult forced her to furrow her brow, terminating her meditative state. Having successfully visualized her dragon form, she felt a comprehensive enhancement in her physical prowess, achieving the strength of a leader. Northern Beiqinghan's hands opened slightly as she reveled in her newfound power, her heart filled with satisfaction. At long last, I have transcended to the realm of the cannon fodder. Achieving the rank of commander in just a few months may seem swift, and indeed it truly is. However, one must acknowledge that during this period, Beiqinghan has been indulging alongside Changtian. Her petite form has absorbed an unimaginable quantity of precious elixirs and formidable beastly flesh. The results have been remarkably evident. As a commander, I should now be capable of vanquishing my former self from the past with just one hand, mused Beiqinghan, assessing her current strength. It is no surprise that the visualization techniques inspired by Dragon Father are of such high caliber. In comparison, the previous visualization of the lion pales in insignificance, utterly annihilated. Yet, Beiqinghan feels no despondency. Rather, she is filled with increasing pride. Truly, Dragon Father lives up to his title. Not only is he formidable himself, but even the techniques she has derived from him are exceptionally powerful. As for the lion, who is that? I do not recall. Just a tad peckish. Beiqinghan patted her small belly, feeling the pangs of hunger within. Visualization cannot simply manifest strength from thin air. It requires energy. The recent visualization of the dragon form has drained a considerable amount of her vitality, leaving her in a state of extreme depletion. Where could Dragon Father be searching for food? She scanned the dragon's lair, noting the absence of Changtian. Surely, he has ventured out in search of nourishment? With this thought, an ambitious resolve surged within her. This time, she absolutely must not be satiated by mere appetizers, no matter the circumstances. She must endure until she can feast on meat. Beiqinghan's aspirations soared. Ever since her cultivation of the devouring heavens technique, her appetite has significantly increased. Compounded by the substantial energy expenditure from her visualization technique necessitating replenishment. This time, she is confident that she will manage to hold out until the moment of sustenance. While she awaited, her attention was once again drawn to the commotion outside. Why is it so noisy? Are numerous foreign beings engaged in battle? No, that cannot be. This is Dragon Father's territory. Who dares to act with such impunity? Do they not fear his wrath? Conflicts among the foreign races are commonplace in forbidden zones, typically disregarded by the Titans. However, this is contingent upon the disturbances being minimal. If it is as loud as today, those Titans would have long since intervened to quell the ruckus. Such clamor, how can the Titans rest? Could it be that Dragon Father is hunting? Beiqinghan speculated. Recalling how every time Changtian ventured out for a hunt, a battle invariably ensued, she surmised that this uproar was likely instigated by him. She pouted, realizing she had perhaps been overly concerned. She had been intent on avoiding trouble for Dragon Father. Yet it appeared that the predicaments he conjured were exponentially greater than her own. His escapades often entangled him with Titans. Simultaneously, Beiqinghan felt a flicker of anticipation. With such a commotion, Dragon Father must have captured a substantial prey today. She believed she could devour an entire cow now, indeed. This is no exaggeration. She truly could consume an entire cow. As Beiqinghan awaited with eager anticipation, Changtian finally returned, and a shadow of a black dragon appeared on the horizon. Noticing his daughter waiting at the door, Changtian hastened his pace. As if traversing the very fabric of space, the dragon's silhouette flickered and instantly materialized before her. Little Bai has awakened. Has she been hungry for long? Not for long. I just woke up myself. Beiqinghan shook her head, her large eyes brimming with expectation as she gazed at the black dragon. Is it so noisy outside because Daddy went out to find food? It seems so, Changtian replied, though he wasn't entirely certain. When he captured the snow willow demon vine, it had put up little resistance. After a few slaps, it had complied, and it shouldn't have caused such a commotion. However, the ruckus did begin only after he had left. Thus, it appeared that Little Bai's assertion held some truth. Indeed, Beiqinghan's eyes sparkled. It was truly caused by Dragon Daddy, suggesting that today's bounty must be substantial. Quickly, bring it forth. Observing the little one's eager demeanor, Changtian decided against prolonging the suspense and produced the prepared snow willow demon vine. Beiqinghan took a glance. It's plain. She then disregarded it, continuing to wait. Yet, as time passed, she did not see Changtian unveil the grand feast she had envisioned, prompting her to cast a puzzled glance. Is that all? Is this what we are having today? Changtian nodded. Indeed. Beiqinghan, not yet satisfied, pressed on. Is there no meat? Changtian continued. No? I noticed that you don't seem to enjoy meat, so I specifically prepared this king-grade snow willow demon vine. Please, do eat. Beiqinghan felt as though the sky had fallen. Chapter 89, Beiqinghan, truly delightful. The snow willow demon vine ranks among the most formidable plants within the myriad of exotic species in the Forbidden Land, possessing an exceptionally potent bloodline. Its exterior resembles that of an innocuous white willow tree, with branches appearing so frail that they seem easily breakable. Yet, when it unleashes an attack, these seemingly delicate branches transform instantaneously into remarkably resilient demon vines. Each vine is capable of effortlessly ensnaring a powerful foe from the exotic races. When countless branches launch an assault simultaneously, even those of superior strength must approach with caution. A moment's carelessness could result in being ensnared by innumerable vines, meeting a bitter end, such as the testimony of those who have suffered under the wrath of the snow willow demon vine. From this day forth, however, there will be an additional remark regarding the snow willow demon vine, courtesy of Changtian. The snow willow demon vine offers a refreshing chill upon entry, with a texture that is both resilient and elastic. It is delectable. Slurp. Slurp, how infuriating. Slurp, slurp, when did I ever profess a preference for vegetables over meat? Slurp. Slurp, today, I shall demonstrate through my actions that I have no inclination towards a vegetarian diet. Slurp, slurp. Beiqinghan felt a tumult of indignation within her. At times, she yearned to delve into her father dragon's mind to ascertain whether the structure of a dragon's intelligence differed from that of a human. She perceived that her father's intellect oscillated between brilliance and folly. At times, he adeptly navigated the psyche of the many titans within the Forbidden Land, yet at others, he could not even discern her culinary preferences. She resolved to forego dinner that evening, intending to convey to Changtian her true taste through her actions. Originally, this was her plan. However, slurp, slurp, the sound of inhalation punctuated the air as Changtian observed with a paternal smile, watching Beiqinghan as she consumed her meal. There she was, her small mouth slightly agape, one hand cradling a bowl, the other deftly wielding golden lion bone chopsticks, hastily drawing noodles from the bowl to her lips. The sounds emanating were those of Beiqinghan slurping the noodles into her mouth. Little white, no need to rush. Take your time, he said in a gentle tone. There is plenty more here. No one is competing with you. It seemed the little one was indeed famished, devouring her food at such a rapid pace. Upon hearing this, Beiqinghan murmured a soft acknowledgement, her pace of eating slightly moderating. Yet, despair loomed large in her heart. Upon realizing that dinner would once again consist of vegetables, Beiqinghan had made a firm resolution to reveal her true preference for meat through her actions. Unfortunately, when Changtian placed before her the noodles crafted from the snow willow demon vine, the moment she tasted them, the steadfast fortress within her heart crumbled in an instant. These are simply exquisite. The noodles, icy and refreshing, transported her from the sweltering embrace of summer to the frigid depths of winter upon entry, the cool sensation penetrating her very core, causing the previously despondent Beiqinghan to shiver with delight. Her gaze sharpened as she scrutinized the noodles before her, with remarkable elasticity yet devoid of excessive pliability. A gentle bite causes it to break apart in the mouth, as if one could perceive the severed ends tapping against the palate. Thus, she was utterly conquered, her already wavering resistance collapsing at the slightest touch. One bite followed another, and soon she embarked on a voracious feast, devouring the noodles crafted from the snow willow demon vine, which danced like ethereal white dragons, eagerly flying into her petite mouth. The sound of slurping filled the air. Before long, a large bowl was completely emptied. Give me more. I shall prepare another bowl for you, said Changtian, who found himself stifling a laugh as he prepared another serving for the little one. He meticulously peeled away the outer layer of the snow willow demon vine, revealing the soft, snowy white interior resembling noodles, and fetched some spiritually potent spring water, tossing the noodles into it. Subsequently, frost-white hues emerged upon the dark dragon claws, exuding a chilling aura, as snowflakes began to drift down from the void. Though seemingly ordinary and unremarkable, the latent chill contained within could, if unleashed without restraint, transform a 10-mile radius into a frozen wasteland, immobilizing all living beings. Yet at this moment, it was merely employed by Changtian to chill the noodles. The temperature of the spring water plummeted abruptly, frost appearing on its surface, quickly forming ice cubes that floated atop the water. Thus, a bowl of cold noodles made from the snow willow demon vine was prepared. Changtian skillfully controlled the release of the cold energy. Otherwise, the little one would be feasting on a lump of ice rather than chilled noodles. Here you go. Thank you, Daddy, Beiqinghan replied, accepting it with a hint of shyness, feeling somewhat guilty for her wavering resolve. She had vowed to abstain from anything vegetarian, determined to demonstrate her conviction to her dragon father. How had she so easily faltered? Oh, Beiqinghan, you should not have. She chastised herself inwardly. Had she forgotten her faith in carnivorous delights? This time, she swore she would not yield. Habitually, she took a bite of the cold noodles, the icy sensation bursting forth in her mouth, accompanied by tiny shards of ice, the chill penetrating deeply. Wow, these noodles are truly delicious. In an instant, her previous thoughts were cast aside as she earnestly engaged with the contents of her bowl. In no time, another bowl was devoured. Beiqinghan gazed at the now empty bowl before her, her expression turning slightly awkward. Would you like more? Changtian inquired cheerfully from the side. Eating well is essential for children. Another bowl, please. Beiqinghan murmured, shyly lifting her small bowl. Another bowl was promptly placed before her. She stared at the enticing cold noodles emanating an irresistible allure, silently swallowing her saliva while repeatedly urging herself in her mind. This is the last time. This is not betrayal, but a critical indulgence. A consumption filled with inquiry and exploration. Just as one must comprehend an adversary to conquer them, Beiqinghan engaged in self-improvement, solemnly lifting his chopsticks. Yet, this gravity dissipated all too swiftly. The ensuing moments were spent in a relentless cycle, each time Beiqinghan resolved to persevere. He soon faltered again, only to resolve once more and falter anew. This confirmed Lu Changtian's assessment. Indeed, Little White had a penchant for vegetarian fare. Chapter 91. I am the Celestial Worm, the Celestial Dragon. At the very moment when Beiqinghan was grappling with her dietary choices and questioning her food preferences, within the confines of the sunset-based city, the return of the exploration team captured the attention of many citizens. Whispers circulated regarding the Forbidden Zone, with some individuals expressing shock at its terrifying nature, undeniably a reputation well-deserved. Others, however, were filled with curiosity if the dreadful rumors were indeed true. What of the tales proclaiming the abundance of treasures within the Forbidden Zone? Speculation arose that the members of the exploration team must have acquired countless precious artifacts and elixirs during their venture. The Lord of the City pledged financial support for the unified retrieval of the various treasures brought back by the team. Naturally, should any of the explorers find the offered prices unsatisfactory, they were free to decline the Lord's acquisition and seek alternative avenues to sell their finds. Changtian did not impose any coercive demands. After all, regardless of whom they sold to, as long as the transactions occurred within the city, a portion of the funds would eventually find their way into his coffers. Zhang Yufan opted to sell his goods directly to the Lord of the City. He understood the principle that an innocent man might bear the burden of possessing valuable items. Being an ordinary individual, he was not one of the formidable cultivators. Selling these precious spiritual herbs and treasures outside would undoubtedly attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. It was far more prudent to transact with the Lord of the City, especially since the price offered was remarkably fair. The cold herbs seamlessly transformed into a warm balance in his personal account. Yay, we are wealthy now. Zhang Yufan left the Lord's residence with a heart full of excitement. Instead of heading straight home, he took a convoluted route, pausing cautiously at each intersection to ensure no one was following him before finally arriving home. Zhang Yuyao had been feeling quite anxious these past few days. Although Zhang Yufan had not disclosed his intentions, his prolonged absence, coupled with the recent rumors circulating in the city, led her to deduce the truth. Her brother had likely entered the Forbidden Zone with the exploration team. Having grown up hearing the terrifying legends surrounding the Forbidden Zone, she was filled with dread for that mysterious and unknown realm. Fortunately, upon seeing Zhang Yufan return safely and unharmed, her tense heart finally relaxed. Zhang Yuyao, being considerate, refrained from probing further and merely urged him to rest. Zhang Yufan felt a surge of appreciation for his sister's understanding, yet he was undeniably fatigued. After a brief exchange, he retreated to his room to rest. The Forbidden Zone was fraught with peril, not only from the encroaching foreign tribes and ferocious beasts, but also due to the treacherous environment which posed a significant challenge for outsiders like them. They had hardly slept in days, both mentally and physically exhausted to their limits. Now, having returned to a place of safety, the tension within him dissipated, and fatigue washed over him. Zhang Yufan fell into a deep slumber the moment he lay down. However, this slumber was not entirely restful. His mind was plagued by vivid hallucinations, with scenes from the Forbidden Zone flashing before his eyes, momentarily transporting him back to that treacherous land. The most frequently encountered sight, without a doubt, was the half of the centipede's corpse suspended upon the mountain peak. Until the following morning, Zhang Yufan felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind. It felt as though 1,000 legs of the centipede were scuttling across his head, stimulating his brain throughout the night, leaving it utterly devoid of rest. Rubbing his still somewhat dazed head, his unrefreshed visage bore an unflattering expression, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it the indelible impression left by that half-corpse? The vision haunted his dreams repeatedly throughout the night. For the majority of ordinary individuals residing in the base city, the supreme entities they could encounter were the leader-level alien races and ferocious beasts, the highest tier of beings within their reach. Zhang Yufan needed to venture outside the city to gather medicinal herbs, yet he had only ever glimpsed lord-level aliens from a considerable distance, which had already instilled a sense of dread within him. As for the overlords and monarchs, they existed merely in legends. He had only heard tales of them, never beheld them with his own eyes. Yet now, he had suddenly transcended both the overlord and monarch levels, directly encountering the totem-level centipede. A stark representation of the vast disparity in life tiers, leaving him utterly astonished. Particularly striking was the fact that this centipede was merely a half-corpse. Regardless of how many times he had witnessed such a sight, it never ceased to leave Zhang Yufan in awe. The sheer magnitude of the centipede was unparalleled in his life experience. Such a formidable beast had been slain and severed in twain. Unaware of the existence of the totem level, he believed that only a king-level entity, capable of commanding myriad alien races, could possess such formidable strength. Fortunately, it had perished within the Forbidden Zone. The adversary that vanquished the centipede remained ensconced in that same forbidden territory. Zhang Yufan felt a surge of relief. Had a beast of that caliber emerged into the outside world, it would require no deliberate action from the creature. Merely shifting its mountain-like form would suffice to topple the walls of the base city, akin to a child's sandcastle being obliterated. Just as Zhang Yufan relished this thought and prepared to rise, he was suddenly startled by a chilling sound echoing beside his ear. It was as if insect mandibles were at work near him, an eerie noise that sent shivers down his spine. Dead? I am the centipede. I am the heavenly worm. I am the heavenly dragon. I am immortal. Zhang Yufan's movements froze at once. The strange sound evoked memories of the dream he had experienced the previous night. Following this, his surroundings began to warp, transporting him into a realm of consciousness. Within this space, the figure of the centipede emerged with startling clarity. In the end, Beiqinghan finished her meal. Despite making several attempts to resist during the process, her efforts proved futile, and she ultimately surrendered. Opening her belly to indulge heartily, she filled herself to the brim, sprawled on the ground, languid and unwilling to stir. The rabbit basked in the frigid light of Beiqinghan, savoring the coolness that made her realize this delicacy was far superior to the medicinal carrots she had previously gnawed on. She pondered how narrow-minded she had been. Why indulge in mere elixirs? If one must partake, then let it be the formidable plants resembling the exotic beasts. Had this been the former rabbit? Such a notion would have been utterly inconceivable, for she was merely an ordinary rabbit of the mortal realm. Yet now, having consumed numerous spiritual herbs and having soaked in the dragon's bloodbath alongside Beiqinghan, the rabbit's bloodline was no longer inferior to those fierce beings dwelling in the Forbidden Lands. After all, she was a being of regal caliber. And the noodles crafted from the snow willow demon vine were imbued with abundant essence, replenishing not only the energy expended during Beiqinghan's visualization, but even leaving a surplus. Beiqinghan wasted no time, seizing the moment to continue his visualization, thereby refining the ample essence within his body. This action. Changtian watched the little creature sprawled on the ground with a sense of exasperation, feeling quite troubled. What was to be done with this little one moving forward? Chapter 92. A tiny body. A large pot. Changtian gazed with great difficulty at the little figure of Beiqinghan, firmly pressed against the ground, feeling a profound despair for the child's future development. The little one had an aversion to meat and preferred lounging about after meals. What would become of Xiaobai in the future? It was hard to discern from whom this poor habit was inherited. Changtian's blood-red dragon eyes resembled two immense searchlights, scanning the dragon lair below, quickly identifying a third creature besides himself and Xiaobai. A rabbit. The rabbit had just finished a cold dish made from the snow willow demon vine, extending its tiny tongue to lick its lips. The icy sensation bringing an immediate wave of comfort that narrowed its eyes in blissful enjoyment, sprawled on the ground in an exquisite reverie. The blood-red dragon eyes hung in the sky like a blood moon, emanating the overwhelming aura of Changtian's totem-level dragon might, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made the rabbit feel as if it were being scrutinized by a formidable presence. Startled, the rabbit sprang up, scanning the surroundings for the source of the impending danger. Its gaze met Changtian's fierce dragon eyes. The rabbit whimpered softly, unsure of when it had once again aroused the ire of this formidable figure. Changtian opened his menacing jaws, a terrifying voice resonating, "It is all your fault. You lounge around after eating, and now Xiaobai has picked up your bad habits." Changtian had identified the culprit, convinced that the rabbit's lazy disposition had influenced Xiaobai's behavior. Isn't it the dragoness' fault? The rabbit felt perplexed, a small creature shouldering a heavy burden, though it did indeed spend its days indulging in food and slumber. When the black dragon uttered such words, had he considered his own actions? In comparison, how much better was the black dragon himself? Did he not also often lounge after a hearty meal, digesting energy while growing stronger? If one were to be honest, both the rabbit and the little master were merely emulating this black dragon. Is there an objection? Changtian's tone darkened, his gaze turning perilously sharp as he fixed it upon the rabbit. The rabbit quickly squeaked twice. Though such thoughts lingered in its mind, it dared not voice them. It could only express through its demeanor that it held no objections, attributing the little master's behavior entirely to its own influence. Seeing the rabbit's earnestness and accepting fault, Changtian decided to let it go this time. The rabbit sighed in relief, feeling fortunate that this matter had passed without further consequence. However, Changtian's voice cut through the air once more. What are you still doing there? Come help. Help? The rabbit lowered its gaze, glancing at its diminutive limbs. It then looked at the black dragon, whose scales were larger than its entire body. What kind of task could possibly require its assistance? Even if it is merely to satisfy her hunger, she hardly qualifies for such a task. Being so diminutive, she is scarcely enough to fill the gaps in the black dragon's teeth. Go, bring over those leftover snow willow vines from over there. Changtian directed the little rabbit with a gesture. He pondered that if the little creature continued to lie down and sleep, it might adversely affect her future development. Hence, he resolved to craft a hammock for her. Conveniently, during the preparation of the snow willow vines, he had noticed some aged branches and tendrils that were unpalatable and unsuitable for consumption, so he had set them aside for disposal. Now, however, they could be repurposed. Although he could effortlessly transport those items with a mere thought, he had already declared that the rabbit must not remain idle. It was essential to find her some work to do, wasn't it? The rabbit, feeling utterly despondent, lamented her minuscule stature, questioning how she had become a mere porter. Yet, within the dragon's lair, Changtian's commands held an irrefutable sway, impervious to defiance, except, of course, when it came to Beiqinghan. Given the extent of this black dragon's indulgence towards his daughter, even if she were to disobey him, he would likely exclaim how resolute she was. The rabbit secretly grumbled but ultimately complied. Fortunately, her physique, having been fortified by various elixirs and dragon bloodbaths, had transformed remarkably. Otherwise, she would scarcely have been able to lift a single willow branch. Nevertheless, after transporting the items, she found herself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. One could only wonder how much of that fatigue was feigned. Changtian selected the most resilient branches to serve as the ropes for the hammock. Now that the ropes were prepared, the next step involved finding suitable fabric for the hammock's main body, a task for which Changtian already had a clear vision. Come now, don't lounge about. We're not finished yet. There are some lion hides in the treasury. Go fetch them, he instructed, prodding the lethargic rabbit with a claw to encourage her to rise. The dragon's lair indeed boasted a treasury. Initially, it had none, but after Changtian and Beiqinghan had visited several alien treasures, it had naturally come into existence. Within it lay not only the various treasures procured from those alien caches, but also other items Changtian had acquired through diverse means, such as the leftover pelts and bones of golden lions. During the construction of the dragon's lair, he had thought to save them, considering they were materials of totemic quality. Now, as he endeavored to create a hammock, he retrieved them once more. This decision stemmed from the fact that the little one had been accustomed to sleeping on a lion hide for quite some time, and a change of environment might disrupt her sleep. With this consideration in mind, the attentive father resolved to use the same material to ensure her comfort. The rabbit let out a few weak whines, exhausted on the ground, before finally rising and scurrying toward the treasury. There were no protective enchantments or barriers. Changtian himself was the best form of security, as no one could pilfer from him. Thus, the rabbit was free to access it, due to the overwhelming clutter within. The moment the treasury was opened, items surged forth, with the skins and bones of golden lions being the first to emerge, given their frequent usage. They completely inundated the rabbit. Meanwhile, outside the dragon's lair, the lion beast, having toiled throughout the day, finally returned to its sanctuary. Exhausted, the lion beast was perplexed. As it completed its 10th lap, the external tribes and ferocious beasts seemed to have gone mad, launching attacks and engaging in battles everywhere. Consequently, it had to dodge assaults while maintaining its pace, which proved to be quite taxing. This resulted in its missing dinner time. It pondered whether any food had been reserved for it. The lion beast mused that it was, in a sense, dining at the same table as the totemic giants. This thought lightened its heavy steps, burdened by the weight of mountains, and it soon returned to the dragon's lair. There, it beheld the interior scene, lion skins and bones strewn across the floor, exuding the aura of the totemic lion clan. The lion beast could only respond with, Chapter 93, The Lion, Am I the Dinner? The golden lion contemplated calmly, sensing the ominous turn of events, panic surging within him. Could it be that the black dragon intended to feast upon him this very evening? The earlier insistence on running laps while bearing the weight of a mountain was not a mere exercise to train him as a steed, but rather a ploy to ensure he was adequately warmed up before being devoured. Was it to enhance the flavor of his flesh? At that moment, the black dragon turned its gaze, its blood-red eyes fixated upon the lion beast, the totemic aura of draconic majesty unmistakably apparent. The black dragon spoke. Lion. There is nothing left to eat at home. The lion beast's worst fears were confirmed. Indeed, he was to be the meal. His legs weakened, fatigue overwhelming him. He could no longer support his own weight. With a thud, he collapsed, the mountain atop him pressing him into the ground. Changtian was momentarily stunned by this unexpected display. His keen senses had detected the lion beast's presence long before it approached the dragon's lair. He recalled having sent the lion beast on a task, inadvertently neglecting to leave any food for it. Now, witnessing this act of submission, he was bewildered. How could a lion, a creature of such stature, kneel in such a manner? Where was its dignity? Casting a glance at the remains of his predecessor, the lion beast was filled with trepidation. The skeletal remains lay before him, the hollow eye sockets seeming to gaze back, a stark reminder of the fate that awaited him. He quickly averted his eyes, trembling uncontrollably, pressing his forepaws against his head in a gesture of surrender, emitting whimpering sounds of plea. "Oh, please. Do not eat me. I have just run with a mountain on my back. I am drenched in sweat and quite unappetizing." When Beiqinghan opened her eyes, she sensed an unusual atmosphere within the dragon's lair. The lion beast's kneeling had caused a significant commotion, especially with the additional weight of the compressed mountain on its back. The ground trembled beneath her, compelling her to awaken. As her eyes adjusted, she beheld the sight of the lion beast bowing before her dragon father. What was happening? Beiqinghan was momentarily taken aback, not out of shock at the act of kneeling itself. For this lion beast had previously demonstrated its propensity for submission upon first encountering her. However, the reasons behind this particular act of deference were perplexing. Noticing her, Changtian greeted her gently. "Xiaobai, you are awake?" "Yes." Beiqinghan nodded obediently, moving to stand beside Changtian. She gazed curiously at the ferocious lion kneeling before her and inquired of her father, the dragon. "Father, what is happening? Why is Dahuang kneeling?" Changtian had only just come to understand why this lion beast had prostrated itself upon seeing him. Was this the reason behind its action? He proceeded to explain the recent events to Beiqinghan, whose expression transformed into one of subtle complexity. How should one articulate it? This answer was both unexpected and yet somehow reasonable. She had previously asked the lion beast why it slid to its knees upon seeing her, receiving a response that was quite similar to the current one. It seemed as though the lion harbored a sort of persecution complex, having resolved his daughter's confusion. Changtian waved his claw to remove the mountain, pressing down on the lion beast, smiling as he asked, "Who said I intended to devour you?" Though the mountain was lifted, the lion beast still dared not move. It was only upon hearing Changtian's words that it tremulously raised its head, its voice quaking as it timidly asked, "Oh, is that not the case? If I wish to eat you, would I allow you to carry a mountain for exercise?" "Oh?" The lion beast pondered. "Is it to ensure I am tender before being consumed?" It replied, trembling. Changtian could not help but laugh at this, directly stating, "Where did you hear such a notion? You possess no common sense. Meat that is freshly exercised accumulates lactic acid, resulting in a sour taste and tough texture. It is the least palatable." "Ah?" The lion beast was momentarily taken aback. "What is that? Sour? Accumulation?" The unfamiliar terms uttered by Changtian left the lion beast momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp their meaning. It felt a profound respect for the totem-level giant, realizing that even its words were shrouded in depth and complexity, far beyond the comprehension of a mere lord-level kalami like itself. Simultaneously, it felt relief, for although it could not understand, it seemed clear that the black dragon did not wish to consume it, thereby preserving its life. "Senior, it appears I need not seek you out for the time being." The lion beast glanced at the bones scattered on the ground. The foundational education in the Forbidden Land was indeed woefully inadequate. Observing the lion beast's innocent gaze, Changtian shook his head in disappointment. In terms of sheer power, the Forbidden Land was undeniably formidable. The totem-level giants possessed nearly world-ending might, rendering even the most terrifying ultimate weapons of his past life akin to mere toys in comparison. Yet, apart from this, there were notable deficiencies. After all, those giants each had grand ambitions. Who had time to ponder the intricacies of lactic acid accumulation? Only Changtian would concern himself with such matters. He had no intention of enlightening the lion beast. However, as he turned his head, he caught sight of his daughter, whose eyes mirrored the lion beast's innocent gaze, as though she could perceive the depths of his soul. Noticing his father, Long Papa, gazing at him, Beiqinghan curiously raised his little hand and inquired, "Father, what is lactic acid accumulation? Why does it cause meat to turn sour and tough?" Changtian replied, "Oh, I almost forgot there is a little one present. Lactic acid is an organic acid produced within the body during intense physical exertion when the tissues lack sufficient oxygen. The concentration of lactic acid begins to rise. An excess accumulation of lactic acid results in meat becoming sour, tough, and unpalatable. Chapter 94. Knowledge enters the brain in a peculiar manner within the dragon's lair. Changtian unfurled a piece of fur, temporarily serving as a blackboard. While he stood beside it imparting knowledge, the lion beast nearby, howling in understanding, nodded fervently as it grasped the concepts being presented. It dawned upon it why. During its previous hunts, it sometimes encountered meat that was both sour and tough. The revelation was enlightening. Beiqinghan's expression was notably complex. As she felt knowledge seeping into her mind in an unusual fashion, she had once had the opportunity to learn. After acquiring a modicum of strength sufficient for self-preservation amidst the chaos, Beiqinghan arrived at a relatively large base city. Here, a semblance of order remained intact, complete with the existence of schools. She had attended school for a few days, becoming deeply immersed in the ocean of knowledge, almost drowning in it. For Beiqinghan, who had never experienced formal education, the written words in books resembled an incomprehensible script. She could not even recognize the characters themselves, let alone comprehend their connections. The characters seemed to leap from the pages, launching a frenzied assault on her mind, making her feel as though she were under a mental attack from a foreign entity. No, the mental assaults from foreign beings were not nearly as terrifying. After all, their attacks would only last for a short duration, and one could simply eliminate the adversary. However, learning was a different ordeal, as the anguish was prolonged, unless the school could be obliterated. This dreadful thought flickered through Beiqinghan's mind, though fortunately, she never acted upon it. Coincidentally, during a beast siege, she seized the opportunity to escape the school, feigning a commitment to protect the city. Disregarding the pleas of those behind her, fleeing as though from a terrifying abyss. Thereafter, she consistently avoided the school, viewing it as a dreadful establishment. It was only after she ascended to become the Empress that, due to her altered circumstances and responsibilities, she recognized the significance of knowledge and recalled the existence of schools. Thus, she ardently promoted the establishment of educational institutions, mandating that every base city must house at least one school. Furthermore, all children of appropriate age within the base cities were required to enroll. The schools were tasked with educating students in both cultural and cultivation subjects, holding classes 5 days a week, with 8 periods each day, plus an additional 4 evening sessions. Having weathered the storms of knowledge herself, Beiqinghan understood its value and resolved to provide shelter for others. As for herself, she acknowledged that humanity's plight remained perilous. With the threat of foreign entities looming ever closer, she deemed it sufficient to shield others from the rain, opting not to seek refuge herself. Thus, she narrowly escaped enrollment. However, Beiqinghan never anticipated that, having been reborn in a forbidden realm, she would be nurtured by a dragon. Ultimately, she could not evade the fate of attending classes. Little white classmate. A stern voice suddenly echoed, resurrecting forgotten memories that relentlessly assailed her mind. Beiqinghan, who had once experienced a period of academic pursuit, felt a jolt of recognition and instinctively stood upright. Her posture was impeccably straight, hands clasped beside her thighs, chin slightly raised as she responded with a loud affirmation, reminiscent of a student caught off guard by a teacher's inquiry. Yes. She turned to see Changtian gazing at her with grave seriousness. Classmate Xiaobai. Where did I leave off? Beiqinghan had never witnessed such a solemn expression on Dragon Father S' face. He had always exuded warmth and reliability, akin to a father figure. Yet, the atmosphere was markedly different now. Facing Changtian, Beiqinghan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, not from his dragon aura, but from the inherent disparity in their positions, commonly known as the teacher-student dynamic. Her mind blank, she stood frozen, appearing somewhat flustered. Classmate Xiaobai. Are you not paying attention? Changtian sighed, fully embodying the role of a teacher. He then turned his gaze to the ferocious lion beast beside him. All right, De Huang. You may answer the question I posed earlier. The lion beast immediately began to vocalize, emitting a series of sounds that echoed for quite some time. Fortunately, both Changtian and Beiqinghan possessed ample experience in communicating with lion-shaped creatures and were fluent in their language. Changtian nodded in satisfaction. De Huang. Your answer was commendable. The lion beast perked up, exhilarated by the praise. It was no small feat, as even those of lordly, sovereign, or even kingly status among alien species might not garner such recognition from a titan. Yet, here it was, receiving commendation from a totem-level giant. Indeed, I am the hope of the lion-shaped ferocious beasts. The lion beast brimmed with confidence, believing that the revival of its kind rested upon its shoulders. As for that totem-level predecessor, humph, merely a relic of a bygone era. Changtian then turned back to Beiqinghan, offering words of encouragement in a teacher's tone before finally allowing her to sit down. Xiao Bai, you must strive harder. You cannot be surpassed by a mere lion. Please take your seat. He resumed his lecture. Previously, we discussed how elevated lactic acid levels can render meat sour and tough. So, how can we reduce lactic acid? This necessitates a process known as acid elimination. Embarrassed, Beiqinghan settled into her seat, feeling an acute sense of awkwardness. She never anticipated that as an empress, she would be called upon by Dragon Father during a lesson and to be unable to provide an answer. It felt as though she were a mere elementary student, though, in truth, her current demeanor appeared even more juvenile than that of a schoolchild. And then there was the lion. Beiqinghan sensed an undeniable clash of fate between herself and the lion. If one cannot provide an answer, it would be better to remain silent. Yet, here I am, compelled to respond, which only serves to highlight my own inadequacy. The fierce lion suddenly sensed a wave of intense malice approaching, turning its head. It locked eyes with Beiqinghan's fiercely disdainful glare. The lion beast thought, what is happening? Why do you regard me with such animosity? What have I done to provoke this little ancestral being? Today's lesson will conclude here. With Changtian's words, Beiqinghan finally let out a sigh of relief, as she had truly been exhausted, to avoid embarrassing herself in front of her dragon father. She had been fully alert and focused, ensuring that she did not let her mind wander during class. At last, she had endured, just when she thought it was over. She heard Changtian's voice once more. You ought to attend class more frequently in the future. Beiqinghan. Chapter 95. A comprehensive guide to the edible creatures of the Forbidden Lands. The following day, Beiqinghan gradually awakened, feeling as if she were enveloped in a soft, cloud-like embrace. The warmth and gentleness of her surroundings made her reluctant to leave the cocoon of her bed. As she slightly opened her eyes, she discovered that she was nestled in a hammock. This hammock, suspended in midair, was crafted from the branches of snow willow magic vines and the luxurious fur of a golden lion, boasting an impressive weight-bearing capacity while providing an extraordinary sense of comfort to its occupant. It was a thoughtful gesture from Changtian, who, concerned about Beiqinghan's habit of lounging all day and its potential impact on her physical development, had specially designed this cozy hammock for her. Although he privately doubted its effectiveness, he reasoned that as long as the little one found it comfortable, that was what truly mattered. Did Dragon Daddy create this for me while I was asleep last night? Beiqinghan pondered. The plushness of the golden lion's fur was indeed delightful. Changtian had even layered several cushions beneath it, ensuring that even if she were to sleep directly on the ground, it would not feel hard. The fact that Dragon Daddy had taken such care to provide her with a soft and comfortable hammock filled Beiqinghan's heart with warmth. Reflecting on her dreams, she wondered, when did I fall asleep last night? I seem to recall having a peculiar nightmare. She struggled to remember the exact moment she had drifted off, only vaguely recalling a dream where she was in class with a ferocious lion, with Dragon Daddy serving as the teacher. The absurdity of that dream struck her. How could she possibly be in class while in the Forbidden Lands? Even more ludicrous was the fact that in her dream, she could not answer the questions posed. While the lion unexpectedly managed to respond, leaving Beiqinghan feeling utterly ridiculous. How could she possibly be outdone by a lion? It was such a nonsensical dream. How could Dragon Daddy be so fearsome? He loves me the most, she mused, recalling the oppressive aura she felt in the dream while facing the stern visage of her dragon father. The stark contrast between the dream and reality filled her with relief. In reality, Dragon Daddy was not a stern teacher. He was the one who crafted a cozy hammock for her, always thoughtful and caring. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to Dragon Daddy, Beiqinghan decided, eager to thank him for the lovely hammock, hoping to wash away the frightening impressions left by her dream with the warmth of reality. At last, she spotted the massive silhouette of the black dragon outside the dragon lair and sprinted towards him, her delicate feet gliding over the soft lionskin carpet. Unable to contain her excitement, she approached Changtian with a beaming smile. Daddy, the hammock was so comfortable. Changtian noticed Beiqinghan's arrival. Xiao Bai, you're awake. It's good to hear the hammock was comfortable. He felt a wave of relief upon seeing her cheerful demeanor. You fell asleep right after class yesterday, and I was worried something was wrong. Now that you're awake, it's time to begin our lessons. A faint sound of friction suddenly echoed, causing Beiqinghan's swift motion to come to an abrupt halt. Her small feet skidded across the lionskin carpet, leaving two distinct marks before she finally stopped. A sudden jolt of realization struck her. Oh no, the dream was real. In the days that followed, Beiqinghan led an extraordinarily fulfilling life, dedicating each day to either cultivation or study, as time swiftly passed between the two pursuits. Fortunately, Changtian's teaching methods were refreshingly unique, differing from the conventional style of most instructors, which sparked Beiqinghan's interest. As a connoisseur of delicacies from forbidden realms, Changtian had sampled the majority of exotic cuisines, holding within him a comprehensive guide to the culinary delights of these otherworldly beings. While others might focus on the strength, characteristics, or combat techniques of these beings, Changtian's interest lay in their edibility, whether they were palatable, how they could be prepared to enhance their flavor. Often, as he spoke, Beiqinghan found herself drooling with both hunger and despair. The tantalizing descriptions of these delectable beings sent her taste buds into a frenzy. Yet, tears welled up in her eyes, for such delicious fare remained tantalizingly out of reach. One could only describe it as a bittersweet agony. Meanwhile, as Beiqinghan immersed herself in her studies and cultivation, Changtian busied himself in seeking ways to overcome the calamities of their world. During this period, the Forbidden Realm experienced a relative tranquility. Since the human exploration teams had departed, the Titans lay dormant, neither emerging nor continuing their slumber, instead maintaining a state of low-energy awareness, patiently awaiting developments. Occasionally, they would communicate with one another, exchanging intelligence and ensuring no Titan had made a clandestine escape. I can no longer endure this pointless waiting. How long must it persist? We should have simply captured those humans. Why heed the words of that black dragon? Leaving us to languish in uncertainty? One Titan fumed. He was a long-standing member of the Dark Demon clan, with little time left in his lifespan. Such aimless waiting was torturous for him. Who knows, perhaps new humans might arrive before he meets his demise. Let us not forget that the decision to allow this was collectively agreed upon by all Titans, yourself included. Another Titan reminded him, veiled threats lurking in his tone. Their exchanges, devoid of meaningful substance, merely served to confirm the continued existence of each Titan. However, should one Titan fail to appear, suspicions would arise as to whether they had secretly fled or engaged in some covert scheme. Given the paranoid nature of the beings in the Forbidden Realm, the ensuing events would be all too predictable. Without the need for further reminders, the Dark Demon Titan could surmise the impending outcome. Surely, he would be met with a collective onslaught from all Titans. Let them come. Do they think I fear their numbers? He scoffed defiantly. With nothing much to occupy my time, it would be pleasant to reconnect with old friends after a prolonged slumber. Goodness, does anyone truly believe that everyone is as formidable as the Black Dragon? Naturally, there is fear. Speaking of the Black Dragon, it seems there has been quite a commotion in its territory recently. Does anyone happen to know what has transpired? A certain alien overlord inquired. The Forbidden Land has been relatively tranquil during this period, awaiting the arrival of the next batch of humans. In stark contrast, the disturbances in the Black Dragon's realm have drawn significant attention. What mischief has that Black Dragon stirred up this time? It appears that the Black Dragon recently consumed a royal-grade snow willow demon vine, and upon witnessing the Black Dragon adopt a herbivorous diet, the carnivorous alien species within its territory have begun to mimic its behavior towards the plant-based alien species. What on earth? The Black Dragon? Eating plants? Chapter 96, Black Dragon Certification. A true masterpiece. The Black Dragon, a colossal totemic entity, is renowned far and wide, its name echoing through the Forbidden Lands. Not only is it esteemed by other totemic giants, but its legend has also permeated among a multitude of lesser beings. With Changtian's frequent appearances often heralded by battles and hunts, coupled with his formidable strength and the innate majesty of his dragon form, he has become an emblem of terror within the Forbidden Realm, capable even of silencing the cries of young creatures. Many beings invoke the name of the Black Dragon to pacify their unruly children, warning them that if they do not behave, the Black Dragon would descend upon them. This tactic has proven remarkably effective, as the mere mention of the Black Dragon renders them mute. As this notion spread, it was not merely the lesser beings who adopted it. Even those races with their own giants began to employ this method. Indeed, the Black Dragon has a knack for stirring things up. The giants often reflect on this, acknowledging that the Black Dragon lives up to its reputation, consistently making a stir. Just when tranquility seemed to reign, a wave of vegetarian fervor erupted. The Black Dragon is the chief of the Tree Spirit clan, its true form being an ancient, towering tree. This clan cannot assume a humanoid shape until reaching the kingly level. They must remain as ancient trees. absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over extensive periods to grow and develop. However, the young saplings possess overly lively temperaments and often uproot themselves, which, if it occurs too frequently, severely impedes their growth. Using the black dragon as a scare tactic had proven futile, as they were all too aware that the black dragon did not feast on greens. Yet, a change was at hand. The chief of the tree spirit clan contemplated that this was an excellent opportunity to frighten the saplings into obedience, much like other races. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed an unusual tension among the other giants. What was amiss? Why had they all fallen silent? Their minds focused intently upon him. And you, sky-eating hound, why has your mental energy suddenly become so ravenous? I can feel it. What are you all plotting? The tree spirit chief was filled with dread as his mental energy surged in turmoil. Something was decidedly off. Why were they all gazing at him with such insatiable hunger? Surely they did not intend to consume him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the sky-eating hound, the only giant named in the gathering, felt a touch embarrassed, regardless of the circumstances. Revealing a desire for food in front of the very being in question was undeniably awkward. I am the sky-eating hound. I consume dragons. I do not eat greens. He protested. Yet his explanation fell on deaf ears. The tree spirit clan was not convinced. After all, how did the name of the sky-eating hound come to be? Legend has it that its progenitor possessed an insatiable appetite, devouring all living beings within an entire star domain, until there was nothing left to consume, not even the star cores. The star domain has been rendered entirely hollow. This is the origin of the term devourer of the heavens. Such an insatiable appetite, capable of consuming the heavens. How could such a race possibly refrain from indulging in flesh? As for consuming dragons, who in the Forbidden Lands is unaware of the close ties between the devourer of the heavens and that black dragon? How could one dare to feast upon dragons? Upon this realization, the leader of the Treant race was suddenly engulfed in a chilling dread. The devourer of the heavens is on congenial terms with the black dragon? Good heavens! Could it be that he has truly learned from the black dragon? I caution you. It would be wise not to encroach upon my clan's territory. The Treant leader felt an overwhelming urge to depart, sensing the gaze of every other leader around him appraising him as if he were mere sustenance, making him feel utterly ill at ease. After issuing his warnings to the assembled leaders, he swiftly withdrew his consciousness and fled in haste. Alas, why did that Treant leader flee so swiftly? We are not the black dragon. Why would we ever harm him? It seems that after all these years of acquaintance, he harbors such a lack of trust. After the Treant leader's departure, the remaining leaders expressed their lamentations, noting the long-standing relations they shared, some dating back to the very inception of the Forbidden Lands. Over the years, their bonds have deepened considerably. Little did they realize. It was precisely this depth of connection that made the Treant leaders so uneasy. Deep bonds. Who knows what sort of feelings those might be? Oh, is that not the leader of the Snow Willow Demon Vines? An outsider remarked. The Snow Willow Demon Vines, a powerful lineage, indeed has its own leaders. The specimen before them is regarded as the progenitor of all Snow Willow Demon Vines within the Forbidden Lands, their sovereign. It is worth mentioning that the Black Dragon seems to have recently feasted upon the king of the Snow Willow Demon Vines, a race certified by the Black Dragon. Surely, it must possess a delightful flavor. Several outsider leaders speculated, nearly salivating at the thought. The Black Dragon's discerning palate is well acknowledged in the Forbidden Lands. This dragon possesses a true talent for gastronomy. Previously, when the Black Dragon roasted the golden lion's head, the aroma wafted throughout the vast mountains, rousing him from his slumber. He was so tempted that, were it not for the consideration of his unfamiliarity with the Black Dragon, he might have boldly approached to request a morsel. Any race that graces the Black Dragon's menu is assuredly delectable. If the Snow Willow Demon Vines have caught the Black Dragon's attention, their flavor must surely be exquisite as well? The Snow Willow Demon Vines felt utterly speechless. Could you not be more discreet in your thoughts? Your musings are practically broadcasted through your consciousness. The Black Dragon has consumed your royal lineage. This is a blatant disregard for your existence. Shouldn't you seek to reclaim your dignity? The Blood Abyss clan leader fanned the flames, unable to contain his indignation. He was infuriated by the Black Dragon slaying of a sovereign before his eyes, and the Snow Willow Demon Vines had just lost one of their own kings. How could this leader possibly endure such humiliation? The Snow Willow Demon Vines cast a cursory glance at the Blood Abyss clan leader. This fellow had only recently suffered a slap in the face by the Black Dragon, and the scandal has spread like wildfire in recent days. Having harbored a long-standing animosity towards the Black Dragon, this is merely an attempt to sow discord, using oneself as a mere tool. He certainly was not so foolish. Responding with an air of indifference, The Snow Willow Demon Vine clan does not share ordinary kinship. The deaths of my clansmen bear no consequence for me. Alas. Two sighs resonated in unison, leaving the Bloodslaughter clan leader momentarily taken aback. How could a leader sigh? A sweep of his consciousness revealed that the sound originated from the Devourer Hound, which struck him as peculiar. I find it regrettable, yet that is to be expected. For I bear a grudge against the Black Dragon. What do you lament? Are you not on amicable terms with the Black Dragon? The Devourer Hound then remarked. What a pity. If you truly wish to harm the Black Dragon, I could have justifiably dealt with you. The Devourer Hound lamented, feeling he had missed a splendid opportunity. Bloodslaughter clan leader. Snow Willow Demon Vine leader. So, this is what you regret. Chapter 97, AUV. Is that not someone we know? Ultimately, the meeting of these scheming titans concluded rather abruptly. Despite some magnates expressing that they all reside within a forbidden zone and have spent a considerable amount of time there, they asserted that even if they were to leave this restricted area in the future, they would still share a connection akin to a common lineage, and should face the grand challenges of the future together. It ought not to devolve into the current state of irreconcilable discord, surely. Some misunderstanding must lie at the heart of this rift. He graciously extended an invitation to the Titans to visit his expansive territory, where a rare and wondrous spirit flower had recently bloomed, hoping to transform hostility into harmony and prepare for the future. Naturally, no one among the diverse races would be so naive as to take such an invitation at face value. It was absurd. Had they not witnessed even the simple-minded devouring hound employing cunning to devour the Snow Willow Demon Vine Lord? Not to mention the other titans, each one more duplicitous than the last. Oh, except for the Hollow clan, of course, as they lack hearts. Who knows what might transpire if they were deceived into coming? They could lose something far more precious than life itself. Thus, he decisively departed. Meanwhile, beyond the Forbidden Zone, in the Sunset-based city, Changtian was enjoying an exquisite existence, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Each day, he was greeted with numerous compliments, even from those who once disparaged him, now speaking flattering words when they contacted him. It was enough to make him feel as though he might float into the heavens. Historically, Changtian had been the most looked down upon among the many base cities. He was perceived as lacking in strength, managing a relatively weak Sunset-based city, with his position as lord merely secured through the influence of his backing. His ability to amass wealth was his only notable trait. Thus, when he found himself in dire straits previously, the people from the Morning Sun-based city sought to take a substantial bite out of this seemingly inept, yet wealthy individual. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The exploration team had returned from the Forbidden Zone. It is essential to note that this was no ordinary place. It had always been shrouded in an enigmatic veil. Many powerful human warriors had ventured forth, including some of the most formidable kings. Yet none had stirred even the slightest ripple. The Forbidden Zone remained as mysterious as ever, akin to a Pandora's box. But now, a team dispatched by him, whose strongest member was merely a lord, though now it could be said a sovereign, given that Zhou Haochuan had broken through, had astonishingly returned from the Forbidden Zone, bringing back an abundance of treasures, including the legendary dragon transformation herb. This was a mythical herb believed to transform fierce beasts into dragons, known only through ancient texts. The exploration team had returned with an entire handful of it. This revelation incited boundless curiosity regarding the Forbidden Zone and elevated Changtian, the one who had sent forth the exploration team, to a position of immense desirability, with his communicator ringing incessantly. Oh, is that not Lord Zhang from the Tianhe-based city? How did you come to know that the exploration team I dispatched has returned from the Forbidden Zone, laden with treasures? Lord Luo of the Yuyun-based city, have you also heard about the happenings in the Forbidden Zone? Lord Lin of the Changqing-based city. I'm astonished that such news has reached your ears. Alas, I specifically instructed them not to disseminate information about the Forbidden Zone within the Lord's residence. Changtian held a communicator, perusing his contact list to find the names of those lords from various base cities who had once mocked him. He dialed each of them in succession. Although the content of their conversations varied, the underlying message remained consistent, a display of his spoils, inciting fury among the contacted lords. How did you know my exploration team returned from the Forbidden Zone? They seethed, wishing they could strike this insufferable fellow dead. Yet, they were left with no choice. Thus far, he was the only one to have returned from the Forbidden Zone. Holding exclusive information, they could only endure and inquire about the specifics. However, at this juncture, Changtian began to play coy. After all, he was no fool. He understood that any information related to the Forbidden Zone was his most valuable resource, and he would not easily divulge it. Instead, he attributed everything to luck. Haha, it's all about luck. I truly have no idea what transpired. You know, my personnel are merely lords. Oh no, they are now overlords. I never anticipated that a simple trip to the Forbidden Zone would result in such a breakthrough. It's quite troubling for me. What? You wonder why I am troubled? It's due to finances. The treatment for overlord-level individuals is far superior to that of lords. My modest sunset-based city can scarcely afford it. As he spoke, Changtian suddenly sighed heavily, adopting a demeanor of profound concern. The lords on the other end of the communicator were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration, their hands clenching the device so tightly it was on the verge of deformation. Boasting, was he? This wretched Changtian was indeed showing off. If he couldn't afford it, why not simply hand it over to them? They would manage just fine. Some lords even expressed their willingness to take on the overlord Zhou Haochuan. At that moment, noticing that his intentions had been uncovered, Zhang Tianxing decided to abandon the pretense. Indeed, I am boasting. Zhang Tianxing. The lords on the other end of the communicator erupted, ending the call abruptly. Why did they hang up? Lord Lin's patience appears to be lacking. I had scarcely begun to speak before he could no longer contain himself. Some more practice is needed. Zhang Tianxing shook his head, reflecting on the incompetence of these base city lords. If he persevered a bit longer, perhaps his mood would lighten, and he might divulge the secrets of the Forbidden Zone to them. Although he had no inkling of what constituted valuable news at that moment, the abruptly disconnected communicator sprang to life once more. Zhang Tianxing picked up the device and, upon seeing the name displayed, couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he had intended to reserve the main event for the finale, hence his reluctance to initiate contact. Yet, unexpectedly, the other party could no longer contain themselves. Though he felt a sense of impatience brewing within, Zhang Tianxing deliberately waited a moment before answering the communicator. He began with an extravagantly exaggerated tone. AUV. Is this not Wu Yaozi from the Chaoyang-based city? The esteemed Lord Wu,